Hey guys, tonight we're going to a place where the air is thick enough to chew and the ground is always shifting beneath your feet. We're travelling back to the Caribbean in the early 19th century to understand the machinery of the sugar trade. But this isn't about the politics or the maps, this is about the heat, the steam, and the relentless grinding noise of the mill that never sleeps. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1820. You're on the north coast of Jamaica, surrounded by endless fields of green stalks that tower over your head. The good news is that you're alive to see another morning. The bad news is that during the harvest season, what they call crop time, morning doesn't really exist. The work doesn't stop when the sun goes down, which means you haven't really slept. You've just drifted into a few moments of unconsciousness while standing up or leaning against a wall. The first thing that hits you is the smell. It is a heavy, cloying scent that sticks to the back of your throat. It smells like burnt caramel, old rum, and wet earth. It is the smell of boiling sugarcane, and it covers everything. It's in your hair, it's in the rough fabric of your clothes, and it's in the pores of your skin. You try to wipe your face, but your hands are sticky. Everything here is sticky. The humidity in the air mixes with the smoke from the boiling house, creating a kind of fog that clings to you like a second skin. You're sitting on a dirt floor in a small thatched hut. It is pitch black outside. The conch shell hasn't blown yet to signal the start of the shift, but your body wakes you up anyway because of the heat. Even at 4 a.m. the island is sweltering. The air is so dense with moisture that breathing feels like drinking warm water. You can hear the ocean in the distance crashing against the rocks, but you are miles inland, trapped in a sea of green cane. You stand up and your joints pop. Your hands are cramped into a permanent curve from holding a machete, or what they call a cutlass, for 18 hours a day. You look down at your feet. You don't have boots. You're barefoot, and the ground is a mixture of mud and sharp cane trash. You have to be careful where you step. The insects here are aggressive, and a cut on your foot in this climate can turn into a fever that takes you down in 3 days. You reach for your clothes. They are made of Osnaburg, a coarse, unbleached linen that feels like sandpaper against your skin. It doesn't protect you from the sun, and it doesn't protect you from the rain. It just hangs there, heavy with sweat. You pull it on, wincing as the rough fabric rubs against the raw spots on your shoulders where you carried bundles of cane yesterday. Then the sound cuts through the darkness. It isn't a rooster. It is the hollow, mournful sound of a conch shell being blown by the driver. It echoes off the hills, signalling that the brief pause in the machine is over. It is time to move. You step out of the hut and into the pre-dawn greyness. You are not alone. All around you, shadows are emerging from other huts. Men, women, even children, all moving with the slow, heavy gait of deep exhaustion. No one speaks. There is no energy for conversation. There's only the sound of bare feet slapping against the mud and the metallic clink of iron tools being gathered. You join the line. This is the first gang, the strongest workers, the ones expected to do the hardest labour. Being in the first gang is a mark of physical strength, but it is also a curse. It means you are the engine. If you slow down, the whole plantation slows down, and the overseers do not allow the plantation to slow down. You are handed your cutlass. It is a heavy, long blade, dulled by use. You test the weight of it in your hand. It feels like an extension of your arm now. You walk toward the fields. The cane stands 10 feet tall, a wall of dense vegetation that blocks out the breeze. As you enter the rows, the temperature seems to rise 10 degrees. The cane leaves are sharp. They call them razor grass for a reason. If you brush against them the wrong way, they slice your skin like paper. You take your position in the line. The driver shouts a command and the rhythm begins. Chop, swing, toss, chop, swing, toss. It isn't just gardening. It is industrial demolition. You have to swing the heavy blade low, near the roots, to cut the thick stalk, then swing it high to strip the leaves, then chop the cane into manageable lengths. And you have to do this while moving forward, keeping pace with the person to your left and the person to your right. If you fall behind, you break the line. If you move too fast, you risk swinging your blade into the legs of the person next to you. The sun begins to crest over the mountains, and instantly, the heat becomes a physical weight. It presses down on the back of your neck. The air in the cane field is stagnant. The tall stalks block the trade winds, creating a pocket of dead, hot air. Sweat runs into your eyes, stinging like salt. You can't wipe it away because your hands are busy. Chop, swing, toss, you are thirsty. A thirst that sits in the back of your throat like dust. There is a water carrier moving down the line. A young girl with a wooden bucket, but she is far away. You have to wait. You learn to turn off your mind. You stop thinking about the water. You stop thinking about the ache in your lower back. You focus entirely on the rhythm. The sound of 40 cutlasses hitting the cane at the same time sounds like a strange, chaotic drum beat. Thwack, thwack, thwack. But the field is only the beginning of the danger. The real beast of the plantation is the mill. Sugar cane has a timer. Once you cut it, the juice inside starts to spoil within 24 hours. It has to be crushed and boiled immediately. This means the mill runs day and night. It never stops. And because you are part of the first gang, when the cutting is done, you often have to go to the mill. Imagine a massive set of iron rollers, 3 of them stacked vertically, turning and grinding against each other with immense force. They're powered by a windmill or a water wheel, or sometimes by cattle walking in a circle. The noise is deafening. The groaning of the iron, the crushing of the cane, the shouting of the feeders. Your job at the mill is to feed the cane into the rollers. You have to grab a bundle of stalks and shove them into the narrow gap between the spinning iron cylinders. The rollers grab the cane and pull it in, crushing it flat to squeeze out the juice. The danger here is obvious. The rollers do not know the difference between a stalk of cane and a human hand. You have to get your fingers close, inches away, to make sure the cane catches. If you are tired, if your reflexes are slow because you haven't slept in 2 days, it is easy to make a mistake. A loose sleeve gets caught. A finger slips. There is no emergency stop button. There is only an axe kept on the wall nearby, specifically for the purpose of severing a limb before the machine pulls the whole body in. You look at that axe every time you feed a bundle. It is a grim reminder of the stakes. The smell in the mill is different from the fields. It smells of raw, green juice and wet metal. The floor is slick with spilled juice, making it slippery. You have to brace your feet carefully. One slip on the wet floor could send you falling forward. And then there is the boiling house. If the mill is the mouth of the beast, the boiling house is its stomach. This is where the juice is turned into sugar, and it is, without exaggeration, an inferno. You walk into the boiling house and the temperature jumps to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a long stone building filled with massive copper cauldrons, called coppers, sitting over roaring furnaces. The fires are fed constantly. The juice is ladled from one copper to the next, boiling hotter and thicker at each stage. Your job here is to skim the scum off the boiling sugar. You stand on a narrow ledge above the boiling vats, holding a long-handled ladle. You have to lean over the bubbling molten liquid to skim the impurities. The steam billows up into your face, blinding you. It is sticky steam, coating your skin in a layer of hot syrup. One slip here means death. Falling into a vat of boiling sugar is a fear that lives in the back of everyone's mind. The liquid is hotter than boiling water, and it sticks. It doesn't splash off. It clings and burns. You move with extreme caution despite the exhaustion pulling at your eyelids. The air is filled with smoke because they burn the dried cane stalks, called bagasse, to fuel the fires. The smoke stings your lungs. You are coughing constantly. The man next to you, the sugar master, is watching the bubbles. He's looking for the exact moment when the syrup crystallizes. It is a science, but it is practiced in hellish conditions. This is your life during crop time. 18 hours a day, heat, steam, iron, sugar, and this is just the beginning of the day. By midday the sun is directly overhead, beating down on the cane fields with a ferocity that feels personal. There are no shadows left to hide in. The tall green stalks trap the humidity, turning the rows into an open-air sauna. Your clothes are soaked through, heavy with sweat and dirt clinging to your skin like wet clay. The rhythm of the work hasn't changed. Chop, swing, toss, it has become hypnotic. Your arms move automatically, driven by muscle memory and the fear of falling behind. The driver walking behind the line calls out the pace. his voice cutting through the thick air. You don't look at him. You look at the cane. You look at the ground to make sure you don't step on a viper. Hunger begins to set in. Not a polite rumbling stomach, but a deep, gnawing emptiness. Breakfast was hours ago. A small portion of boiled yams or maybe some cornmeal mush if you were lucky. It burned off within the first hour of labour. Now your body's running on reserves it doesn't really have. You feel lightheaded. The green wall of cane in front of you starts to blur slightly at the edges. You hear a shout from down the line, the water carrier. It's a small moment of salvation. A young boy struggles with a heavy wooden bucket, a gourd ladle floating in the tepid water. When he reaches you, you drink greedily. The water is warm and tastes of the wood bucket, but it feels like life pouring back into your veins. You only get a moment, though, a quick gulp, a splash on your face, and then the shout comes to move on. The machine cannot stop. The soil under your feet is rich and dark, volcanic earth that is perfect for growing sugar and terrible for walking on. It's uneven, full of holes and sharp rocks hidden by the trash of dead leaves. Your feet are calloused, hard as leather, but they still ache. Every step sends a jolt of pain up your shins. You've learned to walk in a specific way, placing your feet carefully to keep your balance while swinging the heavy cutlass. Around 1 p.m. a horn blows. It's shell blow. The signal for the midday break. The entire line stops. The silence that follows is shocking. For a few seconds, all you hear is the wind rustling the cane tops and the heavy, ragged breathing of the people around you. You drop to the ground, right where you stand. There is no energy to walk to shade. You find a spot between the rows where the cane casts a thin sliver of shadow and you collapse. This is your lunch break. You have maybe an hour, maybe less. Lunch is brought out in baskets. It's usually salt fish, imported cod that is dry, hard and incredibly salty, and more yams or plantains. You eat it with your hands, wiping the dirt off on your pants first. The salt fish makes you thirsty again immediately, but the protein helps the shaking in your hands. While you eat, you look around at the faces of the first gang. These are the strongest people on the plantation, the elite labourers, and they look broken. Men with chests like barrels are slumped over, staring at the ground. Women who can carry 100-pound baskets on their heads are rubbing their swollen ankles. There is a camaraderie here, though, a silent understanding. You pass a piece of yam to the man next to you who didn't get enough. He nods. No words are needed. You're all in the same grinder. You notice something else during this pause. The insects. Now that you've stopped moving, they descend. Mosquitoes, sandflies, gnats. They swarm around your face, biting at your sweat-soaked skin. You slap at them lazily. You don't have the energy to fight them off properly. You just accept them as another layer of misery. Some of the workers use this time to tend to their own small wounds. A woman is wrapping a strip of cloth around a deep cut on her arm from a slip of the machete. There are no bandages, no antiseptic. Just a piece of rag and maybe some lime juice squeezed onto the wound to clean it. It stings, but infection is the real enemy. A simple cut in this tropical heat can turn gangrenous in days. You've seen it happen. You've seen strong men brought down by a scratch that got bad blood. The break ends too soon. The shell blows again, a mournful, hollow sound that signals the return to the grind. Groans ripple through the group, but everyone stands up. You pick up your cutlass. It feels heavier now than it did this morning. Your muscles have stiffened up during the rest, and the first few swings are agonizing. The afternoon shift is a battle against the sun. The heat intensifies, the air shimmers. You're cutting cane, but your mind starts to drift. You think about the cool water of the river miles away. You think about the shade of the cotton tree near your hut. You think about sleep, real sleep, but you can't sleep, because the afternoon is when the accidents happen. As fatigue sets in, people get sloppy. A swing goes wide. A foot slips. You have to stay alert. You watch the person in front of you, their rhythm helping you keep yours. Chop, swing, toss. Suddenly the weather turns. In the tropics, rain doesn't drizzle, it attacks. A dark cloud rolls over the mountain ridge, and within minutes the sky opens up. The rain comes down in sheets, so heavy it hurts your skin. It mixes with the sweat and dust, turning the ground into a slick black mud. You keep working. The rain offers a brief, cooling relief, but it makes the work dangerous. The machete handle becomes slippery. The mud sucks at your feet, trying to pull you down. The cane leaves, now wet, are even sharper. You slip and slide, fighting to stay upright. The driver shouts to keep the pace. The cane must be cut. The mill is waiting, the mill is hungry. As the rain passes, the sun comes back out, turning the fields into a steam bath. The humidity spikes. It feels like you're breathing soup. You are soaked, your clothes heavy and chafing. And then you hear the rumble. It's the carts. The cane carts are massive. Wooden wagons with high sides, pulled by teams of 6 or 8 oxen. They rumble down the muddy tracks between the fields, their wheels churning up the earth. The drivers crack their whips, shouting at the beasts. Loading the carts is the next phase of the nightmare. You have to gather the cut cane into bundles. A bundle of sugar cane is heavy, 50, 60 pounds or more. You have to lift it, sometimes hoist it onto your head or shoulder and carry it to the cart. Then you have to toss it up, high over the wooden sides. Your shoulders scream. Your back feels like it's on fire. You're lifting and throwing, lifting and throwing. The oxen are restless, stomping their hooves in the mud. You have to be careful not to get crushed between the cart and the animals. This is the cycle. Cut the cane, bundle the cane, load the cane, repeat. The field stretches out to the horizon, endless rows of green. It feels like you will never reach the end. It feels like you've been doing this forever, and you will be doing it forever. But the day isn't over when the sun goes down. Not during crop time. As the light begins to fade, turning the sky a brilliant bruised purple, you don't go back to your hut. You don't go to rest. The shell blows again. But this time, it signals a shift change. Not for you to stop, but for you to move. Night work, the driver calls out. Your heart sinks. Tonight, it's your turn at the boiling house. You trade the heavy cutlass for a different kind of tool, and you walk toward the glowing red light of the furnaces in the distance. The fieldwork was the warm-up. The real heat is just beginning. The transition from the cane field to the boiling house is like stepping from a sauna into a furnace. The air changes. Outside it smelled of wet earth, green vegetation, and rain. Here the smell is thick, sweet, and smoky. It's the scent of molasses caramelizing, of wood smoke, and of sweating bodies packed too close together. The boiling house is a long, open-sided stone building, designed to let some of the heat escape, but it doesn't work. The heat is trapped under the high, vaulted roof. In the centre of the room is a raised platform running the length of the building. Embedded in this platform is a row of massive copper cauldrons, the coppers decreasing in size from one end to the other. Underneath the platform, invisible to you but felt in the vibrating floor, are the furnaces. They roar constantly, fed by the dry cane trash you cut days ago. The fire heats the coppers from below, boiling the cane juice into a rolling, frothing frenzy. You climb the steps to the platform. The heat hits you instantly, a physical wall. It dries out your eyes. It makes your skin feel tight. The noise is overwhelming. The bubbling of the syrup, the crackling of the fires, the shouting of the boilers trying to communicate over the din. You're handed a long ladle, a heavy copper spoon on a wooden pole that is nearly as tall as you are. Your job is to move the liquid. The process is called striking. You have to ladle the boiling juice from the largest copper, where it is thin and watery, into the next copper, where it boils down thicker, and then the next, and the next. It sounds simple. It is terrifying. The liquid in the first copper is a dark, murky green. It boils violently, throwing up a thick grey scum. You have to skim this scum off constantly and toss it into a gutter that runs along the side. If you don't, the sugar will be ruined. You dip the ladle in. The weight of the liquid surprises you. Boiling sugar syrup is heavier than water. It resists you. You have to use your back and your shoulders to lift it, swing it, and pour it. And you have to do this while standing on a slippery, sticky floor, inches away from a vat of liquid that is hot enough to strip skin from bone. The steam rising from the coppers is blinding. It swirls around you, obscuring your vision. You have to rely on muscle memory and the shouts of the head boiler. "Skim! Skim!" he yells, pointing at a patch of grey foam rising in the second copper. You reach over, extending the ladle. The heat radiating off the copper singes the hair on your arms. You scoop the foam and fling it into the gutter. A splash of hot liquid lands on your foot. You're wearing no shoes. You stifle a scream, biting your lip until you taste iron. You cannot stop. You cannot step away to check the burn. If you stop, the syrup will burn, and the punishment for ruining a batch of sugar is severe. The syrup moves down the line, getting darker, thicker and hotter. By the time it reaches the last copper, the teachy, it is a thick, golden brown magma. This is the critical moment. This is where sugar is made or lost. The head boiler watches this copper like a hawk. He dips a small stick into the syrup and pulls it out, watching how the thread of sugar stretches. If it breaks too soon, it's not ready. If it stretches too long, it's burnt. Strike, he bellows. This is the moment of maximum danger. You and 2 other men have to use large ladles to empty the teachay into a wooden trough that leads to the cooling pans. You have to move fast. The syrup is at its hottest point. It spatters and hisses. You're working in a frenzy, muscles straining, sweat pouring off you in rivers. The smell of the boiling syrup is intoxicating and nauseating. At the same time, it is sickeningly sweet. It coats the back of your throat. You feel like you're breathing sugar. As the teachay is emptied, the process starts again immediately. Juice from the second copper is ladled into the teachay, juice from the third into the second, and fresh juice from the mill is poured into the first. It is a relentless assembly line of liquid fire. You work for hours. Time loses its meaning in the boiling house. There is no day or night here, only the glow of the furnaces and the white clouds of steam. Your arms ache with a deep burning fatigue. Your hands are blistered from the hot wooden handle of the ladle. You look around at the other workers. Their faces are illuminated by the orange light of the fires. They look like demons in a painting of hell. Eyes wide, skin glistening with sweat and syrup, movements jerky and mechanical. Occasionally, the overseer walks the platform. He doesn't come too close to the coppers. It's too hot for him. He stays back in the shadows, watching. He holds a whip, but he rarely uses it in here. The danger of the work keeps everyone moving. Fear of the boiling liquid is a better motivator than any lash. You see a young woman near the first copper stumble. She catches herself on the rim of the vat. For a second, your heart stops. If she falls in, but she steadies herself. She shakes her head, blinks sweat out of her eyes, and picks up her ladle again. She is exhausted. You are all exhausted. This is the night shift. It is supposed to be shorter than the day shift, but during crop time, the lines blur. If the mill is running, the boiling house is running, and the mill is always running. Around 3 a.m. there is a lull. The cane carts have stopped arriving for a moment. The head boiler signals a break. You drop your ladle and lean against a stone pillar, sliding down to the floor. The stone is warm, but it feels cooler than the air above the vats. You close your eyes. The roar of the fires is still in your ears. You can feel the phantom weight of the ladle in your hands. You're thirsty, but you don't want to move to find water. You just want to stop existing for a few minutes. Someone passes you a piece of cane stalk. It's raw sugar cane. You peel it with your teeth and chew on the fibres. The sweet juice bursts into your mouth. It gives you a burst of energy, a spike of sugar that wakes up your brain. It's ironic, you think. The very thing that is killing you is the only thing keeping you awake. You look at your foot. The splash of syrup has left a red, angry blister. It will peel tomorrow. You hope it doesn't get infected. You tear a strip off the bottom of your shirt and wrap it loosely. It's the best you can do. The break is over. The rumble of carts starts again outside. The mill begins to groan. Fresh juice pours into the receiving tank. The head boiler claps his hands. Back to the coppers! You pull yourself up. Your legs feel like lead. You pick up the ladle. It feels twice as heavy as before. You step back up onto the platform, into the steam, into the heat. You have 4 more hours before the sun comes up. 4 more hours of boiling. And then you go back to the fields. Because the cane never stops growing, and the mill never stops turning. Dawn breaks over the plantation, but it doesn't bring relief. It just changes the quality of the light. Inside the boiling house, the orange glow of the furnaces fades as grey morning light filters through the slats in the roof. The steam turns from white to a dirty yellow colour. The head boiler finally gives the signal. The shift is over. You hand the heavy copper ladle to the next person, a man whose eyes are red-rimmed and hollow. He takes the tool without a word, his hands slipping into the same sweaty grooves yours just left. You step down from the platform, your legs trembling so violently you almost fall. Walking out of the boiling house feels strange. The air outside is cooler, but it feels thin compared to the heavy, sugar-laden atmosphere you've been breathing for the last 8 hours. You take a deep breath, coughing as your lungs try to clear the smoke. You're covered in a layer of filth. It is a mixture of soot, dried cane juice, and sweat that has hardened into a shell. Your clothes are stiff with it. When you move, the fabric cracks. You want to wash, but there is no time, and you're too tired to walk to the river. You follow the flow of the sugar. Before you can rest, you have one last task. You have to help move the cooling pans to the curing house. The sugar you just boiled has been poured into shallow wooden coolers. It's crystallizing now, turning into a thick, grainy sludge. It looks like wet sand, dark brown and heavy. You and another worker grab the handles of a cooler. It weighs 100 pounds. You heave it up, your back protesting with a sharp spasm. You shuffle toward the curing house. This building is different. It is dark, cool, and quiet. The floor is made of sturdy timbers, but there are gaps between the beams. Beneath the floor is a cistern, a large tank waiting in the darkness. Your job is potting. You have to shovel the cooling sugar into hogsheads, large wooden barrels. But these aren't normal barrels. They have holes drilled in the bottom. You insert plantain stalks into the holes to act as drains. You shovel the wet sugar into the barrels. It creates a wet squelching sound. Slop, slop, slop. Once the barrels are full, they sit there for weeks. Gravity does the rest. The liquid molasses, the part of the sugar that didn't crystallize, slowly drains out through the bottom, dripping through the floorboards into the cistern below. The smell in the curing house is overpowering. It smells of fermentation. The molasses dripping below is starting to turn. It is a sharp, acidic, alcoholic smell that makes your head spin. This molasses will be taken to the distillery to be made into rum, the Plantation's second gold. But right now, it just smells like rotting sugar. You finish filling the last barrel. You wipe your hands on your trousers, but it's useless. The molasses has worked its way into your cuticles, under your nails. You will taste sugar for days. Finally, you're dismissed. You walk back toward the village of huts. The sun is fully up now. The first gang is already out in the fields, cutting the next acre of cane. You hear the rhythm, chop, swing, toss, faintly in the distance. You're grateful you aren't with them, but you know your turn will come again soon. You reach your hut. It is hot inside, baking under the morning sun, but it is dark. You collapse onto the dirt floor. You don't even make it to the mat. You just lie there, limbs sprawled out. But you can't sleep yet. There is a throbbing in your foot. The burn from the syrup is stinging, but there is something else. An itch. A deep, burrowing itch in your toe. You sit up, groggy, and pull your foot into your lap. You squint in the dim light. You see a small white circle under the skin of your big toe, right near the nail. It looks like a tiny pea. It's a chigo flea, a jigger. These microscopic parasites live in the dust of the plantation floor. The female burrows into your skin, usually around the feet, to lay her eggs. As the eggs grow, her body swells, creating that white pea-sized sac. If you leave it, it will hatch. The larvae will eat into your flesh. Infection will set in. You've seen men lose toes, then feet, then legs to jiggers. Gangrene moves fast in the tropics. You have to get it out. Now. You reach for a sharp thorn you keep on a ledge for this exact purpose, or maybe a rusty needle if you have one. You have to be steady. If you burst the sac while digging it out, the eggs will spill into the wound, and the infection will be worse. You have to remove the sac whole. Your hands are shaking from exhaustion. You brace your foot against your knee. You dig the thorn into your own skin. It hurts, a sharp, piercing pain. But you're too tired to wince. You scrape away the calloused skin. You see the white sac clearly now. You work the thorn around the edges, separating it from the flesh. Blood wells up, dark and slow. You pause, wipe it away with your thumb and keep digging. You hold your breath. With one final levering motion, the white sac pops out intact. You flick it into the fire pit. You squeeze the wound to bleed it out, hoping to wash away any remaining dirt. Then you rub some lime juice into the hole. The acid burns like fire, waking you up completely for a second, making you gasp. But it cauterizes the wound. You wrap your foot in a rag. The adrenaline fades instantly, replaced by a crushing wave of fatigue. You lie back down. You have maybe 4 hours before you're called again, maybe to cut grass for the cattle, maybe to mend fences. The plantation does not like idle hands, even during rest periods. You close your eyes. The sound of the mill grinding in the distance is a constant low vibration in the earth. Grind, crush, grind, crush. It matches the beating of your heart. You drift into a darkness that isn't sleep. It's just a pause, a black void where the heat and the smell of molasses can't reach you. But in your dreams, you're still holding the ladle. You're still skimming the scum. And the syrup is rising, 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 until it spills over the edge. You wake up gasping. It isn't a dream this time. It's the conch shell blowing again. But the sound is wrong. It's frantic, short, sharp blasts. This isn't the signal for a shift change. This is the signal for fire. Panic is instantaneous. On a sugar plantation, fire is the apocalypse. The cane fields are essentially acres of dry, fibrous kindling. If the wind catches a spark, thousands of acres, and the lives trapped within them, can be incinerated in minutes. You scramble to your feet, ignoring the throb in your toe. You stumble out of the hut into chaos. It is midday. The sun is blinding, but there is a dark stain spreading across the blue sky to the east. Smoke. Thick, black, oily smoke rising from the Peace, the specific field section closest to the river. Fire! Fire in the guinea grass, someone is screaming. You grab your machete, not to cut cane this time, but to cut a fire break. You run toward the smoke. Everyone is running. The first gang, the second gang, even the children from the grass gang. The hierarchy of the plantation dissolves in the face of the fire. The overseer is shouting orders from his horse, but his voice is high and thin with fear. If the crop burns, everyone suffers. Rations will be cut. Punishments will be brutal. You reach the edge of the burning field. The heat is terrifying. It is different from the boiling house. That was a contained, industrial heat. This is wild. It roars like a living animal. The flames are leaping 20 feet into the air, devouring the dry cane leaves with a crackling sound that sounds like gunfire. Cut! Cut the line! The strategy is simple and desperate. You have to sacrifice a section of the field to save the rest. You line up with 50 other workers about 50 yards ahead of the fire. The wind is blowing the flames toward you. You have to clear a strip of land, cut down the green cane, drag it away and scrape the earth bare. Before the fire reaches you, you swing your machete. You are chopping with a frenzy you didn't know you possessed. Thwack, thwack. The cane falls. You grab the stalks, ignoring the razor-sharp leaves slicing your hands, and throw them behind you. The smoke is blinding. It burns your eyes and fills your throat with ash. You cough, hacking up black phlegm, but you don't stop. The heat is rising. You can feel it on your face, blistering the skin. Faster, faster, the driver screams. He's off his horse now, swinging an axe at a stubborn clump of cane. The fire is gaining. You can hear the whoosh as it jumps from one row to the next. Sparks are flying over your head, landing in the dry trash behind you. Children are running back and forth with wet sacks, stomping out the sparks. It is a war zone. You look to your left. A man named Kudjo, a strong cutter from the first gang, suddenly collapses. He doesn't trip. He just folds. The heat exhaustion has finally taken him. Two women grab his arms and drag him back, away from the encroaching line. You step into his place. You have to close the gap. The fire is 50 feet away, 30 feet. The roar is deafening. You can't hear the orders anymore. You just see the wall of orange death approaching. You chop the last stalk in your section. You drop to your knees and use your bare hands to scrape away the dry leaves, exposing the dark volcanic soil. Back! Get back! You scramble backward, dragging your machete. The fire hits the brake. It hungers for more fuel. It leans over the bare strip of earth, flames licking at the air. It hesitates. For a terrifying 10 seconds, it seems like it might jump. A gust of wind catches a burning leaf and lofts it high over the brake. It lands in the green cane on your side. You sprint toward it. You don't think. You just react. You stomp on the burning leaf with your bare feet, crushing the fire into the mud. You stomp until there is nothing left but a smudge of ash. You look up. The fire is holding at the line. It is raging, furious, consuming the cane on the other side, but it cannot cross the gap you just made. It begins to burn itself out, turning inward, eating its own smoke. A collective sigh ripples through the line of workers. People drop where they stand, chests heaving. You're covered in soot. You look like a shadow. Your hands are bleeding from a dozen small cuts. Your foot, the one with the jigger wound, is throbbing in time with your heartbeat. The overseer rides up, his face pale beneath the grime. He looks at the blackened field, then at the exhausted workers. "Good," he mutters. "Water break. Then get back to the mill. We lost 10 acres. We have to make up the quota." You stare at him. The adrenaline is fading, leaving you hollow. You just saved the plantation. You just saved his livelihood. And the reward is more work. You stand up slowly. You help Cudjoe, who is conscious now but groggy, to his feet. You hand him his machete. "We live," he whispers. "We live," you reply. You walk back toward the mill. The smoke from the fire mixes with the steam from the boiling house, creating a twilight at noon. You're thirsty, you're injured, and you are exhausted. But the mill is turning, the rollers are grinding, and the sugar must be made. As you walk, you notice something on the ground near the path. A piece of iron chain, rusted and half buried in the mud. It's a part of an old ox harness, or maybe something else. You kick it aside, but the image stays with you. Iron and mud. That is the world here. You reach the mill yard. The oxen are circling the mill, their heads low. The juice is flowing into the gutters. The smell of raw sugar hits you again. You take your place at the rollers. You grab a bundle of cane. You feed it in, grind, crush, grind, crush. The machine eats, and you feed it. The days bleed into weeks. Crop time is a marathon with no finish line. Your life shrinks down to a series of sensory inputs. The weight of the cane, the heat of the copper, the taste of salt fish, the itch of the mosquito bite. Your body adapts, or it breaks. Yours is adapting, hardening into something lean and tough like cured leather. But survival isn't just about endurance. It's about navigation. You have to navigate the social landscape of the plantation just as carefully as you navigate the boiling vats. The plantation is a small enclosed city with its own laws, its own currency, and its own hierarchy. On Sunday the machine pauses, not stops. The cattle still need feeding, the fires still need banking, but the relentless grinding slows down. Sunday is market day. You wake up not to the conch shell, but to the sound of voices chattering. People are moving with a different energy today. They are carrying baskets, not machetes. You have a small plot of land behind the huts. It's called a provision ground. This is the one mercy, the one loophole in the system. You're allowed to grow your own food here. Yams, eddos, callaloo, maybe some peppers. Whatever you grow is yours. You can eat it or you can sell it. You dig up a few pounds of sweet potatoes. They are knobby and covered in dirt, but they represent freedom. You wash them in a bucket and load them into a woven basket. You put on your Sunday best, a shirt that is slightly less tattered than your work shirt, maybe a piece of colourful calico tied around your head. You join the stream of people walking toward the coast. The market is 5 miles away, in the nearest town. The walk is long, but it feels light because you aren't marching. You are walking for yourself. The road is bustling. You see people from neighbouring plantations. There is news being exchanged, gossip about which overseer is sick, rumours of a ship arriving from England, whispers of unrest in the mountains. Information is currency here. You reach the market. It is an explosion of noise and colour. Women are sitting on blankets spread on the ground, surrounded by mounds of fruit. Green plantains, yellow bananas, star apples, sour sops. There are piles of dried fish, bolts of cheap cloth, handmade clay pots, and iron nails. You find a spot and lay out your sweet potatoes. A free coloured woman approaches. She's wearing a Madras head wrap and shoes, real leather shoes. She inspects your potatoes, haggling over the price. "Too small," she says, clicking her tongue. "Sweetest in the parish," you reply, keeping your face impassive. "Grown in volcanic soil." She eventually buys them for a few coins, macaronis, or maybe a silver bit. You hold the metal in your hand. It's cold and hard. This money is yours. You can buy salt pork to supplement your rations. You can buy a new knife, or you can save it. Saving is dangerous. Money can be stolen or confiscated, but it's a sliver of hope. You walk through the market, buying a piece of tobacco and a small tin of pomade for your hair. It smells of bergamot and grease. It's a tiny luxury, but it makes you feel human. You hear a commotion near the harbour. A crowd is gathering. You push your way through. A ship has docked, a merchant vessel. Sailors are unloading crates, but it's not the cargo that has people staring. A group of new arrivals is being led off the ship. They look dazed, blinking in the harsh tropical light. They are saltwater Negroes, people freshly arrived from Africa. They don't speak the local Creole. Their skin is darker, their bodies thinner from the middle passage. They look terrified. You watch them with a mixture of pity and recognition. You remember that look. You remember the rocking of the ship, the smell of the hold, the disorientation of stepping onto solid ground that feels like it's still moving. An old man next to you, a carpenter from your estate named Moses, spits on the ground. "More hands for the grinder," he mutters. You nod. These new people don't know about the cane yet. They don't know about the rollers or the boiling house or the jiggers in the dust. They will learn. They will have to learn fast. You turn away. You can't help them. You have to get back before sundown. The walk back is quieter. The energy of the market fades, replaced by the looming reality of Monday morning. As you walk, you pass the great house on the hill. It is white, with wide verandas and green shutters. It looks cool and serene, floating above the heat of the fields. You can hear piano music drifting down. Sounds alien, tinkling and delicate against the heavy backdrop of the jungle. You reach your hut as the sun sets. You hide your coins in a hollow piece of bamboo in the roof thatch. You eat a piece of the salt pork you bought, savouring the fat. The night sounds of the village surround you. Someone is playing a banjo, a simple instrument made from a gourd and goat skin. The rhythm is complex, syncopated. People are singing, a low call and response song that is part lament, part defiance. You sit in the doorway smoking your pipe. The smoke keeps the mosquitoes away. You look at your hands. They are scarred, calloused, stained with soil and sugar. But they are still your hands. Tomorrow the shell will blow. Tomorrow the cane will be waiting. But tonight you have a full belly, a coin in the roof, and the memory of the market. You sleep. And for the first time in weeks, you don't dream of the mill. You dream of the ocean. Monday morning arrives with the subtlety of a hammer blow. The conch shell sounds, and the market day feels like a hallucination from a different life. You are back in the Osnaburg clothes, back in the mud, back in the line, but today the rhythm is broken. Around mid-morning, a rider comes galloping down from the great house. It's the bookkeeper, a misnomer because he rarely touches books. He's a young white man, usually poor, trying to make his fortune before the fever takes him. He acts as a junior overseer. He looks panicked. Cattle loose. The mill herd has broken the fence. This is a disaster. The cattle power the mill when the wind dies down or the water level drops. Without them, the cane sits and spoils. But worse, loose cattle in the cane fields can destroy acres of crop in minutes, trampling the stalks and eating the valuable sugar. First gang, drop the cutlasses, get the ropes. You drop your machete and run toward the cattle pen. It's a muddy enclosure near the mill. The fence rail has snapped, probably rotted through by the damp and never fixed. A dozen massive oxen are thundering toward the high cane of the north piece. Catching a runaway ox is not like catching a dog. These animals weigh nearly a ton. They have horns the span of your arms, and right now they are spooked and angry. You grab a coil of heavy hemp rope. You and 5 other men spread out trying to flank the herd. You have to turn them before they get deep into the cane. If they scatter into the dense stalks, you'll never get them out without cutting down the whole field. "Hey, hey, turn back!" you shout and wave your arms. The lead ox, a massive brindle beast with a scarred flank, lowers its head and charges. You don't have a weapon, you have a rope. You dive to the side, rolling into the mud. The ox thunders past, its hoof missing your head by inches. You feel the wind of its passing. "Get the loop on him! The horns!" Cudjoe, the man you helped during the fire, is on the other side. He swings his rope like a lasso. It catches the ox's left horn. The rope snaps taut. Cudjoe digs his heels into the mud, muscles bulging, but the ox drags him like a doll. You scramble up and grab the trailing end of the rope. "Hold him!" You pull back with everything you have. The rough hemp burns your palms. 2 more men jump on the line. It's a tug of war between 4 men and 2,000 pounds of muscle. The ox bellows, thrashing its head. You're sliding in the mud. The cane stalks are whipping your face, but the drag is working. The ox slows, confused by the resistance. Snub it on the tree!" There is a sturdy lignum vitae tree at the edge of the field. You wrap the rope around the trunk, the ox jerks, the rope tightens, the tree groans, but it holds. The ox is trapped. Panting, you lean against the tree. Your heart is hammering against your ribs. You look at your hands. Rope burn. Raw, red skin across your palms. Another injury to add to the collection. It takes 2 hours to round up the rest of the herd. By the time the fence is patched, the sun is high, and the mill has been silent for too long. The overseer is furious. He paces back and forth, slashing his whip at the tall grass. Night shift stays on until the quota is met, he spits. No breaks. A murmur of anger ripples through the gang. No breaks means no food. It means working 20 hours straight. It is a death sentence for the weak. You look at Cudjoe. He's rubbing his shoulder where the rope yanked it. He meets your eyes. There is a dangerous look in them. A spark. "The fence was rotten," Cudjoe whispers. "We told them last week. They didn't fix it." You nod. Negligence is common. They push the machinery and the animals and the people until they break, then blame the broken parts. You go back to the mill. The oxen are re-yoked, sullen and foaming at the mouth. The grinding starts again. Groan, crush, groan, crush. But the atmosphere has shifted. The exhaustion is still there, but under it there is a simmering tension. The first gang is angry. You can feel it in the way the cane is thrown onto the carrier. Harder, faster, almost violent. That night in the boiling house, the heat seems oppressive. The air is heavy, not just with steam, but with something else. The head boiler, a man named Quacko, is usually strict but fair. Tonight, he is distracted. He keeps glancing at the door. Around midnight, a young woman from the field gang slips into the boiling house. She isn't supposed to be there. She pretends to bring water, but she moves close to Quacko and whispers something. Quacko's face goes still. He looks around the room, his eyes landing on you, then Cudjoe, then the others. He gives a nearly imperceptible nod. The woman leaves. Quacko bangs his ladle against the side of the copper. "Skim the pot! Wake up!" But as he passes you, he mutters, low and fast, "Meeting by the river tomorrow night. Tell only the trusted." Your pulse spikes. A meeting. This is dangerous. Meetings are forbidden. Conspiracy is punishable by hanging, or gibbeting, being locked in an iron cage and left to starve in the sun. But the fence was rotten, and the quota is impossible, and your hands are bleeding. You finish your shift in a daze. The mechanical motions of ladling and skimming happen automatically. Your mind is racing. The river meeting. It could be nothing, just venting, or it could be the start of a strike, or a rebellion. Jamaica has a history of rebellion. The Maroons, runaway communities in the mountains, fought the British to a standstill years ago. But you aren't a Maroon. You are on the plantation. You're exposed. Dawn comes, you stumble out. You find Cudjoe near the water barrel, you pretend to drink. "River. Tonight," you whisper. Cudjoe doesn't blink. He wipes his mouth. "I heard. I'll be there." You go to your hut. You check your hidden coins. They are still there. You check your knife. It is sharp. You lie down, but sleep doesn't come easily. The mill noise seems louder today. It sounds less like a machine and more like a beast, chewing on bones. You close your eyes and see the fire again. The wall of flame, the power of it. If the cane burns, the sugar stops. If the sugar stops, the money stops. You realize, with a jolt of terrified clarity, that you have power. Not much, but some. You are the hands that feed the machine. If the hands stop, the machine starves. Tonight, by the river, you will find out if anyone else is ready to stop feeding it. The night of the meeting is moonless. This is good. The darkness is absolute under the canopy of the jungle. You slip out of your hut, timing your movements between the patrols of the watchmen, usually older enslaved men tasked with guarding the village, but often sympathetic enough to look the other way for a price or a promise. You move toward the river. The sound of the water rushing over rocks masks the sound of your footsteps. You are barefoot, which helps. You know where the dry leaves are and where the soft mud lies. You move like a shadow. The meeting spot is a small clearing near a bend in the river, sheltered by the massive sprawling roots of a silk cotton tree. The tree is sacred. Spirits live in its branches. The overseers avoid it at night because they are superstitious, afraid of duppies, ghosts. When you arrive, there are already 20 people there. Faces you recognize from the first gang, the mill, the boiling house. Quaco is there, Cudjoe is there, and a woman named Nanny, a midwife who knows every birth and death on the estate. They are speaking in hushed tones. Not in English, but in a mixture of English and Twi, the language of the Akan people from the Gold Coast. It is a language of secrets here. "The fence was not an accident," Cudjoe is saying. Moses the carpenter saw the bookkeeper weaken the post. They wanted an excuse to extend the shift. A murmur of outrage. If this is true, the exhaustion, the injuries, the hunger, it was all manufactured. Quacko raises a hand. His palms are scarred from years of handling hot ladles. We cannot fight them with cutlasses, he says. They have muskets. They have the militia. If we fight, we die. We are dying anyway, Nanny says. Her voice is calm but hard as flint. 3 babies died last week. Fever. The mothers had no milk because they were in the fields. So what do we do? You ask. Your voice sounds loud in the quiet clearing. Quacko looks at you. We stop the sugar. Strike? Someone whispers. No, Quacko says. Strike means they bring the whip. We make the sugar. Bad. Sabotage. It is a dangerous game. Subtle. Invisible. A stone in the mill gears, Cudjoe suggests. Just one. It cracks a roller. The mill stops for a week to repair. Green wood in the furnace, Nanny adds. It smokes. It doesn't burn hot. The boil takes twice as long. The sugar won't crystallize. The lime, Quacko says. Too much lime in the temper, the sugar turns dark. They can't sell it as grade A. They lose money. You listen. This is warfare, but it is industrial warfare. It is fighting the machine by breaking its internal logic. We start tomorrow, Quacko says. Small things. Slow down the line. Drop a tool. Miscount the bundles. Make them think it is bad luck. Make them think the land is fighting them. And if they catch us? A young man asks. They won't, Nanny says, because they think we are stupid. They think we are mules. Mules don't plot. Mules just stumble. The meeting breaks up quickly. You return to your hut, your heart pounding. You feel different. You aren't just a pair of hands anymore. You're a saboteur. The next day the campaign begins. You are in the mill. You wait until the overseer turns his back to shout at a cart driver. You grab a piece of iron, a broken bolt you found in the mud, and you slide it into a bundle of cane. You feed the bundle into the rollers. You hold your breath. Crunch. The sound is sickening. A loud metal-on-metal screech that makes everyone flinch. The rollers jam. The oxen strain against the yoke, bellowing as the gears lock up. Halt! Halt! The mill driver screams. The mill stops. The silence is sudden and heavy. The overseer runs over. He peers into the rollers. He sees the jammed iron. Who did this? Who fed this bundle? You step forward, making your face a mask of confusion and fear. It was in the cane, massa, you stammer. I didn't see it. The mud. It hides things. He glares at you. He looks at the rollers. The main cylinder is cracked. It will take days to replace. Days of silence. Days of no sugar. He raises his whip. You flinch, expecting the blow. But he lowers it. He can't prove it was you, and he needs you to clear the jam. If he disables you, the work takes even longer. Clear it, he screams, and check every stalk. If this happens again, I'll skin you alive. You nod, terrifyingly submissive. Yes, massa. You and Cudjoe work to pry the rollers apart. As you heave on the crowbar, Cudjoe catches your eye. He doesn't smile. He doesn't nod. But there is a light in his eyes. The mill is down. The first gang is sent to do maintenance work. Repairing fences, clearing ditches. It is hard work, but it is not the mill. The pace is slower. The pressure is off. For 3 days the plantation breathes. But sabotage has consequences. The owner, a man you rarely see, comes down from the great house. He's red-faced and sweating in his linen suit. He walks around the broken mill, poking at it with his cane. He calls the overseer over. They speak in low, angry voices. You catch snippets. Loss of profit. Incompetence. Make an example. That night the patrols are doubled. The watchmen are replaced by hired militiamen with muskets. They patrol the village with dogs. You're lying on your mat, listening to the heavy boots of the militia outside. You realize the game has escalated. You broke the machine, but the machine is fixing itself, and it is adding armor. Then you hear a sound that freezes your blood. The dogs are barking. Not the I hear a possum bark, the I found something bark. They're at Nanny's hut. You crawl to the door and peek through a crack. You see torches. You see the militia dragging Nanny out. She's not struggling. She holds her head high. They found something. Maybe herbs they think are poison. Maybe just a reason to punish someone. They drag her toward the hothouse, the plantation hospital which doubles as a jail. You grip the doorframe until your knuckles turn white. They took Nanny. Nanny who delivered your sister's baby. Nanny who gave you the lime for your foot. Quacko appears in the shadows next to your hut. He signals you. Stay. You want to run out. You want to fight. But you know Quacko is right. If you run out now, you die. And Nanny dies. You have to wait. You have to be smart. The mill will be fixed tomorrow. The grinding will start again. But now it isn't just about slowing down the work. Now it is about getting Nanny back. The sugar war has begun. The morning after Nanny's arrest, the plantation feels different. The air is heavier, charged with a static electricity that makes the hair on your arm stand up. The mill is repaired, the rollers are turning again, but the workers are silent. Not the usual tired silence, but a focused, dangerous quiet. You take your place, you feed the cane, but your eyes are constantly scanning. You're looking for the militia, you're looking for the overseer, you're looking for an opening. News travels through the gang in whispers, passed from person to person, along with the bundles of cane. Nanny is in the stocks. They say she cursed the mill. They plan to whip her at sundown, to make an example. Whipping is public. It is theatre of terror. They want everyone to watch. They want you to see what happens when the machine is challenged. But Quacko has a plan. At midday, during the shell blow, he finds you. He doesn't look at you. He looks at the ground, pretending to sharpen his cutlass. Tonight, he murmurs, before sundown, when they gather us for the punishment. What do? Fire, he says. Not a fire break this time. A signal. The plan is terrifyingly risky. It requires coordination across the entire estate. The first gang, the mill workers, the boiling house crew. At 5 Cannon PM, the shell blows early. The overseer rides through the fields. All hands, to the yard, all hands. They're gathering everyone to watch Nanny's punishment. It is a power move. They want to break the spirit of the rebellion before it starts. You walk back to the mill yard. Nanny is there. She's tied to a wooden post in the centre of the dirt clearing. She looks small and frail against the massive timber, but her eyes are clear. She sees you. She sees Quacko. She doesn't plead. She waits. The overseer dismounts. He uncoils a long braided whip. He looks at the assembled crowd. Hundreds of people. Silent. Watching. This woman, he announces, his voice booming, is a witch. She poisoned the mill. She tried to steal your livelihood. It is a lie, and everyone knows it. But it is the lie he needs to justify the violence. He raises his arm. And then it happens. From the north field, a plume of smoke rises. Thick, black smoke. Fire! Someone shouts. The overseer turns, distracted. From the south field, another plume. From the east, from the west. 4 fires, lit simultaneously in the dry trash of the furthest fields. Fire! Fire everywhere! The overseer panics. He can't whip Nanny while the plantation burns. If the fire reaches the mill, he loses everything. Get the buckets! Get the carts! Move! He screams at the workers. Chaos erupts. But it is controlled chaos. The workers run, but not toward the fires. They run toward the confusion. In the mayhem, Quacko moves. He isn't running to put out the fire. He is running to the post. With 2 swift strokes of his machete, he cuts Nanny's bonds. Go! He hisses. To the river! The Maroons are waiting! Nanny doesn't argue. She slips into the crowd of running bodies and vanishes toward the tree line. You are part of the distraction. You grab a bucket and run toward the nearest fire, shouting loudly, creating noise and confusion. You accidentally trip, spilling water. You accidentally block the path of a militiaman. The overseer is screaming orders that no one is following. The militia is scattered, trying to chase down the arsonists who are already blending back into the work gangs. The fires are real, but they are small. Controlled burns set in safe zones, designed to create smoke, not destruction. But the fear they create is real enough. By the time order's restored, night has fallen. The fires are out, the yard is empty, and Nanny is gone. The overseer is apoplectic. He rides back and forth, his horse foaming. He realizes too late that he has been played. Where is she? Where is the witch? Silence. The workers stand in formation, faces blank. He rides up to Quacko. He knows, he suspects, but he has no proof. And if he kills the head boiler, the sugar stops. He glares at Quacko. You did this. Quacko looks him in the eye. I was fighting the fire, massa, just as you ordered. The overseer raises his whip. He wants to strike, but he looks at the crowd. Hundreds of people holding machetes, holding hoes, holding heavy ladles. They are not looking at the ground. They are looking at him. He lowers the whip. He knows that if he strikes now, he might not leave the yard alive. Back to work, he barks. Double shift. No food until the quota is met. It is a punishment, but it is a hollow one. Because Nanny is free, and everyone knows it. You go back to the boiling house. The heat is still there. The exhaustion is still there. But something has changed. The fear is gone. Or rather, it has shifted. You realize that the machine is strong, but it is brittle. It relies on your fear. If you take away the fear, the gears start to slip. As you ladle the syrup, you hum a low tune. It is the song Nanny used to sing. The man next to you picks it up. Then the man at the next copper. Soon, the entire boiling house is humming. A low resonant vibration that cuts through the roar of the fires. It is the sound of a machine breaking. But breaking the machine has consequences. The owner will not take this lying down. He will send for soldiers. He will send for the redcoats. You know that this victory is temporary. The real war is coming. But for tonight, as the sugar boils and the smoke rises, you have won. You look at your hands. They are shaking, not from fatigue, but from adrenaline. You are alive. You are awake. And you are ready for whatever comes next. The morning after Nanny's escape is eerily quiet. The usual dawn cacophony, the conch shell, the shouts of the drivers, the clanking of chains, is absent. You wake up to the sound of birdsong, which feels unnatural. You step outside your hut. The air is cool, the mist still clinging to the ground, but it's not a peaceful mist. It's a shroud. The plantation is in lockdown. Redcoats. They arrived in the night. A detachment of British regulars from the garrison in Spanish Town. They are camped in the mill yard. Their red uniforms bright slashes of colour against the drab earth tones of the plantation. They have set up tents, lit fires, and posted sentries at every path leading in or out of the village. You see them patrolling the perimeter of the huts. They carry muskets with bayonets fixed. These aren't militiamen playing soldier. These are professional killers who put down rebellions for a living. "Assembly!" a sergeant shouts. His voice is clipped, foreign. The entire population of the estate is herded into the yard. Men, women, children, the sick from the hothouse. Everyone. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Cudjoe and Quacko. The air smells of fear and unwashed bodies. The owner of the plantation, Mr. Sterling, stands on the steps of the great house. He looks different today. He's wearing a military uniform, an old one that doesn't quite fit. He looks desperate. Beside him is the British captain, a man with a face like carved stone. "There will be no work today," Sterling announces. "Today we weed out the rot." He doesn't mean the cane. The captain steps forward. He holds a piece of paper. "We know there are ringleaders among you," he says calmly. "We know who organised the fires. We know who cut the bonds." He pauses, letting his gaze sweep over the crowd. If the guilty parties surrender now, they will be punished swiftly. If they do not, we will decimate the ranks. Decimate. A Roman term. It means to kill one in every 10 men. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. This is not discipline. This is a massacre. "You have 1 hour," the captain says. He turns and walks back to his tent. The crowd disperses, but no one goes back to their huts. People gather in tight, clusters whispering frantically. Panic is setting in. Mothers are clutching their children. Men are arguing. "We should give them someone," the young man whispers. "Anyone, to save the rest." "No," Cudjoe says sharply. "If we give them 1, they will take 10. They want to break us." Quacko is silent. He's staring at the mill, his face unreadable. "We cannot fight them," you say. "Not like this. They have guns. We have machetes." "We don't need to fight them," Quacko says softly. "We need to leave." "Leave?" You stare at him. "Where? The mountains are miles away. The soldiers are everywhere." "Not everywhere," Quacko says. "They are soldiers. They don't know the land. They stick to the roads. We know the gullies. We know the caves." He outlines the plan. It is madness. It involves moving 300 people, including the elderly and infants, under the noses of the British Army, through a dense jungle at night. "It's impossible," you say. "It is the only way," Quacko replies. "Decimation is not a threat, it is a promise. If we stay, 30 of us die today. Tomorrow, 30 more." The hour passes quickly, the sun climbs higher, baking the mud. The captain returns to the steps. Time is up. Who steps forward? Silence. Not a single person moves. The captain sighs, almost disappointed. "Very well. Sergeant, select the first 10. Soldiers move into the crowd. They grab men at random, a father of 3, a boy who just joined the first gang, an old man who can barely walk. They drag them to the centre of the yard. They force them to their knees. Wait! It is Quaco. He steps forward, breaking the line. I did it, he says. His voice is steady. I lit the fires. I cut the ropes. I am the one you want. The captain looks at him. Just you? One man did all this? I commanded them, Quaco lies. They followed orders. They are simple people. I am the head boiler. They listened to me. It is a noble lie. He's trying to save the village by sacrificing himself. The captain smiles. It is a cold, thin smile. Excellent. Sergeant, take him. Soldiers grab Quaco. They tie his hands. They drag him toward the whipping post, but they don't release the other 10 men. The head is cut off, the captain says. Now we prune the branches, proceed with the decimation. Quaco screams. No, you have me. Let them go. But the captain ignores him. He raises his hand to signal the firing squad, and then the ground explodes. Not metaphorically, literally. A massive boom shakes the earth. Dirt and rocks spray into the air from the edge of the yard. The soldiers stumble. The horses rear and panic. It's the gunpowder store. Someone has blown it. Run! Cudjoe screams. Now! It wasn't Quaco's plan. It was Cudjoe's. While Quaco was distracting them, Cudjoe had slipped away to the magazine. Pandemonium. Smoke fills the yard. The soldiers are disoriented, blinded by dust. The villagers scatter, not in panic, but in a pre-planned wave. They run. For the tree line. For the dense bush where the horses can't follow. You grab a woman who has fallen. It's the mother of the baby Nanny saved. You haul her up. Go! To the river. You run. You hear muskets firing behind you. Crack. Crack. Bullets whiz past, thumping into trees. But the smoke is thick. They are firing blind. You reach the edge of the jungle. You dive into the undergrowth. The thorns tear at your clothes, but you don't feel it. You are running for your life. You look back. You see Quaco. He didn't run. He is still at the post, struggling with his bonds. A soldier is raising a rifle butt. You want to go back, but you can't. You have to lead the others. You plunge deeper into the green darkness. You can hear the shouts of the soldiers fading behind you. You're off the plantation. For the first time in years, you're not on the master's land. You're in the wild. But the wild has its own dangers. You have no food. You have no weapons except your knife. And you have 100 terrified people looking to you for guidance. You stop in a ravine waiting for the stragglers. Cudjoe appears, his face streaked with soot. Quaco? He asks. You shake your head. Cudjoe closes his eyes for a second. Then he opens them. They are hard. Then we make it worth it, he says. We find the maroons. You nod. The rebellion has turned into an exodus. You are no longer slaves. You are fugitives. And the hunt is on. The jungle is not your friend. It is a neutral, indifferent entity that will kill you just as efficiently as the British soldiers if you aren't careful. You are moving through the cockpit country, a geological nightmare of limestone hills and deep bowl-shaped valleys. The terrain is rugged, almost impenetrable. The rock is sharp, jagged limestone that cuts through shoe leather and shreds bare feet. The vegetation is dense, wait-a-bit thorns that hook into your skin, massive ferns that hide deep sinkholes, and vines that trip you at every step. It is night. The only light comes from the stars filtering through the canopy. You are leading a group of 30 people, a fragment of the original escapees, others scattered in different directions to confuse the pursuit. Cudjoe took the main group north. You took the vulnerable ones east, the elderly, the mothers with infants, the injured. You have been walking for 6 hours. Your legs are burning. Your thirst is a physical ache in your throat. But you cannot stop. The soldiers will have dogs. Bloodhounds imported from Cuba, trained to hunt humans. You can't outrun a dog, but you can outsmart it. Water, an old woman whispers behind you. She's leaning heavily on a stick. Soon, you lie. You don't know where the water is. The limestone terrain drains quickly. Rain disappears into underground aquifers, leaving the surface bone dry. You navigate by instinct and memory. You remember stories told by the old men about hidden springs in the cockpits. You look for signs, lush, vegetation that stays green even in the dry season, the flight path of birds at dusk. Suddenly you hear it, a low baying sound in the distance. The dogs. Panic ripples through your group. A young girl starts to cry. Her mother claps a hand over her mouth. "Quiet," you hiss. "They are far. The sound carries in the valley." But they are tracking your scent. You need to mask it. "Into the gully," you whisper. "Stay low." You lead them into a narrow ravine filled with pungent wild ginger and rotting vegetation. The smell is strong, earthy and sharp. You hope it's enough to confuse the hounds. You reach a patch of soft mud. Rub it on your legs, on your arms, cover the scent. It's degrading, covering yourself in muck, but survival has no dignity. Everyone does it. The mud cools your skin, offering a small relief from the insect bites. You keep moving. The terrain gets steeper. You're climbing now, pulling yourself up rock faces using tree roots as handholds. The elderly struggle. You and the stronger men have to lift them, passing them up like sacks of grain. At the top of the ridge you pause. You look back. Far below, in the valley you just left, you see torchlights. Tiny pinpricks of orange moving through the darkness. They are closer than you thought. "They are fast," a man named Kofi whispers. He was a blacksmith on the estate. He carries a heavy iron hammer he managed to smuggle out. "They are on horses," you say. "Horses can't climb this ridge. They will have to dismount." That buys you time, but not much. "We need to find the cave," you say, the one Nanny spoke of. Legend says Nanny of the Maroons used a network of caves to move her people unseen. If you can find an entrance, you can disappear underground. You push on. The jungle gets thicker. You're hacking a path with your machete, trying to make as little noise as possible. Chop, push, step. Then the ground disappears. You almost walk into it. A sinkhole, a vertical shaft dropping into darkness. You drop a stone. You count. 1, 2, 3, clatter. Deep. But you feel something. A draft. Cool air rising from the hole. "This is it," you say, "the entrance." "We can't jump," Kofi says, looking down into the black void. "We climb." There are vines hanging into the pit, thick lianas as strong as rope. You tug on one. It holds. "I go first," you say. "If it's safe, I signal." You wrap the vine around your waist and lower yourself over the edge. The darkness swallows you. The air gets cooler, damp. The smell of bat guano hits you, ammonia and musk. Your feet touch solid rock. You're on a ledge about 30 feet down. You light a small torch you prepared earlier, a piece of resinous wood. The light flares, revealing a massive cavern. Stalactites hang from the ceiling like stone icicles. The floor slopes downward into the earth. "Safe!" you call up, keeping your voice low. One by one they descend. It takes time. The old woman has to be lowered in a sling made of shirts. The babies are strapped to their mothers' backs. When the last person is down, you cut the vines. You leave no way to follow. You're underground. The world above, the soldiers, the heat, the plantation, is gone. Here it is silent. But caves have their own dangers. You have one torch. If it goes out, you're trapped in absolute darkness. There are pits you can't see, and you still have no water. "We walk," you say. "Follow the draft." Air moves toward the exit. You lead the group deeper. The cave is a labyrinth. Passages branch off into nothingness. You mark your path with charcoal on the walls. You hear water, a trickle. You rush forward. A small stream flows through the rock, crystal clear and ice cold. Water! People fall to their knees, cupping their hands. They drink. It is the best water you have ever tasted. Pure, mineral-rich, untainted by the plantation. You fill the few gourds and bottles you have. You wash the mud from your face. "We rest here," you say, "just for a few hours." The group huddles together on the stone floor. It is hard, but it is safe. The dogs can't smell you here. The soldiers can't see you. You sit guard, watching the torch flicker. You're exhausted, but your mind is alert. You're thinking about Quaco. Is he dead? Did they torture him? You think about the future. You're a maroon now, but you're not in a maroon town yet. You're just a group of runaways in a hole in the ground. Suddenly you hear a sound, not from the entrance, from deeper in the cave. Footsteps, soft rhythmic footsteps. Someone is walking toward you from the dark. You stand up, raising your machete. Kofi grips his hammer. A figure steps into the torchlight. A woman. She's dressed in leather and camouflage made of leaves. She holds a spear. Her hair is locked in thick cords. She looks at you. She looks at the terrified group behind you. She doesn't look surprised. "You took the long way," she says. "It's Nanny." Not the nanny from history, the nanny from the village, the midwife. She's alive, she made it, and she brought friends. Behind her, 3 men emerge from the shadows, maroons, real ones. They carry muskets and look at you with a mixture of suspicion and respect. "We heard the explosion," Nanny says. "We knew someone would come." She hands you a piece of jerked pork. "Eat, then we move. The British know about this cave. They will be here by morning." You take the meat. You look at her. She looks different, stronger, dangerous. "Quaco?" he asks. She shakes her head. "He bought us time. Don't waste it." She turns and walks back into the dark. "Follow me." You rouse the group. You follow Nanny deeper into the earth, leaving the plantation life behind forever. You are walking into the heart of the island, into the secret history of resistance. And for the first time, you aren't just surviving, you are fighting back. You follow Nanny out of the cave and into a world that looks like the earth has been broken apart by a giant hammer. You're entering the heart of the cockpit country. If the plantation was a prison of order and straight lines, this place is a fortress of chaos. The sun is rising, but it doesn't flood the landscape with light. Instead, it filters through a canopy so dense it feels like twilight. The terrain is violent. You're standing on the edge of a cockpit, a deep bowl-shaped depression with steep rocky sides, surrounded by conical limestone hills. It looks like an egg carton made of stone and jungle. "Walk where I walk," Nanny whispers. "Step where I step." You look down at her feet. She's wearing sandals made of woven fibres, tough and flexible. Your bare feet, calloused as they are, bleed on the limestone. The rock here is sharp, jagged and unforgiving. It is called honeycomb rock because it is full of holes, but the edges are like broken glass. The maroons move through this nightmare landscape as if they are floating. They don't break twigs. They don't slide on the mud. They move with a fluid economy of motion that makes you feel clumsy and loud. You are stumbling, breathing hard, your chest heaving. Every step is a calculation. Don't slip. Don't fall. Don't make a sound. You realise quickly that this terrain is their greatest weapon. A British soldier in heavy boots and a wool uniform would die here in hours. He would twist an ankle, faint from heat stroke, or get lost in the endless repetitive valleys. The Maroons haven't just hidden in the land, they have weaponized the geography. After 2 hours of grueling climbing, Nanny stops. She raises a hand. From somewhere deep in the valley a sound echoes. It is a low, mournful tone, rising and falling in a complex pattern. It sounds like a cow lowing, but with a rhythm like speech. Tu-tu-tu, tu-tu-tu. "The abeng," Kofi whispers beside you. It is a cow horn blown by a Maroon sentry, but it isn't just making noise, it is talking. The Maroons have developed a code, a language of horn blasts that mimics the tonal patterns of their ancestral Twi language. They can send messages across the valleys faster than a horse can run. "They know we are here," Nanny says. "They're asking who we are." One of the men with her takes a horn from his belt. He blows a response. The sound vibrates in your chest. It says, "Friends, runaways, survivors." A pause. Then the distant horn blows again. "Come." You keep moving. The humidity here is intense. The limestone holds water in underground pockets, releasing it as steam when the sun hits. You're drenched in sweat. Insects swarm around your face, tiny, biting gnats that aim for the eyes. You want to swat them, but Nanny's look warns you. Movement attracts attention. Suddenly the jungle around you shifts. You freeze. You didn't see them. You walked right past them. 5 men step out of the bush less than 10 feet away. They are covered in bush, branches and leaves woven into their hair and clothes. They look like walking trees. They hold muskets, old Spanish weapons, kept polished and dry despite the damp. This is the famous Maroon camouflage. They call it dressing up. They can stand perfectly still for hours, blending into the foliage until an enemy is within arm's reach. The leader of this patrol, a tall man with a scar running down his cheek, looks at your ragtag group. He doesn't smile. He looks at the old woman you carried, the babies, the injured. "Many mouths," he says. His voice is rough. "Many hands," Nanny counters. "They broke the mill. They burned the fields." The leader looks at you. He studies your hands, still stained with molasses and soot. He nods. "They can work," he says, "but if they lag, we leave them. The British are 2 hours behind." 2 hours? You thought you had lost them in the cave. You underestimated the British resolve, or perhaps their dogs. "Move," the leader orders. To the town. The pace increases. You're practically running now, scrambling up rocky slopes. Your lungs burn. You help the old woman, practically dragging her up a vertical incline. Finally, you crest a high ridge. The ground levels out into a plateau hidden between 3 peaks. You stop and stare. It is a town. A real town. Not a collection of huts, but a fortified settlement. There are houses built of timber and thatch, arranged in neat rows. There are gardens, lush plots of yams, plantains and corn growing in the rich soil between the rocks. There are smokehouses for curing meat. There are children playing, not in fear, but in safety. This is Nanny Town, or a version of it, a stronghold deep in the interior. It is a shock to your system. You have lived your whole life in the shadow of the great house, where every movement was controlled, every moment watched. Here, there is order, but it is their order. You are led into the centre of the settlement. People stop what they are doing to watch you. They don't cheer. They assess. In a maroon town, everyone must contribute. There is no room for dead weight. You are brought before the council. It is held under a massive cedar tree. The elders sit on carved stools. They are old, their faces mapped with wrinkles, but their eyes are sharp. You seek sanctuary, an elder says. It is a statement, not a question. We seek freedom, you reply. Freedom costs, the elder says. Here you are not slaves, but you are soldiers. Every man, every woman, every child fights. If the British come, we defend this hill until the last breath. Can you do that? You look at the people around you. You look at the gardens. You look at the muskets stacked ready by the huts. Yes, you say. Then you are maroon, the elder says. Wash, eat, then we train. You're taken to a stream. You wash the plantation mud off your skin. You wash the smell of the boiling house out of your hair. The water is cold, shocking. You're given food, jerk pork, spicy and smoky, cooked over. Pimento wood. It tastes wild. It tastes like the mountains. But as you eat, you hear the abang blow again. Short, sharp blasts. Warning. The British haven't given up. They have found the trail. They are climbing the ridge. You drop the food. You grab your machete. The elder was right. You aren't safe. You have just traded a prison for a fortress, and the siege is about to begin. The sound of the abang changes everything. The peaceful settlement dissolves instantly into a machine of war. But unlike the panic on the plantation, this is disciplined. Women and children to the high caves, the elder commands. Warriors to the ambush points. Cover the fires. In minutes, the town is transformed. The cooking fires are doused with sand. The children are herded up a narrow path toward the limestone cliffs that overlook the plateau. The able-bodied men and women, including you, are directed to the perimeter. You're paired with Kofi. He still has his hammer, but a maroon fighter hands him a musket. Aim low, the fighter says. British march in lines, hit the legs, the line stops. You're given a position behind a breastwork, a low wall of stone and logs camouflaged with ferns. It overlooks the narrow trail leading up to the plateau. This is the defile. It is the only way up, and it forces the soldiers to walk single file. Wait, Nanny whispers. She's beside you, holding a musket that looks too big for her, but she handles it with ease. Wait until you see the white of their crossbelts. You wait. The jungle is silent again. The insects have stopped singing. The air is heavy with humidity and dread. Then you hear them. Crunch, crunch, clink. The sound of boots on stone. The rattle of equipment. The British don't know how to move quietly. They are arrogant. They believe their discipline and firepower will crush any resistance. They appear around the bend. Red coats stained with sweat and dirt. Heavy shakos on their heads. They look miserable, exhausted by the climb, but they are still coming. The lead soldier is a scout, probably a local guide forced into service. He looks nervous. He scans the trees, but he doesn't see you. You are part of the mountain now. Behind him, the captain, the same one from the plantation. He looks angry. He wants his property back. They enter the kill zone. Now! The maroon leader shouts. The jungle explodes. A volley of musket fire rips through the air. Smoke fills the ravine. The British are caught in the open. The first 3 men go down. The rest scramble, trying to find cover, but there is no cover. The walls of the ravine are steep rock. Return fire, the captain screams. The soldiers fire blindly into the bush. Bullets shred the leaves above your head. You duck, your heart hammering. You've never been shot at. It sounds like angry bees buzzing past your ears, but the Maroons don't stand and fight. They fire, and then they vanish. "Move!" Nanny hisses. You crawl backward, staying low. You slip into a pre-cut tunnel in the vegetation. You run 50 yards to a second position, higher up the ridge. When you look down, the British are regrouping. They are fixing bayonets, preparing to charge the first breastwork. They yell, they charge, and they find nothing, just smoke and empty space. Then you fire again from the new position. This is Maroon warfare. Hit and run. Confusion, psychological terror. The British are terrified. They are fighting ghosts. They are fighting the land itself. The captain tries to rally his men. Push! Push up the hill! But then, a new sound joins the battle. A rolling, crashing noise. From the cliffs above, the Maroons release the boulders. Massive rocks, piled ready for this moment, are shoved over the edge. They crash down the ravine, smashing trees, bouncing off the limestone walls. The soldiers scream. The formation breaks. They turn and run, scrambling back down the trail, abandoning their packs, their dignity, their discipline. You watch them flee. You feel a surge of triumph, fierce and hot. You did this. You, who were property yesterday, just defeated an army, but the victory is short-lived. They will be back, the Maroon leader says, reloading his musket with calm efficiency. With cannons, with more men. We have bought a day, maybe two. You look at the retreating redcoats. You realise this isn't a skirmish. It's a war of attrition. And you are on the side with less powder, less food, and nowhere else to run. "We need to move the town," the elder says. "Move the town?" You stare at him. "We just got here." "The secret is broken," he says. "Once they know the path, the place is burned. We burn it ourselves before they can take it. It is a harsh philosophy. Own nothing you cannot carry. Build nothing you cannot destroy. That evening you help dismantle the settlement. The huts are stripped of useful materials. The crops are harvested quickly, every yam and ear of corn dug up. The rest is set on fire. You watch the village burn. The smoke rises into the night sky, joining the stars. It is a signal to other Maroon communities. We are moving. We are fighting. You shoulder a heavy pack of provisions. You look at Nanny. She looks tired, but her eyes are still bright. "Where do we go?" you ask. "Deeper," she says. "To the high blue mountains, where the clouds touch the ground, where the British cannot breathe." You turn your back on the fire. You start walking again, upward, into the cold mist of the peaks. You're tired, you're hungry, you're hunted, but you're free. And as you climb, you hear the abeng blowing in the distance, calling out to the mountains, telling them you're coming home. The journey into the Blue Mountains is a different kind of hell. The heat of the lowlands gives way to a damp, bone-chilling cold. You're climbing above the cloud line. The vegetation changes from tropical jungle to stunted, moss-covered trees that look like twisted old men, frozen in agony. The air is thin. Every breath is a struggle. Your chest aches. You're carrying a heavy pack, yams, salt, gunpowder, and your legs are screaming. The path is barely a goat track, winding along the edge of precipices that drop thousands of feet into white nothingness. One slip and you fall forever. It rains constantly. Not the heavy showers of the coast, but a persistent, soaking drizzle that seeps into your bones. You're always wet. Your skin is wrinkling, turning pale and soft. Trenchfoot is a risk here, even if they don't call it that yet. Nanny walks ahead. She seems immune to the cold. She knows the path. She stops occasionally to check the moss, to listen to the wind. She's reading the mountain. "We are close," she says on the third day. "The sanctuary." You crest a final ridge, and the clouds part for a moment. Below you lies a hidden valley, completely encircled by sheer cliffs. It is green, lush, protected from the wind. A river winds through it, sparkling silver. Smoke rises from a dozen fires. It is the main Maroon stronghold, a city in the sky. You descend. The reception is wary. Sentries emerge from the mist, their weapons levelled. They check your face, your hands, your eyes. They are looking for spies. They are looking for weakness. But when they see Nanny, they lower their guns. They bow their heads. She is a legend here, a spiritual leader, an Obeah woman. You are welcomed, but not with open arms, with tasks. "You build," an elder says, handing you an axe. "Shelter first, then defence." You spend the next week building a hut from cedar logs and thatch. It is sturdy, warm. You dig a fire pit. You learn to weave mats from river reeds. Life here is hard, but it has a rhythm. You wake up not to a conch shell, but to the sun. You work not for a master, but for the community. You hunt wild boar in the forests. You gather honey from wild bees. You farm the steep terraces, but you are always watching the pass. The British are relentless. They have maps now. They have guides, captured Maroons who broke under torture. One evening a runner arrives exhausted and bleeding. "They're coming," he gasps. Colonel Guthrie, with 500 men, and the dogs. 500. It is an invasion force. The council meets. The debate is fierce. Some want to run again, deeper, but there is nowhere deeper to go. This is the last stronghold. "We fight," Nanny says, "but not like before. We don't ambush, we trap." The plan is the Nannytown trap. It relies on the geography of the valley. The entrance is a narrow gorge, the narrow path. "We let them in," Nanny says. "We let them think they have won. We let them see the town." "Let them see it?" you ask. "But they will burn it." "They will try," she says, "but they have to cross the river first." The river looks calm, but it is fed by mountain springs. The current is strong, and the banks are steep. You spend 3 days preparing. You dig pits. You sharpen bamboo stakes and hide them in the tall grass. You pile rocks. You create false paths that lead to cliffs, and you wait. On the 4th morning, the mist clears, and there they are. The British column snakes its way down the pass. They look confident. They see the town below, the smoke rising. They think they have caught you sleeping. They march toward the river. They don't see any sentries. They don't hear any horns. "Forward," Colonel Guthrie shouts. "Burn it all." They step into the water. It is waist deep. They hold their muskets high. "Now!" The signal is not a horn. It is a single shot. Nanny fires her musket. The valley walls come alive. Hundreds of Maroons rise from the grass, from behind rocks, from the trees. You fire. The British are trapped in the water. They can't run. They can't hide. They are sitting ducks. The water turns red. It is a slaughter, but it is also a message. "Surrender," Nanny's voice echoes across the water. "Or die." The colonel looks around. His men are falling. His retreat is cut off. He realizes he has walked into a kill box. He lowers his sword. "We surrender." It is historic. A British colonel surrendering to a group of escaped slaves. The Maroons emerge. They take the weapons. They take the supplies. But they do not kill the prisoners. "Go back," Nanny tells the colonel. "Tell your king that this land is ours. Tell him we will not be moved. Tell him if he wants peace, he must sign a treaty. A treaty. Recognition. Freedom." The colonel nods, pale and shaken. He leads his battered survivors back up the pass. You watch them go. You stand on the riverbank, your musket in your hand. You look at the water, cleansing itself of the blood. You are tired. Your body is scarred. Your memories are full of fire and iron. But you're standing on your own land. You're breathing your own air. You look at Nanny. She's watching the clouds. "It is not over," she says. "Paper is just paper. They will always want this land." "Then we will always be here," you say. You turn back to the town. There is work to do. The harvest is coming. The children need to be fed. The walls need to be strengthened. You are a Maroon. You are a survivor. And for the first time in your life, you are home. Hey guys, we are leaving the mountains of Jamaica behind now, though the echo of the Abang horn will stay with us. Tonight, we are travelling to a different kind of darkness. We are going to the deep American South, to the swamps of Louisiana and the pine forests of Georgia. We are going to talk about the Underground Railroad, but forget the maps you saw in school with neat little dotted lines. Forget the idea of a railroad with tracks and trains. This wasn't a system of transportation. It was a system of secrets. It was a code spoken in whispers, a map hidden in a song, and a survival guide written in the stars. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. And let me know in the comments, have you ever been lost in the woods at night? That feeling of disorientation is just a fraction of what we're about to explore. Now, dim the lights. Let the shadows in the corner of your room stretch a little longer. And let's ease into tonight's journey. Congratulations. You've just woken up in the year 1850. You're in a cabin on a cotton plantation in Mississippi. It is midnight. The moon is hidden behind heavy clouds, which is good. Darkness is your only ally right now. You're leaving tonight. You have been planning this for months. You have listened to the older men talking by the fire, catching snippets of information. You have memorized the patterns of the overseer's rounds. You have hoarded food, dried corn, a piece of salt pork wrapped in a rag. You sit up on your pallet. Your heart is hammering against your ribs so hard you think it might wake the others. You look around the cabin. Your brother is asleep next to you. Your mother is breathing softly in the corner. You want to wake them. You want to say goodbye. Or better, come with me. But you can't. If you wake them, they might try to stop you. Or worse, they might try to come and they aren't ready. Your mother has a bad leg. Your brother is too young to keep quiet when the dogs come. If you take them, you all die. If you go alone, you might make it. And if you make it, maybe you can send for them. Maybe you can buy them out. It's a desperate hope. But it's all you have. You stand up. The floorboards creak. You freeze. You hold your breath for 10 seconds. No one moves. You grab your small bundle. You slip out the door. The night air is humid, thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. The silence is heavy. Every cricket chirp sounds like a scream. You move toward the tree line. You don't run. Running attracts attention. You walk with a purpose, staying in the shadows of the cabins. You pass the overseer's house. A light is burning in the window. He is awake. You drop to your stomach and crawl through the tall grass. The dew soaks your shirt. Mud slicks your hands. You reach the woods. You stand up and look back. The plantation looks peaceful from here. Just a cluster of dark shapes against the sky. But you know what happens when the sun comes up. You know the sound of the horn. You know the weight of the sack. You turn your back on it. You step into the trees. The first challenge is direction. Where do you go? Follow the North Star, they say. Follow the drinking gourd. But tonight there are no stars. The clouds are a solid grey blanket. You are blind. So you use the other signs. You feel the trees. Moss grows on the north side, the old folks said. You run your hands over the rough bark of an oak tree. You feel a patch of soft, damp moss. It's cooler than the rest of the tree. That's north. You start walking. The woods are dense. Briars tear at your clothes. Roots try to trip. You have to move slowly, feeling the ground with your feet before you put your weight down. A snapped twig sounds like a gunshot in the silence. You walk for hours. Your legs burn. Your fear is a cold knot in your stomach. You are listening for dogs. The patrollers, they ride the roads at night looking for runaways. If they catch you, you don't just go back. You go back broken. Suddenly you hear it. Not dogs. Water. You have reached the swamp. The swamp is a barrier, but it is also a highway. The dogs can't track you through water. If you can wade through it, you lose the scent. You step into the black water. It is cold. Mud squelches between your toes. It smells of decay, of rotting leaves and stagnant pools. You wade deeper. The water rises to your knees, then your waist. You feel things moving in the water. Fish. Snakes. You try not to think about the cottonmouths. You try not to think about the gators. You just keep moving north. You find a cypress tree rising out of the water like a giant skeleton. You lean against it to rest. You are shivering. You are wet, cold, and alone in a swamp in the middle of the night. But then you see something. A light. Not a star. A lantern. It is flickering in the distance on the edge of the swamp. It moves in a specific pattern. Left, right, left. Then it vanishes. Is it a patrol, or is it a station? You remember the code. A light in the window means safe harbour. A lantern on a pole means danger. This was a moving light. A signal. You have a choice. Stay in the swamp and freeze, or move toward the light and risk capture. You choose the light. You push off the tree. You wade toward the signal. As you get closer, you see a small cabin on a patch of dry land. It looks abandoned. The roof is sagging. The windows are dark. But then you hear a voice. Soft. Singing. Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. It's a spiritual, but it's also a code. Steal away means escape is possible tonight. You step onto the bank. You're dripping wet. You're trembling. A figure steps out from the shadow of the cabin. A man, older, holding a lantern with the shutter almost closed, letting out only a sliver of light. He looks at you. He doesn't smile. He doesn't ask your name. He just nods. Friend of a friend, he whispers. Friend of the friendless, you reply. It's the passcode you learned months ago, whispered behind the barn. He opens the door. Get in, quick. You step inside. It is warm. There is a fire burning low in the hearth. The smell of cornbread and coffee hits you and your stomach cramps with hunger. There are other people in the room. 3 of them, huddled in blankets. They look like you, exhausted, terrified, hopeful. You rest here tonight, the man says. Tomorrow the wagon comes. It has a false bottom. You will be cargo. Cargo. You're still property even here, but now you are precious cargo. You are being smuggled to freedom. You sit by the fire. You eat a piece of cornbread. It tastes like heaven. You look around the room. This is a station, one of thousands of secret safe houses dotting the map. This man is a conductor. He risks his life every night. If he is caught helping you, he loses everything. His land, his freedom, maybe his life. Why? You ask him quietly. Why do you do this? He looks at the fire. Because I was you once, he says, and someone left a light on for me. You sleep that night on a rug in front of the fire. It is the best sleep you have ever had. Not because it is comfortable, but because for the first time you aren't sleeping with one eye open. Someone else is watching the door, but the journey is just beginning. The swamp was the first step. The wagon is the second. Ahead of you lie hundreds of miles of road, river, and danger. You are on the railroad now, and the train is leaving the station. You wake up in the dark again, but this time it is different. You aren't in a hut or under a tree. You're in a box. Specifically, you are in a compartment built underneath the floorboards of a farm wagon. It is a false bottom, maybe 2 feet high. You're lying flat on your back, squeezed in next to 2 other runaways. The space is so tight you can't turn over. The wood above your face smells of sawdust and manure. The farmer has loaded the wagon with fertilizer to mask your scent from the dogs. The wagon lurches into motion. The vibration rattles your teeth. You hear the driver, the conductor from the cabin, shout to the horses, "Giddy up! You're moving!" But you are blind. You can only hear the world outside, the crunch of gravel under the wheels, the chirping of birds, the occasional voice of a passerby. It is terrifying. You are completely helpless. If the wagon stops, if someone decides to inspect the load, you're trapped. You can't run, you can't fight. You just have to lie there and pray the wood holds. Hours pass. The air in the compartment gets hot and stale. Dust drifts down through the cracks in the floorboards, choking you. You try to cough quietly, burying your face in your arm. The person next to you is trembling. You reach out and squeeze their hand. It's the only comfort you can offer. Suddenly the wagon slows. You hear the driver pull back on the reins. "Whoa there!" Voices harsh, demanding. "Where are you headed, old man?" "Market. Got a load of manure for the Widow Smith's garden." "Manure, huh?" "Smells like it." A laugh. "Seen any strays?" "We got 3 missing from the plantation down the road. Big reward." Your heart stops. You stop breathing. The person next to you squeezes your hand so hard it hurts. You hear footsteps crunching on the gravel. Someone is walking around the wagon. "Just manure in there? And some hay. You want to dig through it, be my guest. But don't blame me if you ruin your boots." A pause. The longest pause of your life. You imagine the soldier, or the pateroller, poking a bayonet into the pile. You imagine the steel piercing the wood, piercing you. "Nah. Go on. Get that stink out of here. Giddy up." The wagon jerks forward. You let out a breath you didn't know you were holding. The wheels pick up speed. You're safe. For now. But the psychological toll of hiding is immense. You're essentially buried alive for 12 hours a day. You can't see where you're going. You have no control. You have to trust a stranger with your life. By late afternoon, the wagon stops again. This time the driver taps a specific rhythm on the floorboards. Tap, 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 tap. The all clear. The false bottom opens. Fresh air rushes in. It smells of hay and dust, but it is sweet. You crawl out, your limbs stiff and aching. You are in a barn. A different barn. "Next station," the driver says. He looks exhausted. "Eat, sleep. Tomorrow you walk." You're handed off like a parcel. The next conductor is a woman, a Quaker. She wears a plain grey dress and looks stern, but she gives you a bowl of hot stew and a clean blanket. "The river is next," she says. "The Ohio. It's wide, and the patrols are heavy. The Ohio River, the Jordan, the boundary between slavery and freedom. If you cross it, you're in the north, but the north isn't safe yet. The fugitive slave law means bounty hunters can snatch you anywhere. You have to get to Canada. How do we cross, you ask? Ice, she says. It's winter, the river is frozen. Frozen. That means walking across a sheet of ice in the open, exposed to anyone on the banks. Wait for the moon to set, she advises, and walk softly. You rest for a day in the hayloft. You listen to the farm animals below, cows chewing, horses stamping. It reminds you of the plantation, but the feeling is different. Here, the animals are just animals. You aren't one of them. The next night, you set out again. You're walking now. The Quaker woman gives you new shoes, sturdy boots that actually fit. They feel strange on your feet, heavy but protective. You reach the riverbank. The Ohio is massive, a wide grey expanse of ice stretching into the darkness. It looks solid, but you can hear it groaning. The current underneath is strong. If the ice breaks, you're gone. You step out. The ice is slick. The wind cuts through your coat. You're exposed. There is no cover here, just you and the river. You walk. Every step is a test. Crack. The ice shifts under your weight. You freeze. You wait. It holds. You take another step. Halfway across, you hear a whistle. Not a bird, a human whistle, a signal, or a warning. You drop to the ice. You lie flat, trying to blend into the grey surface. You see a lantern on the far bank. Someone is patrolling. You wait. The cold from the ice seeps through your clothes. Your fingers go numb. The lantern moves on. You scramble up. You run. Not a sprint, but a fast sliding shuffle. You reach the other side. You grab the roots of a tree and pull yourself up the bank. You are in Ohio. You are free. But you don't feel free. You feel cold. You feel hungry. And you feel hunted. Because you know the bounty hunters don't stop at the river. They have horses. They have guns. And they have the law on their side. You find the next marker, a quilt hanging on a clothesline. It has a specific pattern, the drunkard's path. It means zigzag. Don't go straight. You follow the code. You move into the woods. You're a ghost in your own country. But as you walk, you see something in the sky. The clouds have broken, and there it is, the North Star, bright, steady, unmoving. It hangs there like a promise. You fix your eyes on it. You keep walking. You're tired. You're scared. But you're not lost, not anymore. You're a traveller on the Underground Railroad, and the tracks only go one way. The next leg of your journey takes you through a landscape that feels entirely alien. You have left the cotton fields and the swamps behind. Now you are moving through the industrializing north. You see factories with smoking chimneys, towns with paved streets, and people moving with a different kind of urgency. But the danger hasn't decreased. It has evolved. In the south, the enemy was the overseer and the bloodhound. Here, the enemy is the informer. The Fugitive Slave Act has turned ordinary citizens into deputized slave catchers. A shopkeeper, a stable hand, even a fellow traveller could be looking to make a quick bounty. You can trust no one. You're hiding in the attic of a tailor shop in a small town in Ohio. The tailor, Mr. Douglas, no relation, he jokes grimly, is a free black man. His shop is a hub of activity, which makes it a perfect cover. No one suspects the noise upstairs is anything but storage. But safe is a relative term. You cannot leave the attic. You cannot stand near the window. You cannot make a sound during business hours. You spend 12 hours a day sitting in the semi-darkness, surrounded by bolts of wool and linen, listening to the bell on the shop door ding every time a customer enters. "Did you hear?" a customer says one afternoon. His voice drifts up through the floorboards. "They caught 3 of them in Cincinnati yesterday. Dragged them right out of a church." You freeze. Cincinnati's only 50 miles away. "Shame," another voice says, "but the law is the law." The law, it is a weapon here. Mr. Douglas brings you food after the shop closes. Cold cuts, cheese, hardtack. He brings news, too. "The river is watched," he says. "The bridges are watched. You have to take the train." "The train?" You stare at him. "I can't buy a ticket. They'll see me." "Not a passenger train," he says. "A freight train. The midnight special." It sounds like a ghost story, but it is real. It is a network of sympathetic railroad workers, brakemen, porters, engineers, who smuggle runaways in boxcars. You go to the depot at 2 a.m, Douglas instructs. Look for a car marked with a white chalk cross on the rim. "Door. That's the one. Don't hesitate. Jump in." That night, you leave the attic. You move through the sleeping town. The gas lamps cast long, eerie shadows. You feel exposed, vulnerable. Every alley looks like a trap. You reach the depot. It is a maze of iron tracks and looming steam engines. The smell of coal smoke and grease is overpowering. The trains hiss and clank like sleeping beasts breathing. You find the car. It is a cattle car, smelling of manure and old hay. There is a small white cross scrawled near the latch. You slide the heavy door open just enough to squeeze through. Inside, it is pitch black. You stumble over something soft. "Easy now," a voice whispers. There are others here. 5, maybe 6 people. You can't see their faces, but you can feel their tension. The train lurches. The whistle blows, a lonely, mournful sound that echoes into the night. The car jerks forward. You're moving faster than you have ever moved in your life. The sensation of speed is terrifying and exhilarating. You are hurtling through the darkness, away from the south, away from the dogs, away from the chains. But the boxcar is its own kind of prison. It is freezing. The wind whistles through the slats. You have no idea where you're going or when you will stop. You are cargo again. Hours pass. The rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the wheels becomes a hypnotic lullaby. You drift into a fitful sleep. You wake to a sudden screech of brakes. The train is stopping. Is it a station, a checkpoint? "Quiet," someone hisses. The door slides open. A lantern shines in. You flinch, expecting a gun. "End of the line, folks," a voice says. It is a friendly voice, a porter in a uniform. "Cleveland, the lake is waiting." You scramble out. The air is biting cold. You're in a massive rail yard surrounded by snow. Real snow. Thick white drifts that cover everything. "Lake Erie," the porter points. "That way. The boats go to Canada. Canada, the promised land." You walk toward the water. The lake is huge, an endless grey expanse that merges with the sky. It looks like the ocean. But there is a problem. The harbour is frozen. The ships are icebound. No boats until the thaw, a fisherman tells you. Maybe March. It is January. You're stuck. You're so close to freedom you can see it on the map, but you can't reach it. And Cleveland is crawling with bounty hunters. They know the port is a bottleneck. They watch the boarding houses. They watch the docks. You have to go underground again. Deep underground. You're taken to a church basement. The station master here is a white minister. He hides you in a crypt behind the furnace. It is warm, but it is suffocating. You wait. Days turn into weeks. You listen to the sermons upstairs. You hear them singing hymns about freedom, about crossing the River Jordan. You wonder if they know you are down here, living the metaphor. One day, the minister comes down. He looks grim. "They're searching the block," he says. "They have a warrant. They're going door to door." "What do? "We move," he says. "Now, in broad daylight." "How?" "A funeral," he says. It is a bold, insane plan. You are dressed in mourning clothes. A heavy black veil covers your face. You're placed in a carriage behind a hearse. You ride through the streets of Cleveland. You see the marshals on the corner questioning people. They see a funeral procession. They take off their hats out of respect. They let you pass. You hold your breath. You're hiding in plain sight, protected by the rituals of death. The procession reaches the cemetery at the edge of town, but the carriage doesn't stop. It keeps going, past the gates, down a country road. "Keep going," the driver says. "To the ice." "The ice?" "The lake is frozen solid," he says. "You can't take a boat, but you can walk." Walk to Canada, across a frozen Great Lake. It sounds like suicide. The ice shifts. There are pressure ridges, open water leads, blizzards. "It's 20 miles, the driver says. "If the weather holds, you make it in a day. If it doesn't..." He doesn't finish. You get out of the carriage at the shoreline. The ice stretches out to the horizon, a white desolate plain. The wind is howling. You look back at the shore. You look at the ice. "Better to freeze free than burn in chains," you whisper. You step onto the ice. It is slippery, uneven. The wind tries to push you back. You start walking. North, toward the invisible line where the laws of men change. You are walking on water. You're walking into the unknown. And for the first time, you aren't running away from something. You're walking toward something. The ice on Lake Erie is a landscape of deception. From the shore, it looked like a flat white sheet. But out here, miles from land, it is a chaotic terrain of jagged ridges, snowdrifts, and terrifying fissures. The wind has sculpted the snow into waves that mimic the water below. You're walking into a void. The sky is grey. The ice is grey. The horizon is a blur where the two meet. There is no sense of distance, no sense of scale. You're a tiny speck moving through a white infinity. The cold is absolute. It finds every gap in your clothing. It freezes your breath on your face, turning your scarf into a stiff mask of ice. Your boots crunch on the crusty snow, a loud, rhythmic sound that seems to echo for miles. You are not alone. There are 5 of you now, the group from the funeral carriage. You walk single file, tied together with a long rope. It's a safety measure. If one person falls through a weak spot, the others can pull them out or go down with them. "Keep moving," the man in front shouts over the wind. "Don't stop. Stopping is freezing." You check the compass the minister gave you. North. Always north. About 2 hours in, the weather turns. The wind picks up, whipping the loose snow into a whiteout. Visibility drops to 0. You can't see the person in front of you, only the rope tugging at your waist. You are walking blind. You stumble over a ridge of ice. You fall. The cold bites through your gloves instantly. You scramble up. You can't lose the line. Then you hear it. A deep, booming crack, like thunder, but it comes from below your feet. The ice is shifting. "Freeze!" Everyone stops. The sound echoes again. "Boom!" A vibration travels up your legs. "Pressure ridge!" the leader yells. "The plates are colliding. We have to go around." You veer east. The ice here is rougher, piled up in chaotic blocks. You have to climb over them. It is exhausting work. Your legs feel heavy, leaden. You look down. Through a patch of clear black ice you see the water. Dark, deep, moving. It is terrifyingly close. Just inches of frozen water separate you from the abyss. Night falls. You're still on the lake. You can't stop to camp. You have to keep moving. You start to hallucinate. You see lights in the distance. Are they stars? Or are they the lights of Canada? Or just phantoms of your exhausted mind? "I see it," someone shouts. "Land." You squint. A dark shape on the horizon. A tree line. You push forward. The adrenaline spikes. You run, stumbling, sliding. But as you get closer, the shape changes. It isn't land, it's a ship. An icebound schooner trapped in the flow. It sits tilted at a crazy angle, its masts coated in ice like a ghost ship. Is it safe? Doesn't matter, it's shelter. You approach the ship. You climb the frozen hull using a rope ladder that hangs down. You scramble onto the deck. It is abandoned. The crew must have walked off when it got stuck. But the cabin doors are open. You crowd inside. It is out of the wind. It feels like a palace. You huddle together, sharing body heat. You eat the last of the hardtack. You sleep for a few hours, huddled in the captain's quarters. You dream of fire. When you wake, the storm has passed. The sun is shining dazzlingly bright on the white expanse. You climb back onto the deck, and there it is. Real land. Maybe 5 miles away. You can see smoke rising from chimneys. You can see a lighthouse. Canada. Let's go, you say. The last 5 miles are the hardest. The ice near the shore is treacherous, broken up by the waves. You have to jump from floe to floe, but you make it. You step onto the snowy beach. You fall to your knees. You kiss the ground. It is cold, wet sand, but it is free soil. A man is walking his dog on the beach. He sees you. He stops. He doesn't run for the sheriff. He waves. "Welcome," he shouts. "You made it. You made it." But the story doesn't end here. Freedom isn't just crossing a line. It's building a life. You settle in a community called Buxton. It is a town built by runaways. You build a house. You plant crops. You learn to read. But you never forget the cold. You never forget the sound of the ice cracking. And years later, when the Civil War starts, you don't stay in Canada. You go back. Because freedom isn't enough if you leave your family behind. You join a regiment. The 54th Massachusetts? Maybe. Or a coloured troop from Ohio. You put on a blue uniform. You pick up a rifle. You march south. Back toward the heat. Back toward the cotton. Back toward the mill. But this time, you aren't running. You are marching. And you aren't alone. Hey guys, we are jumping forward in time now. We are leaving the ice of Lake Erie and heading to the scorched plains of the American West. But this isn't the Wild West you've seen in the movies. We aren't talking about John Wayne. We're talking about the men who built the forts, protected the wagon trains, and fought in conditions that would make a cactus wither. We're going to meet the Buffalo Soldiers. So before you settle in, make sure you've subscribed. We're diving deep into history tonight. and tell me in the comments, what's the coldest or hottest temperature you've ever survived? Let's compare notes. Now dim the lights. Let the sound of the wind outside become the wind on the prairie, and let's travel to 1875. Congratulations, you've just woken up in Fort Concho, Texas. It is July. The temperature is already 95 degrees at 8 a.m. By noon, it will be 110. You're a private in the 10th Cavalry Regiment. You're a Buffalo Soldier. You wear a heavy wool uniform, blue coat, light blue trousers, that was designed for European winters, not the Chihuahuan desert. The wool itches. It traps sweat against your skin until you feel like you're boiling in your own juices. You sit up on your bunk in the barracks. The room smells of old leather, gun oil, and 50 men living in close quarters. Dust hangs in the air, illuminated by shafts of harsh sunlight cutting through the windows. The dust is everywhere. It's in your clothes, in your food, in your teeth. You grind it between your molars when you eat. You pull on your boots. They are government-issued Jefferson booties. They are sturdy, but they have no arch support. After a 20-mile patrol, your feet feel like they have been beaten with hammers. You check them for scorpions first. Always check for scorpions. Réveil, the bugle calls. You line up on the parade ground. The sergeant is a grizzled veteran of the Civil War. He inspects your buttons, your belt buckle, your carbine. Everything must be perfect. You are black soldiers in a white man's army. You have to be twice as good to get half the respect. Patrol today, the sergeant barks. Staked plains, 3 days, fill your canteens. The Staked Plains, Llano Estacado, a vast waterless plateau that eats men alive. There are no landmarks, no trees, just endless grass and sky. If you get lost, you die of thirst. If the Comanches find you, you die fighting. You mount your horse. The saddle is hot to the touch. Your horse, a tough Mustang mix, snorts and stamps. He knows what's coming. You ride out of the fort gates. The heat hits you like a physical blow. The horizon shimmers. The patrol is grueling. You ride in a column of twos. The dust kicked up by the horses coats your face in a grey mask. You wrap a bandana around your nose and mouth, but the dust gets through. You cough, hacking up grit. Water discipline is strict. You take a sip only when the sergeant allows it. The water in your canteen is hot, metallic tasting. It doesn't quench your thirst. It just keeps your tongue from swelling. By afternoon, the sun is a white hole in the sky. You start to see things, mirages, lakes of blue water that vanish when you get close. Apache sign, the scout whispers. The scout is a Tonkawa Indian. He rides ahead, reading the ground like a book. He points to a patch of disturbed grass, a broken twig, a hoof print. You unholster your carbine. It's a Springfield Model 1873, a single-shot breech-loader. It's reliable, but slow. If you miss your first shot, you might not get a second. The tension spikes. The boredom of the ride vanishes, replaced by a cold knot of fear in your gut. You scan the horizon. Is that a rock? Or a warrior lying prone? You ride into a box canyon. The walls rise up on 3 sides, red rock baking in the sun. Ambush! A shot rings out. Then another. Puffs of smoke bloom from the rocks above. Dismount. Form a skirmish line. You jump off your horse. You hand the reins to the horse holder. 1 man in every 4 holds the horses while the others fight. You run for cover behind a boulder. Bullets smack into the dirt around you. You aim your carbine. You fire. Boom! The recoil slams into your shoulder. You flip the breech open. Eject the spent shell, load a fresh one. Click. Clack. It is a firefight. Chaotic, loud, dusty. You can't see the enemy clearly. You're firing at smoke. Then, silence. The Apaches have withdrawn. They don't fight pitched battles if they can avoid it. They hit and run. They test your strength. Mount up, the sergeant yells. They're leading us into a trap. We pull back. You ride back the way you came. You're alive, but you're thirsty, and you still have 2 days of patrol left. That night you camp on the open plain. No fires. Too dangerous. You eat hardtack, a cracker so hard you have to soak it in coffee to chew it, and tinned beef. You lie on the ground, wrapped in your blanket. The temperature drops 40 degrees. You're shivering now. The desert is a land of extremes. You look up at the stars. They are incredible. Millions of them, bright and cold. You think about why you are here. $13 a month, a pension if you survive 20 years, a chance to prove you are a man, a citizen. But out here, under the stars, None of that matters. What matters is the water in your canteen, the cartridge in your belt, and the man sleeping next to you. You drift off. You dream of water, cool, clear water. Morning on the staked plains doesn't break. It bleaches. The sky turns from black to a bruised purple, then instantly into a blinding white glare. You wake up stiff. The ground sucked the heat out of your body all night, but within 30 minutes you'll be sweating again. Saddle up, the sergeant whispers. No bugles out here. Sound carries for miles. Your horse is groggy. You check his hooves. A stone in the frog can lame a horse in an hour, and a man without a horse in this desert is a dead man. You run your hand down his leg. It's solid. You tighten the cinch. The leather creaks, dry and brittle. You take a sip from your canteen. It's half empty. You have to make it last until you find a waterhole. And out here, waterholes are often dry or poisoned. The Comanches sometimes throw dead animals into the springs to slow down pursuers. You pray the scout knows a clean one. The column moves out. Today the mission changes. You aren't just patrolling, you're tracking. The scout found a trail, a raiding party moving cattle north. Your job is to intercept them before they reach the canyon lands where they can disappear forever. Tracking is slow, tedious work. You stare at the ground until your eyes water. You look for sign, a scuff on a rock, a blade of grass bent the wrong way. Droppings. The dust is relentless. It gets into your nose, drying out the membranes until they bleed. You wipe your nose on your sleeve and it comes away red and gritty. By noon, the heat is hallucinatory. The air shimmers above the ground, creating heat devils, dust whirlwinds that dance across the plain. You feel dizzy. Your tongue swells. You start to obsess about ice. You remember the ice houses back east, the blocks of clear, cold water soared from frozen lakes. You would kill for a single chip of ice. Then the scout halts. He signals, dust. You squint. Miles ahead, a faint brown smudge against the blue sky. Cattle. A lot of them. Trot, the lieutenant orders. The pace picks up. The horses sense the urgency. The jolting trot rattles your teeth. Your equipment, canteen, carbine, sabre, bangs against your side. The dust cloud gets closer. You can hear the lowing of the cattle now. Gallop! You spur your horse. The column spreads out into a line. You pull your carbine. The raiders see you. They abandon the slow-moving cattle and scatter. They are on fast ponies, lighter than your cavalry mounts. They split up, riding in 3 different directions. Platoon A, pursue left. Platoon B, pursue right. C, secure the herd. You are in Platoon A. You chase the riders heading toward a ridge. Your horse is heavy, tired, but he has stamina. You gain ground. The raiders turn in the saddle and fire. Crack, crack. A trooper near you grunts and slumps over the neck of his horse. He doesn't fall, but he loses his reins. You return fire. It is hard to aim from a galloping horse. You just point and shoot, hoping to suppress them. They reach the ridge and disappear over the crest. You follow, but as you crest the ridge, you rein in hard. It's a trap. Beyond the ridge is a ravine, and waiting in the ravine are 20 more warriors. They were the bait. Now the trap is sprung. Retreat. Fall back. You spin your horse. Bullets buzz past your head like angry hornets. One clips your hat, knocking it off. You don't stop to get it. You ride low, hugging the horse's neck. You can hear the war cries behind you. It is a terrifying, high-pitched yipping sound. You make it back to the main group. The lieutenant has formed a defensive square around the cattle herd. Dismount. Dig in. You hit the ground. You use your knife to dig a shallow depression in the hard earth. You pile your saddlebags in front of you as a breastwork. The warriors circle. They ride fast, hanging off the sides of their horses so you can't see them, shooting from under the horses' necks. It is an incredible display of horsemanship. You fire steadily. You have to conserve ammunition. You have 40 rounds in your belt. When those are gone, you have your revolver, 6 shots, then your sabre, then your fists. The sun beats down. There is no shade. The metal of your gun barrel burns your hand. This is a siege. They aren't going to charge. They are going to pin you down and let the thirst kill you. Hours pass. Your throat is parchment. You start to feel the symptoms of heat stroke. Nausea, confusion. Your skin stops sweating. That's the danger sign. When you stop sweating, your body is cooking itself. Water, the man next to you croaks. I need water. Save it, you rasp, until dark. Night falls slowly. The shooting stops. The warriors are still out there waiting. The lieutenant crawls over. "We need a runner," he whispers. "To get to the waterhole at Painted Rock, fill the canteens, bring them back." It is a suicide mission. Painted Rock is 2 miles away through enemy lines. "I'll go," you say. You don't know why you say it. Maybe you're delirious. Maybe you just want water so bad you don't care about the risk. You take 6 canteens. You leave your carbine, too heavy, too loud. You take only your revolver and a knife. You crawl out into the darkness. You move like a snake, belly to the ground. Every snap of a twig sounds like a cannon shot. You pass within 20 feet of a warrior standing watch. You can smell the wood smoke on his clothes. You hold your breath until your lungs burn. You make it past the line. You stand up and run, a crouching jog. You reach Painted Rock. It is a depression in the stone, filled with muddy, stagnant water. It looks like the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. You drink first. You scoop the water with your hand. It tastes of mud and algae. It is ambrosia. You fill the canteens. They are heavy now. You strap them across your chest. The straps dig in. You head back. The return trip is harder. You're tired. The water sloshes. Slosh. Slosh. You get close to the perimeter. You hear a sound. A click. A warrior steps out from behind a mesquite bush. He has a knife. You don't think. You react. You tackle him. You roll in the dust. He's strong, wiry. He smells of sage and sweat. You get your hand on your revolver. You fire. Bang. The shot is deafening in the quiet night. The warrior falls back, but now the whole camp is awake. Run! You scramble toward your lines. Friendly coming in, you scream. Your platoon fires a volley over your head to cover you. You dive over the saddlebags, landing in the dirt. You unstrap the canteens. Hands reach out, grabbing them. Men drink, sobbing with relief. You made it, the sergeant says. He claps you on the shoulder. You lie on your back, staring at the stars. You are alive. You have water. But the sun will come up in 4 hours, and the enemy is still there. The siege breaks at dawn, not with a battle, but with a disappearance. When the sun bleaches the sky white, the ridge is empty. The warriors have slipped away in the night, taking their dead with them. They know the cavalry reinforcements are 2 days behind, and they don't fight losing battles. You mount up. Your body feels like it's made of lead. The ride back to the fort is a blur of dust and pain. When you finally ride through the gates of Fort Concho, you don't feel like a hero. You just feel tired. You dismount. You hand your horse to the stable boy. You walk to the barracks and collapse on your bunk. You sleep for 14 hours straight. When you wake up, it's a different world. The adrenaline is gone, leaving a dull ache in your joints. But now you have a different kind of fight on your hands. You have to deal with the army bureaucracy. You line up for pay call. It's been 3 months since you saw $1. The paymaster sits behind a table, counting out gold coins and greenbacks. "Private Johnson," he calls. You step forward. He counts out $39. $13 a month. It's less than a white private makes in some units, though officially the pay is the same. The difference comes in the deductions. Laundry fee, equipment repair, lost canteen. You stare at the pile. It's small, but it's yours. You take the money and head to the sutler's store. The sutler is a civilian merchant who has a monopoly on selling goods on the post. His price is a robbery. A can of peaches cost 50 cents. A plug of tobacco, 25. You buy a can of peaches, a bar of soap and some writing paper. You sit on a barrel outside and eat the peaches with your knife. The syrup is sweet and sticky. It's the first luxury you've had in weeks. Then you write a letter. You write to your mother in Tennessee. You tell her you are safe. You tell her the army is hard, but it's better than sharecropping. You tell her you are saving money to buy land. You don't tell her about the thirst. You don't tell her about the ambush. You don't tell her that when you walk into town in San Angelo, the saloon keeper won't serve you because of the colour of your skin, even though you are wearing the uniform of the United States Army. You seal the letter. You hope it gets there. Mail service is spotty. The next few weeks are a routine of drill and fatigue duty. You build roads. You repair the fort walls. You string telegraph wire. The Buffalo Soldiers aren't just fighters. They are the labour force of the frontier. You are building the civilization that often rejects you. One day, a new officer arrives. A white lieutenant fresh from West Point. He looks at your regiment with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He has never commanded black troops before. He expects you to be lazy. He expects you to be undisciplined. You have to teach him. Not with words, that would be insubordination, but with perfection. Your uniform is spotless. Your horse is groomed until it shines. Your drill is crisp. Right face. Forward march. Slowly you see the change. You see the respect grow in his eyes. He realizes that these men, these former slaves and sons of slaves, are the best soldiers he has ever seen. They don't complain. They don't desert. They just do the job. But the frontier is changing. The railroad is coming. You're sent to guard a survey crew for the Texas and Pacific Railway. These men are mapping the route for the Iron Horse. They are rough, loud men who drink whiskey for breakfast. You ride alongside their wagons. You watch the horizon. One afternoon you find something on the tracks, a herd of buffalo. Not a few animals. A massive moving sea of dark brown fur. It stretches from horizon to horizon. The sound is like a continuous earthquake. Rumble, rumble. The survey crew stops. They pull out their heavy sharps rifles. They start shooting. It isn't hunting, it's slaughter. They don't even aim. They just fire into the mass. Buffalo fall. The herd panics, stampeding. You watch in silence. You have been called buffalo soldiers by the tribes because of your hair and your fighting spirit. The buffalo is a sacred animal to the Plains tribes. It is their food, their shelter, their soul. And you're watching it be wiped out. The survey crew takes only the tongues and the hides. They leave the carcasses to rot in the sun. Miles of rotting meat. The smell is horrific. You realize then that you're part of something bigger than just a patrol. You're the edge of a knife that is cutting the heart out of the West. You're clearing the way for a world of steam and steel, a world that has no place for the buffalo, or the tribes, or maybe even for you. But you are a soldier. You follow orders. "Move out," the sergeant says. You ride past the carcasses. The flies are thick. You pull your bandana up. The railroad is built. The towns spring up. And one day, you ride into a town you helped protect, and you see a sign in a window. No coloured allowed. You sit on your horse looking at the sign. You touch the sabre at your side. You touch the medal on your chest. You turn your horse and ride back to the fort. The only place where you belong. Part 2235. Hey guys, we are shifting gears again. We are leaving the dust of Texas and heading east, way east, to a place where stone reaches the sky without a single drop of mortar to hold it together. We're going to the heart of southern Africa in the 13th century. We're going to Great Zimbabwe. You might think you know about ancient cities, pyramids, colosseums. But this place is different. It wasn't built by slaves. It wasn't built by aliens. It was built by cattle, gold, and the absolute genius of the Shona people. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments. If you had to build a house with no cement, what would you use? Dim the lights. Let the silence of the savannah surround you. And let's wake up in the year 1250. Congratulations. You have just woken up on a granite hill overlooking a valley of mist. The air is cool, crisp, and smells of wood smoke and cattle. You're a stone mason in the kingdom of Zimbabwe. You stand up from your sleeping mat. You're inside a circular hut made of daga, a mixture of clay and gravel that dries hard as concrete. The roof is thatched with grass so thick it keeps the interior cool even when the sun is blazing. You step outside. Below you the city spreads out, and it is breathtaking. Massive walls of grey granite snake across the valley floor. They curve and loop, mimicking the shape of the boulders around them. Some walls are 30 feet high and 16 feet thick at the base. And here is the miracle. There is no mortar, no cement, no mud, just stone on stone. Your job today is to build. You walk down the hill to the quarry. It isn't a hole in the ground. It is the granite outcrops themselves. The rock here naturally exfoliates. It peels off in layers like an onion when it gets hot and cold. You use fire to heat the rock, then splash it with cold water. Crack. A perfect slab splits off. It sounds like a gunshot. You and 3 other men lift the slab. It is heavy, dense. You carry it to the work site, the great enclosure. This is the palace of the king. The walls here are decorated with chevron patterns built into the stone itself. You have to shape each block. You use a dolerite hammer, a stone harder than granite, to chip away the edges. Clink, clink, clink. It is precision work. The blocks have to fit together perfectly. If there is a gap, the wall will collapse. You are building a puzzle that weighs 1,000,000 tons. You stack the block. You check the level with your eye. It has to lean inward slightly, battering the wall so it supports its own weight. The sun climbs higher. It gets hot. You sweat, but the stone is cool under your hands. You look up at the conical tower. It is a solid stone silo 30 feet high, inside the walls. It has no doors, no windows. It is a mystery. Some say it is a symbol of the king's power. Some say it is a grain bin for the spirits. Around noon, you stop for food. You eat sadza, a thick porridge made from sorghum or millet, and beef stew. The king's cattle herds are vast. Beef is the fuel of this city. You sit in the shade of the wall you're building. You watch the traders arriving from the coast. They are Swahili merchants from Kilwa. They bring cloth from India, porcelain from China, glass beads from Persia. They want one thing: gold. You aren't a miner, but you know where the gold comes from. It comes from the rivers and the shafts dug deep into the quartz reefs. It is dust and nuggets, melted down and traded for the world's luxuries. You see a porter carrying a tusk of ivory. It is huge, curved, and yellow-white. It is destined for a workshop in India. Great Zimbabwe is the hub of a wheel that spans the Indian Ocean. You're connected to places you will never see. But there is a tension here. The city is growing too big. The trees are gone, cut down for firewood and construction. The cattle have overgrazed the grass. The soil is getting thin. You can feel it. The strain on the land. In the afternoon, a storm rolls in. Thunder crashes, echoing off the stone walls. Rain turns the red dust to mud. You keep working. Wet stone is slippery. You have to be careful. A dropped block will crush a foot. The king walks by. He's surrounded by drummers and advisors. He doesn't look at you. He's looking at the wall. He wants it higher, always higher. Night falls. The city glows with thousands of cooking fires. You can hear the mbira, the thumb piano, playing a repetitive, hypnotic tune. It is the sound of the ancestors. You go back to your hut. You're tired. Your hands are calloused and grey with stone dust. You lie down. You think about the wall. It will stand for 100 years. Maybe 500. Maybe 1,000. You don't know that one day people will come from across the sea and say you didn't build it. They will say it must have been the Queen of Sheba or the Phoenicians or anyone but Africans. But you know the truth. You feel the weight of the stone in your muscles. You know the heat of the fire that split the rock. You built this, stone by stone, with no mortar but sweat. Morning in the city of stone comes with a heavy, low-hanging fog. It clings to the granite walls of the great enclosure, turning the massive grey blocks dark with moisture. You wake up not to the sound of birds, but to the lowing of cattle. Thousands of them. Great Zimbabwe isn't just a palace. It is a cattle camp on a monumental scale. The smell of the herds is the perfume of the city. It is thick, earthy, and omnipresent. To you, it smells like wealth. In this kingdom, a cow is not just food. It is currency, status, and political power, walking on 4 legs. You step out of your hut. The mud under your feet is cold. You head down from the quarry toward the market areas in the valley. Today, you aren't cutting stone. You have been tasked with moving goods. The city is crowded. Historians will later estimate that nearly 20,000 people live here at its peak. It is one of the largest cities in the world at this time, and you can feel it. The spaces between the huts are narrow. Smoke from thousands of cooking fires stings your eyes. It hangs in the valley, trapping the smells of roasting meat and human proximity. You walk past the craftsman. There is a man working with iron. He has a small furnace made of clay, pumped by goatskin bellows. Huff, puff, huff, puff. The rhythm is hypnotic. He is smelting iron hose and spearheads. The heat radiating from his forge is intense. Even in the cool morning, iron is the backbone of agriculture here, almost as important as the gold. You reach the trading post. It is a chaotic, noisy space near the edge of the city. The Swahili merchants are here. They wear long white robes and turbans, a stark contrast to the leather and cotton worn by the Shona. They speak a language you don't understand, a mix of Arabic and Bantu tongues, but trade has its own language. Your job is to carry the ivory. You lift a tusk onto your shoulder. It is heavier than the stone blocks, curved and awkward. You carry it to the weighing station. Here you see the gold. It isn't in bars or coins. It is dust. Fine, glittering dust stored in the hollow quills of porcupines. It is a brilliant natural packaging. A merchant unplugs a quill and pours a tiny stream of gold onto a brass scale. The balance tips. He nods. In exchange, he hands over a string of glass beads. They are blue, turquoise, and deep red. made in India and Indonesia. These beads are small, but they travel thousands of miles to get here. They will be sewn into the king's robes or traded for more cattle. You watch the transaction. It is quiet, serious. No one cheats. The king's tax collectors are watching. They take their cut of every trade, a portion of the cloth, a portion of the beads. This is how the walls get built. The gold pays for the stone. But as you walk back up the hill, you notice something worrying. You look at the women carrying firewood. They are walking slowly, bent double under the weight of the bundles on their heads. You recognize them. They left before dawn. They have been gone for 6 hours. The trees are gone. For miles around the city, the hills are bare. The mopan trees, the acacia, the hardwoods needed for charcoal and construction. They have all been cut down. The city is hungry. It eats wood to smelt the gold. It eats wood to cook the beef. It eats wood to keep the nights warm. You can see the erosion starting. When the rain comes now, the water runs off the bare hills too fast. It washes away the topsoil. The crops in the valley are getting thinner. The cattle have to be driven further and further away to find grazing grass. The city is a machine that is consuming its own engine. You reach the top of the hill complex. This is the spiritual heart of the kingdom. It is a maze of natural boulders and built walls, fused together so tightly you can't tell where nature ends and human hands begin. You stand by a soapstone bird carved on a pedestal. It looks out over the valley. The fog has lifted. The sun is baking the granite. It feels permanent. The stone feels eternal. But you know, with the instinct of someone who lives off the land, that the water is drying up. The wood is vanishing. A city of stone needs more than rocks to survive. You go back to your hut as the sun sets. You eat your porridge. You listen to the mbira music drifting up from the valley. It is a beautiful, repetitive plinking sound, calming the mind. You sleep. You dream of a forest that used to be here. Years pass. The trade routes shift. The resources dwindle. The city doesn't fall in a war. It isn't burned down. It just exhales. People start to leave, family by family. They move north to the Mutapa state or west to Torwa. They follow the water. They follow the wood. The stone walls remain. The granite doesn't rot. The chevron patterns stay crisp. Eventually the valley is quiet. The cattle are gone. The smoke clears. The grass grows back, covering the hut floors, and the great Zimbabwe becomes a ghost city of stone, waiting for the world to rediscover it. The wind shifts. The smell of cattle and wood smoke fades, replaced by the sharp metallic scent of coal dust and the roar of a city that never sleeps. We are leaving the quiet decay of Great Zimbabwe and jumping forward in time across the ocean to a place where the lights are brighter, the music is louder, and the stakes are just as high. We are going to Harlem. The year is 1925, but this isn't the Harlem of the Cotton Club stage, with its polished floors and white patrons. This is the Harlem of the rent party, the Harlem of the cold water flat, the Harlem where survival means hustling every single day just to keep a roof over your head. Congratulations! You've just woken up in a tenement apartment on 135th Street. It is 5 a.m. in February. The radiator is clanking, but it isn't producing heat. It's just making noise. The window pane is frosted on the inside. You're a recent arrival from the south. You came up during the Great Migration, leaving behind the sharecropping fields of Georgia for the promise of the north. You traded the open sky for a brick wall and the quiet of the country for the constant grinding noise of the city. The first thing you notice is the cold. It is a different kind of cold than the plantation. It is damp and seeped into the plaster walls. You're sharing a 2-room apartment with 3 other families. People are sleeping everywhere. On the floor, on chairs, in the bathtub. Privacy is a luxury you cannot afford. You step over a sleeping body to get to the sink. The water is brown when you turn the tap. The pipes are old. You let it run until it clears, splashing your face. It smells of iron. You have to get to work. You're a dock worker on the Hudson River piers. It is brutal, physical labour, lifting crates of cargo in the freezing wind. If you're late, you don't work. If you're slow, you don't work. There are 100 men waiting at the gate to take your place. You dress in layers. A wool sweater that has been darned a dozen times. A heavy coat you bought from a pawn shop. A cap pulled low. You step out onto the street. Harlem at dawn is a grey, huddled place. The sidewalks are crowded with people rushing to the subway. The air is thick with coal smoke from thousands of chimneys. It coats your throat. You cough, a deep rattling sound that everyone seems to make here. You walk past the brownstones. They look elegant from the outside, but you know they are subdivided into tiny cramped rooms. The landlords charge black taxes, rents that are double or triple what white tenants pay in other parts of the city. You reach the subway station. It is a hole in the ground that swallows people. The noise of the train arriving is deafening. You squeeze into a car. It is packed tight. You are pressed against strangers. You can smell wet wool, tobacco, and exhaustion. The train ride is a transition. You're leaving the black metropolis and heading into the white city. When you get off at the docks, the atmosphere changes. The bosses are white. The police are white. You have to watch your step. You have to keep your head down. The shape-up begins at 6 a.m. The foreman stands on a crate looking over the crowd of men. He points. You. It is a lottery. Today, you're lucky. He points at you. You get a brass check. Your ticket to a day's wage. The work is unloading bananas from a steamer. The crates are heavy, £50 each. You form a line, passing them hand to hand. The bananas are green and cold. Spiders sometimes hide in the bunches. You have to be careful. A bite from a banana spider can make your arms swell up like a balloon. The wind off the river cuts through your coat. Your fingers go numb. You lose feeling in your toes, but you don't stop. You can't stop. By noon, your back is screaming. You break for lunch. You eat a sandwich of bread and cheese, huddled behind a stack of crates to block the wind. You watch the river. It is grey and choppy. A man next to you, an older worker named Silas, offers you a swig from a flask. It's bad whiskey, but it burns going down. It warms you up. "Rent party tonight?" he asks. "Yeah," you say. "At Sarah's place, on Untold 2nd Street." Rent parties are the economic engine of Harlem. When the rent is due and the money is short, you throw a party. You cook food, pig's feet, collard greens, potato salad. You buy a gallon of gin. You hire a piano player, a stride pianist who can make the keys jump. You charge admission, 25 cents at the door. It's a party, but it's also survival. It's crowdfunding before the internet. "I'll be there," Silas says. "I need to wash the dust out of my throat." The afternoon shift is harder. You are tired. The crates seem heavier. The foreman is shouting, "Faster, get that cargo moving." You see a man slip on a patch of ice. He goes down hard, a crate landing on his leg. You hear the snap of bone. He screams. The work stops for a second. Then the foreman yells, "Drag him off! Keep moving!" 2 men drag the injured worker to the side. He is finished. There is no workman's comp, no insurance. He'll be begging on the street next week. You look away. You grab the next crate. You keep moving. This is the reality of the jazz age. It isn't flappers and champagne. It is broken bones and frozen fingers. When the whistle blows at 5 p.m, you are destroyed. You hand in your brass check and get your pay. $3. It isn't enough, but it's something. You take the train back uptown. The car is even more crowded now. People are coming home from cleaning houses, from cooking in hotels, from scrubbing floors. They are tired, but there is a different energy now. They're going back to their own world. You get off at 135th. The streetlights are on. The air smells different here. It smells of frying chicken and hair pomade. You hear music drifting from an open window. A trumpet, high and clear. You go home. You wash the dock grime off your hands. You change your shirt. You aren't a worker anymore. You're a patron. You head to Sarah's apartment. You can hear the piano from the street. It is a fast, driving rhythm. Stride piano. The left hand keeping the beat like a drum. The right hand improvising wild melodies. You pay your quarter. You step inside. The apartment is packed. The furniture has been pushed against the walls. The red light bulb in the lamp casts a warm, intimate glow. The air is hot, thick with cigarette smoke and the smell of food. People are dancing, not the polite waltzes of downtown. They are dancing the Lindy Hop. They are throwing each other in the air. It is athletic, joyful, defiant. Sarah is in the kitchen stirring a massive pot of hopping john. She waves at you. Eat, drink. You buy a plate of food and a cup of bathtub gin. It tastes like turpentine and juniper berries, but it does the job. You lean against the wall and watch. The pianist is a man named Fats. He is huge, sweating, smiling. His fingers are a blur. He's playing the Carolina Shout. For a few hours, the coal doesn't matter. The rent doesn't matter. The foreman doesn't matter. You are surrounded by your people. You are safe, but you know that tomorrow the whistle will blow again. The rent collector will knock on the door. The winter isn't over. You finish your drink, you catch the eye of a girl across the room. She smiles. You're tired. You're poor, but you're in Harlem, and the music never stops. The gin burns your throat, but the music burns brighter. The apartment is vibrating. It feels less like a room and more like a drum skin stretched tight over the city. The floorboards flex under the rhythm of 50 people dancing in a space meant for 10. You find Silas in the corner. He looks younger here. The grey exhaustion of the docks replaced by a sharp alertness. He's tapping his foot, eyes closed, lost in the syncopation. "This is it," he says over the noise. "This is what keeps us alive." You nod. You understand now. The rent party isn't just about money, it's about reclaiming the night. During the day, the city owns your body. It rents your muscles, your back, your hands. But here, under the red light bulb, your body is yours again. You can move how you want. You can shout. You can laugh. But the night has an edge. It always does in Harlem. Around midnight, the door opens. The music stumbles for a beat, then recovers. 2 men walk in. They aren't dressed for a party. They wear heavy coats and hats pulled low. They scan the room with cold, professional eyes. "Numbers runners," Silas whispers. The numbers game, the illegal lottery, is the other economic engine of Harlem. Everyone plays. You pick 3 digits. If they hit, you win big. It's hope, sold for a penny. These men are the collectors. They move through the crowd, taking slips of paper and coins. It's a shadow bank operating in plain sight. One of the runners stops near the piano. He says something to Fats. Fats nods, never missing a beat, and slides a folded bill across the keys. The runner takes it and moves on. Even the music pays a tax. You step out onto the fire escape for air. The cold hits you again, shocking after the heat of the party. You look down at the alley. It is dark, filled with trash and shadows. You see a police car cruising slowly down the street. It doesn't stop. The police know about the rent parties. They know about the gin. As long as the noise stays inside and the money flows where it's supposed to, they look the other way. It's a fragile truce. You go back inside. The energy is shifting. It's later now. The dancing is slower, closer. A woman is singing a blues song. Her voice is rough, smoky, full of a pain that feels ancient. Woke up this morning, feeling round for my shoes. You feel that pain in your own bones. It's the ache of displacement. Everyone in this room is from somewhere else. Everyone left a home to find a home. You leave around 2 a.m. You have work in 4 hours. The walk back to your apartment is quiet. The city is sleeping, finally. You climb the stairs to your flat. It is cold. You crawl into your bedroll on the floor. You can still hear the music in your head. It loops, keeping the silence away. The next morning, the routine starts again. The cold water, the train, the shape-up. But today, there is tension on the docks. A union organizer is at the gate. He's standing on a soapbox, shouting. He's talking about fair wages, about safety, about dignity. They pit us against each other, he yells. Black against white, immigrant against native. But we all bleed the same when the crate falls. The foreman comes out. He has a club. 2 police officers are with him. "Clear out!" the foreman screams. "No Bolsheviks here!" The organizer doesn't move. "We have a right to speak!" The foreman swings the club. It hits the organizer in the shoulder. He goes down. The police move in. The crowd of workers surges forward. For a second, it looks like a riot. You feel the anger rising in your own chest. You want to fight. You want to smash the system that breaks your back for $3 a day. But Silas grabs your arm. "Don't," he hisses. "Not today. They're looking for an excuse." He's right. You see the men on the edge of the crowd. Strike breakers. Thugs hired by the shipping company. They have brass knuckles. They have guns in their coats. The crowd backs down. The organizer is dragged away. The shape-up continues. You get your brass check. You go to work. But the seed is planted. You look at the white workers next to you. Usually you ignore each other. But today, you catch the eye of an Irish guy you've seen before. He looks at the spot where the organizer fell. He looks at you. He nods. It's a small thing, but it's a crack in the wall. That afternoon, a blizzard hits. A true nor'easter. The snow comes down sideways, driven by a gale-force wind. The river turns into a churning grey soup. The work stops. It's too dangerous. The cranes can't operate in this wind. "Go home," the foreman yells. "No pay for half days." You're sent away with $1.50. It's barely enough for food, let alone rent. You fight your way to the subway. The city is shutting down. The streets are white. The trains are delayed. When you finally get back to Harlem, it's a ghost town. The snow has buried the trash, the grime, the poverty. For a few hours, the neighborhood looks pristine, white and silent. You get to your building. The front door is frozen shut. You have to shoulder it open. Inside, the hallway is freezing. The boiler has died. The landlord didn't buy enough coal. You go into your apartment. Your breath fogs. The other families are huddled together in the kitchen, burning furniture in the stove, a chair, a table leg. "We have to keep the baby warm," a woman says. She's holding an infant wrapped in 3 blankets. You look at your bedroll. It is stiff with cold. "I have coal," you say. You don't. But you know where to get some. You go back out into the storm. You head for the railroad tracks on the edge of the neighborhood. The coal trains pass through here. Sometimes they spill. You aren't the only one. There are dozens of people walking the tracks, heads down, carrying sacks. It's the coal gleaning, scavenging for fuel. You find a few lumps, black gold in the white snow. You fill your pockets. Your hands are numb. You can't feel your fingers. You see a boy, maybe 10 years old, trying to pry a frozen chunk of coal from the ground. He's crying silently. He doesn't have gloves. You kneel down. You use your knife to chip the coal free. You hand it to him. "Run home," you say. "Don't stop." He runs. You find enough coal to fill your hat. It's not much, maybe a few hours of heat, but it's life. You walk back. The wind is screaming now. You can feel the ice forming in your beard. You make it inside. You dump the coal into the stove. The fire flares up. The room warms just a little. The woman with the baby looks at you. "Thank you," she whispers. You sit by the stove. You are shivering uncontrollably. Hypothermia is knocking at the door, but you are here. You survive the docks. You survive the storm. You survive the city. You close your eyes. You think about the summer. You think about the heat of the South. It feels like a dream now, a distant, golden memory. But you aren't going back. You are a Harlemite now. You're forged in ice and coal, and tomorrow, if the trains run, you will go back to the docks. You will lift the crates. You will take the money. Because you are building something, not just a living, a future, and the music never stops. We are leaving the snow-covered streets of Harlem behind. We're going back in time again, but this time we aren't looking for cold. We are looking for heat, the kind of heat that melts iron. We're going to the kingdom of Kush, in what is now Sudan. The year is 700 BC. You might have heard of the black pharaohs who conquered Egypt. But have you ever thought about the soldiers who made that possible? The archers, the iron smelters, the men and women who built an empire in the middle of the desert. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments. Could you march 1,000 miles in sandals? Dim the lights. Let the dry wind of the Nubian desert fill the room. And let's wake up in the city of Meroe. Congratulations. You've just woken up on a mat woven from palm fronds. It is dawn, but the heat is already rising. You are a soldier in the army of King Taharka. You're about to march north to fight the Assyrians. The first thing you notice is the dust. It is red, fine as flour, and it coats everything. Your skin is red with it. Your hair is full of it. It tastes of iron. You stand up. You're wearing a simple linen kilt and leather sandals. Your armor is light. A quilted cotton vest that can stop an arrow, and a shield made of rhinoceros hide. It is tough but breathable. In this climate, metal armor cooks you alive. You step out of your barracks. Meroe is a city of industry. Smoke rises from hundreds of chimneys. This isn't just a capital, it is a factory. This is the Birmingham of Africa. They are smelting iron here on a scale that rivals anything in the ancient world. You walk past the slag heaps, hills of black, waste rock left over from the smelting process. The heat coming off the furnaces is intense. Men are working the bellows, pumping air into the charcoal fires to reach melting temperatures. They are sweating rivers. They are making the spearheads and arrow tips that you will use. You grab your breakfast. A bowl of sorghum porridge and a piece of dried fish from the Nile. You eat quickly. The army's assembling. You are an archer. The Nubian archers are legendary. The Egyptians call your land Taseti, the land of the bow. You carry a longbow made of acacia wood. It is tall, powerful. You have a quiver of arrows fletched with vulture feathers. "Form up!" the commander shouts. You join your unit. Thousands of men. infantry with spears, archers, chariots. It is a massive force. You march north. The Nile is your highway. You walk along the riverbank, a green ribbon of life cutting through the gold and red of the desert. The march is brutal. The sun is a hammer. You cover 20 miles a day. Your sandals wear thin. The sand burns your feet. You drink from the river, careful to avoid the crocodiles that sun themselves on the banks. You pass the pyramids. Not the giant ones of Giza, but the steep, sharp pyramids of Nubia. There are hundreds of them, necropolises for the kings and queens. They look like teeth jutting out of the sand. At night you camp under the stars. The desert gets cold. You wrap yourself in your cloak. You listen to the jackals calling. You sharpen your arrows. You reach the border of Egypt. The landscape changes. More green, more people, but also more tension. You're invaders here, even though your king sits on the throne in Memphis. You're fighting the Assyrians. They are the most terrifying military machine of the age. They have iron weapons, heavy cavalry, and a reputation for cruelty that makes cities surrender before the first arrow is fired. You meet them near the delta. The battle is chaos. The Assyrians have chariots with scythed wheels, blades that spin and cut. They charge. "Draw!" your commander screams. You pull the heavy bowstring back to your ear. You feel the tension in the wood. You aim high. Loose. A cloud of arrows flies. It darkens the sky. You reach for another, and another. You are a machine. The Assyrian line falters. Your arrows punch through their wicker shields, but they keep coming. They are disciplined. They close the distance. Now it is hand to hand. You drop your bow and draw your short sword. It is iron, forged in the fires of Meroe. It is sharp. You fight. It is a blur of dust, blood, and screaming. The heat is suffocating. You're slipping in the mud of the Nile bank. You see a chariot charging toward you. The horses are foaming. The driver is lashing them. You dive to the side. The wheel misses you by inches. You slash at the horse's leg. The chariot crashes. The battle lasts for hours. But finally the Assyrians pull back. They have underestimated the Cushites. They thought you were just barbarians from the south. They didn't know about the iron. They didn't know about the bows. You stand on the field gasping for air. You are alive. You have won. But you know they will be back. The Assyrians never give up. You look south, toward home. It is 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles of desert. "Regroup," the commander shouts. You pick up your bow, you check your string. It is frayed, but it holds. You are a soldier of Kush. You are the shield of the Nile, and you are a long way from home. You march. The march back is harder. Victory doesn't make the miles shorter. It doesn't make the water cleaner. You can track dysentery. It starts with a cramp in your stomach, then fever. You are weak. You can barely keep up. But you can't stop. If you fall out of the column, you die. The desert takes the stragglers. Your friend, a spearman named Pierre, helps you. He carries your shield. He gives you his water ration. "One step," he says. "Just one step." You focus on his heels, left, right, left, right. You hallucinate. You see the pyramids of Meroe floating in the sky. You see the furnaces burning. You make it back. You collapse in your barracks. You sleep for 2 days. When you wake up, the fever is gone. You are weak, but you are alive. You walk out into the city. The furnaces are still roaring. The smoke is still rising. The empire is still building. You look at your hands. They are the hands of a killer now, but they are also the hands of a builder. You go to the temple of Amun. You offer a small gold ring, plunder from the battle. You pray for rain. You pray for peace. But you know peace is a lie. The iron must be smelted. The arrows must be fletched. Because the desert is always waiting, and the enemy is always coming. Hey guys, we are leaving the ancient furnaces of Kush behind. We are moving forward in time, to a place where the battle isn't fought with arrows, but with altitude. We are going to Ethiopia in the 1930s. But this isn't just about a war. It's about fighting a modern mechanized army with bolt-action rifles and bare feet. It's about the Second Italo-Ethiopian War. It's about holding the high ground when the sky's raining poison. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, have you ever climbed a mountain? Now imagine doing it while being shot at. Dim the lights, let the thin air of the highlands fill your lungs, and let's wake up in 1935. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a cave in the Tembian Mountains. It is dawn. The air is freezing. You're an Ethiopian patriot, a member of the Arbenoch, the resistance. You stand up. You're wearing a white shama, a cotton shawl, over khaki trousers captured from an Italian supply truck. You have sandals made from old car tyres. They are ugly, but they grip the rock like claws. You grab your rifle. It is an old Mauser, German-made, from the late 1800s. It is heavy, reliable, and loud. You have 10 bullets in your pocket, that's it. You have to make every shot count. You step out of the cave. The view is spectacular. Jagged peaks stretching as far as the eye can see, dropping into deep, shadowed valleys. This is your fortress. The Italians have tanks, they have bombers, they have mustard gas, but they can't drive a tank up a cliff. Your commander is Ras Imru. He's a nobleman, but he lives like a common soldier. He's sitting by a small fire drinking coffee. Ethiopian coffee, strong, dark, and bitter. The birds are coming, he says, looking at the sky. The birds, the Italian bombers, Capronis. You hear the drone before you see them, a low, angry buzz. Scramble, you run. Not away, but into the rocks. You wedge yourself into a crevice. You pull your shammer over your head to blend in with the stone. The planes appear over the ridge, 3 of them. They fly low. They drop canisters. It isn't explosive. It is a fine, yellow mist. Mustard gas. Gas! Cover your faces. You wrap a wet rag around your mouth and nose. It smells like garlic and horseradish. It burns your eyes. You close them tight. You hold your breath. The gas settles in the valley below. It kills everything. The grass turns brown. The cattle grazing near the river convulse and die. You wait on the ridge, high above the gas cloud. You are safe for now. The wind is blowing it away. But the gas is a terror weapon. It is meant to break your spirit. It is meant to make you feel like insects being fumigated. They are moving up the pass, a scout shouts. The Italian infantry, Alpini, mountain troops. They are tough, well-equipped, and angry. They want to clear these hills. You crawl to the edge of the cliff. You look down, you see them. A column of men in grey-green uniforms climbing the switchbacks. Mules carrying machine guns. Wait, Ras Imru whispers. Let them get tired. You wait. The sun climbs. The air gets thin. The Italians are sweating. They are carrying heavy packs. They aren't used to the altitude. You were born here. Your lungs are huge. They reach a choke point, a narrow ledge. Now! You fire. The sound of your Mauser echoes off the canyon walls. The lead soldier goes down. The column halts. Confusion. Roll the stones! This is ancient warfare meeting modern. Your comrades push massive boulders over the edge. They crash down, smashing into the path, creating a landslide. The Italians panic. They fire their machine guns wildly at the cliffs, chipping the rock. But they can't see you. You fire again. Bolt, aim, fire, bolt, aim, fire. You aren't shooting to kill every man. You are shooting to stop them, to make them afraid of the mountain. They retreat. They leave their dead. They leave a mule loaded with ammunition. Go! Get the mule! You scramble down the cliff like a goat. You grab the mule's lead rope. You haul it up the path. You open the crates, cartridges, hundreds of them, and grenades. Christmas has come early, Kofi. A young fighter next to you grins. You retreat back to the caves. You eat injera, sour flatbread, and dried meat. You clean your rifle. But you know this is just a skirmish. The war isn't going well. The Italians have taken the cities. Addis Ababa has fallen. The emperor has gone into exile. But you are still here. The Arbenok never surrender. That night you sit by the fire. A messenger arrives from another group. They are building a fort, he says. In the valley, a supply depot. A fort means they plan to stay. It means patrols. It means they will control the water. We have to destroy it, Ras Imru says. How, you ask? It has walls, machine gun towers. We go in at night, he says. We use the grenades. It is a suicide mission. But you volunteer, because if you don't fight, who will? You spend the next day preparing. You darken your face with charcoal. You check your sandals. At midnight, you move out. The moon is a sliver. You move silently through the rocks. You reach the perimeter of the fort. Searchlights sweep the ground. You time them. Sweep, dark, sweep, dark. You crawl under the wire. You're inside. You place the grenades near the fuel trucks. You pull the pins. You run. The explosion lights up the night. It is brighter than the sun. The fuel goes up. A tower collapses. Sirens wail. Soldiers shout. You scramble back under the wire. You run into the dark. You make it back to the ridge. You watch the fort burn. You are tired. You're hungry. Your country is occupied. But you're still fighting. You are the Lion of Judah, and you still have teeth. Morning comes. The smoke from the fort mixes with the morning mist. You clean the charcoal off your face. You look at your rifle. It is old, scratched, the wood worn smooth by your hands. It was made in a factory in Germany, sold to a trader, bought by your father, and now it is defending your home. It is a tool, just like the stone hammer in Zimbabwe, just like the machete in Jamaica. You realize then that resistance isn't about the weapon, it's about the hand that holds it. You shoulder the rifle, you start walking, to the next mountain, to the next fight. The smell of burning diesel fuel fades as you climb higher into the peaks, replaced by the sharp scent of juniper and cold stone. The air is thin here, so thin it makes your head spin if you move too fast. But you don't move fast, you move deliberately. You're still in the Ethiopian highlands, but the war has shifted. It isn't just about ambushes anymore, it's about endurance. The Italians have occupied the capital, but they haven't occupied the soul of the country. They control the roads during the day. You control the mountains at night. Your group, led by the indomitable Ras Imru, is moving camp. The Italians bombed the last caves with gas again. You lost 3 men, not to bullets, but to blistering lungs. You buried them under a pile of rocks so the hyenas wouldn't get them. Now, you're heading to a monastery, Debri Damo. It is built on a flat-topped mountain, a mesa with sheer cliffs on all sides. The only way up is a leather rope. It has been a sanctuary for 1,000 years. Now it is a fortress. You reach the base of the cliff. It rises 60 feet straight up. A monk lowers the rope. It is thick, braided leather, shiny with age and grease. You tie your rifle to your back. You grab the rope. You start to climb. Your arms burn. You are tired, malnourished, but you pull, hand over hand. You don't look down. You crest the top. A monk pulls you onto the ledge. He is old, wearing a yellow robe. He hands you a cup of water. The monastery is a different world. It is quiet, peaceful. Stone churches with wooden beams, ancient olive trees, monks chanting in gairs. It feels like you have climbed out of the war and into heaven, but even heaven has needs. We have grain, the abbot says, but we have no salt, and we need medicine. Salt. In the mountains, salt is life. Without it, you get weak. Your muscles cramp. You can't think straight. We will get it, Ras Imru promises. You're sent on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. You have to go down the mountain, cross the Italian lines, and meet a caravan coming from the Danakil Depression, the salt desert. You leave your rifle behind. You wear peasant clothes. You carry a walking stick. You are just a farmer walking to market. You descend the rope. You walk toward the road. You see an Italian checkpoint, soldiers in pith helmets, bored, sweating. They have a machine gun set up behind sandbags. You keep your head down. You shuffle. You try to look harmless. "Halt!" a soldier shouts. You stop. He walks over. He pokes you with his rifle barrel. "Dove vai?" "Where are you going?" You point down the road. "Market. Teller." You mime drinking. He laughs. He waves you through. "Vai, vai." You walk away. Your back itches. You're waiting for the bullet. It doesn't come. You meet the caravan in a dry riverbed. The camels are loaded with bars of salt, a mole. They look like bricks of white stone. You trade Italian lyre, stolen from the fort for the salt. You load it into sacks. The return trip is terrifying. You are carrying contraband. If they catch you with this much salt, they will know you are supplying the resistance. You take the goat paths. You move at night. You make it back to the cliff. You tie the sacks to the rope. The monks haul them up. You climb up after them. You sit on the edge of the cliff eating a piece of salt. It tastes sharp, clean. It clears your head. You look out over the landscape. You see columns of smoke rising from villages burned by the Italians. They are trying to starve you out. They are burning the crops. But they don't know about the caves. They don't know about the monasteries. They don't know about the salt. You realize that resistance isn't just shooting. It is eating. It is praying. It is surviving. You sleep in the church courtyard. The stone is warm from the sun. You dream of a free Ethiopia. The next morning you are awoken by a strange sound. Not a bomb. A trumpet. Not an Italian trumpet. An Ethiopian one. An ancient war horn. News has arrived. The British are coming. Not to colonize. To help. A force. Called Gideon Force, led by a strange Englishman named Wingate. They are bringing guns. They are bringing the emperor back. The war is turning. You stand up. You check your rifle, you look at the monks, they are praying. God is with us, the abbot says. Maybe, you say, but today I am with the British. You descend the rope one last time. You aren't a smuggler anymore. You're a soldier again. You join up with the British column. They are a motley crew. Sudanese troops, British officers in shorts, Ethiopian patriots. They have camels carrying mortars. They have Bren guns. You march toward the capital, Addis Ababa. The Italians fight hard. They have fortified the mountain passes, but they are scared. They are fighting a ghost army that appears and disappears. You fight at Keren. It is a bloodbath. The Italians hold the peaks. You have to charge up steep slopes under artillery fire. You see men blown apart. You see heroism and cowardice. You reach the top. The Italians surrender. Thousands of them. They look tired. They look like they just want to go home. You walk into Addis Ababa. The crowds are cheering. The Emperor Haile Selassie rides in a car. He looks small, dignified. You stand in the crowd. You're dirty, bloody, exhausted. No one notices you. But you know. You know what you did. You know about the salt. You know about the grenade. You know about the rope. You survived. You walk away from the parade. You go to a small coffee house. You order a cup. You sit in the corner. You drink. It is hot, strong, sweet. You close your eyes. The war is over, but the memory of the mountain will never leave you. The taste of the coffee lingers on your tongue, bitter and grounding as the scene shifts again. The mountains of Ethiopia dissolve into a flat, endless horizon of water. We are leaving the 1940s and going back, way back, to a time when the ocean wasn't a highway, but a wall. We are going to the coast of West Africa. The year is 1324. You're about to embark on the most famous pilgrimage in history. You're part of the caravan of Mansa Musa, the king of Mali, the richest man who ever lived. But this isn't about the gold. Everyone talks about the gold. This is about the logistics of moving 60,000 people across the Sahara Desert. It is about thirst. It is about sandstorms. It is about the sheer impossible scale of human ambition. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments. Have you ever walked until your shoes fell apart? Dim the lights. Let the dry heat of the Sahel wash over you. And let's wake up in Niani, the capital of Mali. Congratulations. You've just woken up on a mat in a mud brick compound. It is early morning, but the city is already deafening. The sound of drums, shouting, and the braying of camels fills the air. You're a porter, a free man hired for the journey. Your job is to carry water, not for yourself, but for the king. You stand up. You're wearing a simple cotton tunic, dyed indigo. It is cool and breathable. You wrap a turban around your head to protect against the sun. You step outside. The assembly area is chaos. 60,000 people. Soldiers, heralds, scholars, cooks, slaves, and merchants, and animals. 12,000 slaves, each carrying a 4-pound gold bar, 80 camels, each carrying 300 pounds of gold dust. It is a river of gold preparing to flow north, but gold doesn't drink. Gold doesn't eat. The logistics are staggering. How do you feed a city on the move? Form up, a captain shouts. You join your unit, the water carriers. You're responsible for the goatskin bags, gyerbus. Each one holds 5 gallons of water. They're heavy, awkward, and prone to leaking. You sling 2 bags over a donkey. You carry one yourself. The caravan moves out. It takes hours just to clear the city gates. The dust cloud is visible for miles. The first leg is easy. You are moving through the savannah. There are villages, wells, rivers. The Niger River flows alongside you, a brown, lazy snake. But then you hit the desert, the Sahara. It is a world of silence and sand. The heat hits you like a hammer. 120 degrees by noon. The sand burns through your sandals. The water becomes precious. Every drop is rationed. The king drinks first, then the nobles, then the soldiers, then the animals, then you. You learn to drink warm, stale water that tastes of goat leather. You learn to conserve sweat. You walk at a steady, plodding pace. The sandstorms come, the harmattan, the sky turns red, the wind screams. You wrap your face in your turban. You huddle next to the camels. The sand gets everywhere. In your eyes, your ears, your food. People die. Not from violence, but from exhaustion, heat stroke, dehydration. They're buried in shallow graves marked with stones. The caravan doesn't stop. It can't. You reach an oasis. It is a miracle. Palm trees, green water. You fill the skins. You wash the dust from your face. You see Mansa Musa. He is riding a horse surrounded by guards. He looks calm, regal. He's wearing robes of gold brocade. He doesn't look like he is sweating. He hands out gold to the poor in the oasis towns. He builds mosques every Friday, wherever the caravan stops. He's literally paving the road with gold. But you don't care about the gold, you care about the water. You reach Cairo. It is the biggest city you've ever seen. The pyramids of Giza are ancient even then. The markets are overflowing. Mansa Musa gives away so much gold in Cairo that he crashes the economy. The value of gold drops for 10 years. He causes inflation just by being generous. You're dazzled by the city. The spices, the silks, the stone buildings. But you're also tired. You have walked 3,000 miles. Your feet are calloused leather. Your shoulders are permanently bruised from the straps. The return journey is quieter. The gold is gone, spent, or given away. The caravan is lighter. But the desert is still there. You make it back to Niani. You are paid in gold dust, enough to buy a farm, enough to retire. You sit by the Niger River. You watch the water flow. You drink cool, fresh water from a gourd. You realize that the greatest wealth isn't gold. It is water. It is shade. It is rest. You close your eyes. You can still feel the sway of the camel. You can still taste the dust. But you are home. You sleep. And you dream of a river that never runs dry. The river in your dream fades, replaced by the salty tang of the Atlantic. We are moving forward again to a different coast, a different struggle. We are going to the Sea Islands of Georgia and South Carolina. The year is 1862. The Civil War is raging, but here, on these isolated islands, a unique experiment is unfolding. It is called the Port Royal Experiment. The Union Navy has captured the islands, and the white plantation owners have fled, leaving behind 10,000 enslaved people. Overnight, they are free. But freedom in a war zone is a complicated, dangerous thing. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a slave cabin on St. Helena Island. It is dawn. The air smells of marsh mud and pluff mud, that distinct sulphuric scent of the low country. You stand up. You are wearing contraband clothes, uniforms or cast-offs given by the Union soldiers. You are a contraband of war. Not quite a citizen, but no longer property. You walk out to the fields, but today there is no driver, no overseer with a whip. The cotton is still there. It still needs to be picked. The Union government wants the cotton to pay for the war. They have sent missionaries, abolitionists from the north, to organise the labour. You meet Mr. Philbrick, a young man from Boston with spectacles and a notebook. He talks about free labour and wages. He says you will be paid for every pound you pick. It sounds good. But the reality is hard. The wages are low. The work is the same. The sun is just as hot. You pick cotton. Your fingers bleed from the bowls. Your back aches. But at the end of the day, you go to the storehouse. You weigh your sack. Mr. Philbrick writes in his book. He hands you paper script. Money, you hold it. It feels light. But it has weight. You go to the praise house, a small wooden church. You sing. Not the mournful songs of the old days, but songs of jubilation. Michael row the boat ashore. You are building a community. You're electing leaders. You're learning to read. But the war is never far away. You see Union gunboats patrolling the creeks. You hear cannons in the distance. Confederate raiders sometimes sneak onto the islands at night to kidnap people and drag them back to slavery. You join the local militia. You're given a musket. You drill in the sandy soil. One night the alarm sounds. A Confederate boat has been spotted. You run to the beach. You lie in the dunes watching the water. The mosquitoes are thick, biting your face. You see a dark shape moving in the creek. A skiff. "Halt!" your sergeant shouts. The skiff turns. A shot is fired. You fire back. Your musket kicks against your shoulder. The skiff retreats. You have defended your island. You have defended your freedom. Months pass. The Emancipation Proclamation is signed. You hear the news in the church. People weep. They shout. General Saxton, the Union commander, reads the document under a massive oak tree. You are there. You see the future opening up. But then the betrayal comes. After the war, President Johnson orders the land returned to the white owners. The 40 acres and a mule promise is broken. Mr. Philbrick tries to help, but the law is against you. The soldiers who protected you now evict you. You have to make a choice. Sharecrop for the old master, or leave. Many stay. The connection to the land is deep. This is Gullah country. The culture is strong. The language, the food, the stories, they are African roots in American soil. You decide to buy a small plot of land on the edge of the marsh. It is poor soil, salty and wet, but it is yours. You build a house. You fish. You weave baskets from sweetgrass. You survive. Years later, you sit on your porch. You watch the sun set over the marsh. The sky is purple and gold. You're old now. Your hands are gnarled like the live oak roots. You look at your grandchildren playing in the yard. They are free-born. They have never felt a whip. They go to school. You close your eyes. You listen to the wind in the palmettos. It sounds like a whisper. We are here. We are still here. The Port Royal experiment was messy. It was imperfect. It was betrayed. But it proved something. It proved that freedom wasn't a gift. It was a skill. And you learned it. You sleep. And you dream of a garden that grows forever. Hey guys, we are moving again. We are leaving the marshes and heading to the concrete jungle. We are going to Chicago in the 1920s. But this isn't the Chicago of gangsters and speakeasies. This is the Chicago of the Black Belt. The South Side, Bronzeville. You were part of the Great Migration. You left the South to escape Jim Crow. But you found a new kind of segregation in the North. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, have you ever moved to a new city and felt like a stranger? Dim the lights. Let the sound of the L train rattle your windows, and let's wake up in 1925. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a kitchenette apartment. It is a single room carved out of a larger house. You have a hot plate, an icebox, and a bed that folds into the wall. You share a bathroom down the hall with 4 other families. It is winter. The hawk, the wind off Lake Michigan, is screaming. The window rattles. You work in the stockyards, the Union stockyards, the slaughterhouse of the world. You take the streetcar to work. You are packed in tight. The smell of the yards hits you miles away. It is a thick, greasy smell of blood and manure. You walk through the gates. The noise is deafening. Cattle lowing, pigs squealing, machinery clanking. Your job is on the disassembly line. You are a knocker. You use a sledgehammer to stun the cattle before they are slaughtered. It is brutal, heavy work. You have to be precise. One miss and you have a panicked 1,000-pound animal on the loose. The floor is slick with blood. You wear rubber boots, but you still slip. You are covered in gore by 9 a.m. The pace is relentless. The chain moves. The cattle come. Whack, whack, whack. You're paid good wages, better than in the South. But the cost of living is high. The landlords in the Black Belt charge exorbitant rents because they know you can't live anywhere else. Restrictive covenants keep you trapped in a few square miles. At lunch, you eat a sandwich with blood-stained hands. You talk to the other men. They are from Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas. They talk about the Chicago Defender, the newspaper that told them to come north. Better than a lynching, one man says. Is it? Another asks, rubbing his aching shoulder. But in the evenings, Bronzeville comes alive. The Stroll, State Street, is lit up like day. There are jazz clubs, theatres, restaurants. You go to the Regal Theatre. You see Duke Ellington. You see Louis Armstrong. The music is electric. It is the sound of a people inventing themselves. You walk home. You pass the policy stations, the numbers game. It is the Bank of the Ghetto. You get back to your kitchenette. It is cold. You put a coin in the gas meter to heat water for a bath. You scrub the blood off your skin. You lie in bed. You hear the neighbours arguing through the thin walls. You hear a siren. But you also hear something else. Hope. You're building a city within a city. You have your own banks, your own insurance companies, your own newspapers. You are building political power. You think about your children. They will go to high school. They might go to college. They won't work in the yards. You close your eyes. The smell of the stockyards is still in your nose. But underneath it there is the smell of Lake Michigan. Clean, cold water. You sleep, and you dream of a skyscraper made of black stone. Hey guys, we are leaving the bloody floors of the stockyards behind. We are travelling back in time again to a place of scholarship and silence. We are going to Timbuktu in the 15th century. You might think of Timbuktu as a metaphor for the middle of nowhere, but in 1450 it was the centre of the intellectual world. It was a city of books. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, what's the most valuable book you own? Dim the lights, let the dry desert air preserve the paper, and let's wake up in the Sankore Madrasa. Congratulations, you've just woken up on a woven mat in a student dormitory. It is pre-dawn. The call to prayer echoes across the rooftops. You are a scribe, a copyist. Your job is to preserve knowledge. You stand up. You're wearing a long white robe. It is cool in the morning, but by noon the heat will be intense. You walk to the scriptorium. It is a quiet, airy room with high windows that let in the light but keep out the sun. The floor is covered in carpets. You sit at a low desk. In front of you is a manuscript. It is a treatise on astronomy, written by a scholar from Cordoba. Your task is to copy it. You mix your ink. It is made from charcoal and gum arabic. You sharpen your reed pen. You begin to write. The script is Arabic, flowing and elegant. You have to be perfect. One mistake, and the page is ruined. Timbuktu is a university city. There are 25,000 students here. Scholars come from Cairo, Baghdad, Persia. They trade books like gold. In fact, books are worth more than gold here. You work for hours. The only sound is the scratching of pens and the rustle of parchment. At midday, you break for lunch. You eat rice and mutton with your fellow students. You debate philosophy. You discuss the movement of the stars. You walk through the market. It is different from the markets of the coast. Here, the most valuable commodity is paper. Merchants bring bales of paper from Venice and China across the Sahara. You see a caravan arriving, camels loaded with salt slabs from the mines of Tagaza. But on top of the salt there are leather-bound books. You buy a small book of poetry with your wages. You treasure it. In the afternoon you attend a lecture by a famous professor. He sits in the courtyard of the Sankore Mosque. He talks about law, about justice. He quotes the Quran, but also Aristotle and Plato. You realise that you are part of a global conversation. You are not isolated. You are at the centre, but the desert is encroaching. The sand is always trying to bury the city. You have to sweep the sand from the doorways every morning, and there are political threats. The Songhai Empire is expanding. Armies are marching. You worry about the books. What happens if the city is sacked? You start to hide them. You and the other scribes. You bury them in dry wells. You seal them in mud walls. You hide them in caves in the desert. You are creating a library of the underground. Centuries later, people will think Timbuktu was just a myth. They will think Africa had no written history. But you know the truth. You wrote it down. Night falls. The desert sky is a canopy of stars. You look up. You recognize the constellations. You know their names in Arabic and Greek and Songhai. You go back to your mat. Your fingers are stained with ink. It is a badge of honor. You sleep, and you dream of a library that never burns. Hey guys, we are moving forward again, to a time of steel and steam. We are going to the Panama Canal in 1910. This is one of the greatest engineering feats in history, and it was built by the hands of West Indian workers, men from Jamaica, Barbados, lush islands, who came to dig a ditch across a continent. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, have you ever dug a hole so deep you couldn't see the top? Dim the lights, let the humidity soak your shirt, and let's wake up in the Culebra Cut. Congratulations, you've just woken up in a bunkhouse that smells of mould and dynamite. It is 4:30 a.m. The jungle outside is screaming with insects. You are a silver roll employee. That means you are black. The white workers are gold roll. They get paid in gold, you get paid in silver. They get better food, better housing, better medicine. You get the dynamite, you stand up, you put on your boots. They are caked with mud. The mud in Panama is legendary. It is sticky, heavy clay. When it rains, it turns into a landslide. You grab your shovel, you walk to the train. The labour train takes you to the cut. The Culebra Cut is the continental divide. They are slicing through the mountain. It is a wound in the earth 9 miles long. You arrive at the work site, the noise is deafening. Steam shovels the size of houses are tearing at the rock. Trains are hauling away the spoil. Your job is to drill holes for the dynamite. You hold a steel drill bit. Another man hits it with a sledgehammer. Clang, turn, clang, turn. It is dangerous work. If you hit a pocket of unexploded dynamite from yesterday, you vaporize. And then there is the heat. 100 degrees, 100% humidity. You're sweating so much you have to take salt tablets. But the real killer isn't the dynamite, it's the mosquitoes, yellow fever, malaria. They call it the vomito. You get a fever, your skin turns yellow, you vomit black blood, and you die. The French tried to build the canal 20 years ago. They failed. 20,000 men died. Now the Americans are here. They have a new weapon, sanitation. Colonel Gorgas, the doctor, is waging war on the mosquitoes. He has brigades of men pouring oil on the swamps, screening the windows, fumigating the bunkhouses. It is working. The death rate is dropping, but it is still dangerous. At lunch, you eat rice and codfish sitting on a dynamite box. You watch the steam shovels. They look like dinosaurs. Suddenly a siren wails. Landslide. The earth wall above you starts to move. It flows like water, mud, rock, trees. Run. You drop your shovel. You sprint toward the train tracks. The mud is chasing you. It buries a steam shovel. It buries the track. You scramble up the other side. You watch as the slide covers the spot where you were eating. You're safe. But the work you did for the last month is gone. You have to dig it out again. That's Panama, the foreman spits. 1 foot forward, 2 feet back. You go back to work. You dig until your hands are raw. You dig until the sun goes down. At night you go back to the bunkhouse. You play dominoes. You drink rum. You talk about home, Barbados, the beaches, the breeze. You miss it. But the money is good. $20 a month. You send it home to your mother. You're buying land. You sleep fitfully. You dream of mud. Years pass. The cut gets deeper. The locks are built. Massive concrete cathedrals. Finally, the water is let in. The Pacific meets the Atlantic. You stand on the bank. You watch a ship pass through. It is huge, white, modern. You helped build this. You move the mountain. You get on a ship to go home. You are older. Your back is bent. But you have money in your pocket. You look back at the canal. It is a scar, but it is also a bridge. You sleep on the deck. The ocean breeze is cool. You dream of a house with a tin roof under a coconut tree. Hey guys, we are leaving the muddy banks of Panama. We are jumping forward again to a different kind of engineering, not of earth, but of sound. We're going to Detroit in 1960. We're going to Hitsville, USA, Motown. You might think you know the music, the Supremes, the Temptations, but do you know how it was made? It was an assembly line, just like the Ford plant down the street. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, what's the song that always makes you dance? Dim the lights, let the bass line vibrate in your chest, and let's wake up in Studio A. Congratulations, you've just woken up on a folding chair in the control room. It is 3 a.m. The ashtrays are full, the air smells of ozone and stale coffee. You're a session musician, a funk brother. You play bass. Berry Gordy is in the booth. He is a perfectionist. He wants a hit. Again, he says, from the top, brighter. You pick up your bass. Your fingers are calloused steel. You have been playing this song for 4 hours. The song is My Girl. You start the riff. Bum 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 bum. It has to be perfect. The groove has to be locked in. The studio is tiny. It was a garage. They dug out the floor to make the acoustics better. They call it the snake pit. It is hot. There is no air conditioning because the noise would ruin the take. You play. James Jamison is next to you. He's playing with one finger, the hook. He is drunk, but he never misses a note. The singers are in the booth. The Temptations. They are sweating in their suits. They are tired, but their harmonies are tight. I've got sunshine. It sounds good. It sounds like magic. But it is work. It is industrial. You're making a product. A 3-minute pop song that will sell 1 million copies. You do 20 takes. 30. Finally, Berry nods. That's the one. You put down your bass. Your hands are shaking. You walk out into the morning air. West Grand Boulevard is quiet. You go to a diner. You eat eggs and toast. You listen to the jukebox. You hear a song you played on last week. Heat Wave. It sounds amazing. It sounds like joy. You realize that you are building something too, not a canal, not a pyramid. You are building the soundtrack of America. You go home, you sleep, you dream of a melody that never ends. Hey, guys, we are moving one last time. We are going to the future. Or at least what felt like the future in 1975. We are going to the Bronx. This is where hip-hop was born. Not in a studio, in a park, in a rec room. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, who is your favourite MC? Dim the lights, let the breakbeat loop, and let's wake up at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. Congratulations, you've just woken up on a couch in the community room. It is August, it is hot, the windows are open, you are DJ Kool Herc's friend. You're helping him set up for a back-to-school jam. You lift the speakers, they are massive, the Herculoids. You wire up the turntables, 2 of them. Herc has a new technique, the merry-go-round. He takes 2 copies of the same record. He finds the break, the drum solo. He plays it on one turntable. Then, just as it ends, he switches to the other turntable. He loops the break. He extends the beat. Forever. The party starts. The kids come in. They are wearing sneakers, jeans, t-shirts. Herc drops the needle. James Brown. Give it up or turn it loose. The break hits. The dancers go crazy. They are b-boys. They are spinning on the floor. Someone grabs the microphone. Coke La Rock. He starts talking over the beat, shouting out his friends, rhyming. It is raw. It is messy. It is loud. But it is new. You're watching the birth of a culture. Rap, DJing, breakdancing, graffiti. It is born from poverty. From the ruins of the Bronx, which is burning down around you. Landlords are torching buildings for insurance money. But in this room, there is no fire. There is only energy. You realise that this is how survival works. You take what you have, 2 turntables, a microphone, a beat, and you make something new. You dance, you sweat, you laugh. The party goes until dawn. You walk home. The streetlights are broken. The sidewalk is cracked. But you have a rhythm in your head. Boom bap, boom bap. You sleep, and you dream of a voice that reaches the whole world. Hey guys, we are stepping back from the speakers now. We are leaving the Bronx block party and heading to a place of quiet contemplation, but one born from a different kind of struggle. We are going to the American South in the 1950s. We are going to walk the path of the civil rights movement. But not the speeches, not the marches on Washington. We are going to look at the logistics of the boycott, the Montgomery bus boycott. You might think it was just people walking, but it was a transportation system built from scratch. It was dispatchers, it was station wagons. It was a year of walking in the rain to break a system of segregation. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, what's the longest you've ever walked for something you believed in? Dim the lights, let the sound of tires on wet pavement fill the room, and let's wake up in Montgomery, Alabama, 1955. Congratulations, you've just woken up in a small frame house. It is 4:06 a.m. It is December. The air is cold and damp. You're a domestic worker. You clean houses for white families on the other side of town. Usually you would take the bus. You would pay your dime at the front, get off, and walk to the back door to get on. You would sit in the coloured section. If a white person needed a seat, you would stand. But not today. Today is day 1 of the boycott. Rosa Parks was arrested 4 days ago. The flyers have gone out. Don't ride the bus. You get dressed. A heavy coat, sensible shoes. You wrap a scarf around your head. You step outside. It is dark. The streets are quiet. You walk to the corner. Usually there would be a crowd waiting for the bus. Today there is a crowd, but they aren't waiting. They are walking. You join them. It is a silent parade. Maids in uniforms, men in overalls, students with books. You walk for miles. Your feet hurt. It is cold. A bus drives by. It is empty. The driver looks at you. He looks angry. He looks scared. You keep walking. You reach your employer's house. You're tired before you even start work. You scrub floors. You wash laundry. Your employer asks, "Is the bus on strike?" "No, ma'am," you say. "I just felt like walking." You walk home. It is dark again. Your legs are throbbing. But when you get back to your neighbourhood, there is a meeting at the church, Holt Street Baptist Church. You go. It is packed. Thousands of people. Inside. Outside. Loudspeakers are set up. Dr. King speaks. He is young. He talks about justice. He talks about love. But then they talk about logistics. "We need cars," a man says. "We need drivers." They set up a system. The private taxi system. People with cars volunteer. The churches buy station wagons. You become a dispatcher. You sit by a phone. You coordinate rides. Car needed at Jackson and High. 3 passengers going to the hospital. Car 45, pick up at the shoe shop. It is intricate. It is efficient. It is a parallel transit system. The police try to stop it. They ticket the drivers for loitering. They cancel insurance policies. So you adapt. You organise rolling churches. Station wagons painted with church names. The boycott lasts 381 days. More than a year. You walk through rain. You walk through heat. Your shoes wear out. People send shoes from across the country. One day you're walking. An old woman is walking next to you. She's leaning on a cane. A car pulls up. A white man is driving. He leans out. "Get in, auntie," he says. "I'll give you a ride." She looks at him. "No, thank you," she says. "My feet is tired, but my soul is rested." She keeps walking. Finally, the news comes. The Supreme Court has ruled. Segregation on buses is unconstitutional. The boycott ends. You get on the bus, you pay your dime, you sit in the front seat. The driver glares at you. You don't look at him. You look out the window. You see the streets you walked, every inch of pavement, every crack. You own this city now. You walked it into submission. You go home, you sleep, and you dream of a road that is open to everyone. Hey guys, we are moving forward again. We are going to space, or at least the math that gets us there. We're going to NASA in the 1960s. We're going to meet the human computers, the black women who calculated the trajectories for the Mercury and Apollo missions. You know the movie Hidden Figures, but let's look at the reality of the work, the precision, the pressure. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, are you good at math? Dim the lights. Let the hum of the IBM mainframe lull you. And let's wake up at Langley Research Center. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a tidy house in Hampton, Virginia. It is 1961. You are Katherine Johnson, or Dorothy Vaughan, or Mary Jackson. You get dressed. A skirt suit, pearls, heels. You have to look professional. You have to look perfect. You drive to work. You enter the gates of Langley. You go to the West Area Computing Unit, the coloured computers. Your office is separate. Your bathroom is separate. Your coffee pot is separate. But the math is the same. You sit at your desk. You have a mechanical calculator, a Fridden. It clacks and dings. You are calculating the trajectory for Alan Shepard. Freedom 7. It is analytic geometry, orbital mechanics. You have to account for the rotation of the Earth, the speed of the capsule, the gravity of the moon. 1 decimal point wrong and the astronaut dies. He burns up in the atmosphere, or he bounces off into space forever. You check your work, you recheck it. The engineers, white men in white shirts, come to you. They need the numbers. Check it against the machine, John Glenn says. The new IBM computer. He doesn't trust it. He trusts you. If she says they're good, he says, then I'm ready to go. You run the numbers. You verify the machine. The numbers are good, you say. The rocket launches. You watch on a grainy TV screen. You hold your breath. He goes up. He comes down. Splashdown. Safe. You exhale. You go back to your desk. There is more work. Apollo is coming. The moon. You are calculating the translunar injection, the precise moment to fire the engines to leave Earth's orbit. It is the hardest math problem in history, and you are solving it with a pencil. You work late. You miss dinner with your kids, but you are rewriting the stars. One day, they integrate the bathrooms. You take down the coloured ladies sign. It's a small victory, but the big victory is up there, in the sky. Neil Armstrong walks on the moon. You watch. You know the trajectory, you know the velocity, you know the math that put him there. You're invisible to the world, but you are essential. You go home. You look up at the moon. It looks different now. It looks reachable. You sleep, and you dream of numbers floating in the dark, lighting the way home. Hey guys, we are taking one last trip. We are going to the future again, but a future rooted in the past. We are going to the Afrofuturist vision of Wakanda. Wait, Wakanda is fiction. Yes, but the idea of Wakanda, a place untouched by colonization, where technology and tradition merge, is real. It lives in the art, the music, the philosophy of black creators. We are going to look at the reality behind the fantasy, the Great Zimbabwe walls, the Benin bronzes, the fractals in African architecture. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, what would the world look like if history had gone differently? Dim the lights. Let the vibranium hum. And let's wake up in a world that could have been. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a city that breathes. The buildings are grown from plants, reinforced with carbon fibre. The streets are paved with solar panels. You are an architect. You study the old ways, the way termites build mounds to keep cool, the way fractals repeat in woven cloth. You use these designs to build skyscrapers. You walk through the market. It is high-tech and ancient. Holograms float above baskets of spice. Drones deliver messages buzzing like bees. You see people wearing clothes that blend traditional patterns with smart fabrics. Kente cloth that changes colour with your mood. You go to the library. It holds the digitized history of Timbuktu. Every scroll, every book preserved forever. You realise that this isn't just a fantasy. It is a projection, a blueprint. The past isn't gone. It is the foundation, the survival skills of the plantation, the navigation of the Underground Railroad, the engineering of the pyramids, the math of the moon landing. They're all building blocks. You sit in a garden, you listen to the wind. It sounds like the future. You close your eyes. You have travelled through time tonight. You have felt the heat of the cane fields, the cold of the ice, the dust of the desert. You have survived. You sleep, and you dream of a history that is just beginning. Hey guys, we're shifting one last time, but not to a new place. Instead, we're shifting perspective. We're going back to the very beginning of this journey, to the source of so many of these stories, the oral tradition. We're going to a griot gathering in West Africa. Before libraries, before the internet, before books, history was kept alive in the mind. It was memorized, it was sung, it was a survival tool. If you forgot the story, you forgot who you were. So check your subscription, leave a like, and tell me in the comments, what's the oldest story your family tells? Dim the lights. Let the kora music start, soft and intricate like falling rain. And let's wake up in a village in Mali, 1800. Congratulations. You've just woken up under the baobab tree. It is evening, the air is cooling down, smelling of wood smoke and red earth. You are a griot, a jelly. You are the keeper of the word. You stand up. You're wearing robes of heavy, hand-woven cotton. You hold a kora, a harp made from a large calabash and cowskin. It has 21 strings. The villagers are gathering. They sit in a circle. The elders, the warriors, the mothers, the children, they are waiting for you. You don't read from a book. You close your eyes. You access the library in your head. You start to play. The notes are cascading, complex. They set the rhythm. You begin to speak. You recite the genealogy of the kings. You tell the story of Sundiata Keita, the Lion King of Mali. You tell how he overcame disability to unite the tribes. But it isn't just a story. It is a lesson. You tell them how to resolve conflicts. You tell them which plants cure fever. You tell them the boundaries of the land. Your memory is prodigious. You can recite family trees going back centuries. You know the history of every clan. But being a griot is dangerous. You speak truth to power. If a king is corrupt, you sing about it. If a war is unjust, you remind them of the cost. You are the conscience of the community. Tonight, you tell a new story. A story about the ships that come to the coast. The ghost ships. You warn the young men. You tell them not to go too far west. You tell them about the people who disappeared. You weave the warning into a fable about a trickster spirit. The children laugh, but the adults nod. They understand. You play for hours. Your fingers are calloused. Your throat is dry. But you don't stop. Because if you stop, the history dies. The fire burns low. The children fall asleep in their mothers' laps. The elders smoke their pipes. You finish the song. The final note hangs in the air, vibrating. You look at the faces around you. They are connected by the music, by the story, by the memory. You realize that this is the ultimate technology. The human voice. It can carry a culture across an ocean. It can survive slavery. It can survive colonization. You put down your kora, you drink water from a gourd, you sleep. And you dream of a voice that echoes forever. Hey guys, our journey is ending. We have travelled from the cane fields of Jamaica to the ice of Lake Erie, from the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe to the jazz clubs of Harlem, from the salt caravans of Timbuktu to the control room of NASA. We have seen the disturbing reality of survival, the heat, the cold, the exhaustion, the relentless grinding machinery of history. But we have also seen the resilience, the sabotage in the mill, the code in the quilt, the math that reached the moon. History isn't just dates and names. It's the feeling of mud between your toes. It's the taste of saltfish. It's the sound of a horn blowing in the mountains. So as you drift off to sleep tonight, remember the hands that built this world. Remember the feet that walked the miles. Remember the voices that kept the stories alive. You are part of that story now. You have walked the path. You have survived the night. Thank you for travelling with me. Sleep well, and dream of a future that honours the past. The wind doesn't just blow here. It scours. It scrapes across the endless expanse of the Montana Territory like a rough stone against skin, stripping away warmth, patience, and eventually feeling. You're standing at the edge of the parade ground, though in this pre-dawn darkness, it looks less like a military post and more like a collection of snow-buried mounds, huddled against the indifferent sky. The air is so cold it feels solid, a physical weight pressing against your chest every time you try to inhale. Your breath puffs out in thick white plumes that freeze instantly in your moustache, creating tiny, heavy icicles that tug at your skin. Above you, the stars are hard and bright, in different diamonds scattered across a velvet void that seems to stretch on forever. There is no sound but the high, thin keening of the wind through the pines and the dry crunch of snow beneath your boots. It is a texture you will come to know intimately, the squeak of frozen powder that tells you the temperature has dropped to a point where metal burns like fire. You pull your collar up, the rough wool scratching your neck, smelling faintly of lanolin, wood smoke, and the enduring musk of unwashed men. It is beautiful, in a desolate, terrifying way, but mostly it is cold. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this kind of quiet journey into the past. And I'd love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. It is always grounding to know who is out there in the dark with us. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1877. The good news, you are a Buffalo soldier, a member of the 10th Cavalry, respected for your courage and resilience. The bad news, it is 30 degrees below zero. Your uniform was designed for the heat of the desert, and the sun won't rise for another 2 hours. The first thing you notice isn't the glory of service or the pride of the uniform. It is the numbness in your toes. You're lying on a cot that feels less like a bed, and more like a wooden shelf covered in a thin, lumpy mattress stuffed with straw. The straw has broken down over months of use, turning into a fine dust that smells of dry grass and old sweat. You shift your weight, and the wood creaks loudly in the silent barracks. The room is long and narrow, built of rough-hewn logs that were cut green and have since shrunk, leaving gaps where the chinking has fallen out. Through those gaps the wind whistles a low, mournful tune, carrying with it fine drifts of snow that pile up in the corners of the room like white sand. You pull your blanket tighter. It is a standard-issue wool blanket, grey and scratchy, heavy but never quite heavy enough. It smells of damp dog and tobacco smoke. You're sharing your body heat with the air, and the air is winning. Your breath hangs in the room, a personal fog bank that obscures the ceiling beams. To your left and right, you hear the sounds of other men sleeping, the rhythmic breathing, the occasional cough that rattles in a chest, weakened by the smoke of indoor fires, the shifting of heavy bodies on creaking frames. You have to get up. The bugle hasn't sounded yet, but your internal clock, honed by months of rigid discipline, tells you it is time. The hardest part of the day is the first 5 seconds, throwing back the blanket and exposing your skin to the stagnant, freezing air of the barracks. You swing your legs over the side of the cot and your feet hit the floor. The floorboards are ice cold, sapping the heat from your soles instantly. You reach for your socks. They are wool, thick and stiff, hanging over the end of the bed where you hoped they might dry out overnight. They haven't. They are still damp from yesterday's patrol, clammy and cold to the touch. Putting them on feels like wrapping your feet in wet clay. Next, the boots. They sit by the foot of your cot, black leather scuffed grey by the elements. Over the night, the moisture in the leather has frozen. The boots are rock hard. You have to beat them against the floorboards just to loosen them up enough to slide your foot inside. Thump, thump. The sound echoes down the line of sleeping men, but no one stirs. They are used to it. You force your foot in, wincing as the stiff leather bites into your heel. It will take an hour of walking before they soften, an hour of walking before your feet feel like they belong to you again. You stand up, your knees popping in the cold. You reach for your trousers, reinforced at the inner thigh for riding, heavy canvas that feels like cardboard until your body heat warms it. You pull on your flannel shirt, then the heavy blue wool blouse of the uniform with its brass buttons that feel like ice against your fingertips. The wool is itchy, a constant low-level irritation that you stopped noticing months ago. It is just another texture of life here, like the grit in the beans or the calluses on your hands. You walk toward the stove in the centre of the room. It is a cast-iron beast, currently dormant, a pile of grey ash in its belly. It is your job this morning to wake it up. You open the iron door with a metallic screech. The smell of cold ash wafts up, dry and acrid. You reach for the kindling box, split pine, dry and resinous. The wood feels rough and splintery. You arrange the sticks, your fingers clumsy with the cold, then strike a match. The sulphur flares, a brief pungent scent that cuts through the stale air. The flame catches the wood, crackling and popping, promising warmth that won't fill the room for another hour. You huddle close to the iron, holding your hands out. Your palms are dry, the skin cracked near the knuckles from the dry winter air. You watch the firelight dance on your dark skin, turning the ashiness of the cold into a warm copper glow. For a moment it is just you and the fire and the wind outside. This is the quiet before the demands of the army take over. You cherish it, even as you shiver. The door to the barracks opens and a gust of wind rushes in, carrying snow that swirls across the floorboards. A sergeant steps in, shaking snow from his hat. He looks at you, nods once. A silent acknowledgement of the cold, of the duty, of the shared reality of being black men in blue coats on the edge of the world. He moves to the stove, extending his own hands. You don't speak. To speak would be to break the spell of the morning, to admit that it is cold, to admit that you are tired. You just stand there, two silent figures in the growing orange light of the stove, listening to the wind try to tear the roof off. You step away from the stove to gather your gear, your belt heavy with the weight of ammunition, your carbine, the metal stock painfully cold. You check the action, the metallic clack-clack sound reassuringly precise in the chaotic weather. You run your thumb over the wood of the stock, smoothed by use and oil. It smells of gun grease and steel. This tool is your life. You treat it better than you treat yourself. You wipe a speck of dust from the barrel with a rag, the fabric soft with oil. The bugle sounds outside, a brassy, intrusive blare that cuts through the wind. The barracks erupts into groans and the rustle of wool. Men rise from their cots, shadows becoming solids in the dim light. The day has officially begun. You button your greatcoat, a massive garment of heavy wool that reaches your knees. It is your shell, your house, your armour against the wind. You put on your forage cap, pulling the brim low, and wrap a wool scarf around your neck, tucking it into the coat. You step out the door, and the world turns white. It isn't snowing heavily, but the wind is picking up the fallen snow and driving it horizontal. It stings your face like sand. You lower your head and trudge toward the stables. The smell changes as you approach the long, low building. The sharp, clean scent of snow gives way to the warm, heavy odour of horses, manure, wet hay and leather. It is a pungent, living smell, and to you it smells like safety. Inside the stables it is darker than the barracks, but warmer. The body heat of 60 horses raises the temperature just enough to stop your shivering. You walk down the row of stalls, listening to the soft snorts and the stomp of the hooves on packed earth. You find your mount, a sturdy bay gelding with a thick winter coat. He turns his head to look at you, his breath steaming in the lantern light. You rest your hand on his neck. His fur is coarse and warm, a living furnace. You lean your forehead against his flank for a second, stealing his warmth. He shifts his weight, the leather halter creaking. "Morning," you whisper, your voice raspy from the dry air. The horse nuzzles your pocket, looking for grain. You have none yet. You grab the curry comb and begin to work. The repetitive motion of grooming is meditative. Scrape, tap, scrape, tap. Dust and dander float in the shafts of light from the lanterns. The horse leans into the pressure. This is the bond that keeps you alive. Out on the plains, in the deep drifts, this animal is the only thing that carries you. If he fails, you die. It is that simple. You check his hooves, lifting each leg. The iron shoes are cold, the frogs of the hooves rubbery and firm. You pick out packed snow and dirt, ensuring his footing will be sure. The sensory details of the stable are overwhelming compared to the white void outside. The rough texture of the hay bales as you break off a flake for feed. The sweet, dusty smell of the dried grass. The sound of grain pouring into a wooden trough, like rain on a tin roof. The clink of bit chains. The murmur of other troopers talking to their mounts. It is a community here, a brotherhood of men and beasts huddled against the winter. You saddle up. The saddle blanket is heavy wool, rough and thick. You smooth it over the horse's back, careful to remove any wrinkles that could cause a sore. The saddle itself is a heavy McClellan, a frame of wood and rawhide that is durable but notoriously uncomfortable. You cinch the girth, the horse inflating his belly in protest. You knee him gently in the ribs, tighten the strap and check it again. The leather creates a rhythmic creaking sound, the music of the cavalry. You You lead the horse out into the yard. The wind catches the door as you open it, trying to rip it from your grasp. The horse dances sideways, unhappy about leaving the warmth. You soothe him with a low voice, your gloved hand firm on the bridle. The snow is deeper now, drifting against the stable walls. You swing into the saddle, the leather cold and stiff beneath you. The view from up here is different. You can see over the heads of the men forming up in the yard. You see the layout of the fort, the rectangular geometry of civilization imposed on the wild, curving landscape. The sergeant barks orders, his voice snatched away by the gale. You fall into line, knee to knee with the trooper beside you. His horse is a grey, ghost-like in the snow. You glance at him. His scarf is pulled up to his eyes, his hat pulled down. All you see is a strip of dark skin and eyes watering from the cold. He winks at you. You nod back. No words are needed. You are buffalo soldiers. You endure. The column moves out. The sound is a dull thudding of hundreds of hooves on packed snow, the jingle of bits and sabres, the creak of leather. You leave the shelter of the fort buildings and hit the open plain. The wind strikes you full force now, a physical blow. You hunch your shoulders, tuck your chin, and let the horse do the work. The horizon is a blur of white and grey, the sky pressing down like a lead weight. There is no sun yet, only a lightening of the grey to the east, a bruise-coloured dawn that offers light but no heat. You are patrolling the telegraph lines today, miles of wooden poles strung with wire that sings in the wind. The wire is the lifeline of the frontier, the voice of the government, and it breaks constantly in the ice. Your job is to ride the line, look for breaks, look for trouble. It sounds simple. It is agonizing. You ride for hours, your body settling into the rhythm of the horse. The cold is insidious. It starts at your extremities and works its way inward. First your toes go numb inside the stiff boots. Then your fingers, despite the heavy gloves, begin to lose dexterity. You flex them constantly against the reins, trying to keep the blood moving. Your nose runs, and you wipe it on your rough woolen sleeve, the fabric scraping your raw skin. The moisture freezes on your upper lip almost instantly. The landscape is monotonous, a rolling sea of white interrupted only by the dark, vertical lines of the telegraph poles. The wire above hums a high, eerie note, a constant companion to the wind. You watch the ground for tracks, for signs of movement, but the snow hides everything. It is a blank page that erases history as soon as it is written. Even your own horse's tracks are filling in behind you within minutes. Hunger begins to gnaw at your belly. Breakfast was hardtack, a dense, dry cracker that tastes like flour and dust, and black coffee that was scalding hot one minute and ice cold the next. You reach into your saddlebag for a piece of dried beef. It is frozen solid. You have to tuck it inside your cheek like tobacco, and let it thaw slowly before you can chew it. The taste is salty and metallic, like blood. It gives you something to do, a distraction from the cold. The sergeant raises a hand, signalling a halt. He points to a pole ahead. The wire is down, snapped by the weight of ice and the fury of the wind. It lies coiled on the snow like a black snake. This is what you are here for. You dismount, your legs stiff and unresponsive. When your boots hit the ground, the impact jars your spine. You stumble, grabbing the stirrup leather for balance. The horse stands patient, head low, icicles forming on his whiskers. You walk to the pole. The snow is thigh-deep here. It is heavy, wet snow, the kind that clings to your wool trousers and melts against your skin. You have to dig the wire out. You use your gloved hands, sweeping away the drift. The wire is cold enough to burn. You can feel the chill through the leather of your gloves. You have to splice it. This requires dexterity you don't currently have. You take off your gloves, tucking them under your armpit to keep them warm. Your bare hands are exposed to the air. The wind bites them instantly. You work fast, twisting the stiff metal strands together. Your fingers turn clumsy and white. You fumble, curse, try again. The metal cuts your skin, a thin line of red that freezes before it can bleed. Finally, the connection is made. You pull your gloves back on, your hands shaking violently. You beat them against your thighs to bring the feeling back. It hurts, a sharp, prickling pain as the blood returns. You mount up again, the saddle feeling like a block of ice. The patrol continues. By midday, the sun breaks through the clouds. It is a weak, watery sun that offers no warmth, but the light is blinding. The snow reflects it like a mirror. You squint, your eyes watering and aching. Snow blindness is a real threat out here. Men have gone blind for days, their eyes gritty and swollen shut, helpless. You pull your hat lower, peering through your eyelashes. The world is a dazzling, painful white. You spot movement on the ridge to the west, a herd of elk moving single file through the deep snow. They are dark shapes against the white, their breath steaming. They watch you pass, unconcerned. They belong here. You are the intruder. You envy their thick coats, their natural adaptation to this brutal world. You're wearing a uniform made in a factory back east, designed by men who sit in heated offices. It is inadequate. You feel the wind cutting through the seams of your coat, finding the gaps between your scarf and your collar. The afternoon drags on. The temperature drops as the sun begins its early descent. The shadows on the snow turn long and blue. The wind picks up, swirling the loose powder into miniature tornadoes that dance across the drifts. Your horse is tired. You can feel it in his stride, a stumbling heaviness. You pat his neck, murmuring encouragement. He flicks an ear back, listening to your voice. It is the only conversation you have had in hours. The sergeant signals the return. The fort is miles away, a tiny speck of civilization in the wilderness. You turn your mounts. The horse is eager now, sensing food and shelter. The ride back is a battle against exhaustion. Your body wants to slump, to sleep, but you force yourself to stay upright, to stay alert. To fall asleep in the saddle is to freeze. You think about the stories the old-timers tell, about the buffalo soldier who got separated from his unit in a blizzard. They found him 3 days later, sitting against a tree, his rifle across his knees, frozen solid. He looked like he was just resting. You shake your head, clearing the image. Focus on the rhythm of the hooves. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Focus on the sensation of the reins in your hand. Focus on the heat of the horse beneath you. As the fort comes into view, smoke rising from the chimneys, a wave of relief washes over you so strong it makes you dizzy. You ride through the gates, the sentries nodding as you pass. You slide out of the saddle, your legs giving way for a moment before you catch yourself. You lead the horse into the stable. It is warm inside, smelling of life. You unsaddle, rubbing the horse down with a handful of straw. You check his back for sores, his legs for swelling. You feed him, listening to the contented crunch of grain. Only when he is settled do you think of yourself. You walk back to the barracks. The heat from the stove hits you like a physical wall. It is stuffy, smelling of drying wool and unwashed bodies, but it is the best smell in the world. You strip off your greatcoat, hanging it near the stove. It steams as the snow melts. You take off your boots, your socks. Your feet are white and wrinkled, but not black. No frostbite today. You massage them, feeling the blood return. Dinner is beans again, and salt pork and coffee. You eat greedily, shoveling the food into your mouth. It is fuel. You need the calories to burn against the cold. The barracks is noisy now, men talking, laughing, playing cards. A game of whist is starting in the corner. Someone is cleaning a rifle, the smell of oil sharp in the air. You sit on your cot, leaning back against the wall. You're tired, bone deep, tired, but you are alive. You survived the patrol. You survived the cold. You survived the day, but the night is coming. And the night brings its own challenges. The lantern light in the barracks is dim, casting long, wavering shadows against the log walls. The wind outside has picked up, howling around the corners of the building like a pack of wolves trying to find a way in. You can hear the fine grit of snow hitting the window panes, a constant hiss, hiss, hiss. Inside, the stove glows cherry red in spots, radiating a fierce heat that battles the drafts seeping up through the floorboards. You're sitting with a group of men around the stove. Private Jackson is telling a story about a haunt he saw down in the bayou back home, his voice low and rhythmic. You listen, letting the cadence of his speech lull you. It is a distraction from the itch of the wool, the ache in your joints. Another trooper, Corporal Smith, is mending a tear in his trousers with a needle and thread. His hands are large and scarred, but his movements are delicate. He wets the thread in his mouth, squinting in the dim light. "Cold out there tomorrow," Smith says, not looking up. Sergeant says another storm is brewing. "Always a storm," Jackson mutters. "This whole territory is just one long storm interrupted by wind." You nod. It feels that way. You think about the letters you have written home, Letters that talk about the scenery, the duty, the pride. You don't write about the cold. You don't write about the numbness. You don't want them to worry. You don't want them to know that sometimes, out on the patrol, you think about just lying down in the snow and closing your eyes. You reach into your pocket and pull out a small worn book. It is a Bible, given to you by your mother. The leather cover is cracked. The page is thin and yellow. You open it to a random page, reading the words silently. The familiar verses are a comfort, a link to a warmer place, a gentler time. You run your thumb over the text. The paper feels fragile, like dry leaves. The bugle sounds tattoo, the signal to prepare for bed. The card games end. The mending is put away. Men begin to strip, down to their long underwear. The air in the room is cooling as the fire is banked for the night. You climb into your cot, pulling the scratchy blanket up to your chin. The straw mattress rustles. You stare up at the ceiling beams, listening to the wind. It sounds like a voice, moaning, pleading. Sleep comes slowly. You drift in and out, your dreams filled with white landscapes and endless fences of wire. You dream of heat, of the sun on your face, of hot water, of a fire that never goes out. You wake up shivering. The fire has died down. The room is freezing again. You curl into a ball, trapping your body heat. You listen to the breathing of the other men. You're all in this together, huddled against the dark. And then, a new sound cuts through the night. Not the wind, not the breathing. A sharp, distinct crack. A gunshot. The barracks explodes into motion. Men are out of their cots in seconds, grabbing carbines, pulling on boots. The door flies open, and the sergeant rushes in. "Trouble at the perimeter," he shouts. "Look alive!" You're moving before you're fully awake. You shove your feet into your boots, not bothering with socks. You grab your greatcoat, throwing it over your long underwear. You snatch your carbine and belt. The metal is freezing against your hands. You run out into the night, into the snow, into the chaos. The wind is a physical force now, blinding you with snow. You can't see more than a few feet in front of you. You hear shouting, the whinny of horses. You run toward the sound, stumbling in the drifts. Your heart hammers against your ribs. Is it raiders? Is it a false alarm? Is it a soldier who cracked under the strain and fired at a shadow? You reach the perimeter fence. A sentry is pointing out into the darkness. "There! I saw them! Shapes in the snow." You squint, trying to pierce the veil of the storm. You see nothing but swirling white. You raise your carbine, your finger resting on the trigger guard. The metal burns your skin. You wait. The cold seeps through your unbuttoned coat, freezing the sweat on your back. You stand there, a statue of ice and adrenaline, waiting for the enemy to reveal themselves. But the night keeps its secrets. The shapes do not reappear. The wind howls, mocking you. After an hour, the sergeant calls you back. It was likely nothing. A trick of the light. A deer. A hallucination brought on by the cold and the isolation. You trudge back to the barracks, your body shaking violently now from the adrenaline crash and the chill. You strip off your coat, your boots. You crawl back into your cot, but sleep is gone. You lie there, listening to the wind, wondering what is out there in the dark, wondering if next time the shapes will be real. This is the reality of the frontier. The enemy isn't always a person. Sometimes it is the land itself. Sometimes it is your own mind. And always, always, it is the cold. The morning after, the false alarm is brittle. The sun rises on a world, encased in ice. The snow has stopped, but the temperature has plummeted even further. The air sparkles with suspended ice crystals, creating sundogs, ghostly rainbows flanking the rising sun. It is breathtakingly beautiful, a scene from a fairy tale, but you know better. Beauty here is a trap. You're assigned to stable duty today. It is a reprieve from the patrol, a chance to stay relatively warm, or at least out of the wind. You walk into the stable, the smell of ammonia and hay hitting you. The horses are restless. They sense the storm has passed, but the cold remains. You grab a pitchfork, the wood handle polished smooth by countless hands. You begin to muck out the stalls. The work is heavy, repetitive. Lift, twist, throw. Lift, twist, throw. Your muscles warm up, the stiffness leaving your joints. You take off your greatcoat, working in your wool shirt. Sweat trickles down your back, a dangerous thing in this climate. If you stop moving, that sweat will freeze. You keep working, finding a rhythm. A young private, fresh from the recruitment centre in New Orleans, is working beside you. He is shivering, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. He stops to blow on his hands. "Cold," he mutters. "Never felt cold like this." You look at him. He's thin, his uniform hanging off him. He hasn't grown into the life yet. "Keep moving," you say. "Don't stop. The moment you stop, the cold gets you." He nods, grabbing his shovel. You watch him for a moment. He reminds you of yourself when you first arrived. Green, scared, unprepared for the reality of the northern plains. You wonder if he'll make it. Many don't. They get sick, they desert, or they simply give up. The frontier weeds out the weak with ruthless efficiency. You finish the stalls and move to the grain bins. You fill buckets with oats, the sound like falling rain. You carry them to the troughs. The horses crowd forward, eager. You watch them eat, listening to the crunching. It is a peaceful sound, a domestic sound. For a moment you could be back on a farm in Kentucky or Tennessee, safe and warm. But then a draft sweeps through the stable door carrying the scent of pine and ice, and the illusion shatters. The sergeant enters, stamping his feet. "Mail call," he announces, holding up a canvas sack. The work stops instantly. Men gather around, eyes bright with hope. Mail is the only link to the outside world, to the lives they left behind. The sergeant reads out names. Johnson, Williams, Carter. He calls your name. You step forward, taking the letter. The envelope is stained and wrinkled, having travelled thousands of miles by train and stagecoach to reach you. You recognise the handwriting. It is your sister. You tuck the letter into your shirt pocket, saving it for later, for a quiet moment when you can savour it. Others are not so lucky. They turn away, shoulders slumping. No letter today. Maybe next week. Maybe never. The isolation settles back over them, heavier than before. You find a corner of the stable, sitting on a bale of hay. You open your letter. It is dated 3 months ago. Your sister writes about the harvest, about the new baby, about the church social. It is news from another planet, a world of warmth and green and community. You read it twice, hungry for the details, for the connection. You trace the words with your finger. "We pray for you," she writes. "Stay safe. Safe." You look around the stable. The horses, the pitchforks, the rough-hewn beams. Is this safe? You're surrounded by hostile territory, by weather that wants to kill you, by a government that often forgets you exist. But you have a job. You have a purpose. You're a soldier. You fold the letter carefully and put it back in your pocket. It is a talisman, a piece of home to carry against the cold. The afternoon is spent repairing tack. You sit on a bench stitching a torn bridle. The leather is thick and tough. You use an awl to punch holes, then thread the waxed cord through. It is precise work, demanding focus. Your hands cramp, but you keep going. The smell of oil and leather fills your nose. Outside, the wind is picking up again. You can hear it whistling through the eaves of the stable. Another storm? Or just the constant, restless breath of the plains? You don't know. You just keep stitching. Dinner is stew, thick, brown, full of potatoes and beef that has been boiled until it falls apart. It is hot and filling. You sit in the mess hall surrounded by the noise of eating. Men talking with their mouths full, the clatter of tin spoons on tin plates. The air is thick with steam and the smell of food. After dinner, you go back to the barracks. You have a few hours of free time before lights out. Some men are writing letters, their tongues poking out in concentration. Others are cleaning their kit. A group is singing softly in the corner, a spiritual that rises and falls like the wind. Swing low, sweet chariot. The voices are rich and deep, harmonizing effortlessly. You close your eyes and listen. The song is a prayer, a lament, a hope. It speaks of a home beyond this world, a place of rest and freedom. It resonates in your bones. You join in, your voice blending with theirs. For a while, the cold is forgotten. The barracks is transformed into a sanctuary. You're not soldiers on a frozen frontier. Your souls lifting your voices against the dark, but the song ends. The silence returns. The wind rattles the door. You're back in Montana, back in the winter of 1877. You prepare for bed. You bank the fire in the stove. You check your gear, making sure everything is ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow is another patrol. Another ride into the white. You lie down on your cot, pulling the blanket up. You touch the letter in your pocket one last time. "Stay safe," she wrote. You close your eyes. You will try. That is all you can do. You will try to stay warm. You will try to stay alert. You will try to survive. The next morning, the sergeant has a new assignment for you. Not patrol, wood detail. The fort's supply of firewood is running low. A party is being sent out to the timberline 5 miles away to fell trees and haul them back. It sounds better than patrol. Moving, working, swinging an axe. It generates heat. But it is hard, dangerous work. The trees are frozen, the wood brittle. Axes can bounce, bite into legs instead of logs, and you are vulnerable out there, away from the fort, encumbered by heavy loads. You harness the mules to the sleds. The mules are cranky, snapping at each other. They don't want to go out either. You slap their flanks, shouting at them. Their breath steams in the air. You climb onto the sled, wrapping the reins around your gloved hands. The ride to the timberline is slow. The sled runners squeal on the hard-packed snow. The mules struggle for footing. You watch the horizon, scanning for trouble. The sky is a flat, featureless grey. It feels heavy, like it is pressing down on the earth. You reach the trees. Pine and fir, their branches heavy with snow. It is quiet here, a hushed, cathedral silence. You jump off the sled, sinking to your knees in snow. You grab your axe. The first swing jars your arms all the way to the shoulders. The tree is frozen solid. It rings like a bell when you hit it. Clang. You swing again. A chip of wood flies off, spinning into the snow. You find a rhythm. Swing, recover, swing. Your breath comes in gasps. You start to sweat. You unbutton your coat. The sound of axes fills the air. Chop, chop, chop. Trees begin to fall, crashing down with a whoosh of displaced air and snow. You trim the branches, the pine scent sharp and clean. You load the logs onto the sleds, securing them with chains. The chains are ice cold, biting through your gloves. By midday the sleds are full. You are exhausted, your muscles burning, but you feel good. You have accomplished something. You have gathered fuel. You have secured warmth for the fort. You sit on a log to eat your lunch. Bread and cheese, frozen but edible. You look around at the other men. They are tired, dirty, covered in sawdust and snow, but they are smiling. There is a satisfaction in this work, a tangible result. Then the silence of the woods is broken, not by an axe, by a howl. It starts low, rising to a high, quavering note. A wolf, then another, and another. The pack is close. The mules panic, braying and stamping. You jump up, grabbing your carbine. You scan the tree line. Shadows move between the trunks. Grey shapes, low to the ground. "Wolves!" someone shouts. They are hungry. The winter has been hard on them too. They smell the mules. They smell you. You form a perimeter around the sleds. You check your loads. The wolves circle, emboldened by hunger. You can see their eyes, yellow and intelligent. They are testing you, looking for a weakness. A large male lunges from the brush, snapping at a mule's legs. The mule kicks out, connecting with a sickening thud. The wolf yelps and rolls away. "Fire!" the sergeant orders. A volley of shots rings out. The noise is deafening in the quiet woods. Smoke hangs in the cold air. 2 wolves fall. The rest scatter, vanishing into the trees like smoke. You stand there, heart pounding, listening. Are they gone, or are they just regrouping? "Load up," the sergeant yells. "We're moving out, now!" You scramble onto the sleds. You whip the mules into a run. The sleds lurch forward, heavy with wood. You watch your back trail, your carbine across your knees. The woods are silent again, but you feel eyes on you, watching, waiting. The ride back is tense. The sun is setting, painting the snow in shades of purple and blood red. You urge the mules on, praying you reach the fort before dark. The cold is returning, sharper now. You make it. The gates open, and you pull the sleds into the yard. You're safe. You unload the wood, stacking it by the mess hall. You have fuel. You have fire. That night, as you lie in your cot, you listen to the wind, and beneath the wind you think you hear it again. The howl, distant, mournful, hungry. A reminder that outside these walls the wild still rules. You pull the blanket over your head. You close your eyes. You sleep. Because tomorrow you have to do it all again. The days turn into weeks. The snow deepens. The routine becomes a grind. Patrol, stable duty, wood detail, guard duty. The cold is a constant. A roommate you can't evict. You learn to live with it. You learn the tricks. Put pepper in your socks to stimulate blood flow. Rub grease on your face to prevent frostbite. Don't touch metal with bare skin. You learn to read the snow. The way it drifts tells you the wind direction. The texture tells you the temperature. You learn to read the horses. Ears back means trouble. Head low means exhaustion. Shivering means hypothermia. You learn to read the men. Silence can mean focus, or it can mean despair. A joke can be a lifeline. A shared cigarette can be a bond stronger than blood. One day, a blizzard hits. A real one. A whiteout that buries the fort. You can't see the building next door. You're trapped in the barracks for 3 days. The stove burns day and night. You play cards until the decks are worn soft. You tell stories until you run out. You sleep. You eat. You wait. When the storm breaks, you have to dig your way out. The snow is drifted to the eaves. You tunnel through it, emerging into a world transformed. The landscape is sculpted into new shapes, soft curves and sharp ridges. It is alien and beautiful. You spend the day clearing paths, digging out the stables. The horses are spooked, their eyes rolling. You calm them, talking low. You feed them extra grain. That night the sky's clear. The northern lights appear, curtains of green and violet shimmering across the stars. You stand outside, wrapped in your coat, watching. It is magic. It is terrifying. It is the spirit of the north, dancing in the cold. You feel small. You feel insignificant. But you also feel alive. You're here. You're surviving. Spring comes slowly. A thaw in March, followed by another freeze. Mud season, when the ground turns to soup. The rivers swell, ice breaking up with sounds like cannon fire. The grass begins to green. The first meadowlark sings. You made it. You survived the winter. You are a buffalo soldier. You are tougher than the cold. You are tougher than the wind. You are tougher than the land itself. But the story isn't over. The summer brings heat, dust, drought. It brings rattlesnakes and scorpions. It brings long patrols under a relentless sun. It brings new enemies, new challenges. But for now, you just stand in the sun, feeling the warmth on your face. You close your eyes and breathe. The air smells of mud and new grass. It smells of hope. You wake up on a cot that smells like damp canvas and horse sweat, but this time, the air is thick with humidity, not ice. It's August now, 6 months since the long freeze. The Montana plains have traded their white shroud for a blanket of dusty sagebrush and sun-baked earth. The heat isn't just warm, it's aggressive. It presses against your skin like a heavy wool blanket you can't throw off. Flies buzz incessantly, their droning sound weaving into the low murmur of the barracks. You sit up, wiping a sheen of sweat from your forehead. Your uniform, the same heavy blue wool that saved your life in January, now feels like a punishment. The army doesn't issue summer weight. You wear what you have. You unbutton the collar of your shirt, hoping for a breeze that never comes. The air inside the barracks is stagnant, smelling of old boots and the lingering scent of last night's salt pork. The bugle sounds revel, sharp and brassy in the morning heat. You groan, swinging your legs over the side of the cot. Your boots are dusty, the leather cracking from the dry heat. You pull them on, the familiar stiffness greeting your feet. Today is patrol day. Long hours in the saddle under a sun that wants to cook you alive. You walk to the mess hall. Breakfast is coffee, black and bitter, and cornmeal mush that sits heavy in your stomach. You eat quickly, not for pleasure, but for fuel. You need the energy. You'll be riding 20 miles today, scouting for water sources that haven't dried up. Outside, the sun is already high, a blinding white disk in a pale blue sky. The parade ground is a dust bowl. Every step kicks up a small cloud of grit that coats your tongue and grinds between your teeth. You pull your hat low, shading your eyes. The glare is intense, bouncing off the parched earth. You head to the stables. The smell here is overpowering. Ammonia, manure, and the sweet cloying scent of molasses feed. The horses are lethargic, their heads hanging low, tails flicking lazily at the flies. You find your bay gelding. He looks at you with resignation. You run a hand over his flank. His coat is hot to the touch. You check his water bucket. Empty. You fill it, watching him drink greedily, the water splashing over his muzzle. Saddling up is a chore. The leather is hot, the metal buckles burning your fingers. The horse puffs out his belly, not in protest, but in exhaustion. You tighten the cinch, patting his neck. Easy boy, we'll find water. The patrol moves out, a column of blue and dust winding through the sagebrush. The heat radiates from the ground, shimmering in waves that distort the horizon. You ride in silence, conserving energy. Talking dries out your mouth. You reach for your canteen. The water inside is warm, tasting of tin and canvas, but it's wet. You take a small sip, swishing it around your mouth before swallowing. The landscape is relentless. Miles of scrub brush, dry creek beds, and bleached bones of buffalo. You see a rattlesnake coiled near a rock, its rattle buzzing a warning. Your horse sidesteps, ears pricked. You rein him in, guiding him around the danger. The snake watches you pass, tongue tasting the dusty air. By midday the heat is suffocating. Your wool uniform is soaked with sweat. Salt stains bloom under your arms and across your back. You can feel the chafing, raw and stinging. You shift in the saddle, trying to find a comfortable position. There isn't one. The sergeant signals a halt near a stand of cottonwood trees. Shade. It is a precious commodity. You dismount, your legs trembling. You lead your horse into the shadow of the trees. The air here is slightly cooler, smelling of dry leaves. You loosen the girth, letting the horse breathe. You share your water with him, pouring it into your hat. He drinks, nuzzling your hand. You sit with your back against a tree, closing your eyes. The buzz of cicadas fills the air, a rhythmic, hypnotic sound. You doze for a few minutes, a shallow, restless sleep. You dream of ice, of snowdrifts, of wind that cuts like a knife. You wake up sweating, disoriented. For a moment, you miss the winter. The cold was an enemy you could fight with fire and fur. The heat is an enemy you can only endure. The patrol resumes. You ride until late afternoon, the sun beating down on your shoulders. You find a creek, a trickle of muddy water winding through the rocks. It isn't much, but it's enough. You fill your canteens, let the horses drink. You splash water on your face, washing away the dust. It feels cool, refreshing. You turn back toward the fort. The ride home is long, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and purple. The air cools slightly, a gentle breeze stirring the sagebrush. You watch the sky, the first stars appearing. The vastness of the plains is overwhelming. You feel small, insignificant, a speck of dust in a world of giants. You reach the fort after dark. The gates open, the lanterns glowing warmly. You tend to your horse first, rubbing him down, feeding him, checking his hooves. Only then do you head to the barracks. You strip off your uniform, your skin red and chafed. You wash with a bucket of water, the soap stinging your raw skin. You put on a clean shirt, a luxury. Dinner is beans and hardtack. You eat, listening to the men talk. They talk about the heat, about the water, about the rumours of trouble with the tribes to the north. You listen, nodding. It is the same conversation every night, but it is comforting. It is connection. You lie on your cot, listening to the night sounds, the coyotes yipping in the distance, the wind rustling the dry grass, the breathing of the men around you. You're tired, but it is a good tired. You did your job. You survived the heat. You survived the day. Tomorrow will be the same. Heat, dust, thirst. But you are a buffalo soldier. You endure, you adapt, you survive. As you drift off, you think about the seasons. The brutal cold of winter, the scorching heat of summer. This land is a land of extremes. It tests you, breaks you down, rebuilds you. You are part of it now. You are forged by it. And then, a new sound. A low rumble, like distant thunder. But the sky is clear. You sit up, listening. The rumble grows louder, a rhythmic pounding that vibrates through the floorboards. "Stampede!" someone shouts. You're on your feet in an instant. You grab your boots, your carbine. You run outside. The ground is shaking. Dust clouds the air, lit by the moonlight. A herd of wild horses, spooked by something, is thundering toward the fort. Hundreds of them, a river of muscle and hooves. The sentries are firing into the air, trying to turn them. You run to the fence line, waving your coat, shouting. The noise is deafening. The smell of dust and panic fills your nose. You see the led stallion, a massive black beast, eyes rolling white. He swerves at the last second, leading the herd away from the buildings. They flow past like a dark river, the sound fading into the distance. You stand there, heart pounding, watching the dust settle. The silence returns, heavy and profound. You look at the men around you, faces pale in the moonlight, eyes wide. You survived again. The frontier threw another challenge at you, and you stood your ground. You walk back to the barracks, your legs shaky. You sit on your cot taking a deep breath. The adrenaline fades, leaving you exhausted. You lie down, pulling the blanket up. You close your eyes. Sleep comes quickly this time, deep and dreamless. You rest. You gather your strength, because the frontier never sleeps, and tomorrow the sun will rise again. You wake before the bugle, your internal clock set by months of rhythmic routine. It's autumn now, that brief golden window between the kiln of summer and the deep freeze of winter. The air inside the barracks is cool, crisp, smelling of dry pine needles and the faint, sweet scent of curing tobacco from someone's pouch. You pull the wool blanket up to your chin, savouring the warmth for just a moment longer. The light filtering through the window is a pale, washed-out blue, signalling the sun is still deciding whether to rise. Today is different. Today isn't patrol. It isn't wood detail. Today is escort duty. A wagon train of settlers, fresh from the east, green as spring grass, needs protection through the pass. They have no idea what waits for them. They see the mountains as a postcard. You see them as a gauntlet of rock slides, ambush points, and sudden storms. You swing your legs out of the cot. The floorboards are chilly, but not the biting ice of January. You pull on your socks, checking for holes. A blister on your heel is healing, the skin tender and pink. You lace your boots tight, the leather supple now, broken in by miles of walking and riding. You stand, stretching your back. A pop echoes in the quiet room. You're 24, but some mornings you feel 50. Breakfast is the usual, coffee and hardtack, but the cook has thrown in some dried apples, rehydrated in the coffee water. It's a small mercy, a burst of tart sweetness in a world of salt and starch. You drink the coffee black, letting the heat spread through your chest. You head to the stables. The air outside is sharp, smelling of sage and damp earth. The horses are frisky, sensing the change in weather. Your bay gelding nuzzles your shoulder, looking for a treat. You give him a piece of hardtack you saved. He crunches it loudly, crumbs falling from his lips. You saddle him quickly, your hands sure and steady. The wool of the uniform feels right today, neither too hot nor too cold. Just armour. The wagon train is waiting outside the gates. 6 wagons, canvas covers bleached white by the sun, wheels caked in mud. The settlers are a mix of families, men with anxious eyes, women with tight lips, children peering out from the backs of the wagons with dirty faces. They look at you, at your dark skin and blue uniform, with a mix of curiosity and fear. You're used to it. You are the Buffalo Soldier. To them you are a shield, but also a stranger. The sergeant rides up, his horse dancing sideways. "All right, men, keep your eyes open. This pass is narrow and the rocks are loose. Let's get them through before the weather turns." You take your position at the rear of the column, the drag. It's the worst spot. Dust from the wagons, the smell of the mules, the constant need to watch the back trail, but it's also the most important. If trouble comes, it often comes from behind. The train moves out with a groan of wood and a clatter of chains. The pace is slow, agonizingly slow. The oxen plod forward, heads low. The settlers walk alongside, conserving the strength of their animals. You watch the ridgeline, your eyes scanning for movement. A hawk circles overhead, screeching. A marmot whistles from a rock pile, otherwise silence. The trail winds up into the foothills. The air grows thinner, cooler. The trees change from cottonwood to aspen, their leaves turning gold and trembling in the breeze. It is beautiful, a riot of colour against the grey rock. But you don't look at the beauty. You look at the shadows. You look at the choke points. By midday you are deep in the pass. The walls of the canyon rise sheer on either side, blocking out the sun. It is cooler here, damp. The sound of the river below is a constant roar. The trail narrows, one wagon at a time. A wheel slips on loose gravel, sending a shower of stones into the gorge. A woman screams. Men rush to hold the wagon back. You sit your horse, carbine resting on your thigh, watching the rim of the canyon. This is where an ambush would happen. High ground, no escape. You see a flash of movement on the cliff edge. A deer? A man? You raise your hand, signalling the trooper ahead. He passes the signal up the line. The column halts. Silence falls, heavy and thick. You listen. Only the river and the wind. The sergeant rides back. What did you see? Movement. Up on the north rim. Could be nothing. Could be a scout. The sergeant nods. He trusts your eyes. We hold here. Send a detail up to check. You and 2 others dismount. You leave your horses with the wagons and begin the climb. It is steep, scrambling over loose shale and scrub oak. Your breath comes in gasps. Your boots slide. You use your hands, gripping roots and rock. You reach the rim, staying low. You crawl to the edge, peering through the brush. Empty. Just rock and wind and the endless sky. But you find tracks. Moccasin prints in the dust, fresh. Someone was here. Someone was watching. You scramble back down. Tracks, you report. Fresh. Maybe 2 or 3 men. The sergeant's face tightens. Scouts. That means the main party isn't far. We need to move. Get them to the high meadow before dark. The urgency ripples through the train. Drivers shout at their oxen, whips cracking. The settlers look frightened, huddled together. You remount, your senses dialed up to high alert. Every shadow looks like a warrior. Every rustle of leaves sounds like a footstep. The trail climbs higher. The air gets colder. You can see your breath again. The sun is sinking, casting the canyon into deep purple shadow. You push the pace. The wagons creak and groan, protesting the speed. A wheel rim breaks on a rock. Sparks fly. "Leave it," the sergeant orders. "Uncouple the team. Load what you can. We don't stop." The family in the broken wagon scrambles to grab their possessions. A trunk, a sack of flour, a rifle. They abandon the rest. A rocking chair sits forlornly on the trail, a symbol of the life they left behind. They climb onto another wagon, crowded and scared. You reach the high meadow just as the last light fades. It is a bowl of grass surrounded by peaks, defensible. You circle the wagons, creating a fortress of wood and canvas. The settlers build fires, small and shielded. You set up a perimeter guard. You will not sleep tonight. The night is cold, a preview of the winter to come. The stars are hard chips of ice. You walk your post, carbine in the crook of your arm. You listen. Ekia, coyote howls. An owl hoots. And then the sound of drums. Low, rhythmic, distant, but unmistakable. They are out there, letting you know they see you, letting you know they are waiting. The settlers hear it too. A woman starts to cry, a thin, high sound. A man hushes her. You grip your carbine tighter. The metal is cold, but your hands are sweating. "Steady," the sergeant whispers, appearing out of the dark. "They won't attack a fortified position at night, not unless they have numbers." "Do they?" you ask. "We'll find out at dawn." You stand your watch. The hours drag, the drums stop, then start again, moving closer, then farther away. Psychological warfare, wearing you down, making you doubt what you see in the dark. Dawn comes grey and misty. The meadow is silent. No drums, no attacks. You scan the tree line. Nothing. Did they leave? Or are they just waiting for you to move into the open? The sergeant orders the train to move out. "Keep it tight. Weapons ready." You ride out of the meadow back onto the trail. The descent begins. It is easier on the animals, but harder on the nerves. Gravity pulls the wagons down. Brakes screech and smoke. You reach the valley floor by noon. The landscape opens up. Grassland, river, space. You have made it through the pass. The settlers cheer, a ragged, relieved sound. You don't cheer. You look back at the mountains. They loom dark and silent. You know the eyes are still there, watching you go. You escort them another 10 miles to the edge of the settled territory. A town is visible in the distance, a cluster of wooden buildings and smoke. Safety. The lead settler, a bearded man with a face etched by sun and worry, rides back to you. He holds out a hand. "Thank you," he says. "We wouldn't have made it." You shake his hand. His grip is firm, calloused. "Just doing the job," you say. He nods. "A hard job, but a good one." He rides away. You watch the wagons roll toward the town. You turn your horse back toward the mountains, back toward the fort. Your job is done, but the frontier is still there, waiting. The ride back is quiet. The adrenaline fades, leaving you hollowed out. You're tired. You want a hot meal and a bed that doesn't move, but you also feel a strange sense of peace. You stood between vulnerable people and the dark. You held the line. You are a buffalo soldier. This is your life. The cold, the heat, the fear, the duty. It is a hard life, a brutal life. But in moments like this, under the vast, indifferent sky, it feels like a life that matters. You wake up to the sound of rain drumming against the roof, a relentless, heavy rhythm that promises mud. It's late October now, and the golden autumn has dissolved into a grey, wet prelude to winter. The barrack smells of damp wool and old coffee grounds. The air is chilly, dampness seeping into your bones in a way dry cold never does. You pull your blanket tighter for a moment, listening to the water gurgle in the gutters. Today is not patrol nor wood detail. Today is mail run escort. The stagecoach is coming through, carrying payroll, letters, and a US Marshal with a prisoner. Your squad has been assigned to meet it at the river crossing and bring it in. It's a simple enough task, but in this weather, nothing is simple. The river will be swollen, the roads slick with mud deep enough to swallow a boot. You get up, your joints stiff from the damp. You dress quickly, layering your clothes. Long underwear, flannel shirt, wool trousers, tunic. You put on your slicker, a heavy rubberized coat that smells of oil and keeps the rain out but traps your sweat in. It's a miserable garment, stiff and clammy, but better than being soaked to the skin in freezing rain. Breakfast is the usual sludge, warm but tasteless. You drink your coffee standing up, staring out the window at the grey curtain of rain. The parade ground is a quagmire. Men are trudging through ankle-deep mud, curses floating on the wet air. You head to the stables. The horses are unhappy, their heads hanging, ears flattened against the sound of the rain on the roof. Your bay gelding shifts away from you as you approach, not wanting to leave his dry stall. You saddle him, checking the cinch carefully. Leather stretches when wet. A loose saddle can mean a bad fall. You lead him out, the rain hitting you instantly, cold and stinging. You mount up, water running off the brim of your hat and down your neck. The squad forms up, a line of black slickers and bowed heads. The sergeant gives the order, and you move out, splashing through the puddles. The ride to the river crossing is slow. The horses struggle for footing in the slick mud. You keep your eyes on the road, watching for washouts. The landscape is bleak, grey hills rolling away into the mist. You can't see more than 100 yards. It's prime ambush weather. The rain hides sound, hides movement. You reach the river. It's high, a churning brown torrent tearing at the banks. The ferry is on the far side, bobbing in the current. You wait. An hour passes. The rain turns to sleet, bouncing off your slicker like tiny stones. Your hands are numb inside your wet gloves. You flex them, trying to keep the feeling. Finally you hear the crack of a whip and the rumble of wheels. The stagecoach appears out of the mist on the far bank. It's a Concorde coach, painted red, mud splattered up to the windows. The driver is hunched over, wrapped in oilskins. A man with a shotgun sits beside him. The ferry starts across, fighting the current. It's a slow, tense crossing. The river grabs at the boat, spinning it. The horses on the ferry stomp nervously. You watch, hand on your carbine, ready for anything. The ferry hits the bank with a thud. The stagecoach rolls off, water streaming from its wheels. The driver pulls up, nodding to the sergeant. "Rough crossing," he shouts over the wind. "River's rising fast." The door opens and the marshal steps out. He's a big man, face hidden by a dripping hat. He pulls a prisoner out after him, a thin, wiry man in handcuffs shivering in a thin coat. "Glad to see you, boys," the marshal says. "This one's slippery, tried to jump into the river twice." You form a protective box around the coach. You, the outriders. The journey back to the fort begins. The mud is worse now, churned up by the heavy coach. The horses labour, heads down. Suddenly a shot rings out from the ridge above. A trooper's horse goes down, screaming. "Ambush!" the sergeant roars. "Dismount! Form a line!" You slide off your horse into the mud, dragging your carbine free. You scramble for cover behind a rock outcropping. Bullets slap into the mud around you. You can't see the shooters, just flashes of muzzle fire in the mist. "Return fire!" You aim at the flashes, firing blindly. The noise is deafening, the smell of gunpowder mixing with the rain. The stagecoach driver is whipping his team, trying to get the coach to cover. The marshal is firing a Winchester from the window. You see movement on the ridge, shapes running. You fire again. One shape stumbles and falls. "They're flanking us!" someone shouts. You look to your left. More shapes coming down the ravine. You reload, your fingers slippery with rain and oil. You fire, work the lever, fire again. The rhythm takes over. Load, aim, fire. Don't think, just act. The attackers are getting closer. You can see their faces now, desperate men, outlaws probably after the payroll. They are shouting ragged cries of anger. "Fix bayonets," the sergeant orders. You pull the long knife from your belt, locking it onto the end of your carbine. It clicks into place, a reassuring sound. If they get close enough for this, it's going to be brutal. They charge. A ragged wave of men rushing down the slope. You brace yourself, feet planted in the mud. You wait until you can see the whites of their eyes. Fire! A volley tears into them. Men drop. The charge breaks. They scramble back up the slope, dragging their wounded. Silence falls, broken only by the groans of the injured and the sound of the rain. "Check the men," the sergeant calls. You look around. 2 troopers are down. One is moving, clutching his leg. The other is still. You feel a sickness in your stomach, heavy and cold. You help the wounded man, a bullet through the thigh. Clean entry, messy exit. You bind it tight with a strip of cloth torn from your shirt. He grits his teeth, face grey. "I'm fine," he gasps. "Just get me on a horse." You lift him into the saddle. The dead trooper is draped over a pack mule. You don't look at his face. You can't. Not now. The patrol reforms. The stagecoach is battered, holes in the wood, but rolling. The prisoner is pale, staring at the dead outlaws on the slope. "Let's move," the sergeant says, his voice flat, "before they come back." The ride back is a funeral, procession. The rain feels heavier now, washing the blood from the mud. You're soaked, freezing, exhausted. Your hands shake, not from cold, but from the aftermath of violence. You reach the fort at dusk. The gates open. You ride in. The wounded man is taken to the infirmary. The dead man is taken to the chapel. The payroll is safe. The prisoner is locked in the brig. You go to the barracks. You strip off your wet uniform, hanging it by the stove. You sit on your cot, shivering uncontrollably. The adrenaline is gone, leaving a hollow space inside you. Someone hands you a cup of coffee. You drink it, the heat burning your throat. You look at the empty cot next to yours. That was Jackson's cot. The man who told the ghost stories. The man who sang the spirituals. He won't be singing tonight. The reality of the frontier hits you hard. It isn't just the cold or the heat or the work. It's the suddenness of death. 1 minute you're riding in the rain, bored and miserable. The next you are fighting for your life. And the minute after that, your friend is gone. You lie down, pulling the blanket over your head. You try to sleep. But every time you close your eyes, you see the muzzle flashes in the mist. You hear the scream of the horse. You feel the recoil of the carbine against your shoulder. The rain continues to drum on the roof. It sounds like earth falling on a coffin. You wake up the next morning not to a bugle, but to the dull ache in your chest that comes with loss. The cot next to you is stripped bare. The wool blanket folded neatly at the foot. A stark grey rectangle where a man used to be. The barracks is quiet. A heavy, respectful silence that feels thicker than the air itself. Outside, the rain has turned to a wet, heavy snow, slumping off the roof in great, sighing heaps. Today is burial detail. There is no patrol, no wood chopping, just the final duty you owe to one of your own. You dress slowly. Your uniform, dried by the stove overnight, is stiff and smells of wet wool and wood smoke. You button the tunic, the brass buttons cold against your fingers. You polish your boots, not out of vanity, but out of ritual. You want to look right. You want Jackson to look right. You head to the carpenter's shed. The air is thick with the smell of sawdust and pine resin. The carpenter, an old man with hands like gnarled roots, is finishing the coffin. It is plain pine, rough-hewn, smelling of the forest. You help carry it to the chapel. It feels surprisingly light. Jackson was a big man, full of laughter and stories. It seems impossible that he fits inside this small wooden box. The chapel is cold, the stone floor radiating a chill that seeps through your boots. The chaplain, a weary man with kind eyes, stands at the altar. He reads from the book of Job. Man that is born of a woman is of few days and full of trouble. The words hang in the air, ancient and true. You stand at attention, your gloved hands gripping your hat. You look at the other men, faces set in stone, eyes staring straight ahead. You see grief there, and anger and fear. But mostly you see resolve. This is the life. This is the cost. You carry the coffin to the cemetery, a plot of frozen ground outside the fort walls. The wind whips at the flag draped over the wood. The snow is falling harder now, filling the open grave before you even lower him down. The earth is hard as iron. The grave diggers had to use pickaxes to break through the frost. The bugler plays taps. The notes are pure and sad, drifting away into the white silence of the plains. A volley is fired, the crack of the rifles echoing off the distant hills. You flinch at the sound, remembering yesterday. Remembering the ambush. You shovel the dirt back in. The sound of frozen clods hitting the wood is the loneliest sound in the world. Thud, thud, thud. You work until the grave is filled, until there is just a mound of raw earth in the snow. You place a wooden marker at the head. Private Isaiah Jackson, 10th Cavalry, 1877. You walk back to the fort. The snow is covering your tracks, erasing the path to the grave. By tomorrow, it will be just another bump in the white landscape. That evening, the mood in the barracks is subdued. No cards, no singing. Men sit on their bunks, cleaning their weapons, writing letters. You take out your own paper and pencil. You stare at the blank page. What do you say? How do you explain the sudden violence, the arbitrary nature of death out here? You write to Jackson's mother. You tell her he was a good soldier. You tell her he was brave. You tell her he died doing his duty. You don't tell her about the mud or the fear or the way he looked when they lifted him off the horse. You give her the hero, not the corpse. It is a kindness. You seal the letter with a bit of wax from a candle. You address it to a small town in Louisiana. It will travel by stagecoach, by train, by boat. It will take weeks to get there. By the time she reads it, the snow will be deeper, the winter harder. You lie down on your cot. The empty space next to you feels like a hole in the world. You close your eyes, listening to the wind. It sounds different tonight. Not a moan, but a whisper. Jackson's voice, maybe, singing low. Swing low, sweet chariot. You sleep finally, a restless, dream-filled sleep. You dream of the bayou, of green water and moss-draped trees. You dream of warmth. You dream of home. The next morning, the routine returns. It has to. The army doesn't stop for grief. The bugle sounds. You get up, you dress, you eat, you work. But something has changed. The cold feels deeper. The horizon feels farther away. You are harder now, a little more callous on your soul. You look at the new man who takes Jackson's bunk, a fresh recruit from Philadelphia, eyes wide and nervous, and you nod. Keep your socks dry, you tell him, and keep your head down. He nods back, grateful for the advice. He doesn't know. Yet. He doesn't know about the wolves, or the ambush, or the way the frost can take a man's toes in an hour. He will learn, or he won't. You saddle your horse, the bay gelding knickers, warm breath against your cheek. You mount up. The column forms. You ride out into the snow, into the wind, into the vast, indifferent future. You're a buffalo soldier. You endure. You're sitting in the saddle, but this time the world isn't white. It's a burning, dusty brown. It is high summer, months after Jackson's burial, and the snow is a distant, almost unbelievable memory. The heat is a physical weight, pressing down on your shoulders, radiating up from the parched earth. The air shimmers, distorting the horizon into a watery mirage that promises relief but delivers only more dust. You are on long-range patrol, deep in the Badlands. The terrain is broken, a maze of canyons, buttes and dry riverbeds. It is a landscape of stark, alien beauty, painted in shades of ochre, rust and bone. But it is also a trap. There is no water here. The creeks are dry, the springs reduced to muddy puddles surrounded by the tracks of desperate animals. Your canteen is light, dangerously so. You shake it, listening to the slosh of the last few ounces. It is warm, tasting of tin and the canvas cover. You take a tiny sip, just enough to wet your cracked lips. You hold the water in your mouth, savouring it before swallowing. It does little to quench the thirst that burns in your throat. Your horse is suffering. His head hangs low, his coat dull and dusty. He stumbles occasionally, his hooves catching on rocks. You dismount to spare him, leading him by the reins. The ground is hot through the soles of your boots. Every step kicks up a puff of alkali dust that coats your throat and makes you cough. The sergeant calls a halt in the shadow of a canyon wall. It isn't much cooler, but at least the sun isn't beating directly on your head. You sit on a rock, wiping the sweat from your eyes. Your uniform is stiff with salt, the wool scratching your skin raw. Water discipline, the sergeant rasps, his voice dry as old leather. Nobody drinks unless I say so. You nod. You know the drill. You look at the other men. Their faces are masks of dust and exhaustion. Eyes red-rimmed, lips chapped and bleeding. No one talks. Talking wastes moisture. You watch a lizard scuttle across a rock, its movements quick and jerky. It stops, doing push-ups, displaying its bright blue belly. It is at home here. It knows how to survive. You envy it. The scout rides in. He is an Apache, lean and hard, riding a wiry Mustang that looks like it could go forever on nothing but air. He speaks to the sergeant in low tones, pointing south. "Water," the sergeant announces. 5 miles, a spring in the next canyon. 5 miles. It sounds like 100. But it is hope. You mount up, your legs protesting, you urge your horse forward. He senses something, lifting his head slightly. Maybe he smells the water. The ride is a hallucination of heat and light. The sun hammers at your brain. You see shapes in the shimmering air, trees, lakes, cities of gold. You blink and they are gone, replaced by more rock, more dust. You reach the canyon entrance. It is narrow, the walls rising sheer and red. It looks like a wound in the earth. You ride in, the shadows swallowing you. The air is slightly cooler here. You round a bend and see it. A patch of green, willows, cottonwoods, and in the centre, a pool of water fed by a seep in the rock. It looks black in the shadow, cool and deep. The horses smell it now. They surge forward, straining at the bits. "Hold them," the sergeant shouts. "Don't let them founder." You fight your horse, holding him back. If he drinks too much too fast, he will get colic and die. You dismount, leading him to the edge. You let him take a few swallows, then pull his head up. He fights you, eyes rolling. You talk to him, soothing him. Easy, easy, plenty for everyone. You wait your turn. When it comes, you kneel by the water. You cup your hands, dipping them into the coolness. You drink. It is sweet, clean, the best thing you have ever tasted. You splash it on your face, washing away the dust and the fear. You fill your canteen, the weight of it reassuring. You water the horses slowly, carefully. Then you pick at them in the grass, letting them graze. You sit under a cottonwood tree, listening to the leaves rustle. It sounds like rain. That night you camp by the spring. The air cools rapidly, the desert shedding its heat like a snake shedding its skin. You build a small fire, not for warmth, but for coffee. The smell of brewing coffee mixes with the scent of sage and damp earth. It is a good smell. You lie on your blanket, looking up at the stars. They are the same stars that look down on you in the winter, cold and distant. But tonight they seem softer, veiled by the heat rising from the land. You think about the fragility of life out here. A few miles, a few hours without water, and you are dust. But you found it. You survived. The scout sits by the fire, sharpening his knife. He looks at you and nods, a silent acknowledgement of the shared struggle. You nod back. You sleep deeply, the sound of the spring bubbling in your dreams. The next morning you ride out refreshed. The heat returns, but the desperation is gone. You have water. You have life. You patrol for another week, mapping the canyons, chasing rumours of renegades who never appear. You find old campsites, arrowheads, signs of passage. The land is empty, yet full of ghosts. You return to the fort sunburned, thinner, your uniform bleached by the sun. You are hardened, tempered by the fire of the desert. You are a buffalo soldier. But as you ride through the gates, you feel a chill in the air, a sudden drop in temperature. You look north. Dark clouds are gathering on the horizon, heavy and bruised. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of snow. Winter is coming back. The cycle continues. The heat, the cold, the wind, the land gives and the land takes. And you're just a man riding through it, trying to hold on. The chill you felt riding into the fort wasn't just a change in weather, it was a warning. It's November 1878, and the winter of 78 is already shaping up to be a killer. The old-timers say the beaver lodges are built high, the coats on the wolves are extra thick, and the migrating birds left weeks early. The signs are written in the land if you know how to read them. You're assigned to the picket line tonight. Guard duty on the perimeter. It is the loneliest job in the army. Just you, your horse, and the dark. The wind is biting, a steady gale out of the north that carries fine, sharp snow. It hisses through the dry grass like 1,000 snakes. You wrap your buffalo coat tight. It is heavy, smelling of cured hide and smoke, but it is the only thing standing between you and hypothermia. Your boots are lined with burlap sacks for insulation. Your hands are shoved deep into fur mittens attached to a cord around your neck so you can't drop them. To drop a glove out here is to lose a hand. You walk your post, back and forth, stomping your feet to keep the blood moving. The snow crunches loudly in the silence. The moon is a thin sliver, offering little light. You rely on your ears. listening for anything that doesn't belong, the snap of a twig, the snort of a horse, the soft thump of a moccasin on snow. Your mind plays tricks on you. A shadow moves. Is it a bush swaying in the wind, or a man crouching? You raise your carbine, heart hammering. You wait. The shadow stays still, just a bush. You lower the weapon, letting out a breath that fogs instantly. The cold makes you drowsy. It whispers to you, telling you to sit down, to rest your eyes for just a moment. It promises warmth, peace. You know it is a lie. If you sit, you die. The long sleep, they call it. You shake your head, slapping your cheeks to stay awake. You recite Bible verses, song lyrics, the names of everyone you ever knew, anything to keep your brain working. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. Mama, Papa, Sarah, Isaac. You think about Isaac Jackson, buried under the snow somewhere nearby. Is he cold, or is he finally warm, wrapped in the earth? A sound breaks your reverie. A horse whinnying, sharp and frightened. It comes from the corral. You turn, peering into the dark. The horses are bunching up, milling around. Something is in there with them. Wolf? Bear? Or something on two legs? You whistle, a low piercing sound, the signal for the sergeant of the guard. Then you move toward the corral, carbine ready. You see a shapevault over the fence. A man. He lands in the snow and runs. Halt! You shout. Halt or I fire! He doesn't stop. He's fast, running low. You raise your carbine, tracking him, but you hesitate. Is it a raider, or just a hungry drifter trying to steal a mount? He disappears into the darkness before you can pull the trigger. The sergeant arrives, breathless, lantern swinging. What is it? Intruder, in the corral, spooked the horses, ran west. The sergeant curses. Horse thieves, probably trying to cut out the best mounts. He shines the lantern on the snow, tracks, moccasin prints. We'll double the guard. Keep your eyes peeled, soldier. He leaves you alone again. The silence returns, heavier than before. Now you know you aren't alone. Someone is out there, watching, waiting for a mistake. The cold feels sharper, more malevolent. It isn't just the weather anymore. It's the environment conspiring with the enemy. The rest of the night is an eternity. Every minute drags. You count your steps. 100 to the fence post. Turn. 100 back. Turn. Finally the sky begins to lighten. A grey, sullen dawn. The relief guard arrives, their faces pale and pinched with cold. Anything to report? Horse thief. Ran off. Lucky him. If he's out there without a horse in this, he's dead anyway. You walk back to the barracks. Your body is stiff, your mind numb. You enter the warmth, the smell of coffee and bacon hitting you like a physical blow. It makes you dizzy. You sit on your cot, stripping off your layers. Your fingers are clumsy, fumbling with buttons. You eat breakfast without tasting it. You drink the coffee for the heat, not the flavour. You crawl into your bed, pulling the blanket over your head. The sounds of the day, men talking, boots on wood, the bugle, fade away. You sleep. You dream of running in the snow, chasing a shadow you can never catch. When you wake, it is afternoon. The barracks is empty, most of the men on detail. You lie there for a moment, listening to the wind. It has changed pitch. It is higher, shrieking now. The door bangs open. A trooper rushes in, covered in snow. "Blizzard!" he shouts. "Everyone inside! Secure the animals!" You jump up. You look out the window. A wall of white is descending on the fort. You can't see the perimeter fence. You can't see the stables. The world has been erased. For the next 3 days, you live in a twilight world. The storm rages, burying the buildings. You venture out only in groups, tied together with ropes, to feed the horses and bring in wood. The wind knocks you down. The snow blinds you. It is a battle just to walk 10 yards. Inside, you huddle around the stove. The wood supply dwindles. You ration it. You burn furniture, old crates, anything that will catch a flame. The temperature in the barracks drops. You can see your breath. You tell stories. Not the funny ones, or the boastful ones. The quiet ones. Stories about home, about summers in the south, about peach trees and warm rain, about mothers cooking in outdoor kitchens. You feed on these memories, sharing them like bread. "I remember the river," one man says. "Slow and brown, catfish jumping. The air so thick you could chew. It. I remember the church picnic, says another. Fried chicken and potato salad, the ladies in their Sunday hats. I remember the heat, you say. Just the heat. So hot you couldn't move. I miss it. On the fourth day, the wind dies. Silence falls. You dig your way out. The snow is drifted to the rooflines. The fort is a collection of igloos connected by trenches. You blink in the sunlight. The skies are brilliant, hard blue. The air is crystalline. It is stunningly beautiful and deadly silent. You find the horse thief, or what's left of him. He's frozen in a drift a mile from the fort. He's curled up, hands tucked under his armpits. He looks peaceful, like he is sleeping. He has no horse. He has no coat. Just a thin shirt and trousers. You and the burial detail chip a shallow grave in the frozen earth. You can't go deep. You cover him with rocks to keep the wolves away. Poor devil, the sergeant says. Never stood a chance. You walk back to the fort. You survived. Again. But the winter isn't over. It is only January. There are months left. Months of wind, of snow, of cold. You go to the stables. You brush your horse. The repetitive motion calms you. The horse is warm, alive. You lean against him. We made it, you whisper. He snorts, warm breath dusting your face. You are a buffalo soldier. You endure. You wait for spring. But spring is a long way off, and the plains have more tests for you yet. February arrives not with a thaw, but with a crushing, silent cold known as the hard freeze. The mercury drops so low that the thermometers at the fort bottom out. The river, usually a churning living thing, is silenced under 3 feet of ice. Trees explode in the forest, their sap freezing and expanding until the wood shatters with the sound of gunshots. Even the air feels fragile, like it might crack if you move too fast. You're on supply run detail. The fort is low on flour and coffee, and a wagon train is stuck 20 miles south, bogged down in drifts. Your troop has to break trail and bring them in. You prepare carefully. You wrap your feet in layers of burlap and wool, stuffing dried grass into your boots for extra insulation. You grease your face with tallow to prevent frostbite. You check your horse's shoes, making sure the caulks, sharp spikes for traction, are sharp. The ride-out is a nightmare of slow motion. The horses struggle through chest-deep drifts. You take turns breaking trail, rotating the lead horse every 15 minutes because the effort is exhausting. The lead horse plunges and lurches, sweat steaming off its flanks only to freeze instantly on its coat. You don't talk. To open your mouth is to invite the cold into your lungs. You breathe through your scarf, the wool stiff with ice from your own moisture. Your eyelashes freeze together if you blink too long. You reach the wagon train at midday. It is a pathetic sight. The wagons are buried to the axles. The oxen are dead, frozen where they stood, in the traces. The drivers are huddled in the one wagon that still has a canvas cover, burning parts of the other wagons to stay warm. They look at you with hollow eyes. They are beyond hope, beyond fear. They are just waiting to die. "Get them up," the lieutenant orders. "Put them on the spare horses. We leave the wagons." You help a man onto a horse. His hands are black with frostbite. He can't hold the reins. You tie his hands to the saddle horn. He doesn't complain. He doesn't say anything. He just stares at the horizon. You load the supplies onto pack mules, bags of flour, crates of coffee, the essentials. Everything else is left behind. Furniture, tools, heirlooms. The snow will claim them. The return trip is a race against the sun. As the light fades, the temperature drops even further. You can feel your body shutting down. Your thoughts are sluggish. You start to feel warm, a dangerous, deceptive warmth. You want to unbutton your coat. "Don't do it," the sergeant says, riding beside you. He sees your hand moving to your buttons. "That's the death heat. Keep it closed." You nod, forcing your hand back to the reins. You focus on the horse's ears. Twitch, twitch. Focus on the sound of the hooves. Crunch, crunch. You reach the fort well after dark. The sentries help you down. Your legs are useless. You fall into the snow, unable to stand. They carry you into the barracks. They strip off your boots, rub your feet with snow to warm them slowly. The pain as the feeling returns is excruciating, like being burned alive. You bite your lip until it bleeds to keep from screaming. You drink hot broth. You eat bread. You survived. But the man with the black hands didn't. He died in the saddle 5 miles back. They brought his body in tied across a mule. The next day you're confined to quarters. Recovery. You sit by the stove watching the other men. Some are missing toes. Some have ears that are black and peeling. The winter is taking pieces of you bit by bit. You think about the buffalo, the animal you're named after. The tribes say the buffalo faces into the storm, walking through it until he comes out the other side. He doesn't run. He endures. You look at your hands. The skin is cracked, calloused, dark. You are a buffalo soldier. You face the storm. Spring comes in a rush of violence. The snow melts all at once, turning the plains into a vast lake. The river bursts its banks, carrying ice floes the size of houses. The fort is an island in a sea of mud. But with the mud comes the green. The grass shoots up, impossibly bright. The wildflowers bloom. The birds return. The world wakes up. You stand on the parade ground, boots sinking in the muck, and feel the sun on your face. It is warm. Real warmth. You close your eyes and let it soak in. You made it. You survived the winter of 78, but the army has no memory. The snow is gone, so the patrols resume. The Indians are moving again, following the buffalo. The telegraph lines need repair. The settlers are pushing west again. You saddle your horse. He's shedding his winter coat, looking ragged but strong. You check your gear. You mount up. Column, forward. You ride out of the gate. The mud sucks at the horse's hooves. The sun shines, the wind blows. You are a buffalo soldier, and the west is waiting. You ride west, away from the mud of the fort and into the rolling hills that lead toward the mountains. The air smells of wet earth and sage, a heavy, rich scent that fills your lungs. The skies are deep, endless blue, dotted with puffy white clouds that cast racing shadows across the grass. It is the kind of day that makes you forget the winter, the kind of day that makes you believe the frontier is a land of promise, not just survival. You're scouting ahead of the main column, riding point. It is a position of honour and danger. You're the eyes of the regiment. If there is trouble, you will find it first, or it will find you. Your horse, a new mount named Smoke for his grey coat, steps lively, eager to be moving. He's younger than your bay, less steady but faster. You keep a light hand on the reins, letting him pick his path through the rocks and brush. You spot a herd of antelope on a ridge, their white rumps flashing as they run. They move like water, fluid and effortless. You watch them go, admiring their speed. A coyote trots through the grass, stopping to look at you before vanishing into a ravine. The land is alive. You reach a high point and rein in. You take out your field glasses, scanning the horizon. To the north, the mountains are still capped with snow, jagged white teeth biting into the sky. To the south, the plains stretch away into a haze of heat and distance. To the west, the trail winds into a labyrinth of canyons. You see smoke, a thin grey column rising straight up in the still air. It is miles away near the entrance to the canyons. Campfire, signal fire, or something burning? You signal the column behind you, then urge Smoke forward. You ride cautiously now, using the terrain for cover. You keep to the low ground, following a dry creek bed. The silence is heavy, broken only by the sound of hooves on sand. You get closer. The smell of burning wood is stronger now. And something else. Burning cloth? Burning meat? You crest a small rise and look down into a shallow valley. A wagon train. Or what's left of one. 4 wagons arranged in a loose circle. They are charred skeletons. The canvas cover's gone, the wood blackened. Smoke rises from the debris. You see bodies, scattered on the ground, men, women. You count 6, maybe more. You don't ride down, not yet. You wait, watching the rocks, the brush. Is the enemy still here? Is this a trap? The sergeant rides up beside you, his face grim. He looks through his glasses. Apache, he says quietly. Maybe Comanche. Hard to tell from here. But they hit hard and moved fast. How long ago, you ask? Fire's still smoking. Less than an hour. You ride down together, weapons drawn. The silence of the massacre is louder than the wind. You dismount near the lead wagon. The heat from the embers is intense. You check the bodies. No survivors. They were stripped of weapons, clothes, anything valuable, but not mutilated. That's strange. Usually there is a message left behind. This was just business. They took the horses, the sergeant says, looking at the tracks, and the mules, and looks like they took captives. You look at the ground, smaller footprints, children and drag marks. 2 kids, you say, maybe a woman? The sergeant spits. We go after them. They can't have gone far with stock and captives. The troop arrives. You water the horses quickly from the creek. You eat a handful of jerky. You don't bury the dead. There is no time. You cover them with canvas, weigh it down with rocks. You will come back for them later. You pick up the trail. It heads west into the canyons. The tracks are clear, shod horses, the stolen stock, unshod ponies, the raiders, and the drag of travois or maybe just people being pulled. You ride hard. The sun is setting, casting long bloody shadows across the rocks. You have to close the distance before dark. If you lose the trail in the night, they are gone. You enter the canyon. The walls rise high, blocking the light. It is cooler here, quiet. The sound of the river echoes. You ride single file, eyes on the cliffs above. This is ambush country. Every rock could hide a rifleman. You see dust ahead, a cloud hanging in the air. You are close. The sergeant signals a halt. Dismount, we go in on foot, quiet. You leave the horses with a detail, you advance, carbines ready. You move like ghosts, silent in your boots. You learn this from the Apache scouts, how to walk without breaking a twig, how to blend into the shadows. You round a bend and see them, a camp in a grove of cottonwoods, fires burning, men laughing, eating. The stolen horses are picketed nearby, and the captives. 2 children, a boy and a girl, huddled near a tree, tied. A woman sits beside them, head bowed. There are 12 raiders, maybe 15. You are outnumbered, but you have surprise. The sergeant hand signals. Spread out. Surround them. On my command. You creep forward, finding a position behind a fallen log. You rest your carbine on the wood, sighting on a man standing near the fire. He is laughing, holding up a piece of jewellery. You wait. Your heart beats slow and steady. This is the moment. The calm before the violence. The sergeant fires. His shot drops a man. The canyon erupts. You fire. Your target spins and falls. You work the lever. Fire again. The raiders are scrambling for their weapons, for cover. They return fire, bullets chipping the rock around you. You see a raider running toward the captives, knife in hand. You shift your aim. You lead him slightly. You squeeze the trigger. He drops, sliding in the dirt, the knife flying from his hand. Charge, the sergeant yells. You break cover, rushing forward with a yell. The buffalo soldiers surge into the camp. It is hand-to-hand now. Clubbed rifles, knives, fists. It is chaotic, brutal, fast. You grapple with a man. He is strong, smelling of grease and sweat. He has a knife. You block his arm, slamming your rifle butt into his jaw. He goes down. Silence falls as quickly as it broke. The raiders are dead or scattered into the rocks. The captives are safe. You walk over to the woman. She looks up at you, eyes wide with shock. She sees your dark face, your blue uniform. She doesn't speak. She just reaches out and touches your sleeve, as if to make sure you are real. You're safe now, Ma'am, you say. We're taking you home. You cut her bonds. You help her stand. She picks up the children, hugging them tight. They are crying now, the shock wearing off. You gather the stolen horses. You check your men. 2 wounded, none dead. A miracle. You ride back out of the canyon under the light of the moon. The woman and children ride double with the troopers. They fall asleep, exhausted. You reach the massacre site at dawn. You bury the dead properly this time. The chaplain says a prayer. You stand in the morning light listening to the words. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You look at the woman. She's staring at the fresh graves. Her family, her life, gone. But she is alive. Her children are alive. Because of you. You ride back to the fort. The woman rides beside you for a while. Thank you, she says softly. I didn't think anyone would come. We always come, you say. It sounds like a slogan. But you mean it. You are the 10th Cavalry. You are the Buffalo Soldiers. You come when no one else will. You return to the routine, patrol, drill, stable duty. But the memory of the canyon stays with you. The sound of the shots, the look in the woman's eyes. It is a weight you carry, but it is also a badge of honor. Winter returns, the snow falls, the wind howls. You sit by the stove, warming your hands. You're older now, harder, but you're still here. You close your eyes and listen to the wind. It tells you stories of the plains, stories of cold and heat, of life and death. And you know that as long as you can hear the wind, you are still in the fight. You're sitting on a wooden crate in the supply room, surrounded by the smell of oiled canvas, dry grain, and the sharp tang of vinegar. It is late December, and the holiday season has arrived at the fort, though you wouldn't know it by looking outside. The snow is piled 5 feet high against the walls, and the temperature hasn't risen above 0 in a week. But inside there is a different kind of warmth. The men have pooled their money to buy extra rations. Sugar, dried fruit, a little whiskey. The cook is baking pies, the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg wafting through the barracks like a promise. Someone has cut a small pine tree and dragged it into the mess hall, decorating it with strips of red flannel and tin stars cut from old cans. You are polishing your brass buttons. It is a tedious job, but you want to look sharp for the Christmas dinner. The brass gleams in the lamplight, reflecting your face. You look older than you did a year ago. There are lines around your eyes from squinting into the sun and the snow. A scar on your chin from a branch that whipped you on patrol. But your eyes are clear, steady. "Hey, Corporal," a voice says. You look up. It is the young private from Philadelphia, the one who took Jackson's bunk. He's holding a small package wrapped in brown paper. "My ma sent this," he says shyly. "She said to share it." He opens the paper. It is a fruitcake, dark and dense, smelling of rum and spices, a rare luxury. "That's mighty kind of her," you say. "And you?" He smiles. She worries about the Indians, about the cold. "Tell her you're fine," you say. "Tell her you're with the Buffalo Soldiers. We don't freeze." He laughs. It is a good sound. A sound that belongs in a home, not a fort. The dinner is a feast. Roast beef, potatoes, beans, the fruitcake, and pies. The colonel gives a speech praising the regiment. You listen, but you're watching the men. They are eating, laughing, talking. For a few hours the hierarchy of rank dissolves. You are just men, far from home, sharing a meal in the dark. After dinner, the singing starts. Carols this time. Silent night. Hark the herald angels sing. The voices are rough, untutored, but full of feeling. You join in, your baritone blending with the others. The sound fills the hall, pushing back the wind outside. You think about your family back in Tennessee. Are they singing too? Are they thinking of you? You hope so. You imagine them sitting by the fire, safe and warm. It is a comforting thought. The night ends. The candles burn down. The men drift back to the barracks. You lie on your cot, full and warm. The wind is still howling, but it sounds distant tonight. Less threatening. You sleep. You dream of Christmas morning, of waking up in a real bed with soft sheets, of smelling bacon frying, of hearing your mother's voice. You wake up to the bugle. It is still dark. The dream fades, replaced by the reality of the cold barracks. But the feeling of the holiday lingers. A small spark of warmth in the winter. The routine returns. But the winter feels different now. You're halfway through. The days are getting longer, imperceptibly at first, then noticeably. The sun is a little higher in the sky. One day you see a robin, just a flash of red breast in a tree. It is early, too early, but it is a sign. Spring is coming, and with spring, change. The regiment receives orders. You are moving out, south, to Arizona. The Apache wars are heating up. Geronimo's on the move. The 10th Cavalry is needed in the desert. You pack your gear. You say goodbye to the fort, to the snow, to the mountains. You are leaving the cold behind, but you're trading it for a different kind of hell. Heat, thirst, scorpions, and an enemy who knows the land better than you ever will. The march south is long, weeks in the saddle. The landscape changes slowly. The pine trees give way to scrub oak, then to cactus. The snow disappears, replaced by dust. The air grows hot, dry. You reach Fort Huachuca in May. It is a stark collection of adobe buildings in a valley surrounded by jagged mountains. The heat hits you like a hammer. It is 100 degrees in the shade, and there is no shade. You're assigned to a new barracks. Adobe walls, thick and cool. But the air is still stifling. You miss the wood stoves of Montana. You miss the snow. The water here is warm and tastes of alkali. You drink it anyway. You have to. The patrols begin immediately. The Apache are elusive, moving like ghosts through the canyons. You track them for days, finding only cold campfires and abandoned shelters. It is a game of cat and mouse, and you're never sure which one you are. One day you find a sign, a marker made of stones. The scout reads it. "Water ahead," he says, "but guarded." You approach the waterhole carefully. It is a tinaja, a natural rock tank in a canyon. The water is deep and clear, but the cliffs above are perfect for an ambush. "Wait," the sergeant says. "Something's wrong." He points. A bird is circling, but not landing. Someone's up there. You dismount, taking cover. You wait. The sun beats down. The rocks radiate heat. Your uniform is soaked. A shot rings out. Then another. The canyon echoes. Take the high ground. You scramble up the rocks, boots slipping. You're exposed, vulnerable. Bullets whine past your head. You reach a ledge, finding cover behind a boulder. You fire back at the flashes on the opposite rim. It is a stalemate. They have the water. You have the heat. Hours pass. The sun begins to set. The thirst is a torment. Your tongue swells. Your head pounds. "We have to move," the sergeant says. "We can't stay here." You withdraw under cover of darkness. It is a defeat. You leave the water behind. You ride back to the fort, thirsty, defeated. The desert has won this round. But you learn. You learn to carry more water. You learn to move at night. You learn to read the signs better. You're a buffalo soldier. You adapt. The summer drags on. The heat is relentless. Men collapse from heat stroke. Horses die. But you keep going. You chase the shadows in the canyons. And then a breakthrough. The scouts find a main camp, hidden deep in the mountains. The regiment moves out in force. This time it will be a battle, not a skirmish. You ride at night, the moon guiding you. The air is cool, a relief. You reach the mountains at dawn. The attack is swift. You charge up the slopes, shouting. The Apache are surprised, but they fight back fierce. Arrows fly. Bullets sing. It is chaos. Dust. Smoke. Noise. You lose track of time. You just fight. And then it is over. The camp is taken. The warriors have fled or surrendered. You stand in the wreckage, breathing hard. You are alive. You won. But the cost is high. Men are dead. Horses are dead. And the war isn't over. It never really is. You look at the mountains. They are beautiful, rugged, unforgiving. This is your home now. The desert, the heat, the fight. You mount up. The column forms. You ride back to the fort. You're a buffalo soldier, and you are just getting started. You're lying on a flat rock, the surface radiating the heat absorbed during the day. It is night in the Arizona desert, and the temperature has finally dropped, though the air still holds a lingering warmth, like an oven door left slightly ajar. Above you, the sky's a sprawling tapestry of stars, brighter and more numerous than you ever saw back east. The Milky Way is a distinct smear of light, a celestial river mirroring the dry washes below. You are on extended patrol miles from the fort. The unit has made a dry camp, no fires to give away your position. You chew on a piece of hardtack, softening it with a sip of tepid water. The silence is profound, a heavy blanket that smothers sound. Occasionally a horse shifts its weight or blows out a breath, a soft whoosh in the darkness. Your body aches. The ride today was brutal, traversing rocky canyons where the heat bounced off the walls and cooked you in your saddle. Your uniform is stiff with dried sweat and dust chafing at your neck and wrists. You run a hand over your face, feeling the grit embedded in your skin. Water is for drinking, not washing. You think about water constantly. It is an obsession here. You dream of cool streams, of rain, of ice. You remember the frozen river in Montana and laugh silently. You would give a month's pay for a chunk of that ice right now. The sergeant crawls over to you, moving silently. Your watch, Corporal. You nod, sitting up. Your joints pop. You pick up your carbine, the metal cool now. You move to the perimeter, finding a spot behind a cluster of mesquite bushes. You settle in, watching the dark. The desert at night is a different world. It comes alive. You hear the scuttle of insects, the hoot of an owl, the yip of a coyote pack hunting in the distance. You scan the horizon, looking for movement that doesn't belong. A silhouette against the stars, a flicker of motion. You are hunting ghosts. The Apache move like smoke, disappearing into the terrain. They can be right next to you, and you wouldn't know it until it was too late. You respect them. They are warriors born of this land, shaped by it. You are an intruder, fighting the land as much as the enemy. Hours pass. Your eyes strain in the darkness. You fight the urge to doze. To sleep is to fail. To fail is to die. A sound. A soft clink of stone on stone. You freeze. Your heart hammers against your ribs. You raise your carbine slowly, sighting toward the sound. You wait. Nothing. Just the wind sighing. Through the cactus. Was it a deer? A rock settling? Or a scout testing your alertness? You don't relax. You stay tense, ready. The adrenaline keeps you awake. Dawn arrives slowly, a lightening of the eastern sky that reveals the jagged outlines of the mountains. The stars fade. The air chills for a brief moment before the sun climbs over the horizon and the heat returns. The camp wakes. Men stretch, groan, check their weapons. There is no coffee this morning, no fire, just cold beans and water. You saddle up. Your horse is gaunt, ribs showing through his dusty coat. The forage is poor here, dry grass that offers little nutrition. You share your hardtack with him, breaking it into pieces. He eats it gratefully. "Let's move," the lieutenant orders. The patrol continues. You ride deeper into the mountains, following a faint trail. The rocks are sharp, cutting the horses' hooves. You dismount often to lead them, saving their strength. You find water at noon, a muddy pool at the base of a cliff. It is fouled by animals, but you drink it anyway. You fill the canteens, straining the water through a cloth to catch the bugs. It tastes of earth and stagnation. The trail leads up into the high country. The air cools slightly. You pass through stands of pine, the scent sharp and clean. It reminds you of Montana, but different. Drier, more brittle. You find signs, a broken arrow, a pile of stones marking a trail, a cold campfire, the ashes scattered. They are ahead of you. The tracking is slow, meticulous. The Apache scout reads the ground like a book. A bent twig, a turned stone, a single horsehair caught on a thorn. He points, murmuring in his own language. 2 days ahead, he says in English, moving fast. You push on. The horses are tired, stumbling. You push them anyway. You have to catch them. That night, you camp in a high valley. It is cold here, surprisingly so. You wrap yourself in your blanket, shivering. The desert is a land of extremes. Burn all day, freeze all night. You look at the moon, full and bright. It illuminates the valley, turning the rocks into silver statues. It is beautiful and lonely. You think about your life, the years of service, the miles ridden, the friends lost. What is it for? For the country, for the pay, for the pride? Maybe all of it. Maybe none of it. Maybe it is just because you don't know anything else. You are a soldier. This is what you do. You sleep fitfully, dreaming of water. The next day brings contact. You're riding through a narrow defile when shots ring out from the cliffs above. Ambush! You dive for cover. Bullets smack into the rock around you. The horses scream. You return fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. The echoes are deafening. Flank them, the sergeant yells. Left! Take the high ground! You scramble up the slope, slipping on loose shale. Your breath tears at your throat. You reach a ledge, firing down into the enemy positions. They retreat, fading into the rocks. It was a skirmish, a delaying action. But it cost you. 2 men wounded, 1 horse dead. You tend to the wounded. You distribute the load from the dead horse. You move on. The pursuit lasts another week. A grueling test of endurance. You run out of food. You eat mule meat, tough and stringy. You run low on water. You suck on pebbles to keep your mouth moist. And then it ends. Not with a battle, but with silence. The trail peters out. They have vanished. Scattered into the wilderness. You turn back. The return journey is a slow defeat. You're tired, hungry, thirsty, but you are alive. You reach the fort. The gates open. You ride in, heads high. You didn't catch them, but you didn't quit. You unsaddle your horse. You walk to the barracks. You sit on your cot. You're a buffalo soldier. You chase ghosts in the desert. Sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. But you always ride. You close your eyes. The heat, the dust, the cold, the fear, it all fades. Just for a moment. You sleep. And tomorrow you will ride again. You're standing in the middle of a river, the water swirling around your waist, cold and brown. It is late spring, 1879. The rainy season has come to the southwest, turning dry washes into raging torrents. The heat is broken by violent thunderstorms that roll in every afternoon, turning the sky black and filling the air with the smell of ozone and wet dust. You are on a detail to repair a bridge washed out by a flash flood. It is heavy, miserable work. You're soaked to the skin, your uniform heavy with water. Your boots are full of silt. The current tugs at your legs, trying to knock you off balance. You heave a timber into place, grunting with effort. The wood is slick, hard to grip. Another trooper helps you, his face streaked with mud. "Heave!" the sergeant bellows from the bank. You push. The timber slides into position. You hammer a spike into it. the metal ringing dull in the humid air. The rain starts again, a sudden deluge. It pounds your back, cold and relentless. You can't see the far bank. You keep working. The bridge is a lifeline. Without it, the supply wagons can't get through, and without supplies, the fort starves. You work until your hands are raw, your muscles trembling. The river rises inches higher every hour. You are racing the water. Finally it is done. Rough, ugly, but solid. The sergeant waves you in. You wade to the bank, dragging your feet through the mud. You're shivering uncontrollably now. The combination of water and wind saps your heat faster than snow. You huddle under a canvas fly, drinking hot coffee. It tastes of river water and grit, but it is hot. You wrap your hands around the tin cup, feeling the warmth seep into your skin. The rain stops as quickly as it started. The sun breaks through, hot and humid. Steam rises from the ground, from your clothes. The air is heavy, suffocating. Mosquitoes swarm, a cloud of whining misery. They bite your neck, your hands, your face. You slap at them, leaving streaks of blood on your skin. You ride back to the fort. The mud is deep, slowing the horses. You're tired, wet, bitten, but the bridge stands. The wagons will roll. That night in the barracks, you clean your gear. Your carbine is spotted with rust. You oil it carefully, rubbing the metal until it gleams. Your boots are drying by the stove, stiff and misshapen. You lie on your cot, listening to the rain start again. It drums on the roof, a steady rhythm. You think about the river, about the power of water in a land of thirst. It gives life, and it takes it. You drift off. You dream of swimming in cool, clear water, swimming home. The next morning brings a different challenge. Sickness, the damp, the mosquitoes, the bad water. It takes a toll. Men are down with fever, shaking with chills, delirious. The infirmary is full. You're healthy for now. But you watch your friends succumb. The cough that won't go away. The sweat-soaked sheets. The hollow eyes. You're assigned to help the doctor. You carry water, change linens, hold men down while the surgeon works. The smell of sickness is heavy. Sweat, vomit, decay. It clings to your clothes. You see a man die. A young private, barely 20. He grips your hand, his skin burning hot. He whispers a name, over and over. Sarah, Sarah. Then he stops. His hand goes limp. You close his eyes. You cover his face. You walk out of the infirmary into the blinding sun. Life goes on. The bugle sounds. Patrols go out. Wood is chopped. Horses are fed. You are a buffalo soldier. You carry the dead, and you carry on. Weeks pass. The sickness fades. The heat returns, drying the mud to dust. The routine settles back in. But then, a new order. You're moving again. Not a patrol. A transfer. The regiment is being split. Your troop is heading to Texas, to the Staked Plains. You pack your kit. You say goodbye to the adobe walls, to the mountains, to the graves in the cemetery. You're leaving another piece of your life behind. The march to Texas is long. Miles of nothing. Flat, endless plains covered in tall grass that waves in the wind like an ocean. The sky is huge, overwhelming. You feel exposed, like an ant on a table. You reach your new post, Fort Concho. It is a stone fort, sturdy and grim. The wind blows constantly here, carrying dust from the Llano. The enemy is different here too. Comanches, the lords of the plains. They're expert horsemen, fierce and proud. They fight differently than the Apache. They charge in the open, screaming, a wall of horses and lances. Your first patrol is a shock. You're riding through tall grass when the ground erupts. Warriors rise from the earth, their horses hidden in ravines. Arrows fly in a dark cloud. Form square! You dismount, your horses in the centre. You kneel in the grass, carbine ready. The charge hits. The sound is terrifying. Shouts, hoofbeats, gunfire. You fire, reload, fire. Smoke obscures your vision. You see a warrior riding straight at you, painting on his face, lance lowered. You aim for the horse. The animal goes down, throwing the rider. The fight is short, intense. They break off, circling away, taunting you. They are testing you. You mount up, your hands shaking, you check your ammo, you check your friends. Welcome to Texas. The months blur, patrols, skirmishes, long rides under the sun. You learn the water holes. You learn the grass. You learn the wind. One night you're camped by a river. The Pecos. The water is salty, bitter. You drink it anyway. You sit by the fire, listening to a guitar. A trooper is playing, singing a corrido he learned from a Mexican vaquero. The song is sad, about love and loss and dying far from home. You look at the fire, the flames dance, yellow and orange. You think about your journey, from the snows of Montana to the canyons of Arizona to the plains of Texas. You have seen it all. The cold, the heat, the rain, the dust. You're tired. Your body is a map of scars and aches, but your spirit is intact. You are still here. You are a buffalo soldier. You have ridden the whirlwind, and you are still in the saddle. You close your eyes. The song fades, the fire crackles, the wind blows. You sleep, and tomorrow the sun will rise on a new day, a new challenge, a new horizon. You're standing at the edge of a buffalo wallow, a depression in the earth where the great beasts used to roll in the dust. Now it is filled with rainwater, muddy and shallow. It is your only water source for 20 miles. You are in the heart of the Llano Estacado, the staked plains of Texas, a place so flat and featureless that early Spanish explorers drove stakes into the ground just to find their way back. The year is 1880. The heat is a physical presence, a hammer that strikes you every time you step out of the shade of your hat. The sun is white hot, bleaching the colour from the grass and the sky. The wind is relentless, a dry, hot blast that sucks the moisture from your skin. You fill your canteen. The water is warm and gritty, tasting of clay. You drink it anyway. You splash some on your neck, the relief fleeting as it evaporates instantly. Your troop is tracking a band of Comanche raiders. They have been elusive, moving fast, using the vastness of the plains to disappear. You have been in the saddle for days, sleeping in short bursts, eating hardtack and dried beef while riding. Your horse is suffering. His head hangs low, his breathing laboured. You dismount often, walking beside him to spare his strength. Your boots are worn thin, the soles cracking. The grass cuts your trousers, leaving small scratches on your legs. The sergeant rides up. He looks like a statue made of dust and leather. "We're close," he rasps. "Found a campsite, ashes still warm." You mount up, forcing your tired body into the saddle. The anticipation sharpens your senses. You scan the horizon. Nothing but grass and sky. But somewhere out there, they are waiting. You spot a cloud of dust. Riders, moving fast. There! The chase is on. You spur your horse, urging him into a gallop. The fatigue falls away, replaced by adrenaline. The wind roars in your ears. The ground blurs beneath you. The Comanches see you. They turn, spreading out into a skirmish line. They are magnificent horsemen, riding low on their mounts, firing from beneath the necks of their ponies. You return fire, your carbine bucking against your shoulder. The noise is swallowed by the vastness of the plain. A trooper goes down, his horse tumbling. You don't stop. You can't. The Comanches wheel, firing arrows. One thuds into your saddle, inches from your leg. You ignore it. You focus on the man in front of you. He is young, painted for war. He raises a lance. You fire. He jerks back, sliding off his horse. The fight is a whirlwind of dust and confusion. Horses screaming, men shouting, the crack of rifles. And then it breaks. The Comanches scatter, disappearing into the grass like smoke. You rein in your horse, chest heaving. Silence returns, sudden and absolute. The dust settles. You check your men. 3 wounded, 1 dead. The cost of doing business. You make camp on the open plain. No shelter, no fire. You eat cold rations, watching the sun go down. It sets in a blaze of the red, turning the grass to fire. Night brings a different kind of danger. The cold. The temperature drops 50 degrees. You wrap yourself in your blanket, shivering. The wind cuts through the wool. You huddle with the other men, sharing warmth. You look up at the stars. They are the same stars you saw in Montana, in Arizona. But here they seem closer, brighter. You feel exposed, vulnerable. There is nowhere to hide on the Llano. You think about the Comanches. They are fighting for their home, for their way of life. You're fighting for... what? For a paycheck? For respect? For a country that doesn't always love you back? It is a hard question. You don't have an answer. You just have the cold, and the dark, and the duty. You sleep fitfully. You dream of the buffalo, herds so large they shake the earth. You dream of the grass, endless and green. You wake before dawn. The grass is stiff with frost. You shake out your blanket, crystals of ice flying into the air. You saddle your horse, his breath steaming. The patrol continues. You ride toward the sunrise. The light hits your face, warm and golden. For a moment, the world is beautiful. You are a buffalo soldier. You ride the edge of the world, and you wouldn't be anywhere else. Weeks pass. The seasons turn. The heat breaks, replaced by the cool winds of autumn. The grass turns brown, rustling dryly. You receive a letter from home. Your sister is getting married. She sends a small piece of ribbon from her dress. You touch the silk, soft and smooth. It feels alien in your rough hands. You put it away, safe in your pocket, a reminder of a softer world. Winter comes to Texas, not the deep. Snows of Montana, but ice storms that coat the world in glass. The blue northers, sudden storms that drop the temperature in minutes. You are caught in one on patrol. The sky turns black. The wind screams. Rain turns to sleet, then to snow. It freezes on your coat, your horse, your face. You ride blindly, head down, trusting your horse. You find shelter in a ravine, huddling under a tarp. You build a small fire, feeding it with twisted grass and mesquite roots. You drink hot coffee, the steam warming your face. You tell stories about the time you fought the Apache in the canyon, about the blizzard in Montana, about the heat in Arizona. You are building a history, a legend. The storm passes, the sun comes out glittering on the ice. The world is a diamond. You ride back to the fort, you are alive, you are together. And then the orders come, mustered out. Your enlistment is up. You stand in the commander's office holding your discharge papers. You feel strange, light, untethered. You pack your gear, you say goodbye to your horse, patting his neck one last time. You say goodbye to your friends, the men you bled with, froze with, starved with. You walk out the gate. You are a civilian now, a free man. You look back at the fort. The flag snaps in the wind. The bugle sounds retreat. You turn and walk away. The road stretches out before you. The future is unknown, but you are ready. You are a buffalo soldier. You have survived the fire and the ice. You can survive anything. You walk toward the town, toward the train station. You're going home, but part of you will always be here, on the plains, in the wind, in the silence. You're sitting on a wooden bench at the train station, your bag at your feet. The station is small, just a platform and a ticket office, but to you it looks like a palace. The rails stretch away into the distance, gleaming steel ribbons leading back to civilization. You're wearing civilian clothes, a simple suit, a new hat. They feel strange, light and flimsy compared to your uniform. You feel naked without your carbine, without the weight of the belt around your waist. The train arrives, a black iron monster belching smoke and steam. The ground shakes as it pulls in. You board, finding a seat near the window. The car is crowded, noisy. People talk, laugh, argue. It is a cacophony after the silence of the plains. The train lurches forward. You watch the landscape slide by. The fort disappears, then the town. The plains open up, vast and empty. You see a herd of cattle, a lone rider. Is he a soldier, a cowboy, an outlaw? You don't know. You're just a passenger now. You travel for days. The land changes. The grass gives way to trees, to farms, to towns. You see fences, roads, bridges. The world is becoming tame. You reach St. Louis. It is a city of noise and confusion. Carriages rattle on cobblestones. People shout. The air smells of coal smoke and horse manure, but it is different from the fort. It is the smell of industry, of commerce. You find a boarding house, a real bed with sheets, a bath with hot water. You soak for an hour, scrubbing away the dust of the frontier. You look in the mirror. The face staring back is older, harder, but the eyes are the same. You get a job, not as a soldier, but as a labourer, loading crates on the docks. It is hard work, but you are used to hard work. Your muscles remember the rhythm. Lift, twist, throw. You meet people. You tell them you are a soldier. Some look at you with respect, others with indifference, a few with hostility. You're still a black man in America. The uniform didn't change that, but you carry something inside you, a pride, a strength. You survived the frozen plains. You survived the burning desert. You survived the bullets and the arrows. You can survive this. Years pass. You marry. You have children. You tell them stories. Not the bloody ones, not the terrifying ones. The stories about the land, about the sunrise over the mountains, about the horses, about the brotherhood. "What was it like, Papa?" your son asks. "Being a buffalo soldier?" You look at him. How do you explain the cold that freezes your breath, the heat that boils your blood, the fear, the boredom, the beauty? It was hard, you say, but it was something. One night you wake up. The house is quiet. Your wife is sleeping beside you. You go to the window. It is snowing. Big, soft flakes falling silently. You watch the snow. You remember Montana, the white world, the wind. You remember Jackson. You remember the wolf. You feel a phantom ache in your hands, the memory of frostbite. You rub them together. You are safe. You are warm. You are home. But part of you is still out there, riding patrol, watching the horizon, listening to the wind. You are a buffalo soldier. Always. You are dreaming. In the dream, you're back in the saddle, but the horse isn't your sturdy bay gelding. It's a pale horse, translucent as morning mist, and its hooves make no sound on the frozen earth. The landscape is familiar yet altered. The Montana plains stretch out, not white with snow, but grey with ash. The sky's a swirling vortex of charcoal clouds, heavy with a storm that never breaks. You're riding point, leading a column of men whose faces are shadowed, indistinct. You turn to look at them, and you see Jackson, alive and whole, riding beside you. He smiles, a flash of white teeth in the gloom. "Cold night for a ride, Corporal," he says, his voice clear and resonant, untouched by the grave. "Where are we going?" you ask, your voice sounding thin and far away. "West," he says, pointing toward the mountains. "Always west, to the edge of the world." You look ahead. The mountains are growing larger, their peaks' jagged teeth biting into the sky. But they aren't made of rock. They are made of ice, immense glaciers grinding down the world. You feel a chill that goes deeper than bone, a cold that touches your soul. You wake with a start, your heart pounding against your ribs. You're in your bed in St. Louis. The room is dark, quiet. Your wife breathes steadily beside you, a warm, comforting presence. You touch her shoulder lightly, grounding yourself in the present. The dream fades, but the feeling remains, a sense of unfinished business, of a journey that never really ended. You get up and go to the kitchen. You pour a glass of water, drinking it slowly. The water is cool and clean, nothing like the muddy sludge of the Pecos or the melted snow of the northern forts. You sit at the table, staring out the window at the city street. Gas lamps cast pools of yellow light on the wet pavement. It is raining, a soft, steady drizzle. You think about the men you left behind, not just the dead, but the living, the ones who stayed in the army, who re-upped for another tour. Are they still out there, still riding patrol, still freezing in the winter and baking in the summer? You wonder if they think of you, the one who got out, the one who found a life away from the frontier. The next day, you go to work on the docks. The Mississippi River is swollen with spring rain, churning brown and angry. You watch the steamboats manoeuvring, their paddle wheels churning the water. They are massive, powerful machines, symbols of a changing world. You are loading crates of machinery bound for the west. Ploughs, reapers, steam engines, tools to tame the land you fought to secure. You think about the irony. You cleared the way for the farmers, the ranchers, the towns. You made it safe for them. But there is no place for you out there anymore. The frontier is closing. The wild places are being fenced in. A man works beside you, a young Irish immigrant named O'Malley. He is strong, cheerful, full of talk about the new life he's building. "Going to save up," he says, heaving a crate onto a wagon. "Buy me a farm in Kansas, grow wheat, be my own man." You nod. "Kansas is good land," you say, "flat, good soil." "You been there?" he asks. "Passed through," you say, "a long time ago." You don't tell him about the dust storms. You don't tell him about the locusts. You don't tell him about the loneliness. Let him have his dream. That evening, you walk past a recruitment poster for the army. It shows a dashing cavalryman on a sleek horse, charging gallantly into battle. The uniform is crisp, the sky is blue. It looks nothing like the reality you knew. You stop and stare at it. A young boy is looking at it too, eyes wide with wonder. "I'm going to be a soldier," the boy says to no one in particular. "Ride a horse, fight Indians." You look at the boy. He's thin, his clothes patched. He looks hungry, just like you were at his age. "It's not like the picture, son," you say gently. The boy looks up at you, surprised. "How do you know?" "I was there," you say. "It's cold, it's dirty, and you're always hungry." The boy frowns, then looks back at the poster. But you get a horse, he says, and a gun. Yeah, you say, you get a horse and a gun. You walk away. You can't save him. The lure of the West, of adventure, is too strong. It calls to the desperate, the restless, the brave. It called to you. You go home. Your wife is cooking dinner. The smell of fried catfish and collard greens fills the house. It is a good smell, a smell of home. You sit down at the table, your children rush in full of energy and noise. They climb on your lap, asking about your day. You hold them close, feeling their warmth. This is what you fought for. This is what you survived for. But late at night, when the house is quiet, you still listen. You listen for the wind. You listen for the bugle. You listen for the ghosts of the 10th Cavalry, riding forever on the edge of the world. And sometimes, just for a moment, you wish you were with them. The years roll on, marking time not in seasons of snow or drought, but in the steady rhythm of city life. The children grow taller, their voices deepening, their games changing from tag to baseball. Your back aches a little more each morning, a reminder of the miles you rode, the loads you carried. Your hands, once calloused from reins and rifle stocks, are now rough from crates and ropes. One evening you're sitting on the porch watching the sunset. The sky is a bruised purple, the light fading over the rooftops of St. Louis. A man walks up the street moving slowly with a slight limp. He stops at your gate leaning on a cane. You squint trying to place him. He's old, his hair white, his face a map of wrinkles. But there is something familiar in the set of his shoulders, the way he holds his head. "Corporal?" the man asks, his voice raspy. You stand up, your heart skipping a beat. "Sergeant." It is Sergeant Washington, the man who led you through the blizzards of Montana, the heat of Arizona, the battles of Texas. He is smaller now, diminished by age, but his eyes are the same, sharp, watchful. "I heard you were here," he says. "Thought I'd look you up." You invite him in. Your wife brings coffee and pie. You sit at the table, two old soldiers in a quiet house. "How long has it been?" you ask. 20 years, he says, give or take. He tells you about the regiment after you left, about the last campaigns against the Apache, about the border skirmishes, about the long, slow decline of the frontier army as the wars ended and the West was settled. "It's different now," he says. "Fences everywhere. Towns where there used to be nothing but buffalo. The army, it's changing too. More drill, less fighting." "Do you miss it?" you ask. He looks into his coffee cup. "I miss the men," he says. "I miss the horses. I don't miss the cold or the dying." He tells you about the others, who made it, who didn't. Smith died of pneumonia in Dakota. Williams took a bullet in a saloon fight in El Paso, the young private from Philadelphia. He stayed in, made sergeant, retired to a farm in Nebraska. "And you?" you ask. "Where did you end up?" "Soldier's home," he says. "Washington, D.C. It's nice enough. Warm. 3 meals a day. But it's quiet." You talk late into the night. You relive the patrols, the storms, the battles. You laugh about the bad food, the stubborn mules, the officers who couldn't read a map. You mourn the dead. When he leaves, you walk him to the gate. The street is dark, the gas lamps flickering. "Good to see you, Corporal," he says, shaking your hand. His grip is weak, but his palm is warm. "Good to see you, Sergeant." You watch him walk away, a shadow disappearing into the night. You feel a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness, a longing for a time when life was simple, brutal, and shared. You go back inside. The house is warm, silent. You look at your hands. They are old hands now, but they remember. They remember the feel of a carbine, the texture of a horse's mane, the bite of the cold. You are a buffalo soldier. You are a survivor, and you are not alone. There are others out there, scattered across the country, carrying the same memories, the same scars. You are part of a brotherhood that time cannot erase. You sleep well that night. No dreams of ice or fire, just a quiet, restful darkness. The next morning you wake up early. The sun is shining. The birds are singing. You drink your coffee, black and strong. You put on your work boots. You kiss your wife goodbye. You walk to the docks. The river is flowing, wide and muddy, carrying the commerce of a nation. You join the crew, lifting, carrying, working. The rhythm takes over. Lift, twist, throw. You are part of the city now, part of the future. But your heart is still on the plains, riding the wind forever. This is the legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers, not just the battles won or lost, Not just the territory secured, but the resilience, the endurance, the ability to face the harshest conditions, the deepest fears, and keep going. To build a life out of nothing but grit and determination. It is a legacy written in snow and dust, in blood and sweat. It is a legacy carried in the hearts of men like you, men who walked through the fire and came out the other side, and as long as the wind blows across the plains, as long as the snow falls on the mountains, that legacy will endure. A whisper in the grass, a shadow on the rock, a memory of blue coats and dark faces riding into history. You are standing on the deck of a ferry crossing the Mississippi, the water churning brown and sluggish below. It is 1898. Newsboys on the levee are shouting about war in Cuba. "Remember the Maine!" they cry, waving broadsheets ink-stained with headlines of sunken ships and Spanish treachery. The country is mobilizing again, stirring from its peace like a bear waking from hibernation. You're too old for this war. Your knees crack when you climb stairs, and your vision blurs in low light. But the army is calling for volunteers, for experienced men to train the new recruits, and the 10th Cavalry, your regiment, is going. You feel a pull, a magnetic tug toward the uniform. It isn't patriotism exactly, it is loyalty. Loyalty to the name, to the history, to the men who will wear the blue wool in the tropical heat. You enlist as a teamster, a packer. You know mules. You know how to load a wagon so it doesn't tip on a mountain trail. You know how to keep animals alive when there is no feed and no water. The army needs that. You travel to Florida, the staging ground. It is chaos. Thousands of men, tons of supplies, all crammed into a mosquito-infested swamp. The heat is different here. Wet, heavy, smelling of rot and salt. It reminds you of the river bottoms in the south, but worse. You find the 10th. They look different. Younger. Their uniforms are cleaner, their weapons newer, but the faces are the same. Dark, determined, watchful. You see the sergeants barking orders, the corporals checking gear. It is a familiar dance. You work the docks in Tampa, loading ships. Canned beef that smells suspicious even through the tin. Wool uniforms for a jungle war. Crates of rifles. It is the same old army, unprepared, disorganized, relying on the strength of its men to overcome the failures of its planners. You meet a young trooper, Private Johnson. He's eager, full of talk about glory and freeing the Cubans. He reminds you of the boy from Philadelphia years ago. You think it'll be a hard fight, he asks, helping you strap a crate of ammunition. War is always hard, son, you say. Doesn't matter where it is. It's heat and dirt and waiting and dying. He nods, sobering. But we're ready. The 10th is the best. Yeah, you say. We are. The ships sail. You're left behind. Your job is done. You stand on the pier, watching the transports disappear into the haze. You feel a pang of regret. You want to be with them, to share the hardship, to watch their backs. But you are an old soldier now. Your war is memory. You return to St. Louis. You read the papers every day. You follow the maps. Las Guasimas, El Caney, San Juan Hill. You read about the Rough Riders, about Teddy Roosevelt. But you look for the other names. The 10th, the 9th, the 24th, the 25th, the Buffalo Soldiers. You read about how they saved the day, how they charged up the hill when others faltered, how they cut the barbed wire, how they sang as they fought. Smoked Yankees, the Spanish call them, a mark of respect. You feel a fierce pride. They are your sons, your brothers. They are carrying the legacy forward. The war ends quickly. The men come home. Some of them come through St. Louis. You go to the station to meet them. They are thin, yellow with malaria, their uniforms ragged, but they walk with a swagger. You find Private Johnson. He's on a stretcher, missing a leg. He sees you and smiles, a weak, tired smile. "We did it, Pops," he whispers. "We took the hill." You grip his hand. "I know, son, I know." You help him onto the hospital wagon. You watch him go. You think about the cost, always the cost. Life settles back down. The century turns. 1900. A new era. Cars appear on the streets, startling the horses. Electric lights replace gas. The world is speeding up, leaving the frontier behind. You are an old man now, a relic. People look at you and see a labourer, a grandfather. They don't see the soldier. They don't see the snows of Montana or the dust of Texas, but you see it every time you close your eyes. One winter, a blizzard hits St. Louis. It is a bad one. Snow piles up in the streets, stopping the trams. The city shuts down. You sit by the window, watching the snow fall. It is quiet, peaceful. You remember a night in the mountains. You were separated from your unit, lost in a storm. Your horse had gone lame. You were walking, stumbling, freezing. You thought it was the end. You sat down under a tree ready to sleep, and then you felt it. A warmth, a presence. You looked up and saw a buffalo, a massive bull standing in the snow watching you. His breath steamed in the air. His eyes were dark and ancient. He didn't move. He just stood there, blocking the wind. You crawled toward him. You pressed yourself against his flank. His fur was thick, matted with ice, but underneath he was warm, a living mountain. You stayed there all night, huddled against the beast. He never moved. He shielded you. He kept you alive. In the morning the storm broke. The buffalo shook himself, a cloud of snow flying. He looked at you one last time, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the white. You never told anyone. Who would believe it? But you know, the snow falls outside your window in St. Louis. You touch the glass. It is cold. Thank you, you whisper, to the buffalo, to the horse, to the men, to the land itself. You close your eyes. You're tired. It is time to rest. The darkness comes, gentle this time. Not the terrifying dark of the frontier night, but a soft, welcoming shadow. You drift into it, floating. You see them again. The regiment. Riding in column 2 by 2, the flags snapping, the horses prancing. They are young, strong, beautiful. They are waiting for you. You mount up. Your bay gelding is there, saddled and ready. You swing into the saddle. You take your place in the line. The sergeant raises his hand. Forward, ho! You ride, into the light, into the history, into the forever. You are a buffalo soldier, and your patrol is done. The wind has died down in your mind, the memory of the buffalo soldiers fading into the quiet dignity of history. But the night is long, and there are other stories of survival waiting in the dark. Stories not of cold plains, but of suffocating heat, of swamps that breathe, and of a freedom that had to be stolen inch by inch. You blink, and the scene shifts. The dry, biting cold of Montana is replaced by air so thick and wet you can taste it. It smells of decaying vegetation, brackish water, and the sharp, green scent of cypress needles. The ground beneath your feet is not frozen earth, but soft, yielding mud that threatens to swallow your shoes with every step. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1855. The good news? You have escaped. The bad news? You're in the Great Dismal Swamp, a vast watery wilderness straddling the border of Virginia and North Carolina. And the sun is setting. You're standing on a small hummock of relatively dry land, surrounded by black water that reflects the twisting branches of cypress and gum trees. The trees are massive, their roots knobby and strange, rising from the water like knees. Spanish moss drapes from the limbs, grey and ghostly in the fading light. The heat is oppressive. Even now, as evening approaches, the air is heavy and still. Sweat trickles down your back, soaking your rough cotton shirt. Mosquitoes whine in your ears, a constant irritating chorus. You slap at one on your neck, your hand coming away smeared with blood. They are relentless, clouds of them rising from the stagnant pools. You're a maroon, a runaway, someone who refused the yoke of slavery and chose instead the brutal freedom of the swamp. You're not just hiding here, you're living here. You're part of a secret community that has carved a life out of the mud and the water, a community the outside world whispers about in fear and disbelief. Your first priority is shelter. The swamp is not kind to those who sleep in the open. The damp seeps into your bones, bringing fever and the age. Snakes, cottonmouths and rattlers hunt in the cool of the night. Bears and panthers prowl the shadows. You move deeper into the swamp, following a path known only to those who live here. It is a corduroy road, logs laid side by side in the mud to create a stable footing. It is hidden beneath the water in places, invisible unless you know where to step. You feel for the logs with your bare feet, moving slowly, carefully. One misstep could send you plunging into deep muck or onto a submerged spike of cypress. You reach the settlement. It is built on an island in the heart of the swamp, a piece of high ground shielded by dense thickets of briar and cane. The houses are simple structures, built from cypress logs and palmetto fronds. They are raised on stilts to keep them above the floodwaters and the snakes. The smell here is different. It smells of wood smoke, of roasting fish, of drying tobacco. It smells of people. You see figures moving in the twilight, men carving tools, women weaving baskets, children playing quiet games in the dirt. They nod to you as you pass, a silent greeting. You are safe here, for now. You climb the ladder to your cabin. Inside it is small and dim. A fire burns in a clay-lined pit in the centre of the floor, the smoke drifting up through a hole in the roof. The fire is essential. It cooks your food, dries your clothes, and keeps the insects at bay. The smoke is thick, stinging your eyes, but you welcome it. It is better than the mosquitoes. You sit on a mat woven from reeds. Your dinner is cooking in a pot over the fire, a stew of fish, turtle, and wild greens. You caught the fish earlier in a trap made of woven vines. You gathered the greens from the edge of the island. The swamp provides, if you know how to ask. You eat slowly, savouring the food. It is simple fare, but it is yours. You caught it. You cooked it. No master gave it to you. No overseer watched you eat it. After dinner, you tend to your tools. You're making shingles. Cypress wood splits easily into thin, durable planks. These shingles are your currency. You will smuggle them out of the swamp to free black boatmen on the canals who will sell them in the cities. In return, they will bring you supplies you can't make. Powder, lead, salt, cloth. It is a dangerous trade, but necessary. You work by the light of the fire, your knife slicing through the wood with a rhythmic shick, shick. The wood smells sharp and clean. You stack the finished shingles in the corner. A day's work, a day's freedom. The night sounds of the swamp begin. The bellow of an alligator, deep and guttural, vibrating in your chest. The scream of a bobcat. The chorus of frogs. A wall of sound that rises and falls. To an outsider, these sounds are terrifying. To you, they are a lullaby. They mean the swamp is awake. They mean the swamp is watching. You lie down on your mat. You don't have a feather bed or wool blankets. You have furs, raccoon, deer, bear, tanned and sewn together. They are warm and soft. You pull them up, covering your head to keep the mosquitoes away. You listen to the night. You listen for the sounds that don't belong. The splash of a paddle, the bark of a dog, the voice of a slave catcher. They come sometimes, with dogs and guns and chains. They try to navigate the maze of water and trees, but the swamp fights them. The mud sucks at their boots. The briars tear their clothes. The snakes bite. And the maroons fight back. You have traps set on the approaches to the island. Pits filled with sharp stakes, deadfalls, false paths that lead into quicksand. You know the terrain. They don't. This is your kingdom. You drift towards sleep. You think about the world outside the swamp. The plantations, the fields, the auction blocks. You think about the people you left behind. Do they know you are free? Do they whisper your name in the quarters? You hope so. You hope your freedom gives them strength. You dream of the water. Dark, still water that hides you, protects you, holds you. You dream of the cypress trees standing guard like sentinels. You dream of a life where you don't have to hide. But for now, the swamp is enough. You wake before dawn. The mist is heavy, clinging to the trees like wet cotton. The air is cool, almost cold. The swamp has a chill in the morning that seeps into your joints. You stoke the fire, adding a piece of fatwood, resin-soaked pine that burns hot and bright. You make coffee. Not real coffee, but a brew made from roasted acorns and chicory. It is bitter and dark, but it wakes you up. You drink it from a gourd cup, warming your hands. Today is foraging day. You need to find food. The swamp is a garden, but a wild one. You have to know what to look for. You take your musket, an old flintlock kept clean and oiled, and your gathering bag. You leave the island, stepping onto the corduroy road. The water is still, black as ink. A heron takes flight, its wings silent. You move quietly, eyes scanning the trees and the water. You find a patch of tuckahoe, a root vegetable that grows in the mud. It is starchy and filling. You dig it up with a stick, washing the mud off in the water. You find wild grapes, small and tart. You find a beehive in a hollow tree, marking it to come back later with smoke. You see a deer, a small doe, drinking at the edge of a pool. You raise your musket. You hesitate. A shot will echo for miles. It might attract attention. Is it worth the risk? You decide against it. You lower the gun. The doe looks at you, ears twitching, then bounds away. You will eat fish today. Fish is quiet. You check your traps. A catfish, slick and heavy. A snapping turtle hissing in the net. Good eating. Turtle soup is rich and fatty. You return to the settlement. The sun is up now, burning off the mist. The heat returns, humid and sticky. The cicadas start their buzzing. You spend the afternoon working in the communal garden. Yes, you have a garden. A cleared patch of high ground where you grow corn, beans and sweet potatoes. The soil is rich, dark muck that grows anything you plant. You weed the rows, sweat dripping from your nose. This garden is a miracle. Corn growing in the middle of a swamp. It is defiance in vegetable form. Every ear of corn is a victory. You talk with the other Maroons, a man named Moses, who escaped from a rice plantation in Carolina, a woman named Sarah, who fled with her baby, an old man named Cudjoe, who was born in Africa and remembers the old ways. Cudjoe tells stories while you work, stories about the trickster spider Anansi, stories about the spirits of the water, stories about flying back to Africa. The water brings us here, he says, his voice raspy, and the water will take us home. You listen, nodding. The stories are food too, food for the soul. That evening a boat arrives, a dugout canoe poling silently through the channels. It is a contact, a free black man who works on the canal boats. He brings supplies. The mood in the settlement shifts. Excitement, tension, news from the outside. He unloads the canoe, a sack of salt, a bolt of calico cloth, a keg of powder, a newspaper. You gather around. Someone who can read, a young woman who is a house servant, takes the paper. She reads aloud by the firelight. News of politics, news of laws, news of runaways caught. $50 reward, she reads. For a Negro man named Gabriel, scar on his left cheek. You touch your own face. You have scars too. Not on your cheek, but on your back. The boatman brings other news. Slave catchers in the area, he says quietly. They found a camp down near the Pasquotank River. Burned it. A silence falls. The fire crackles. Did they catch anyone? Moses asks. 2 men, the boatman says. The rest got away. 2 men, dragged back to chains. Or worse. We need to strengthen the defences, Cudjoe says. Sharpen the stakes. Watch the water. You nod. The peace of the swamp is an illusion. You are always at war. You take the first watch that night. You sit in a tree stand high above the water, overlooking the main channel. You have a conch shell to blow if you see anything. The moon rises, painting the swamp in silver and black. It is ghostly, beautiful. You watch the water. Every ripple, every splash could be danger. You think about the boatman's news, about the men caught. You feel a cold knot in your stomach. Fear, but also anger. You will not go back. You will die in this swamp before you let them put chains on you again. You touch the musket across your knees. You are free, and you will stay free. The night passes, no boats come, no dogs bark. The swamp protects you. Morning comes, you climb down from the tree. Your legs are stiff, you are tired, but you are safe. You walk to the fire. Sarah hands you a bowl of cornmeal mush. It is hot and sweet with wild honey. All quiet, she asks. All quiet, you say. She smiles. Good. You eat. You watch the sun come up through the trees. The light turns the Spanish moss to gold. You're a maroon. You live in the mud and the water. You fight the heat and the bugs and the men with guns. But you are free. And that is everything. You're standing at the edge of a vast cane field, the stalks rising 10 feet into the air like a green wall. It is high noon on a sugar plantation in Louisiana, 1845. The sun is a white-hot disk, bleaching the colour from the sky. The heat is a physical force, pressing down on your shoulders, making the air shimmer and dance. Congratulations, you've just woken up to the sound of the overseer's bell. The good news? You're alive. The bad news? It is cutting season, the grinding time, and the work never stops. The first thing you notice is the smell. It is sweet, cloying, almost sickening. The scent of boiling cane juice hangs over the entire plantation, a thick molasses fog that coats your throat and sticks to your skin. Mingled with it is the smell of wood smoke from the sugar house chimneys, the pungent odour of mule sweat, and the sharp tang of fear. You're holding a cane knife, a heavy machete-like blade with a hooked end. The handle is slick with your own sweat. Your hands are calloused, stained brown from the cane juice. Your back aches with a dull, throbbing pain that never really goes away. "Move it," the overseer shouts from his horse. He cracks a whip in the air, the sound like a pistol shot. You step into the cane. The leaves are sharp, serrated like saw blades. They cut your arms and face as you push through. The stalks are thick, hard as bamboo. You swing the knife. Thwack. You cut low, near the ground. Thwack. You strip the leaves. Thwack. You top the cane. It is a rhythm. Swing, strip, top. Swing, strip, top. You do it until your arm is numb, until your mind goes blank. You're a machine, fueled by cornmeal and adrenaline. The cane field is a dangerous place. The knives are sharp and exhausted people make mistakes. A slip of the hand can take off a finger, a toe, a hand. You hear a shout, a cry of pain from down the row. Someone has cut themselves. You don't look. You can't stop. If the mill stops, everyone suffers. The cut cane is piled into wagons, hauled by mules to the sugar house. You follow the wagons, walking in the dust. The sugar house is a hellscape of noise and heat. Massive rollers crush the cane, squeezing out the juice. Furnaces roar, boiling the juice in great copper kettles. Slaves work the kettles, skimming the foam, moving the syrup from one pot to the next. The heat inside the sugar house is infernal. It is 120 degrees near the kettles. Men work naked to the waist, their skin gleaming with sweat and syrup. They are covered in burns from splashing liquid. The air is thick with steam. It is hard to breathe. You're assigned to feed the rollers. You lift the heavy stalks, feeding them into the crushing metal jaws. It is terrifying work. If your sleeve gets caught, if your hand slips, the rollers don't stop. There is an axe hanging by the rollers, ready to chop off a trapped limb to save the man's life. You look at the axe. The blade is dull. You work for 18 hours. During grinding season, the mill runs day and night. You sleep in shifts, snatching a few hours on a pile of bagasse, the crushed cane stalks. The bagasse is damp, sweet-smelling, and full of insects. You lie down, your body vibrating from the noise of the machinery. You close your eyes, but the roar of the fire is still in your ears. You dream of snow. You have never seen snow, but you dream of it. Cold, white, silent. A place where the fire can't reach you. You wake up to a shake on your shoulder. "Time," a voice says. You get up. You drink a cup of hot water with a little molasses in it. You go back to the rollers. The night shift is eerie. The sugar house is lit by torches and the glow of the furnaces. Shadows dance on the walls, monstrous and distorted. The men look like demons in the flickering light. You work in a trance. Lift, feed, lift, feed. A man collapses near the kettles, heat stroke or exhaustion. They drag him out into the cooler air. Another man takes his place. The work continues. You think about running. The swamp is close. You can smell it on the wind sometimes, cool and rotting. But where would you go? The patrols are everywhere, the dogs, and you have family here, a mother in the quarters, a sister. You can't leave them, so you stay. You feed the machine. Morning comes, grey and smoky. The whistle blows. Shift change. You stumble out of the sugar house, blinking in the light. The air outside feels cool, even though it is already hot. You walk back to the quarters, rows of wooden cabins, whitewashed in uniform. Inside, it is dark. You have a bunk, a blanket. You collapse onto it. You're too tired to eat. Your mother is there. She has saved you a piece of cornbread. She wipes your face with a wet rag. Her hands are rough, but her touch is gentle. "Rest now, child," she whispers. You close your eyes. You listen to the sounds of the quarters. A baby crying, a woman singing a low, mournful song, the sound of a banjo plinking softly. Life goes on, even in hell. Sunday comes, the one day of rest. The mill stops. The silence is shocking. You go to the praise house, a clearing in the woods where you hold church. It is secret. The master doesn't like you gathering, but you do it anyway. The preacher is a field hand, a man with a back scarred by the whip. He reads from the Bible, stumbling over the words. He talks about Moses, about the Red Sea, about the Promised Land. "One day," he says, "one day we're going to cross over." You sing, "Go down, Moses." Steal away. The songs are codes, maps, warnings, hope. After church, you have a few hours to yourself. You tend your small garden patch behind the cabin. Collard greens, okra, peppers. This food is yours. It tastes better than the rations. You visit with friends. You trade news. Who was sold, who ran, who died. You meet a man from a neighbouring plantation. He brings word of the north, of a place called Canada, of a railroad that runs underground. They say there's snow there, he whispers, and freedom. You listen. You store the information away, like a seed. Maybe one day. But for now, the bell rings. Sunday's over. The grind begins again. You walk back to your cabin. You sharpen your cane knife. The metal gleams in the firelight. You look at your hands. They are strong. They have cut 1,000,000 stalks of cane. They have fed the machine that makes the master rich. But they are your hands. And one day they might cut something else. They might cut the chains. You sleep. You dream of the North Star, high and bright and cold. Weeks turn into months. The grinding season ends. The cane is cut. The sugar is made. Barrels of it, loaded onto steamboats on the river. The work changes. Now it is planting time, or ditch digging, or levee repair. There is always work, but the pace slows. You have a little more time, a little more breath. You start to plan. You talk to the man from the other plantation. You learn the signs. A quilt hung on a line with a specific pattern. A song sung at a specific time. A lantern in a window. You start to save food. Dried corn, jerky. You hide it in a hollow log in the woods. You wait for the right time. A dark night. A storm. A distraction. And then it happens. A fire in the big house. Chaos. People running, shouting. The overseer's distracted. You look at your mother. She nods. Go, she mouths. You grab your bag. You slip into the shadows. You run toward the swamp. The mud sucks at your feet. The briars tear your clothes. You don't stop. You run until your lungs burn. You run until you hit the water. You wade in. The water is cold. It hides your scent from the dogs. You follow the North Star. You're a maroon now, a runaway, a fugitive, but you are free. The swamp holds you. The darkness protects you. You are part of the hidden world. You keep moving, north, always north, towards the snow, towards the freedom. You're crouching in a thicket of saw palmetto, the fronds sharp enough to draw blood if you move too quickly. It is night, but the moon is full, casting a silver light that filters through the canopy of the Florida wetlands. The air is thick with humidity, smelling of rotting vegetation, damp earth, and the faint, briny scent of the nearby Gulf. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1817. The good news, you're a black Seminole, a warrior of 2 bloods and 1 fierce spirit. The bad news, General Andrew Jackson is marching south with an army, and he intends to burn your home to the ground. You're wearing a hunting shirt of soft deerskin, dyed a dark red to blend with the shadows. A turban of colourful calico cloth is wrapped around your head, adorned with a single egret feather. In your hands you hold a British-made musket, the wood stock polished smooth by years of use. It is heavy, solid, reassuring. You're listening. The swamp is never silent, but you know the difference between the natural sounds and the intruders. The splash of a gator sliding into the water is rhythmic, heavy. The snap of a twig under a soldier's boot is sharp, careless. You hear it. A murmur of voices, the clink of metal on metal, a horse blowing out a breath. They are close. You signal to the man beside you. John Horse, a leader among your people. He nods, his eyes dark and intense. You melt back into the shadows, moving silently through the underbrush. You reach the village. It is a cluster of chickees, open-sided structures with thatched roofs raised on stilts above the marsh. The cooking fires are banked low, glowing embers in the centre of the earthen floors. Women are gathering children, moving them toward the canoes hidden in the reeds. There is no panic, only a grim, practiced efficiency. You have been running for a long time. Your ancestors ran from the plantations in Georgia and the Carolinas, finding refuge here among the Seminole Indians. You intermarried, learned their ways, fought their wars. You built a life here, a life of freedom, crops of corn and pumpkins, herds of cattle, families. But the Americans want the land, and they want you back in chains. They call it the Negro Fort incident, when they blew up your stronghold on the Apalachicola River, killing hundreds. You survived that. You will survive this. They're coming, you whisper to your wife. She's packing a basket with dried meat and corn. She hands you a pouch of ammunition. Be careful, she says. Go to the hammock, you tell her. Deep in the swamp, we'll hold them here. She touches your face, then turns and leads the children into the dark. You take your position behind a fallen cypress log. Other warriors join you, Seminole and Black fighting side by side. You check your priming powder. It is dry. Good. The first soldiers appear at the edge of the clearing. Blue coats, tall shakos. They look out of place here, clumsy and loud. They form a line, bayonets gleaming in the moonlight. "Fire!" their officer shouts. A volley of musketry rips through the leaves above your head. You don't flinch. You wait. You let them come closer, into the mud, into the trap. When they are 30 yards away, John Horse gives the signal. A high, warbling cry like a screech owl. You stand up and fire. Your musket kicks against your shoulder. A soldier drops. The man next to you fires. Another soldier falls. The blue line wavers. They can't see you. They are firing at shadows. You reload, biting the cartridge, pouring the powder, ramming the ball. It is a rhythm of life and death. The soldiers charge. They splash through the shallow water, shouting. You draw your knife. It is close work now. Brutal. You fight in the mud. You use the terrain. You lure them into the deep water, where their heavy packs drag them down. You disappear into the cane brakes and reappear behind them. You are the swamp. You are the night. The battle rages for hours. The moon sets, plunging the swamp into total darkness. The soldiers retreat, confused and bloodied. They pull back to higher ground, leaving their dead in the water. You gather your men. You're tired, bruised, bleeding from a dozen scratches, but you held. The village is empty, but the people are safe. You slip away into the deep swamp, following the secret paths. You move toward the hammock, an island of hardwood trees rising out of the marsh. It is a fortress nature built for you. You find your family there. They are huddled under a shelter of palmetto fronds. Your wife hands you water. It tastes of tannins and life. "They're gone?" she asks. "For now," you say, "but they'll be back." You look at your children. They are sleeping, exhausted. You stroke your son's hair. He will be a warrior too. He will have to be. The next day you scout the soldiers' camp. They are building a road, cutting down the trees, draining the water. They are trying to tame the swamp. They are trying to erase you. You realize this war will not end soon. It will go on for years, decades. A war of attrition, a war of ghosts. You adapt. You learn to live on the move. You plant crops in hidden clearings, harvesting them before the soldiers find them. You hunt alligator and manatee. You trade with Cuban fishermen on the coast, swapping hides for gunpowder. You become a legend. The Americans call you Maroon. Seminole Negro, renegade. They put a price on your head, but they can't catch you. One night you're sitting by a fire in a deep hidden glade. An old Seminole chief, Osceola, sits across from you. He is young, fiery, charismatic. "They want us to move," he says, "to the west, to a place called Oklahoma. Dry land, no water." "We won't go," you say. "This is our home." He nods. "We will fight, until the last man," and you do. The Second Seminole War begins. It is the longest, bloodiest Indian war in American history, and you are at the heart of it. You ambush supply trains, you attack forts, you disappear into the Everglades, a vast river of grass where the soldiers cannot follow. You fight not just for land, but for your very existence. If you surrender, you go back to slavery. That is not an option. Years pass, you grow older, your hair turns grey, your scars multiply, but your spirit remains unbroken. Eventually the war ends, not with a victory, but with a stalemate. The Americans give up trying to conquer the swamp. They leave you alone mostly. You live out your days in the Everglades. You build a new village on a hammock surrounded by water. You raise your grandchildren. You tell them the stories. "We never surrendered," you tell them. "We are the unconquered." One evening you stand at the edge of the water watching the sunset. The sky is a blaze of orange and pink reflected in the dark mirror of the swamp. A heron flies overhead, its silhouette stark against the light. You breathe in the humid air. It smells of home. You are a black Seminole. You are free, and you are still here. You are standing on the edge of a rooftop, the city of New York spread out below you like a glittering, dangerous jewel. It is a humid July night in 1863. The air is thick with smoke, not from industry but from arson. The smell is acrid, burning wood, tar, and the coppery tang of fear. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the middle of the New York City draft riots. The good news? You're free? The bad news? A mob of thousands is hunting black men in the streets, blaming you for a war they don't want to fight. You're wearing a simple linen shirt, damp with sweat, and wool trousers that have seen better days. Your boots are sturdy, good for running. You have a heavy iron bar in your hand, a tool you scavenged from a construction site. It is cold and reassuring. Below you, the streets are a cauldron of noise. Shouts, breaking glass, the clatter of horses' hooves. You see torches moving like angry fireflies. They are burning the coloured orphan asylum. You watched from a distance as the children were led out the back, terrified but safe. Moments before the building was engulfed. You're a longshoreman. You work the docks, loading and unloading the ships that feed the city. You're strong, used, to hard labour. But this is a different kind of strength. This is survival. You need to get to your family. They are hiding in a cellar in Weeksville, a free black community in Brooklyn. It is miles away. You have to cross the city, cross the river without being seen. You move across the rooftops, jumping the narrow gaps between tenements. The slate tiles are slick with dew. One slip and you fall 4 stories. You don't look down. You focus on the next roof, the next chimney. You reach the end of the block, a wide avenue below. It is filled with rioters, men in rough clothes carrying clubs and torches. They are chanting a low, ugly sound. Down with the draft, down with the rich, down with the... You block out the rest. You have to go down. There is no other way. You find a fire escape, the iron rusting and loose. You climb down slowly, testing each step. The metal groans. You freeze. Did they hear? A bottle smashes against the wall next to you. Glass sprays your face. You look down. A man is pointing up at you. There's one. Get him. You drop the last 10 feet, landing hard on the cobblestones. You roll, coming up with the iron bar raised. 3 men rush you. They smell of whiskey and rage. You swing the bar. It connects with a shoulder. A sickening crunch. The man howls. You spin, dodging a club. You kick the second man in the knee. He goes down. You run. You sprint down an alley, knocking over trash cans to slow them down. You hear footsteps behind you, heavy and fast. You turn a corner, then another. You dive into a narrow passage between 2 buildings, squeezing into the shadows. You hold your breath. The footsteps thunder past. They missed you. You wait until your heart slows. You wipe the blood from your cheek where the glass cut you. You move on, staying in the shadows. You reach the East River. The ferries aren't running. The mobs have attacked the docks. You have to find a boat. You creep along the piers. The water is black, oily, reflecting the fires burning in the city. You find a small skiff tied to a piling. It has no oars. You find a piece of driftwood. It will have to do. You untie the skiff and push off. The current grabs you instantly, pulling you toward the harbour. You paddle frantically, fighting the river. The driftwood is clumsy, heavy. Your arms burn. You're halfway across when you hear a shout from the Manhattan side. A group of men on the pier. They have seen you. A shot rings out, splashing the water near the boat. You paddle harder. You're a shadow on the water. A target. Another shot. Closer. You duck low in the boat, paddling with one hand. You pray to the river. Carry me. Hide me. You reach the Brooklyn shore. You drag the skiff onto the mud. You scramble up the bank into the tall grass. You're safe, for now. Weeksville is quiet, tense. Men stand guard with shotguns. They know you. They let you pass. You reach the cellar. You knock the secret knock. The door opens. Your wife is there. Your children. They are safe. You hug them. You smell the fear on them mixed with the damp earth of the cellar. Is it bad? Your wife asks. It's hell, you say. But we're here. You sit in the dark, listening to the distant sounds of the city burning across the water. You hold your iron bar. You wait. The riots last for 4 days. The rain finally comes, dousing the fires and cooling the rage. The army arrives, marching down the avenues with bayonets fixed. Order is restored, but the city has changed. The trust is broken. You look at your neighbours differently now. You know what lies beneath the surface. You go back to work on the docks. You load the ships. You build the city. But you never forget the rooftops. You never forget the river. You are a survivor. You navigated the storm of hate and came out the other side. Years later, you walk past the site of the asylum. It has been rebuilt, bigger, stronger. You stop and look at it. You think about the children, you think about the fire, you touch the scar on your cheek. It is a map of the night you ran for your life. You turn and walk away. The city bustles around you, loud and indifferent. But you know its secrets. You know its bones. You're sitting on a rough-hewn bench in a praise house, hidden deep within the woods of a Georgia plantation. It is late, well past midnight, but the small structure is packed. The air is thick, humid, and charged with an energy that makes the hair on your arm stand up. It smells of pine sap from the walls, of sweat, and of the oil lamps flickering in the corners. The only light comes from those lamps and a small fire burning outside. The shadows are long, dancing on the faces of the people around you, men with backs bent from the cotton fields, women with hands rough from scrubbing, children with eyes wide and solemn. They are singing, but it is not like the singing in the Master's church. This is the shout, a rhythmic circular dance that builds in intensity. The feet shuffle on the wooden floor, a soft thump, 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 thump that mimics the heartbeat. Hands clap, not in applause but in time. The voices are low, guttural, rising in a harmony that vibrates in your chest. Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. You know this song. It is not just a hymn, it is a code. Steal away means a meeting is planned, or an escape. Jesus is the north. The green trees are the safe houses. You're a conductor on the Underground Railroad. You have come back south to guide a group to freedom. It is the most dangerous thing you can do. If you are caught, you will hang. No trial, no jury, just a rope and a tree. You watch the faces in the circle. You're looking for the ones who are ready, the ones with the fire in their eyes, the ones who are tired of waiting for the Jubilee. You see a young man, strong shoulders, a scar on his forehead. He is watching you. You nod imperceptibly. He nods back. You see a woman, holding a baby. She looks exhausted, but her jaw is set. She is ready. The shout builds. The rhythm gets faster. People are sweating, swaying, lost in the music. It is a release, a way to pour out the pain and the hope. The floorboards tremble. You slip out the back door. The night air is cool, a relief. You wait by the big oak tree, the signal tree. The young man comes out, then the woman, then two others, a small group. Good. Easier to move, easier to hide. We leave in an hour, you whisper. Pack light, food, water, no extra clothes, and quiet. Absolute quiet. They nod. They disappear into the darkness to gather their things. You check your own gear, a compass, a knife, a small pistol, loaded, a bag of dried corn and jerky. You look up at the sky. The North Star is there, hanging low over the tree line. The drinking gourd. It is your map, your guide, your God. You wait. The hour passes. They return, shadows moving in the shadows. Ready, you ask? Ready, they whisper. You move out. You leave the plantation behind, slipping past the overseer's house, past the kennels where the dogs sleep. You move into the woods, following the creek bed to hide your scent. The journey begins. You walk all night. The woods are dense, tangled with vines and briars. You move slowly, carefully. You listen for the snap of a twig, the hoot of an owl that sounds wrong. You reach a swamp at dawn. You have to cross it. The water is cold, black. You wade in, holding your packs over your heads. The mud sucks at your feet. You see a snake glide past, a ripple in the water. You freeze. It moves on. You reach a small island in the swamp. A station, a safe place. A free black man lives here, a fisherman. He meets you at the edge of the water. Welcome, he says. Rest. Eat. He gives you fried fish and cornbread. You eat ravenously. You sleep in his cabin, huddled together on the floor. It is warm, dry. You wake at dusk. You move again, night after night. You follow the star. You follow the moss on the north side of the trees. You follow the river. You are hunted. You hear the dogs baying in the distance, a terrifying sound, a primal sound. Into the water, you order. You wade into a stream, walking upstream for a mile to break the scent trail. The water is freezing. Your legs go numb. The baby starts to cry. The mother muffles him with her shawl, her eyes wide with panic. Hush, you whisper. Hush now. The dogs lose the scent. The baying fades. You climb out of the water, shivering. You keep moving. You reach a town, a dangerous place, patrols, curfew. You have to move through it. You have a contact, a Quaker family. You find their house, a white clappered house with green shutters. A lantern burns in the window. The signal, you knock. 3 times, pause, 2 times. The door opens. A woman in a grey dress stands there. She smiles. "Come in, friends," she says. "Thee is safe here." You enter. The warmth of the house hits you. The smell of baking, bread. The sight of a clean floor. She leads you to a hidden room. A false wall in the pantry swings open. Inside, a small space with blankets and food. "Rest," she says. "We will move thee tomorrow night. In the wagon." You sleep. For the first time in weeks, you sleep deeply. The next night, you are loaded into a wagon, hidden under a false bottom covered with sacks of flour. It is dark, cramped, dusty. You can't move. You can't speak. The wagon rumbles over the cobblestones. You hear voices outside, the driver talking to someone, a guard, a patrol. "What you got in there, Quaker?" a gruff voice asks. "Flour for the market," the driver says calmly. "Would thee like to check?" A pause. Your heart stops. "Nah, go on." The wagon moves. You breathe again. You cross the line. The Mason-Dixon line. You're in Pennsylvania, a free state, but not safe. The Fugitive Slave Act means they can still come for you. You have to keep going. To Canada. You travel by train, hidden in a boxcar, by boat, across Lake Erie. Finally you see the shore. Canada, the promised land. You step off the boat. The ground feels solid, real. You look at the group. They're crying, laughing, hugging each other. "We made it," the young man says. "We free." You nod. You're tired. Bone tired. But you smile. "You free," you say. You watch them walk away into their new lives, into the snow, into the future. You turn back to the boat. You're going back. Back to the south. Back to the danger. There are more people waiting. More souls to save. You are a conductor. The railroad never stops, and neither will you. You are standing in the middle of a vast, flat expanse of red earth. It is midday in Nicodemus, Kansas, 1878. The sun is unrelenting, a hammer striking an anvil. There are no trees here, only an endless ocean of prairie grass that hisses in the hot wind. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the first all-black settlement on the Great Plains. The good news? You own this land. The bad news? You have absolutely no idea how to farm it, and winter is coming. You're an exoduster. You left the South after Reconstruction collapsed, fleeing the violence and the broken promises. You came seeking the promised land of Kansas, lured by flyers that showed lush fields and thriving towns. What you found was dugouts, holes in the ground with sod roofs, and a landscape that tries to kill you every day. Your house is a dugout. You dug it yourself, carving it out of the side of a hill. The walls are earth, damp and cool. The roof is sod, heavy blocks of grass and dirt held up by cottonwood poles. It is dark inside, smelling of soil and roots. When it rains, the mud drips onto your bed. When it is dry, the dust coats everything. But it is yours. You step outside. The wind hits you, carrying the scent of dry grass and distant rain. You look at your field. It is raw, unbroken prairie. The sod is tough, a tangled mat of roots that has been growing for thousands of years. Your plough, a simple iron blade, struggles to cut through it. You hitch up your mule. He's old, tired, but stubborn, like you. You grip the handles of the plough. "Get up," you say. The mule leans into the harness. The plough bites into the earth. The sound is a tearing, ripping noise. Ripe. You strain against the handles, your muscles burning. You cut a furrow, then another, then another. It is brutal work. The sun beats down on your back. The dust chokes you. The grasshoppers jump in your face, clicking and whirring. You stop for water. Your bucket is warm, the water tasting of the wooden staves. You drink, wiping your mouth with your sleeve. You look at your hands, blistered, bleeding. But they are free hands, working free soil. A neighbour walks over. He is a former soldier, a buffalo soldier who mustered out and took a claim. He walks with a limp, an old wound from the Apache Wars. "Hot one?" he says. "Sure is," you reply. "Think it'll rain?" You look at the sky, a few clouds, high and thin. "Maybe, maybe not. Kansas is a tease." He nods. "We need rain, the corn is thirsty." "We all thirsty," you say. You talk about the crops, about the town. Nicodemus is growing. A church, a store, a school. People are coming every day, walking from the train station in Ellis, 30 miles away. They arrive tired, hungry, but hopeful. "We got to help them," the soldier says. "They got nothing." "We got nothing either," you say. "But we got land. You share what you have. A sack of beans, a few potatoes, a place to sleep on the floor of your dugout. Winter comes early on the plains. The wind changes, turning cold and sharp. The sky turns grey. You harvest your corn. It is a meagre crop, stunted by the drought. But it is something. You grind it into meal. You dry the stalks for fuel. There is no wood here. You burn buffalo chips, dried dung, and twists of grass. The first blizzard hits in November. It is a white wall of fury. The wind screams, driving the snow horizontally. You can't see your hand in front of your face. You retreat into your dugout. You huddle by the stove, burning your precious fuel. The temperature drops. You can see your breath. Frost forms on the inside of the walls. You hear a scratching at the door. You open it a crack. A family stands there. A man, a woman, 2 children. They are wrapped in thin blankets, shivering violently. Their dugout roof collapsed under the snow. "Come in," you say. "Get warm." They crowd into your small space. It is tight, smelling of unwashed bodies and smoke. But it is warm. You share your cornmeal mush. You share your blankets. You survive the storm together. You tell stories. You sing. You pray. The winter is long. The snow piles up until you have to tunnel out of your door. You run low on food. You eat boiled wheat. You eat rabbits caught in snares. You're hungry, always hungry, but you make it. Spring comes, the snow melts. The mud is deep, sticky, but the grass turns green. The wildflowers bloom. The meadowlarks sing. You walk out into your field. The earth is soft, ready for planting. You look at the horizon. It is wide, open, limitless. You are a homesteader. You are a pioneer. You are building a new world, one furrow at a time. You think about the south, about the fear, about the chains. You look at your hands. They are scarred, rough, but they are your hands, and this is your land. You hitch up the mule. "Get up," you say, and you begin again. You're standing on the deck of a whaling ship, the Charles W. Morgan, as it cuts through the icy waters of the North Atlantic. It is 1870. The wind is a gale, screaming through the rigging, freezing the spray onto the ropes until they are thick as your arm. The deck is slick with ice and whale oil, a treacherous skating rink that pitches and rolls with every wave. Congratulations. You've just woken up to the cry of "Thus she blows." The good news? You're about to earn your share of the profits. The bad news? You're a harpooner, and your job is to stand in a tiny wooden boat and throw a spear at a 60-ton leviathan that can smash you to splinters with a twitch of its tail. You're wearing layers of wool, oiled canvas, and fear. Your hands are raw from pulling oars, your face chapped by the salt spray. You grab your harpoon, the iron head cold and heavy. You swing over the side, dropping into the whaleboat. The boat hits the water with a splash. You grab an oar. "Pull!" the mate shouts. "You pull!" The boat surges forward, riding the swells. The whale is ahead, a black mountain rising from the grey sea. Its spout is a geyser of mist. "Steady!" the mate calls. "Steady, boys!" You are close now. You can smell the whale, a fishy, musky odour. You can hear its breath, a deep, hollow sound like a bellows. "Stand up!" You ship your oar. You stand in the bow, bracing your knee against the thwart. You raise the harpoon. The boat rocks violently. You wait for the right moment, the top of the swell. You throw. The iron flies true, burying itself deep in the whale's blubber. "Stern all!" You scramble back, grabbing the steering oar. The whale dives, the line singing out of the tub. Smoke rises from the loggerhead as the rope burns against the wood. "Wet the line!" you shout. A man throws water on the rope. The boat is towing now, the Nantucket sleigh ride. You're flying across the water, spray blinding you. It is terrifying. It is exhilarating. The whale surfaces, thrashing. The water turns red. You pull up close. The mate takes the lance, a long, sharp blade. He thrusts it into the whale's vitals. The creature shudders, blowing red spray. "Chimneys afire!" someone yells. The whale dies. It rolls over, fin out. Silence falls. You're exhausted. Your arms feel like lead. But you have a prize. Oil for the lamps of the world. Money for your pocket. You tow the whale back to the ship. The work is just beginning. Cutting in. Boiling. Down. The stench of rendering blubber will fill the air for days. You are a black whaler. You're part of a crew that is more integrated than any other industry in America. On the ship, a man is judged by his skill, not his skin. The captain might be white, the mate Cape Verdean. the harpooner African American. In the boat you are brothers, but on land it is different. You walk the streets of New Bedford or Nantucket or San Francisco. You see the signs. Whites only. You feel the stares. But on the ocean you are free. The sea doesn't care about race. It only cares if you can pull an oar. That night you lie in your bunk in the forecastle. It is cramped, smelling of unwashed men and wet wool. The ship groans around you. You think about the whale, the power, the fight. You think about home, about the farm you want to buy, about the family you want to start. You close your eyes. The ship rocks you to sleep. You dream of the deep, of the dark water, of the monsters and the men who hunt them. You are a whaler. You live on the edge, and you wouldn't trade it for anything. You wake up to the rhythmic thump, 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 thump of the paddle wheel churning the muddy water of the Mississippi River. It is 1885. You're lying on a coil of rope on the lower deck of the steamboat Delta Queen. The air is thick with the smell of coal smoke, river mud, and the cargo, bales of cotton stacked high, smelling of dry earth and raw fibre. Congratulations, you've just woken up as a roustabout. The good news? You have a job that pays cash. The bad news? You carry 100-pound sacks on your back up a narrow plank, 12 hours a day, under the watchful eye of a mate who carries a hickory stick. The river is your world. It is a brown, muscular snake that winds through the heart of the country. You know its moods. The lazy currents of summer, the raging floods of spring, the treacherous sandbars that shift overnight. You stand up, stretching your back. It cracks audibly. You are 20, but you feel 40. Your hands are calloused, your shoulders broad and hard. You wear rough trousers and a shirt that has lost its colour to sun and sweat. The boat is docking at a small town. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that echoes off the levees. "Look alive down there," the mate shouts. You grab the gangplank, swinging it out. It hits the dirt with a thud. The work begins. You hoist a sack of flour onto your shoulder. It is heavy, settling into the groove you have worn in your muscle. You walk up the plank, the wood bouncing under your weight. You drop the sack on the levee, you turn around, you do it again, and again, and again. Crates of machinery, barrels of molasses, bales of hay. You are a human conveyor belt. The sun beats down on the river, turning the air into steam. Sweat runs into your eyes, stinging. You sing to keep the rhythm. Work songs. Load 'em up, boys. Load 'em high. Sun is hot and the water's dry. The voices of the other roostabouts join in, a deep resonant chorus. The music helps. It makes the load lighter. You see the passengers on the upper deck, ladies in white dresses with parasols, gentlemen in linen suits smoking cigars. They look down at you, at the sweating, singing men below. They see labour. They see muscle. They don't see you. You finish the loading. The whistle blows again. You pull in the plank. The boat backs away from the shore, the paddle wheel churning up mud. You sit on a bale of cotton, catching your breath. You watch the town fade away. A church steeple, a general store, a few houses. Then just trees and water. Lunch is a bucket of stew brought down from the galley. It is mostly potatoes and grease, but you eat it hungrily. You drink river water, filtered through a cloth. It tastes of earth. That night the boat ties up at a woodyard to refuel. You form a line, passing logs from the bank to the boiler deck. The wood is rough, splintery. You wear leather pads on your hands. The firebox glows orange, lighting up the faces of the firemen. They are blackened with soot, shoveling coal and wood into the inferno. The heat is intense. After the work is done, you sit on the deck, listening to the river. A banjo plays somewhere. A man tells a story about a ghost ship that sails the river at midnight, its decks empty, its whistle silent. "They say it's the Sultana," he whispers. "The boat that blew up. Thousands died." You shiver despite the heat. The river holds many ghosts. Slaves who drowned trying to swim to freedom. Soldiers who died on gunboats. Roustabouts who fell overboard and were pulled under by the current. You look at the water. It is black, deep, secretive. You are a riverman. You live on the water, but you're not of it. You're a traveller, passing through. You sleep on the deck, the vibration of the engines rocking you. You dream of the sea, of a place where the water is blue and endless. The next day you reach Memphis. The city rises from the bluffs, a sprawl of brick and noise. The levee is crowded with boats, wagons, people. It is a city of cotton and music and money. You get paid. A handful of silver dollars. You feel rich. You go into town, specifically to Beale Street. It is the heart of Black Memphis. Saloons, gambling halls, music. The air is alive with the sound of the blues, guitars, harmonicas, voices full of pain and joy. You buy a new shirt. You eat a plate of ribs. You drink a beer. You listen to the music. You meet a woman. She has a laugh like a bell. You dance. For a few hours you're not aroused about. You are a man. But the boat leaves at dawn. You have to be there. You walk back to the levee in the early morning light. The river smells of fog and fish. You climb aboard. The mate is there, checking names. "You're late," he growls. "I'm here," you say. You take your place on the deck. The whistle blows. The paddle wheel turns. You watch Memphis disappear. You watch the woman waving from the shore. You turn back to the river. The current pulls you south, down to New Orleans, down to the Gulf. You're moving, always moving. You're a buffalo soldier of the river, fighting the current, fighting the load, and you keep going. You're standing in the middle of a vast silent forest of longleaf pines. The trees soar straight up, 100 feet high, their branches forming a canopy that filters the sunlight into a green haze. The ground is carpeted with pine needles, soft and springy under your feet. It is 1910. Congratulations. You've just woken up in a turpentine camp in southern Georgia. The good news? You have a job. The bad news? You're working in a system that is slavery by another name. Debt peonage. You wear overalls stiff with pine gum, a shirt that was once white, and boots that are falling apart. You carry a hack, a heavy tool with a weighted blade used to cut the face of the pine trees. Your job is to chip the trees. You cut a V-shaped groove into the bark, deep enough to make the sap flow, but not deep enough to kill the tree. It is delicate work, requiring strength and precision. You do it thousands of times a day. The sap, the gum, flows down the cut into a metal cup or a box cut into the base of the tree. It is sticky, pungent, smelling of turpentine and resin. It coats your hands, your clothes, your hair. You can't wash it off. You live in a cloud of pine scent. The camp is isolated, miles from the nearest town. You live in a shack made of rough boards, the wind blowing through the cracks. You buy your food from the company commissary, overpriced beans, meal, and fatback. You're paid in script, tokens that can only be spent at the company store. You're always in debt. The company charges you for your tools, your food, your housing. If you try to leave, the sheriff will bring you back. Vagrancy, they call it, or breach of contract. It means you belong to the company. You walk from tree to tree, chip, chip. The sound echoes in the quiet woods. You're part of a squad, moving in a line. The woods rider, the overseer, follows on horseback, a pistol on his hip. "Keep it moving," he shouts. "Don't lag." You work from can see to can't see, dawn to dusk. Your arms ache, your back screams, but you keep chipping. The forest is beautiful in a cruel way. The light, the silence, the smell of the pines. But it is a prison without walls. You see a snake, a diamondback rattler coiled at the base of a tree. You step back slowly. The woods rider sees it too. He pulls his pistol and shoots the snake's head off. "Get back to work," he says, holstering the gun. He doesn't care about you. He cares about the gum. Turpentine is naval stores, essential for ships, for paint, for industry. It is liquid gold, and you are the machine that extracts it. One day, a new man arrives. He is young, strong, but angry. He talks about unions, about strikes, about leaving. "We ain't slaves," he whispers at night, huddled around the fire. "We men." You listen. You want to believe him. But you have seen what happens to men who run. The dogs, the beatings, the chain gang. "Just keep your head down," an older man says. "Do your time." "There ain't no end to the time," the young man says. "The debt just grows." A few nights later, the young man is gone. He ran. The woods rider gathers you all in the morning. He looks angry. "Anyone who knows where he went better speak up," he says. Silence. No one speaks. They bring the dogs, bloodhounds. They bay, pulling at the leashes. They find the scent. You hear the shots later that day. Distant flat sounds in the woods. The woods rider returns alone. He doesn't say anything. He just looks at you. The message is clear. You go back to chipping. Chip, chip. The rhythm of the work takes over. It numbs your mind. It keeps you from thinking about the young man, about the debt, about the fence that isn't there but holds you anyway. But you watch. You learn the woods. You learn the paths the deer take. You learn where the water is. You save your script. You hide a little food. One night, a storm comes. Thunder shakes the shacks. The rain comes down in sheets. The dogs won't be able to track in this. You look at the older man. He's sleeping, his face lined with years of turpentine and sorrow. You get up. You take your bundle. You step out into the rain. The woods are dark, terrifying, but they are also shelter. You run. You don't look back. You head north, toward the railroad tracks. You have heard that if you can catch a freight train, you can get to Atlanta, to Chicago, to freedom. You run until your legs give out. You hide in a culvert as the sun comes up. You are cold, wet, scared, but you are out. You are not chipping pine trees. You are not a debt slave. You hear the whistle of a train. It is a lonely, mournful sound. But to you, it sounds like hope. You wait for night. You climb the embankment. The train rumbles past, a long line of boxcars. You run alongside, grabbing a ladder. You pull yourself up. You are moving, fast. The wind rushes past you. The smell of pine fades, replaced by coal smoke. You curl up in the corner of the car. You're hungry. You're tired. You don't know where you're going, but you're going. You're a survivor of the piney woods. You have turpentine in your veins, and you are free. You close your eyes. The rhythm of the wheels on the track lulls you. Click, clack, click, clack. It is the sound of a new life. You're standing on a street corner in Harlem, New York. It is 1925. The air is electric, filled with the blare of taxi horns, the chatter of voices, and the distant driving rhythm of jazz spilling from an open window. The smell of frying chicken, exhaust fumes, and expensive perfume mingles in the humid summer night. Congratulations. You've just woken up in the middle of the Harlem Renaissance. The good news, you're witnessing an explosion of black culture, art, and intellect. The bad news? You are broke, and rent is due. You are wearing a suit that was stylish 3 years ago, the elbows worn shiny. Your shoes are polished to a high sheen, hiding the cardboard insoles. You have a notebook in your pocket, filled with poems scribbled in pencil. You are a writer, or you want to be. You came from the South, part of the Great Migration, chasing the dream of a place where your voice matters. You work as a porter in a white hotel downtown, carrying bags for people who don't look at you. But at night, you are here, in Harlem. You walk down Lenox Avenue. It is a parade. Women in flapper dresses with feathers in their hair, men in zoot suits and fedoras, writers, musicians, artists, hustlers. You see Langston Hughes standing on a corner laughing with a group of friends. You see Zora Neale Hurston wearing a hat that looks like a sculpture, talking animatedly with her hands. You want to talk to them, to join them, but you are shy. You are nobody. Yet. You go to a rent party. A sign in a window says Social Whist Party. Admission 25 cents. Refreshments. It is a way for people to pay their exorbitant rent. Harlem landlords charge black tenants double what they charge whites. You climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. The door is open. The apartment is packed. A piano player is pounding out a stride rhythm. His hands a blur. People are dancing, the floorboards shaking. The smell of collard greens and ham hocks is heavy in the air. You pay your quarter. You get a plate of food and a cup of gin. It burns going down, but it warms you. You find a corner, watching. The energy is infectious. It is joy, defiant and loud. A woman asks you to dance. She is older, with kind eyes. You dance, stumbling a little. She laughs, guiding you. "You new here, honey?" she asks. "Yes, ma'am," you say. "Just got here." "Well, you in the right place," she says. "Harlem got room for everybody, even poets." She winks. How did she know? You leave the party late. The streets are still busy. You walk past the Cotton Club. White people in evening clothes are getting out of limousines. They come to Harlem to watch black people perform, but black people can't sit in the audience. It is a bitter irony. You go back to your room. It is small, a kitchenette shared with 2 other men. You sit by the window looking out at the streetlights. You open your notebook. You write. You write about the rent party, about the music, about the woman with the kind eyes. You write about the anger and the hope. You write until your pencil dulls. The next morning you go to work. You put on your porter's uniform. You become invisible again, but you have the notebook in your pocket. You have the secret. One day you meet a man in a bookstore. He's an editor for The Crisis, the NNACP magazine. You show him your poems, he reads them nodding. "This is good," he says. "Raw, real. We might publish this." Your heart stops. Publish. Your words. Your voice. It happens. Your poem appears in the magazine. You see your name in print. You buy 10 copies. You send one to your mother in Alabama. You're part of it now. The Renaissance. You go to the salons. You meet the other writers. You argue about art and politics and race. You drink bad wine and dream big dreams. But the Depression comes. 1929. The stock market crashes. The money dries up. The parties stop. The white patrons disappear. Harlem changes. The joy turns to desperation. People are hungry. Evictions are common. The music gets sadder. You lose your job at the hotel. You work odd jobs. Dishwasher, street sweeper. You sell apples on the corner. But you keep writing. You write about the breadlines, about the riots, about the people who are still standing, still fighting. You're a chronicler, a witness. Years pass. You grow old. Harlem changes again. New music, new struggles. But the spirit remains. You walk down Lenox Avenue. You're an elder now. People nod to you. They know you. You are the poet. You stop at the corner where you once saw Langston Hughes. He is gone. Zora is gone. But their words are still here, and yours. You look at the young people. They are angry, beautiful, full of fire. They are the new Renaissance. You smile. You did your part. You added your verse to the song. You turn and walk home. The sun is setting, casting long shadows. But the lights of Harlem are coming on. Bright. Defiant. Eternal. You are sitting in the driver's seat of a 1949 Buick Roadmaster, the steering wheel large and smooth under your hands. It is midnight, somewhere in Alabama, 1955. The road ahead is a tunnel of darkness, the headlights cutting a narrow path through the trees. The humidity is suffocating, a wet blanket that makes your shirt stick to the leather seat. Congratulations, you've just woken up as a traveller in the Jim Crow South. The good news? You have a car, a symbol of freedom and mobility. The bad news? You're black, and you're driving through a sundown town after dark. Your knuckles are white on the wheel. You're tired, your eyes burning from hours of staring at the road. But you can't stop. Not here. You saw the sign at the city limits. Jin, don't let the sun set on you here. You need gas. The needle is hovering near empty. You pass a station, closed and dark. You pass another, closed. You pray for an open station, one that will serve you. You have the green book on the seat beside you. It is your Bible, your map, your lifeline. The Negro Motorist Green Book. It lists the hotels, restaurants and gas stations that are safe for black travellers. You check it constantly, memorising the names of the towns, the addresses of the boarding houses. You see lights ahead, a gas station, open. A white man is sitting in a chair out front reading a newspaper. You slow down. You check the green book. This station isn't listed. Is it safe? Do you risk it? The gas gauge is on E. You have no choice. You pull. In. You get out slowly, keeping your hands visible. "Evening, sir," you say, keeping your voice calm, respectful. "Just need some gas." The man lowers the newspaper. He looks at you, then at your car. He spits on the ground. "Pump's broken," he says. You know it isn't. You can see the handle. You can smell the gasoline, but you don't argue. Arguing gets you killed. "Thank you, sir," you say. You get back in the car. You drive away, your heart pounding. You drive for another 20 miles, sweating, watching the gauge. Finally, you see another station. A small, run-down shack with a coloured restroom sign around the back. It is listed in the book. You pull in. An older black man comes out, wiping his hands on a rag. He smiles. "Evening," he says. "Fill her up?" "Please," you say, "and check the oil." He fills the tank. You pay him. He leans in the window. "Watch yourself up the road," he says quietly. "Sheriff in the next county is mean, likes to pull folks over for nothing." "Thanks," you say. "I'll be careful." You drive on. The warning stays with you. You check your speed. You check your lights. You drive perfectly. You see headlights in your rearview mirror. A car coming up fast. It slows down, tailing you. You can see the silhouette of a light bar on the roof. Police. Your stomach drops. You keep your hands on the wheel. You don't speed up. You don't slow down. The lights flash. You pull over. The sheriff walks up to your window. He shines a flashlight in your face. "Where you going, boy?" "Birmingham, officer," you say, "visiting family." "You're a long way from home," he says. "Let me see your license." You hand it to him. He looks at it, then at you. He walks around the car, shining the light inside. He kicks the tyres. "You got a taillight out," he says. You know you don't. You checked them before you left. "I'll get it fixed right away, sir," you say. "See that you do," he says, "and get out of my county. I don't want to see you again." "Yes, sir." He hands back your licence. He walks back to his car. You wait until he pulls away before you start the engine. Your hands are shaking so bad you can barely turn the key. You drive. You don't stop until you cross the county line. You reach Birmingham at dawn. The city is waking up. You drive through the black neighbourhood, the 4th Avenue district. You see businesses owned by black people, barbershops, theatres, funeral homes. You see people walking to work, heads high. You find the boarding house listed in the Green Book. Mrs. Johnson's, a nice house with a porch swing. You knock. Mrs. Johnson opens the door. She's a motherly woman in an apron. "Come in, baby," she says. "You look tired." You step inside. The house smells of bacon and coffee. It is safe. You are safe. You sleep for 12 hours. When you wake up, you eat a meal at the dining table with other travellers. A salesman from Chicago, a teacher from Atlanta, a musician from New Orleans. You share stories. Stories of the road, stories of the fear, stories of the small victories. "I found a diner in Tennessee that served me inside," the salesman says. "Good pie." "I got pulled over in Mississippi," the musician says. "Cost me $20 to get away." "We keep moving," the teacher says. "That's the important thing. We don't let them stop us." You nod. You are part of a network. A secret society of travellers navigating a hostile world. You have your book. You have your car. You have your wits. You stay in Birmingham for a few days. You visit your family. You go to church. You see the joy and the pain of the community. Then it is time to go. You pack your bag. You check the car. You open the Green Book. "Where to next?" Mrs. Johnson asks. "Memphis," you say. "Then St. Louis." "Be careful," she says. "Praying for you." You drive out of the city. The road stretches ahead. It is a dangerous road, but it is your road. You turn on the radio. A gospel quartet is singing. "This Little Light of Mine." You sing along. You drive. You are moving. You are free. The miles roll by. The landscape changes. Pine forests, cotton fields, rivers. You see a sign. White only. You ignore it. You keep driving. You're a traveller. You're a pioneer. You're driving through the heart of darkness, carrying your own light, and you will not stop. You stand at the bottom of a stone wall so perfectly fitted that you cannot slide a knife blade between the blocks. The granite feels cool against your palm, smoother than any stone you have touched in nature. It is night in Great Zimbabwe, the 14th century. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the dry, sweet smell of the savanna grass cooling after a long day of heat. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the capital of a kingdom that controls the gold trade of the entire region. The good news? You're a master builder, respected for your skill. The bad news? You have to build a tower 30 feet high without mortar, using only gravity and geometry to keep it standing. The city around you is silent, a labyrinth of stone enclosures and thatch-roofed huts. The great enclosure, the massive wall you are building, looms above you, a testament to the power of the king. It is a mystery to outsiders, a marvel of engineering. You pick up a stone. It is heavy, shaped by hours of chipping with a dolerite hammer. You feel the weight, the balance. You know exactly where it must go. You climb the scaffolding, a precarious structure of wooden poles lashed together with leather thongs. The wind whistles through the gaps. You are high up now. You can see the whole valley bathed in moonlight. You place the stone. It clicks into place with a satisfying sound. You check the alignment. Perfect. The wall curves, a graceful arc that mimics the landscape. There are no straight lines here. Everything flows. You work through the night. The rhythm of the building takes over. Lift, place, check. Lift, place, check. Your hands are rough, your muscles aching. But you feel a deep satisfaction. You're building something that will last forever. Below you, the city sleeps, but it is not empty. You hear the lowing of cattle in the pens. Cattle are wealth here. The king has thousands. You think about the trade routes, the gold that comes from the mines to the west, the ivory from the elephant herds, the cloth and beads that come from the coast, brought by traders from Arabia and India and China. You have seen shards of porcelain from the Ming dynasty, glass beads from Venice. This city is connected to the world. Morning comes, the sun rises over the granite hills, painting the walls in shades of gold and pink. The stone glows. It is alive. Other builders join you, men with strong backs and skilled hands. You work together, a team. There is no mortar to mix, no waiting for it to dry. Just the stone and the skill. The king comes to inspect the work. He's a tall man, draped in leopard skins and gold jewellery. He nods approval. Good, he says, it is strong. It will stand for 1,000 years, you say. He smiles. Good. You finish your shift, you climb down, your legs are shaky, you're hungry, you go to your hut. Your wife has prepared a meal of sadza, a thick porridge made from millet, and stewed greens. You eat with your fingers, dipping the sadza into the stew. It is filling, comforting. You rest. You listen to the sounds of the city, the pounding of grain, the laughter of children, the low murmur of conversation. This is civilization, organized, prosperous, powerful. But there are rumors. The Portuguese are coming. Men from the sea with guns and greed. They want the gold. They want the trade. You worry. Can the walls keep them out? Can the stone stop the bullets? You look at the tower you built. It is solid, unshakable. We will endure, you whisper. You're a builder of great Zimbabwe. You have left your mark on the earth. Years pass. The kingdom declines. The trade routes shift. The city is abandoned. The grass grows over the huts. The cattle are gone, but the walls remain. Centuries later, people will come. They will look at the stone and wonder, who built this? How did they do it? Some will say it was aliens, or a lost white tribe. They cannot believe that Africans could build such a thing. But you know, you were there. You stand in the moonlight, a ghost among the ruins. You touch the stone. It is still cool, still smooth. We built this, you say, with our hands, with our minds. The wind blows through the great enclosure. It sounds like a whisper. We were here. You're standing in the middle of a desert, but the air is not hot. It is cool, almost chilly, conditioned by wind catchers that funnel the breeze down into the building. You are in Timbuktu, 1450, the city of gold, the city of books. Congratulations, you've just woken up as a scholar at the Sankara Madrasa. The good news? You are in one of the greatest centres of learning in the world. The bad news? You have to copy a manuscript on astronomy by hand, and if you make a single mistake, you have to start over. The room is quiet, filled with the scratching of reed pens on parchment. The smell of ink and old paper is intoxicating. You're surrounded by knowledge, mathematics, law, medicine, history, books from Cordoba, from Baghdad, from Cairo. You dip your pen, you write. The script is elegant, flowing. You are preserving wisdom for the future. Outside, the city is bustling. Caravans from the north arrive, bringing salt. Caravans from the south bring gold. The markets are full of people speaking a dozen languages. You take a break. You walk through the streets. You see the mosques built of mud and timber, their minarets rising into the blue sky. You see the wealth. Gold dust is used as currency. You meet a trader from Morocco. He tells you about the world beyond the desert, about the ocean, about the wars in Europe. They say the world is round, he says. We know, you say. We calculated it. He looks surprised. You smile. Timbuktu is not just a trading post. It is a university. You go back to your work. The sun sets. The air cools further. You light an oil lamp. You write late into the night. You are a keeper of the flame. Centuries later, invaders will come. They will burn the city. They will try to destroy the books. But you and your fellow scholars will hide them. You will bury them in the sand. You will seal them in walls. You will smuggle them out in caravans. You will save the knowledge. Today, Timbuktu is threatened again. War, extremism, climate change. The desert is encroaching. But the manuscripts survived. They are being digitized, preserved. You stand in the library, a ghost among the hard drives. You touch a screen. You see your handwriting. It is still here, you whisper. You're a scholar of Timbuktu. You're part of the chain. The wind blows through the desert. It carries the sand. It carries the history. You wake to the sound of metal ringing against metal, a rhythmic driving beat that echoes through the narrow street. It is morning in the French Quarter, New Orleans, 1830. The air is thick with humidity, smelling of chicory coffee, river mud, and the sweet yeasty scent of beignets frying in hot oil. Congratulations, you've just woken up as a free person of colour, a gens de couleur libre. The good news, you're a master blacksmith, an artist in iron. The bad news, you live in a society that is constantly trying to erode your freedom, passing laws to restrict your movement, your rights, your very existence. You stand in the doorway of your shop, wiping your hands on a leather apron. The street is waking up. Vendor carts rattle over the cobblestones. Women in tignons, elaborate head wraps mandated by law but turned into symbols of beauty and defiance, walk to the market, baskets on their arms. You're forging a gate for a wealthy Creole family. It is intricate work, a design of scrolling vines and leaves. You heat the iron in the forge until it glows orange-white. You hammer it on the anvil, sparks flying like fireworks. You twist the metal, shaping it to your will. The iron is hot, dangerous, but under your hands it becomes fluid. You're writing your name in the city, not with ink, but with iron. Every balcony, every fence, every gate in the quarter bears the mark of your people. A white man walks into your shop. He's a planter, wealthy, arrogant. He looks at your work. "How much for a gate like that?" he asks. You tell him the price. He frowns. "That's high." "It's fair," you say, "for the quality." He looks at you, really looks at you. He sees a man who is skilled, independent, proud. It unsettles him. "I'll pay it," he says grudgingly. You nod. "It will be ready in a week." He leaves. You go back to work. You hammer the iron. Clang, clang, clang. It is the sound of your freedom. That evening you go to Congo Square. It is Sunday, the one day when enslaved people and free people of colour can gather openly. The square is a riot of colour and sound. Drums are beating, bambula, kalinda. People are dancing, moving in circles, their bodies remembering the rhythms of Africa. You see a woman dancing. She's wearing a white dress, a red tignon. She moves with a grace that stops your heart. She is enslaved, but in this moment she is free. You join the circle, you clap your hands, you sing. The music builds. It is the root of everything that will come later. Jazz, blues, rock and roll. It all starts here, in this square, on this dusty ground. The sun sets, the drums stop, the spell breaks, the woman leaves. She goes back to her master. You go back to your shop, but the music stays with you. Years pass. The Civil War comes. New Orleans falls to the Union. You're there when the soldiers march in. You see the flag. Reconstruction. A brief shining moment of hope. You vote. You hold office. You build schools. Then, the backlash. Jim Crow. Segregation. The walls go up again. But your iron remains, the gates, the balconies. They stand through hurricanes, through fires, through floods. You walk through the quarter today. You're a ghost, but your work is real. You touch a fence. The iron is cool, smooth. "I made this," you whisper. You're an artisan of New Orleans. You forged a city. You forged a life. And the iron still sings. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down at a river that churns white through a narrow gorge. The sound is deafening, a roar that vibrates in your chest. It is 1899 in the mountains of Ethiopia. The air is thin, crisp, smelling of eucalyptus and dust. Congratulations. You've just woken up as a soldier in the army of Emperor Menelik III. The good news, you are part of the only African nation to successfully resist European colonization. The bad news, the Italians are coming back and they have machine guns. You are wearing a white shama, a cotton wrap that serves as both clothing and blanket. You carry a rifle, a Russian-made Badan, heavy and reliable, and a curved Chotel sword. You're tired. You have marched for weeks, crossing mountains and deserts to reach this place. Adwa. The camp is vast. Tents stretch for miles. Smoke from thousands of fires fills the valley. You see warriors from every region of the empire. Oromo horsemen, Tigrayan riflemen, Amhara swordsmen. They speak different languages, but they fight for one king, one land. Menelik rides through the camp. He is an imposing figure, bearded, calm. Beside him rides Empress Tetu, fierce and unyielding. She commands her own army, thousands strong. "They think we are savages," she says, her voice carrying over the noise of the camp. "They think we will run. We will show them." The battle begins at dawn. The Italians attack, confident in their superior technology. But they underestimate the terrain. They underestimate the numbers. They underestimate you. You charge. You run up the steep slopes, dodging bullets. You fire, reload, fire. The noise is chaos. You reach the Italian lines. It is hand to hand now, sword against bayonet, courage against steel. You see an Italian officer. He looks terrified. He didn't expect this. He didn't expect a wall of men who refuse to die. The battle lasts all day. The sun beats down. You're thirsty, exhausted, but you keep fighting. By afternoon, the Italians are broken. They retreat, leaving their artillery, their supplies, their dead. You stand on the battlefield. It is quiet now. The smoke clears. You look at the mountains. They are yours. They will always be yours. You are a victor of Adwa. You have changed history. Years pass. The world changes. But Ethiopia remains free. You tell your children about the battle, about the day Africa stood up. We were lions, you say. You are an old man now. You sit in the sun, watching the eucalyptus trees sway in the wind. You close your eyes. You hear the roar of the river. You hear the shout of the warriors. You smile. You're free. You're walking through a field of tall grass, the stalks brushing against your waist. It is twilight. The sky a deep indigo streaked with violet. Fireflies are blinking into existence. Tiny stars drifting in the warm air. It is South Carolina, 1862. The air smells of salt marsh and pine resin. Congratulations. You've just woken up in the middle of the Combahee River raid. The good news? Harriet Tubman is leading the way. The bad news? You're running toward gunboats, and the Confederates are right behind you. You hear the whistle of the steamboat. It is a strange sound here, deep in the plantation country. A sound of machinery, of power. Run, a voice whispers. It is a woman's voice, raspy and urgent. You run. You carry a bundle of clothes, a hoe, a chicken, everything you own. You're running toward the river. You reach the bank. The boat is there. Its paddle wheel churning the water. People are streaming aboard, hundreds of them, men, women, children. Come on, a soldier shouts. He is black, a Union soldier. He reaches out a hand. You grab it. He pulls you up. You stumble onto the deck. The boat is crowded. People are crying, singing, praying. You find a spot near the rail. You look back at the shore. You see torches, the overseers. They are shooting, but they are too late. The boat pulls away. The whistle blows again, a triumphant blast. Harriet Tubman stands on the bow. She is small, wrapped in a shawl. She looks like a prophet. She raises her hand. "Glory!" she shouts. "Glory!" the crowd answers. The boat moves down the river, past the rice fields, past the big houses, past the life you knew. You watch the fireflies. They are dancing over the water, leading you home. You are free. The stories fade. The voices quiet. The wind dies down. You are back in your own time, in your own bed. The room is safe, warm, silent. But you carry the memories, the cold of Montana, the heat of the cane fields, the smell of the swamp, the sound of the iron. These are not just stories. They are the bones of the world you live in. They are the foundation. You close your eyes. You breathe deeply. You are part of the chain. You are the legacy. Sleep now. The history holds you. Hey guys, tonight we are leaving the history books behind. We are stepping into the dust, the heat, and the silence of the American frontier. But this isn't the version you've seen in the movies. There are no clean shirts here. There are no perfectly timed duels at high noon. This is the grit and the grind of the black cowboy. The men who made up nearly 1 in 4 of every hand on the cattle trails, yet somehow vanished from the stories. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this quiet corner of storytelling. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always grounding to know who else is awake with us. Now, dim the lights. Turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Congratulations. You've just woken up in the year 1875. You're somewhere on the Goodnight Loving Trail, a stretch of unforgiving earth that winds its way from Texas up through New Mexico. The good news, you're alive, and you're free. The bad news, you're exhausted in a way that modern humans have forgotten how to be. The first thing you notice isn't the sunrise, it's the ground. You're sleeping on it. There is no tent. There is no bedroll, unless you count a thin, rough wool blanket that smells of horse sweat and wood smoke. Your pillow is your saddle, hard leather pressing against your neck, But you don't dare move it because out here, a saddle is worth more than your life. If you lose your horse, you're just a man walking in a desert. And men walking in deserts don't last long. You blink awake, not because an alarm went off, but because the ground is vibrating. It's a low rhythmic thrumming that you feel in your spine before you hear it. That is the sound of 2,000 head of longhorn cattle stirring. They are massive, prehistoric-looking beasts with horns that span 6 feet tip to tip, and they are waking up grumpy. The air is cold. That's the thing nobody tells you about the West. They tell you about the heat, the baking sun that peels the skin off your nose. But they forget to mention the pre-dawn chill on the high plains. It bites through your thin cotton shirt. You shiver, your joints stiff from sleeping on hard-packed dirt. You're likely wearing the same clothes you've worn for the last 3 weeks. A flannel shirt that used to be red but is now a uniform shade of dust brown. Canvas trousers that are stiff with grime and grease. You sit up and rub your face. Your hands are rough, calloused in places that haven't healed in years. There is dirt under your fingernails that will never come out. The smell hits you next. It's not the fresh scent of pine or sagebrush. It is the overwhelming, ammonia-heavy scent of cattle. It's the smell of thousands of animals living, breathing, and relieving themselves in a confined space. It clings to your hair. It clings to your skin. After a few days on the trail, you stop smelling it. You just become part of it. Breakfast is not a leisure activity. It is a calorie-loading operation. You walk over to the chuck wagon, the heart and soul of the outfit. The cook, an older man who likely served in the Civil War and has no patience for complaints, is already awake. He's been awake for an hour. The fire is low, just embers now, keeping a massive cast-iron pot of coffee warm. You take a tin cup. It's dented, hot to the touch. The coffee inside is black, thick, and bitter enough to strip the enamel off your teeth. They call it 6-shooter coffee, because it's strong enough to float a pistol. There is no sugar. There is no cream. You drink it because it's warm and because it wakes you up. Next comes the food. Forget eggs and bacon. Fresh eggs don't survive a cattle drive. Bacon goes rancid in the heat. Instead, you get sow belly, salted pork fat that has been fried until it's edible, though barely. You get biscuits, but not the fluffy kind. These are hardtack or sourdough biscuits baked in a Dutch oven, dense enough to serve as doorstops. You dip them in the grease from the pork just to get them soft enough to chew. And beans, always beans. Pecos strawberries, they call them. They are salty, mushy, and seasoned with nothing but grit. You eat standing up. There are no chairs. Sitting on the ground is risky because of scorpions and rattlesnakes seeking the warmth of the fire. You chew mechanically, eyes scanning the horizon. The sun is just starting to bleed purple and orange over the edge of the world. It's beautiful, in a desolate, terrifying way. But you don't have time to admire the view. The trail boss, a man who speaks in grunts and orders, signals that it's time to move. This is your life as a black cowboy. You aren't just a labourer, you're a specialist in survival. Many of the men you ride with are like you, formerly enslaved, or the sons of those who were. The West offered a strange kind of equality. A steer doesn't care about the colour of your skin, it only cares if you can rope it. A river doesn't care about your history, it only cares if you can swim. But that doesn't mean it's easy. You saddle your horse. He's a Mustang, small, wiry, and mean. He tries to bite you as you tighten the cinch. You don't blame him. He's tired too. You mount up, the leather groaning under your weight. Your job today is drag. In the hierarchy of the cattle drive, drag is the bottom rung. The herd moves in a long, thin line. At the front are the point riders, the most experienced men who guide the lead steers. At the sides are the swing and flank riders, keeping the herd tight. And at the back, swallowing the dust of 2,000 animals, is you. As the herd starts to move, a cloud of dust rises instantly. It's a fine, powdery grit that coats everything. Within minutes, you can't see the rider 10 feet in front of you. You pull, your bandana up over your nose and mouth. This isn't a fashion statement, it's a filter. Without it, your lungs would be coated in mud by noon. The dust gets everywhere. It's in your eyes, making them water and sting. It's in your ears. It works its way down your collar and mixes with the sweat on your back, creating a grinding paste that chafes your skin raw. You spend the next 12 hours in this cloud. You're shouting constantly, driving the stragglers, the lame cows, the calves that want to lay down and die. You whistle, you yell, you slap your chaps, Your throat is dry, parched by the dust and the shouting. You have a canteen, but the water inside is warm and tastes of metal. You ration it. You don't know when you'll hit the next creek, and even if you do, the water might be alkali, bitter and poisonous to drink. The sun climbs higher. By noon, it is a hammer beating down on your hat. There is no shade. The plains are a flat, endless ocean of grass and scrub. Heat waves shimmy off the ground, distorting the horizon. You feel yourself baking inside your clothes. You can't take them off because the sun would burn you to a crisp in an hour. So you sweat. You sweat until you stop sweating, which is dangerous. And then there are the flies. Great swarms of biting horseflies that plague the cattle and you. They land on your neck, your hands. They bite deep, drawing blood. The cattle stomp and toss their heads, agitated. A restless herd is a dangerous herd. If they spook, if a jackrabbit jumps at the wrong moment or thunder claps too loud, 2,000 animals will run. A stampede isn't just a rush of noise, it's an earthquake. If you're in front of it, you're dead. There is no surviving a stampede if your horse stumbles. You become part of the geology. This is the reality of the drive. It isn't glory. It isn't adventure. It is boredom punctuated by moments of sheer terror. It is endurance. But let's talk about the silence. When the herd settles down for a midday rest or nooning, the silence of the plains is heavy. It presses on your ears. There are no engines, no city hums, just the wind hissing through the dry grass and the lowing of cattle. It's lonely. You might ride next to another man for days and say only 10 words. Cows drifting left. Water ahead. Storm coming. Conversation takes energy, and you don't have energy to spare. You look at your hands, gripping the reins. They are dark, scarred, essential. These hands have roped steers in the rain. They have dug graves for friends who died of pneumonia or a broken neck. They have held a branding iron until the heat blistered the palms. Being a black cowboy meant you were often given the hardest jobs, breaking the wildest horses, riding drag in the dust, but it also meant you were indispensable. You carried skills that couldn't be faked. You knew how to read the sky. You knew that a greenish tint to the clouds meant hail was coming, and hail on. The plains could be the size of baseballs, lethal to man and beast. You knew how to find water by watching the flight of birds. As the afternoon wears on, your body settles into a dull ache. Your knees hurt from gripping the saddle. Your lower back screams. But you keep riding, you have to. Dinner is the same as breakfast, just darker. The cook might have thrown some dried apples into a pie if he was feeling charitable, but don't count on it. You eat by the firelight, the only light for 100 miles. The darkness out here is absolute. Without the moon, you can't see your own hand in front of your face. This is when the stories come out. But they aren't the tall tales of heroes. They are practical stories, information disguised as entertainment. A rider might talk about a river crossing up north, where the current is tricky, dragging horses under. Another might mention a town in Kansas where the sheriff doesn't take kindly to blackfaces after sundown. These aren't just stories, they are survival guides. You listen, you file the information away, you lay your blanket out again. The ground hasn't gotten any softer. The air is cooling rapidly, the heat of the day vanishing into the thin atmosphere. You can hear the coyotes yipping in the distance, a lonely, high-pitched sound. You check your boots for scorpions before you take them off, or maybe you leave them on. Sometimes, if trouble comes, you don't want to be barefoot. You close your eyes, but you don't sleep deeply. You sleep with one ear open. You are listening for the shift in the herd's breathing. You're listening for the snap of a twig that shouldn't be there. You are listening because out here, silence is safety and noise is danger. You survive the night. You wake up, and you do it all again. But survival wasn't just about endurance on the trail. It was about navigating a world that wasn't built for you. Let's step away from the cattle drive for a moment and look at the towns. You ride into a place like Dodge City or Abilene. You've got money in your pocket. Payday after 3 months of eating dust. You want a bath, you want a drink, you want to feel like a human being again. But the town has invisible lines. You know them without being told. There are saloons where you can drink and saloons where you can't. There are hotels that will take your money and hotels that will meet you with a shotgun at the door. The myth of the Wild West is a lawless place, but that's not true. It was full of laws, unwritten, brutal laws. As a black cowboy, you had to be sharper, calmer, and faster than everyone else. You couldn't afford to be hot-headed. A white cowboy gets drunk and shoots out a street lamp. He gets a fine and a night in jail to sleep it off. You do the same, you might not make it to the jail. So you learnt a different kind of survival. You learned the art of being present but invisible. You walked with a quiet confidence that said, "I belong here," without challenging the fragile egos around you. You stuck with your crew. The loyalty of the outfit was often the only law that mattered. If you rode for the brand rode for you. White, black, Hispanic. On the trail, you were brothers in dust. In town, that brotherhood was tested. Sometimes it held, sometimes it didn't. Let's talk about the food again, because hunger is a constant companion in this era. You might think of the West as a place of abundance. Buffalo, deer, wide open spaces. But on the trail, you ate what the wagon carried. And the wagon carried things that didn't rot. There was no refrigeration. That meant no fresh meat unless you killed a steer or game along the way. But killing a steer was losing money. So you ate jerky. Strips of beef dried in the sun until they had the texture of shoe leather. You had to gnaw on it for 10 minutes just to soften it up enough to swallow. It was salty, tough, and saved your life. Then there was son-of-a-gun stew. This was a dish born of necessity. When a calf was killed, nothing was wasted. The stew contained the heart, the liver, the brains, the kidneys, the sweetbreads, and the marrow gut. It was a thick, iron-rich slurry that kept you strong, even if the texture was challenging. You didn't ask what was in the pot. You just thanked the cook and ate. And water. Water was the gold of the plains. You learned to drink water that looked like chocolate milk because of the mud. You learned to filter it through your bandana to catch the swimming bugs. You learned that if the horses wouldn't drink it, you shouldn't either. Sometimes you go 2 days without seeing a stream. Your tongue would swell in your mouth. Your lips would crack and bleed. And when you finally found a water hole, it might be surrounded by the carcasses of animals that didn't make it. You pushed the bones aside and filled your canteen anyway. This was the West, not a movie set, not a playground. It was a machine made of weather and distance, designed to grind you down. But despite it all, there was a freedom here, a strange, paradox freedom. Back east, or down south, the rules were rigid. The ceiling was low. Here, on the back of a horse, with nothing but the sky above you, you were measured by your skill. Could you calm a spooked herd? Could you find the trail in a blizzard? Could you shoot straight when it mattered? One of the most famous of these men was Beau Ricard. He was born into bondage in Mississippi, came to Texas, and became a top hand for Charles Goodnight. He was a rider, a fighter, and a banker, carrying thousands of dollars in cash for the boss because he was the most trusted man in the outfit. When he died, Goodnight carved a wooden marker for him that read, "Served with me 4 years on the Goodnight-loving trail, never shirked a duty or disobeyed an order, rode with me in many stampedes, participated in 3 engagements with Comanches, and was the bravest man I ever knew." That epitaph is rare. Most black cowboys didn't get wooden markers. They didn't get history books. They just got the work. They got the dust in their lungs and the arthritis in their hands. They got the long, cold nights under the stars. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Because out there in the dark, with the fire crackling and the cattle sleeping, they were free in a way few people ever are. They owned their labour. They owned their skills. They owned the night. As the fire dies down in your imaginary camp and the cold presses in closer, you realise that you wouldn't last a day here because you haven't built up the callus. You haven't learned to eat silence. You haven't learned to sleep on rocks. But they did. They thrived in it. Now, let the dust settle. Let the sound of the herd fade into the distance. We're going to leave the open plains now, but we aren't leaving the struggle for survival. We're going back further, much further, to a place where stone tells a different story. A story not of cowboys, but of kings and engineers who built something the world said was impossible. We're travelling back now, leaving the dust of the American West behind. The year is 1300, and you are standing in the shadow of something colossal. You're in southern Africa, in the heart of the kingdom of Zimbabwe, and what stands before you is a fortress made of granite, towering 30 feet into the air, built without a single drop of mortar. Congratulations! You have just arrived at the great enclosure. The good news? You're witnessing one of the greatest architectural achievements of the medieval world. The bad news? You are a builder here, and the work you do is harder than anything modern construction crews could imagine. The first thing you notice is the heat. It is different from the dry heat of the Texas plains. This heat is heavy. It presses down on your shoulders. The air smells of burning wood from the smelting furnaces and the damp, earthy scent of the granite hills. You're standing at the base of a wall that curves like a living thing. It is 11 meters high, that's over 3 stories, and at the base it is 6 meters thick. There is no cement holding these stones together, no metal reinforcements, just gravity, friction, and genius. Your job is to find the stone, but you don't just pick up any rock, you have to harvest it. The granite here peels off the hillsides in layers, like the skin of an onion, due to the extreme temperature changes between day and night. You wait for the cold night air to shrink the rock, then the blistering morning sun to expand it. Crack. A slab breaks free. You have to shape these slabs into bricks. You have no steel chisels. You're using diorite hammers, stones harder than granite, to chip away at the blocks until they are perfectly rectangular. Your hands are constantly vibrating from the impact. The dust from the stone coats your skin, turning you grey. It gets in your eyes. It gets in your lungs. You breathe stone dust until you taste it in your sleep. But the real challenge is the assembly. You're not just stacking rocks. You're building a wall that leans inward ever so slightly. A batter, so that gravity pulls it tighter together over time. If you get the angle wrong by a fraction of a degree, the whole thing collapses. There are no lasers to guide you, no levels. Just your eye and a plumb bob made of a stone on a string. You're working on the conical tower now, a solid stone silo inside the great enclosure that looks like a grain bin for the gods. It is 30 feet high. You're balancing on wooden scaffolding lashed together with rope made from baobab bark. It creaks and sways in the wind. If you fall, there is no safety net, just the hard granite floor below. The noise of the construction site is deafening, thousands of hammers hitting stone at once. It sounds like a hailstorm that never ends. You communicate with hand signals because shouting is useless. Lunch is a brief pause in the shade of a marula tree. You eat sadza, a thick porridge made from millet or sorghum, served with a relish of wild greens or maybe a bit of roasted goat meat if the king has had a successful hunt. You drink water from an earthen pot, cool and sweet. You rest for 20 minutes, just enough time for the sweat to dry on your skin, leaving salt crystals behind. Then, back to the wall. This isn't just a fortress, it's a machine. The narrow passageways between the walls are designed to cool the air. As the wind hits the curved outer wall, it speeds up, rushing through the narrow gap and dropping the temperature inside by 10 degrees. It is passive air conditioning, invented centuries before electricity. You feel the breeze on your face as you work, a small mercy in the baking afternoon. But Great Zimbabwe isn't just stone, it's gold. You see the traders arriving from the coast, men speaking Swahili, Arabic and Portuguese. They bring porcelain from China, glass beads from Persia, and cloth from India. In exchange, they want gold, and the gold comes from the mines you and your kin operate. Mining here is a nightmare of claustrophobia. The shafts are narrow, barely wide enough for a man to crawl. You descend into the dark with a torch, the smoke stinging your eyes. You chip away at quartz veins with iron picks, listening for the groan of the earth above you. Cave-ins are common. If the roof comes down, no one can dig you out in time. You work in the dark, breathing bad air, praying to the ancestors that the rock holds. When you emerge, blinking in the sunlight, you carry the wealth of a kingdom in a leather sack. This gold will travel thousands of miles. It will end up in the crowns of European kings who don't even know your city exists. They call you primitive. You look at the walls you built, walls that will stand for 700 years, and you know the truth. You are an engineer of the highest order. As the sun sets, the city transforms. The stone walls glow orange and red, absorbing the heat of the day to release it slowly through the cold night. You walk back to your hut, a circular structure made of dega, a mix of clay and gravel that dries as hard as cement. The roof is thatched with grass, intricate and thick. Inside it is cool and dark. You sit on a reed mat. Your muscles are tight, coiled like springs. You can still feel the phantom vibration of the hammer in your hand. The night sounds of Great Zimbabwe are different from the plains. You hear the low murmur of thousands of people. This is a metropolis, home to 18,000 souls. You hear the distant roar of a lion in the valley, reminding you that the walls keep more than just enemies out. You hear the rhythmic pounding of grain in mortars, the heartbeat of the city. You survive the day. You didn't fall from the scaffold. You didn't get crushed in the mine. You didn't succumb to heat stroke. You built something that will outlast your name, your language, and your memory. But now let's shift gears. Survival isn't always about building walls. Sometimes it's about moving through them unseen. We are leaving the stones of Zimbabwe and jumping forward in time, across the ocean, to a different kind of darkness. The year is 1850. You're in the swamps of North Carolina, and you are running. Congratulations. You're a passenger on the Underground Railroad, but erase the image of a literal train from your mind. There are no tracks here. There are no tickets. There's only mud, water, and the terrifying sound of dogs baying in the distance. You are wet. You have been wet for 3 days. The swamp water is up to your waist, black and stagnant. It smells of rot and old vegetation. You move slowly, lifting your legs high to avoid splashing. Noise is death. If a twig snaps, you freeze. If a bird flies up, you crouch. The conductor leading you isn't wearing a uniform. He's a man who looks just like you, maybe a little older, with eyes that scan the dark like a hawk. He doesn't speak. He uses hand signals. A raised fist means stop. A flat hand pushing down means hide underwater. You are following the drinking gourd, the Big Dipper. It hangs in the northern sky, a cold, bright guide. But looking up is dangerous because you need to watch for snakes. Water moccasins glide through the swamp, invisible until they strike. You carry a sturdy stick to push them away, but you can't hit the water hard, or the sound will carry. Your clothes are rags. They offer no protection against the mosquitoes. Clouds of them swarm your face, biting your eyelids, your lips. You want to slap them, to scream, but you can't. You just let them bite. The itch is maddening, a constant burning fire under your skin. Hunger is a dull ache in your belly. You haven't eaten a full meal in days. You're surviving on raw corn you stole from a field, maybe some berries if you're lucky. You can't light a fire to cook. Fire is a beacon. It says, "Here I am, come catch me." So you eat cold, hard kernels and drink swamp water filtered through your sleeve, hoping it won't kill you with dysentery. The stations you've heard about aren't buildings with signs. A station might be a barn with a loose floorboard. It might be a false bottom in a wagon. It might just be a patch of dry ground deep in the woods where someone left a sack of potatoes. You reach a clearing, the conductor signals, you wait. Minutes tick by, feeling like hours. Then a sound. Not a dog, a hoot owl. But the rhythm is wrong. Hoot, hoot, hoot. It's a signal. A figure steps out of the shadows. It's a woman, white, dressed in plain clothes. She doesn't look at you with pity. She looks at you with urgency. She hands you a bundle, dry socks, a piece of cornbread, a map drawn on cloth that won't rustle. She whispers, 2 miles north. Look for the quilt on the line, the one with the centre square in black. You nod. You don't say thank you. There isn't time. You move on. This is the genius of the Underground Railroad. It wasn't a single organisation. It was a chaotic, decentralised web of secrets. Codes were hidden in plain sight. A song sung in a field, wade in the water, wasn't just a spiritual, it was an instruction. It meant the dogs are coming, get into the river to hide your scent. A quilt hanging on a porch wasn't just laundry. The pattern told you if it was safe to approach, or if bounty hunters were inside. The monkey wrench pattern meant gather your tools, get ready to go. The drunkard's path pattern meant take a zigzag route to avoid pursuers. You had to memorise these visual codes because writing them down was a death sentence. If you were caught with a map, you were finished. If you had a quilt pattern in your head, no one could prove a thing. You trudge on. The physical toll is immense. Your feet are swollen, the skin peeling from being wet for so long. Blisters have formed, popped and formed again. Infection is a constant threat. A simple cut from a briar patch could turn septic and kill you before you reach the Ohio River. You sleep during the day, hiding in thickets or hollow logs. You sleep in shifts, one person always watching. You learn to sleep sitting up, back against a tree, ready to bolt at the snap of a twig. You dream of running. You wake up running. The fear is a physical weight. It sits on your chest. It makes your heart hammer against your ribs like a trapped bird. Every stranger is an enemy. Every dog bark is a threat. You're hunting for freedom, but you are the prey. But there is something else here too, a fierce burning resolve. You look at the person next to you, a mother carrying a sleeping child on her back. She is exhausted, her eyes hollow. but she keeps putting one foot in front of the other. She isn't doing this for herself. She's doing it so that the child on her back will never know the sound of the auction block. That resolve is the fuel. It burns hotter than the fear. You reach the river. It is wide, dark, and fast. This is the line, the Jordan. Across that water is a different set of laws. Not safety exactly. The Fugitive Slave Act means they can still hunt you down in the north, but a chance. You wade in. The water is freezing. It shocks the breath out of you. You swim, fighting the current, fighting the weight of your wet clothes. You reach the other side, clawing your way up the muddy bank. You collapse, gasping, shivering uncontrollably. You made it. For tonight. You wring out your clothes. You eat the last of the cornbread. You look at the North Star. It hasn't moved. It's still pulling you. Survival here isn't about muscle. It's about secrets. It's about reading the landscape like a book written in a language only you and your conductors understand. It's about trust in a world that has given you no reason to trust anyone. The sun begins to rise, painting the northern sky in pale grey. You stand up. Your legs tremble, but they hold. You're tired. You're hungry. You're hunted. But you are moving. And as you disappear into the morning mist of a free state, you realise that the Underground Railroad wasn't built of iron and steam. It was built of silence, courage, and the indomitable human will to be free. The river is behind you now, but the danger hasn't vanished. It has simply changed shape. You're walking north, and the landscape is shifting from the swamps of the south to the rolling hills of the border states. The air is cooler here, less humid, but it carries the scent of coal smoke and industry. You're exhausted, your boots are falling apart, and every step is a negotiation with gravity. You stumble into a barn just before dawn. It smells of dry hay and old leather. You collapse into a corner, pulling a horse blanket over you. Your body shuts down instantly, plunging you into a deep, dreamless sleep. When you wake, the light is filtering through the slats of the barn wall in dusty beams. Someone is watching you. It's a man, older, with a face like weathered oak. He's holding a pitchfork, but not aggressively. He's leaning on it. He's black, a free man living on the edge of a town that tolerates him but doesn't welcome him. He nods at you. "Stay low," he says. "Sheriff's been asking questions." This is the next phase of your survival. You're no longer running through the wilderness. You're hiding in plain sight. The Underground Railroad isn't just about movement. It's about camouflage. You have to learn how to be invisible in a crowd. The man gives you clothes, work clothes, worn but clean, a pair of sturdy trousers, a shirt that buttons all the way up. He hands you a hat with a wide brim. "Pull it down," he advises. "Don't look anyone in the eye. If they ask, you're my nephew from up the road, here to help with the harvest." You spend the day working, you mend fences, you chop wood. The physical labour is familiar, comforting, even. It grounds you. But your mind is racing. You are listening to every passing wagon, every voice on the road. You're learning the rhythm of this new place. Night falls. The man brings you a plate of food, actual food. Roasted chicken, potatoes, greens. It tastes like the best meal you've ever had. You eat with your hands, tearing the meat from the bone. He watches you, a silent understanding passing between you. He knows what you've been through because he went through it 20 years ago. "Tomorrow night," he says, "a wagon comes. It's carrying grain to Cleveland. There's a space under the sacks. Tight, but safe." You nod. Tight spaces are better than chains. The next night the wagon arrives. The driver is a white Quaker, a man with a stern face and gentle hands. He helps you climb into the false bottom of the wagon bed. It is a coffin-sized box, barely enough room to turn your head. He lays planks over you, then piles heavy sacks of grain on top. The darkness is total. The air is thick with dust. You feel the weight of the grain pressing down on you. Claustrophobia claws at your throat. You have to control your breathing. Shallow breaths. Slow heart rate. Panic uses oxygen, and you don't have much to spare. The wagon starts to move. The jolting is brutal. Every bump in the road slams your body against the wood. You feel bruises forming on your shoulders, your hips. The journey takes hours. You lose track of time. You drift in and out of consciousness, lulled by the rhythmic creaking of the wheels. Suddenly the wagon stops. Voices. Rough, demanding voices. Slave catchers. They are patrolling the roads, looking for bounties. Your heart stops. You hold your breath. You hear the driver speaking calmly, explaining his cargo. You hear footsteps crunching on the gravel near the wagon. A dog barks. The dog is the problem. Dogs can smell fear. You press your hand over your mouth, trying to silence even the sound of your own blood rushing in your ears. The dog whines, scratching at the wheel. "Move along," a voice says. "Just grain." The wagon lurches forward. You exhale a silent scream of relief. You are alive. You are moving. You arrive in Cleveland 2 days later. The driver helps you out. You are stiff, covered in grain dust, dehydrated. He hands you a canteen. "Lake Erie is that way," he points. "Canada is across the water." But we aren't going to Canada today. We're jumping forward again, leaving the 19th century behind and stepping into a different kind of struggle. A struggle not for freedom from chains, but for survival in a world that has forgotten you. The year is 1921. You are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, specifically the Greenwood district. They call it Black Wall Street. Congratulations, you have woken up in one of the most prosperous black communities in America. The streets are paved. There are brick buildings, theatres, libraries, hospitals. People walk with their heads held high. Men in three-piece suits tip their hats to women in silk dresses. The air smells of barbecue smoke and expensive perfume. You hear jazz music drifting from an open window, a saxophone wailing a low blue note. It feels like paradise compared to the swamp. But look closer. There is a tension here, a vibration in the air like a violin string pulled too tight. You're surrounded by wealth, yes, but you're also surrounded by resentment. Just across the tracks, the white population of Tulsa is watching, and they are angry. You're a business owner here. Maybe you run a grocery store or a tailor shop. You've built this from nothing. You survived the Jim Crow laws, the segregation, the daily humiliations, and you built something beautiful. You have a home with electricity and indoor plumbing. You have a car, a Model T Ford that you polish every Sunday. But survival here requires a different set of skills. It requires vigilance. You know that your success is an affront to some people. You keep a shotgun behind the counter just in case. You teach your children to be polite, to never talk back to a white person, to make themselves small when they leave the district. It is a survival strategy born of necessity. It is May 31st. The day starts like any other. You open your shop, you greet your neighbours, but by afternoon, rumours are flying. A young black man has been arrested, accused of assaulting a white girl in an elevator. The story is flimsy, likely false, but the truth doesn't matter. The mob is gathering at the courthouse. You close up shop early. You go home, lock the doors, pull the shades. You can hear the shouting from downtown. It sounds like a storm approaching. Then the shooting starts. It isn't a skirmish. It is an invasion. Pickup trucks loaded with armed men roar into Greenwood. They are firing indiscriminately into homes, businesses, churches. You grab your family, you grab your shotgun. But what can you do against 1,000 men? You flee. You leave the house you built, the car you polished, the life you made. You run into the streets, which are now a war zone. Buildings are burning. The sky is choked with black smoke. It smells of burning timber, burning rubber, and something sweeter, more terrible, burning hair. You see airplanes overhead. Private planes, dropping homemade turpentine bombs onto the rooftops. It is an aerial assault on an American city. You can't believe your eyes. You make it to the outskirts of town, hiding in the tall grass. You watch as Black Wall Street burns to the ground. 35 blocks, gone. Over 1,000 homes destroyed. Hundreds dead. Survival here meant losing everything but your life. It meant watching your hard work turn to ash and having to start over from zero, with the knowledge that it could happen again. It meant swallowing the rage and the grief because if you showed it, they might kill you too. But you survived. You rebuilt. Not the buildings, maybe, but the community, the spirit. You moved to Chicago, or Detroit, or New York. You carried the memory of Greenwood with you like a secret coal, burning hot in your chest. And now, let's go to one of those places where the coal reignited. Let's go to Harlem. The year is 1925. It is night. It is always night in Harlem because that's when the city wakes up. You're walking down Lenox Avenue. The streetlights reflect off the wet pavement, creating pools of liquid gold. The air is electric. It smells of rain, gin, and fried chicken. You hear music, not just from one place, but from everywhere. A trumpet blasting from a basement speakeasy. A piano tinkling from a rent party on the 3rd floor. Laughter, shouting, life. This is the Harlem Renaissance. It is a cultural explosion. But survival here is tricky. It's a hustle. You are a musician, or a poet, or maybe just a dreamer who came north during the Great Migration looking for a break. You live in a kitchenette, an apartment subdivided into tiny rooms shared with 3 other families. The walls are thin. You hear everything. The arguments, the lovemaking, the crying babies. You don't have much money. You survive on rent parties. When the landlord comes knocking and your pockets are empty, you throw a party. You charge a quarter at the door. You cook up a big pot of hopping john, black-eyed peas and rice. You get a piano player to pound out stride rhythms until the floorboards shake. The neighbours come, they pay, they eat, they dance, and by morning you have enough to pay the rent for another month. It is a community economy, a survival system built on joy and rhythm. But the streets are dangerous too. There are gangsters running the numbers rackets. There are police who see a black man in a suit and assume he stole it. You have to be smart. You have to know when to talk fast and when to shut up. You have to know which clubs are safe and which ones are fronts for the mob. You walk into the Cotton Club. It is glamorous, glittering. White celebrities are there, movie stars, politicians. They come uptown to watch black entertainers perform. But they don't let black people sit in the audience. You are the show, not the guest. It is a bitter pill to swallow. You smile, you tap dance, you blow your horn. You give them what they want. But in your head, you are writing a different song. A song about dignity. A song about rage. Survival in Harlem is mental. It is about maintaining your self-worth in a world that wants to reduce you to a caricature. It is about creating art that screams, I am here, I matter. You leave the club at 4 a.m. The streets are quieter now, but never silent. You stop at a food cart for a hot dog. The vendor knows you. He gives you extra mustard. You eat it walking home, the steam warming your face. You climb the stairs to your kitchenette. It smells of cabbage and floor wax. You lie down on your cot. You're tired, bone-tired. But your mind is buzzing with melodies. You survived the South. You survived the journey. You are surviving the city. And tomorrow, you will wake up and make something beautiful out of the struggle. Because that is what you do. That is how you win. As you drift off to sleep in your imaginary Harlem apartment, listening to the distant wail of a siren and the closer rhythm of rain on the window pane, you realize that survival has many faces. It is the cowboy in the dust. It is the builder on the scaffold. It is the runaway in the swamp. It is the merchant in the ashes. It is the poet in the kitchenette. They all share one thing, a refusal to be erased, a determination to exist, to build, to move forward, no matter what the world throws at them. You pull the blanket up. The city hums its lullaby. You are safe here, for now. The jazz of Harlem fades into the distance, replaced by a sound much colder and sharper. The wind howling through a mountain pass. You open your eyes. It is 1897. You're no longer in a city of lights. You're in the rugged wilderness of Montana, stationed at Fort Missoula. The air here is thin and bites at your lungs like crushed ice. Congratulations. You're a member of the 25th Infantry Regiment. You're a Buffalo soldier, but you aren't on a horse. You're standing next to a bicycle. This sounds absurd to modern ears, but it is your reality. The army is testing a new theory, that bicycles are cheaper, quieter, and faster than horses, and you are the test subject. The machine next to you is a Spalding military bicycle. It weighs nearly 70 pounds when fully loaded. It has a steel frame, thick rubber tyres, and absolutely no suspension. Strapped to the handlebars is your knapsack, a blanket roll, a shelter half, a piece of a tent, and a Krag-Jurgensen rifle. It is a beast of iron and canvas, and you have to ride it across the Rocky Mountains. You start your morning routine. It isn't about coffee, it's about mechanics. You check the tyres. They are pneumatic, filled with air, which is a luxury, but they puncture easily on the sharp rocks of the trail. You run your hand along the rubber, feeling for thorns or flint. You check the chain. It's caked in mud from yesterday's ride through the rain. You have to clean it. You take a rag soaked in kerosene and scrub the links. The smell is pungent, cutting through the crisp scent of pine needles. You grease it with tallow. Your hands are black with oil and dirt. You're not just a soldier, you're a mechanic. If this bike breaks down in the middle of nowhere, you're walking, and walking with 70 pounds of gear in bare country is not a good option. The order comes to move out. You mount the bike. It groans under your weight. The seat is hard leather. After a week, your legs are like iron, but your body aches in places you didn't know existed. You begin to pedal. The trail isn't a road. It's a suggestion. It's a rutted wagon track filled with mud, the consistency of glue. The mud clogs your spokes. It builds up under the fork until the wheel won't turn. You have to stop, get off, and scrape the mud away with a stick. You do this every mile. Stop, scrape, ride. Stop, scrape, ride. It is a rhythm of frustration. Then come the mountains. You can't ride up a 40-degree incline on a gravel path. So you push. You push the bike up the mountain, your boots slipping on the loose shale. The air is so thin it makes you dizzy. You can hear the man behind you breathing hard, the rhythmic huff-huff of exertion. You are a unit of 20 men, moving like a strange, silent caterpillar through the wilderness. When you reach the summit, the view is spectacular. Snow-capped peaks stretching forever. But you don't look at the view. You look at the descent. Riding down is terrifying. The brakes are primitive. If you squeeze too hard, you skid. If you don't squeeze hard enough, you fly off the edge. You feather the brakes, your knuckles white, vibrating with every bump. You're riding 900 miles to St. Louis. It is an experiment in human endurance. Water is scarce. You drink from creeks when you find them, hoping the water is clean. Sometimes it's alkaline, tasting of chalk and soap. It dries your mouth out instead of quenching your thirst. Lunch is hardtack, a cracker so dense you have to soak it in water to bite it, and canned beef. The beef is salty and stringy. You eat it cold because lighting a fire takes too much time. You sit on a rock massaging your calves. The silence of the mountains is profound. There are no birds this high up, just the wind and the ticking of cooling metal as the bikes rest. You're a buffalo soldier, a name given with respect by the indigenous tribes because of your hair and your fighting spirit. But in the army you are still segregated. You're commanded by white officers. You're given equipment that is often second-hand. You sleep in separate barracks. But out here on the trail the hierarchy flattens a bit. The mud doesn't care about your rank. The mountain doesn't care about your race. It only cares if you can keep pedaling. Night falls quickly in the mountains. You set up camp. You pitch your shelter half, buttoning it to your neighbours to make a small low tent. The ground is hard and cold. You wrap yourself in your wool blanket. It is scratchy, but it holds the heat. You can hear the sounds of the camp settling down, the cleaning of rifles, the low murmur of conversation. Someone is humming a spiritual, a low mournful sound that drifts into the trees. You check your bike one last time. It is your lifeline. You touch the cold steel of the frame. It is sturdy. It will hold. You close your eyes. Your legs twitch, the muscles still firing, remembering the motion of the pedals. You dream of flat roads. You dream of pavement. But tomorrow, there is only more gravel. Now, let the mountains fade. The crisp air softens, becomes heavier, damper. The smell of pine is replaced by the smell of wet earth and cordite. We are jumping forward again. It is 1918. You're in France. You're in a trench. Congratulations. You're a member of the 369th Infantry Regiment, the Harlem Hellfighters. You have travelled from the dance halls of New York to the mud of the Western Front. The first thing you notice is the mud. It isn't like the mud in Montana. This mud is alive. It sucks at your boots. It coats your uniform. It gets into your food. It is a mixture of rain, earth, and the destruction of war. You're standing on a duckboard, a wooden slat walkway at the bottom of the trench, trying to keep your feet dry. Trench foot is a real threat. If your feet stay wet too long, the skin dies, so you change your socks. It is a ritual. You take off your boots, dry your feet with a rough towel, put on dry socks, and put the wet ones under your shirt against your skin to dry them with your body heat. The noise here is constant, a low rumble of artillery in the distance, like a thunderstorm that never breaks. But you get used to it. It becomes background noise, a lullaby of high explosives. You're wearing a French helmet, carrying a French rifle. Why? Because the American army didn't want to fight alongside you. They loaned your regiment to the French army. You wear the American uniform, but your gear is foreign. It is a strange, hybrid existence. You are holding a Chauchet, a French light machine gun. It is a notoriously temperamental weapon. It has a magazine shaped like a half-moon that is open on the side, allowing mud to get in. If it jams, you're defenseless, so you spend hours cleaning it. You disassemble it, wiping every spring, every pin with an oily rag. You treat it with more care than you treat yourself. The smell of the trench is distinct. It smells of unwashed bodies, chloride of lime, used to sanitize the latrines, and stale tobacco. You're smoking a cigarette, shielding the ember with your hand so the enemy snipers don't see the glow. But amidst the grim reality there is music. Your regiment has the best band in the entire army, led by James Reese Europe. When you aren't on the front line, the band plays. They play ragtime, they play jazz. It is a sound that Europe has never heard before. It is syncopated, wild, alive. The French soldiers gather around, their jaws dropping. The music cuts through the gloom of the war. It reminds you of Harlem. It reminds you of the rent parties and the crowded streets. But now you are on watch. You stand on the fire step, peering over the parapet into no man's land. It is a landscape of craters and barbed wire illuminated by the occasional flare that goes up like a ghostly firework, casting long dancing shadows. You are listening. You are listening for the snip-snip of wire cutters, the sound of an enemy raiding party trying to breach the wire. You are listening for the soft thump of a gas shell being fired. Gas is the invisible enemy. You have a gas mask in a canvas bag strapped to your chest. It is uncomfortable, hot, and smells of rubber and charcoal. If the alarm sounds, a clanging bell or a wooden rattle, you have 6 seconds to get it on. You practice this drill until you can do it in your sleep. Hold your breath. Pull the mask out, shove your chin in, pull the straps over your head, blow out to clear the air. Survival here is about discipline. It is about keeping your head down. It is about trusting the man next to you. And the men next to you are brothers. You have trained together in upstate New York, endured the ridicule, endured the doubts of officers who said you couldn't fight. And now, you're spending more time in the trenches than any other American unit. 191 days. You never lose a foot of ground. You never lose a man to capture. You eat your rations cold. Corned beef, hard biscuits, maybe some chocolate if a care package came through. You share everything. If you have a dry pair of socks and your buddy doesn't, you trade. The rats are huge. They scurry along the trench floor, bold and fearless. You ignore them. They are just another part of the ecosystem. As dawn approaches, the stand to begins. Every man is on the fire step, rifle ready, bayonet fixed. This is the most dangerous time when attacks usually come. The sky turns grey, then pale blue. The mist rises off the fields. You wait. Your hands are cold on the metal of your rifle. Your breath steams. Nothing happens. The sun rises. The danger passes for the moment. You step down. You lean against the trench wall, closing your eyes. You're exhausted, but you are proud. You are a hellfighter. The French call you men of bronze. You think about home. You think about the paradox of fighting for democracy abroad while your family back in Harlem can't vote, can't eat at certain restaurants, can't live in certain neighborhoods. It is a heavy thought to carry into battle. But you fight anyway. You fight to prove them wrong. You fight for the right to demand more when you get back. As you drift into a light doze, the sounds of the trench, the murmuring voices, the distant thud of a shell, the scratching of a rat blend into a rhythm. It is the rhythm of survival. You have survived the swamps. You have survived the fire. You have survived the mountain pass. And now you are surviving the war. Let the mud of France fade. Let the grey sky dissolve. We are moving again, slipping through the currents of time to a place that is quieter, but no less demanding. We're going to the coast, to the water, to a job that requires lungs of steel and nerves of ice. The artillery fire of the Western Front fades into a different kind of roar, the crashing of waves against a rocky shore. You open your eyes. It is 1820. You're on the coast of Nantucket, Massachusetts. The air is salty, cold, and thick with fog. Congratulations. You are a whaler, and not just any whaler. You are a harpooner. In the hierarchy of the ship, you are royalty. But royalty here means you have the most dangerous job in the ocean. The ship you are on is a wooden cathedral of oil and oak. It smells of rendered blubber, tar, and wet rope. It creaks constantly, a groaning complaint against the sea. You sleep in the forecastle, a cramped triangular room at the front of the ship. It is dark, damp, and crowded. Hammocks swing inches apart. You can hear the breathing of 20 other men, black, white, Native American, Cape Verdean. On land, you might be separated by laws and customs. Here, you're separated only by skill. Your day starts before sunrise. The cry goes up from the masthead. There she blows! Adrenaline spikes. You're out of your hammock in seconds. You grab your harpoon. It is heavy, the iron head razor sharp. You check the line. Hundreds of feet of hemp rope coiled perfectly in a tub. If there is a single knot, a single tangle, that rope could snap tight around a man's leg and drag him to the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. You lower the whaleboat into the water. It is a fragile shell of cedar, barely 20 feet long. You and 5 other men climb in. You take the front position. You are the harpooner. You set the pace. You row. The ocean is vast, grey and indifferent. The waves lift the boat and drop it, lift and drop. Your muscles burn. You row for hours, chasing the spout of mist on the horizon. When you get close, the silence is intense. The mate at the steering oar signals for quiet. You ship your oars. You stand up in the bow of the rocking boat. The only thing keeping you from falling into the freezing Atlantic is your balance. You see the whale. It is a sperm whale, a leviathan 60 feet long. Its skin is scarred and grey. It looks like a floating island. It breathes, a massive exhalation that sprays mist into the air. The smell is potent, fishy and oily. You brace your knee against the thigh-board. You lift the harpoon. You wait for the perfect moment when the back arches. You throw. The iron strikes. The whale erupts. The water churns white. The line screams out of the tub, smoking from the friction. The boat lurches forward as the whale dives, towing you on a Nantucket sleigh ride. You are moving at 20 miles an hour, skipping over the waves, tethered to a creature that could crush you with a flick of its tail. This is the moment of truth. If the whale turns, if it attacks the boat, you are dead. Men have been smashed to pulp, bitten in half, or drowned in the tangle of ropes. You hold on. You pray the line holds. You pray the boat holds. Eventually the whale tires. It surfaces, exhausted. The mate comes forward with a lance to finish it. It is a bloody, brutal business, but it is your livelihood. Processing the whale is harder than catching it. You tow the carcass back to the ship. You spend the next 2 days stripping the blubber, boiling it in massive iron tripots on the deck. The fire roars day and night. The smoke is black and greasy. You're covered in oil from head to toe. You slip on the deck. You eat your meals with oily hands. Even the water tastes like oil. But here you are a man of substance. As a black harpooner, you earn a larger share of the profits than a white greenhorn. You have authority. When you speak, men listen. In New Bedford or Nantucket, you can own property. You can walk down the street with your head high. Frederick Douglass found freedom in these shipyards. Paul Cuff became one of the wealthiest men in America sailing these waters. You look out at the horizon. The sea is endless. It is a hard master, but it is a fair one. It doesn't care about your history. It only cares if you can stand in the bow and throw the iron. You survive the voyage. It lasts 3 years. You return home with money in your pocket and stories that no landlocked man would believe. But let's leave the sea now. The salt spray dries on your skin, replaced by the dry, dusty heat of a different kind of frontier. We are going to the 1930s. We are going to the road. You're in a car. It's a Buick, sturdy and reliable. The seats are plush. The engine hums. You're driving south, crossing the Mason-Dixon line. Congratulations. You're a traveller in the era of Jim Crow. You have a car, which is a symbol of freedom, but you're driving through a landscape of hidden traps. The first thing you notice is the tension in your shoulders. You're gripping the steering wheel too tight. You're watching the rearview mirror constantly. A police car behind you isn't protection. It's a threat. You make sure you're driving exactly the speed limit. Not 1 mile over, not 1 mile under. You're hungry. You see a diner with a bright neon sign. It looks inviting, but you don't stop. You know better. You keep driving until you find a grocery store where you can buy bologna and bread to eat in the car. You need gas. You pull into a station. The attendant comes out. He stares at you. He takes his time. You ask for 5 gallons. He fills it, but he doesn't wash your windshield. He doesn't smile. You pay him, counting the change carefully. You don't look him in the eye too long. You get back in the car. The sun is setting. This is the dangerous time. Sundown towns are real. Signs at the city limits read, "Nigger, don't let the sun set on you here." You have to find a place to sleep. You reach into the glove compartment and pull out a small green book, the Negro Motorist Green Book. It is your Bible. It is your survival guide. You flip through the pages. Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi. You're looking for a safe harbour, a boarding house run by a widow, a hotel that welcomes coloured guests, a garage where a mechanic won't sabotage your engine. You find an address in the next town, Mrs. Johnson's tourist home. You drive there, your heart beating a little faster as you enter the city limits. You watch the sidewalks, you watch the shadows, you find the house. It is modest, well kept. A light burns on the porch. You knock. The door opens. An older woman smiles at you. "Come in," she says. "You're safe here." The relief is physical. You step inside. The house smells of lemon polish and baking bread. You're shown to a clean room with a quilt on the bed. You can wash the dust of the road off your face. You can sleep without one eye open. The Green Book wasn't just a travel guide. It was a map of a parallel America. An America of black businesses, black resilience, black hospitality. It was a network of safety woven into a hostile landscape. Without it, a road trip could end in a jail cell or a lynching. You sleep deeply that night, comforted by the knowledge that you are among friends. But survival isn't always about hiding or running. Sometimes it's about standing still and refusing to move. We're jumping forward one last time in this sequence. It is 1955. You're in Montgomery, Alabama. You're tired. You've worked all day as a seamstress, bending over fabric, your eyes straining in the dim light. Your feet ache. You wait for the bus. It arrives. You pay your fare at the front, then get off and board at the back, as is the rule. You find a seat in the coloured section. You sit down. You exhale. The bus fills up. White passengers board. The driver, a man with a hard face, turns around. He orders you and 3 others to stand up so a white man can sit. The others move. You don't. It isn't a planned protest. It isn't a political strategy. It is simply exhaustion. It is the weight of 1,000 indignities pressing down on you until you can't take one more. It is the feeling of the seat beneath you, a small square of space that you paid for, that you earned. "Are you going to stand up?" the driver asks. "No," you say. The word is quiet. It isn't a shout, but it rings like a bell. The police are called. You are arrested. You are fingerprinted. You are jailed. But you survived the moment. You survived the fear. And in doing so, you ignited a fire that will burn down the walls of segregation. You sit in the jail cell. It is cold. It smells of bleach and despair. But you feel strangely light. You feel free. As you drift off to sleep on the hard cot, you realize that survival is a shapeshifter. It is the hammer of the Zimbabwe builder. It is the silence of the runaway. It is the endurance of the cowboy. It is the vigilance of the traveller. And it is the quiet no of the seamstress. They are all connected. They are all threads in the same tapestry. A tapestry woven from grit, from intelligence, from an unshakable belief in one's own humanity. You wouldn't survive a day in their shoes without their knowledge. But now, maybe you understand a little bit of what it took. The cell fades, the bus fades, the road fades. You're back in your own bed. The fan is humming. The room is safe. But the stories remain. They are in the walls. They are in the ground. They are in the air you breathe. Sleep well. The history is holding you up. We aren't done yet. The tapestry of survival is vast, and there are threads we haven't pulled. Threads that lead to places colder than the Montana mountains and hotter than the Texas plains. We're going north again, but this time we're leaving the land entirely. We're going to the ice. The year is 1909. You're standing at the edge of the world. You are Matthew Henson. Congratulations. You're about to become the first man to stand on the North Pole. But the history books will argue about this for decades. They will put the white man, Robert Peary, in the front of the photo. But you know the truth. You were the one breaking the trail. The temperature is 50 degrees below zero. That's a number that doesn't make sense until you feel it. It feels like the air has turned into glass. Every breath you take freezes the moisture in your nose instantly. Your eyelashes are heavy with ice. If you touch bare metal, your skin will bond to it and tear off when you pull away. You're driving a dog sled. You have a team of 8 Inuit dogs, strong, wild creatures that respect only strength. You have to shout commands over the howling wind. Hook! Hook! You crack the whip, not to hit them, but to snap it in the air, a sound like a gunshot that keeps them moving. The ice under your runners isn't flat. It is a chaos of pressure ridges, walls of jagged ice pushed up by the ocean currents below. You have to hack a path through them with a pickaxe. It is grueling work. You swing the axe, shattering the ice, sweating inside your furs. Then you have to push the heavy sled, laden with hundreds of pounds of supplies, over the ridge. You do this 10, 20 times a day. And then there are the leads. These are cracks in the ice where the black Arctic Ocean opens up. They can be inches wide or miles wide. If you fall in, you die. The water is so cold it stops your heart in minutes. Even if you get out, you will freeze to death before you can dry off. You come to a lead that is too wide to jump. You have to wait. You build an igloo. Building an igloo is an engineering marvel. You cut blocks of hard-packed snow with a saw. You arrange them in a spiral, leaning them inward. You work fast because the wind is killing you. Once the dome is closed, you crawl inside. You light a small seal oil lamp. The temperature rises just enough to keep you alive. The snow walls insulate you from the wind. It is quiet inside, a muffled white silence. You eat pemmican, a dense brick of dried meat and fat. It tastes like grease, but it burns hot in your body. You melt snow for water. You sleep in your furs, listening to the ice groan and shift beneath you. You are sleeping on top of an ocean. You are the navigator. You learned the Inuit language. You learned how to build the sleds, how to drive the dogs, how to hunt walrus. Peary couldn't do these things. He relied on you. He lost his toes to frostbite years ago. You are the legs of the expedition. When you finally reach the pole, there is no flag waiting for you. There is no signpost, just endless shifting ice. You calculate the position with a sextant, you check the sun, you double-check. I think I'm the first man to sit on top of the world, you say. You plant the flag, you take a photo. But the journey back is just as dangerous. The ice is breaking up with the coming spring. You have to race the melting season. You survive. You return to civilization. And while Peary is feted as a hero, given medals and promotions, you are quietly ignored. You take a job as a clerk in a customs house. You park cars, you sweep floors. But you know what it feels like to stand where all lines of longitude meet. You know the silence of the pole. You know that you conquered the ice not with brute force, but with skill, patience, and the wisdom of the Inuit people you befriended. Survival here meant mastering a world that wanted to freeze you solid. It meant being the best, even if no one gave you credit. Let the ice melt. Let the white world fade. We are going to a place of noise, heat, and iron. We are going to Birmingham, Alabama. The year is 1890. You are in a prison mine. This is the darkest chapter of the post-Civil War South. Slavery ended, yes. But then came the Black Codes and the convict leasing system. Congratulations. You have been arrested for vagrancy, which means standing on a street corner without a job, or maybe loitering, or maybe you just looked a sheriff in the eye. You couldn't pay the fine, so the county leased you to a coal company. You're a slave again, but this time there is no owner to protect his investment. If a slave died, the owner lost money. If a convict dies, the company just leases another one. You are disposable. You wake up in a barracks that is little more than a wooden cage. It is filthy. Vermin are everywhere. You're shackled to the man next to you. You eat a breakfast of cornbread that is full of weevils and pot liquor, the greasy water left over from boiling greens. You march to the mine. It is a hole in the ground, black and gaping. You descend. The air gets hot and stale. You're hundreds of feet underground. The only light comes from the small oil lamp on your cap. Your job is to load coal. You have a quota, 4 tons a day. If you don't meet it, you get whipped. The whipping boss is a man chosen for his cruelty. He uses a leather strap dipped in sand and salt. The scars on your back never heal. They just layer over each other. You swing the pick. The coal dust fills the air. It is explosive. One spark from a pick hitting a rock could ignite the methane gas, fire damp, and blow the mine apart. You work in constant fear of the explosion, or the cave-in, or the black damp, carbon dioxide that suffocates you silently. You breathe the dust. It coats your lungs. You cough up black phlegm. Miner's asthma, they call it. It's a slow death sentence. Water is scarce underground. You drink from puddles on the floor, water that is contaminated with coal dust and human waste. Dysentery is rampant. Men die of dehydration in the damp dark. There is no escape. The guards are armed with shotguns. The dogs are trained to track. If you run, they will kill you. If you refuse to work, they will torture you. They have sweat boxes, coffins standing upright in the sun where they lock men for days without water. You survive by becoming numb. You shut down your mind. You focus only on the rhythm of the pick. Clang, clang, clang. You bond with the men on your chain gang. You sing work songs to keep the pace, low mournful tunes that echo in the tunnels. Waterboy. Chain Gang Blues. These aren't just songs, they are cries for help. This system built the industrial wealth of the New South. The coal you dig fuels the steel mills of Birmingham, the Pittsburgh of the South. It builds the railroads, it powers the cities, and it is built on your bones. You survive your sentence. Maybe it was 6 months. Maybe it was a year. You emerge from the mine, blinking in the sunlight, a broken man. Your health is ruined. You have no money, but you are free. You walk away from the mine, vowing never to go back. You head north, joining the flood of people leaving the South. You're looking for a place where a man isn't sold for a misdemeanor. Let the coal dust settle. Let the darkness of the mine recede. We're going to a place of light, but a light that burns. We are going to Florida. The year is 1920. You're in Ocoee. Congratulations. You are a black landowner. You have an orange grove. You have a home. You have registered to vote. November 2nd. Election day. You put on your best suit. You walk to the polling place. You know the risks. The Ku Klux Klan marched through town last night, warning black people to stay away. But you are an American. You have the right. You get to the poll. White men with guns are blocking the door. They tell you to go home. They shove you. You don't fight back physically, but you don't leave. You stand your ground. You demand your ballot. This isn't over, one of them says. You go home. You sit on your porch, shotgun across your knees. You watch the sun go down. You know what's coming. It starts with a single shot, then a volley. A mob surrounds the home of July Perry, a leader in the community who tried to vote. They burn him out. They lynch him. Then they come for the rest of the town. It is a pogrom. They set fire to the black neighborhood. Houses, churches, schools. The orange groves are torched, the sweet smell of burning fruit mixing with the acrid smoke of destruction. You run. You grab your wife, your children. You flee into the swamps. You leave behind the land you bought, the trees you planted, the future you built. You become a refugee in your own country. You hide in the cypress strands for days. You watch the glow of your town burning in the distance. You hear the screams. You survive. You make it to Apopka or Orlando, or maybe you keep going north. You never talk about the land you lost. It's too painful. But you remember. Years later, you tell your grandchildren. We had something, you say, and they took it, but they didn't take us. Survival here is about memory. It is about holding on to the truth when the official history tries to erase it. For decades, the Ocoee massacre was buried. No one talked about it. But the survivors remembered. They passed the story down like a secret heirloom. You close your eyes in your safe modern room. You think about the cold of the North Pole, the darkness of the mine, the fire of Ocoee. These aren't just stories of suffering. They are stories of impossible strength. They are the reason you are here. Because someone, somewhere, decided to keep breathing when the world told them to stop. Sleep now, the night is quiet. But the history is loud. The smoke from Ocoee clears, drifting away into the humid Florida night. We are moving again, leaving the swamps and the groves behind. We are going to a place where the struggle for survival is fought not with guns, but with paper, ink, and the sheer audacity of intellect. The year is 1895. You're in Memphis, Tennessee. You're standing in a small office on Beale Street. The air smells of printer's ink and dust. Congratulations. You're Ida B. Wells, or rather you're walking in her shoes. You're a journalist in the most dangerous city in America for a black woman with a voice. Your office is the headquarters of the Memphis Free Speech. You have a printing press, a heavy cast-iron machine that clanks and hisses like a steam engine. It is your weapon. You didn't start out trying to be a revolutionary. You were a teacher. You liked nice clothes. You liked order. But then your friends were lynched. 3 men, Thomas Moss, Calvin McDowell, and Will Stewart, owned the People's Grocery. They were successful. They were taking business away from a white competitor, so a mob took them out of jail and shot them. That was the moment survival stopped being about staying alive and started being about staying true. You sit at your desk. It is late. The street outside is quiet, but you know they are watching. You have received threats. Letters slipped under your door telling you to leave town or die. You dip your pen in the inkwell. You are writing an editorial. You aren't writing about weather or social events. You are writing about lynching. You are dismantling the lie that black men are lynched because they assault white women. You are proving, with data, with facts, with cold, hard logic, that lynching is a tool of economic terror. It is used to crush black success. Writing this is a death sentence. You know it. You keep a pistol in your purse. You told a friend once, "I felt that one had better die fighting against injustice than to die like a dog or a rat in a trap." The printing press starts up. Clack, clack, clack. It is the heartbeat of the resistance. The paper comes out wet with ink. You fold it. You stack it. Tomorrow this paper will be in the hands of thousands. It will make people angry. It will make people think. You leave the office. The night air is heavy. You walk quickly, your hand inside your purse, gripping the handle of the pistol. Every shadow looks like a man with a rope. Every car that slows down makes your heart stop. But you survive the walk home. You survive the night. A few months later, you are out of town, travelling in New York. That is when they strike. A mob destroys your office. They smash the printing press. They burn the building. They leave a note saying that if you ever return to Memphis, they will kill you. You lost your business, you lost your home, but you saved your voice. You continue to write from exile. You tour England, speaking to crowds about the horrors of the American South. You become the most famous black woman in the world. Survival here wasn't about staying in one place. It was about refusing to be silenced. It was about realizing that the truth is harder to kill than a person. Let the ink dry. Let the press fall silent. We are moving again, jumping forward to a different kind of war. The year is 1943. You're in the sky over Italy. Congratulations. You're a Tuskegee airman. You're a pilot in the 302nd Fighter Group. You're flying a P-51 Mustang. It is a sleek, silver machine with a red tail. It is the fastest thing you have ever touched. The engine roars in front of you, a vibration that rattles your teeth. You're at 20,000 feet. The air is thin and cold. You're wearing an oxygen mask. It smells of rubber and your own stale breath. Your flight suit is thick, lined with sheepskin, but you're still cold. The cockpit isn't pressurized. Your job is to protect the bombers. The B-17s and B-24s are lumbering giants, slow and vulnerable. They are carrying the war to Germany, and the German Luftwaffe is waiting for them. You see them coming out of the sun, Messerschmitt Bf-109s, fast, deadly fighters. "Bandits at 3 o'clock high," someone yells over the radio. You bank your plane. The G-force slams you into your seat. Your vision greys out for a second. You fight to stay conscious. This is a physical battle as much as a tactical one. You are wrestling a machine that weighs 4 tons through the sky at 400 miles per hour. The dogfight is chaos. Tracers zip past your canopy, green streaks of light that mean death. You see a bomber take a hit, smoke pouring from its engine. You dive, placing your plane between the bomber and the German fighter. This is your reputation, the red tails. You stay with the bombers. Other fighter groups chase glory, abandoning the bombers to shoot down Germans. You stay. You protect. The bomber crews call you red tail angels. You fire your guns. The plane shudders. You see pieces fly off the enemy fighter. He spirals down, trailing smoke. You pull up. You check your fuel. You check your ammo. You're sweating, soaked through your heavy suit. Your hands are cramping on the stick. You land back at the base in Ramitelli, Italy. It is a dusty airstrip cut into a farm field. You climb out of the cockpit. Your legs are shaky. You walk to the debriefing hut. The white bomber pilots are there. They look at you with a mixture of awe and confusion. They have been told their whole lives that black men lack the intelligence, the reflexes, the courage to fly. You just saved their lives. But the survival challenge doesn't end when you land. You go back to your segregated barracks. You eat in a segregated mess hall. You're fighting for a country that treats German prisoners of war better than it treats you. You go into town. You see a sign on a restaurant. Whites only. You're an officer in the United States Army Air Forces. You have wings on your chest, and you can't buy a sandwich. The cognitive dissonance is deafening. You're a hero in the sky and a second-class citizen on the ground. But you fly anyway. You fly because up there at 20,000 feet the laws of Jim Crow don't apply. Gravity is the only law, and you have mastered it. Let the roar of the Mustang fade. Let the red tail disappear into the clouds. We're going to the ground now, to the city, to the heart of the struggle. The year is 1968. You're in Memphis again. But this time, you aren't a journalist. You're a sanitation worker. Congratulations. You're invisible. You pick up the garbage of a city that refuses to look at you. Your day starts at 4 a.m. It is raining. It is always raining in Memphis in February. You go to the depot. You wait to see if you will be picked for a crew. There is no guaranteed work. If the foreman doesn't like your face today, you don't eat. The trucks are old, dangerous. The compactors are faulty. 2 of your friends, Ethel Cole and Robert Walker, were crushed to death inside one of these trucks just last week. They sought shelter from the rain in the back of the truck, and a short circuit triggered the compactor. There was no safety switch. That was the breaking point. You are on strike. You are marching down Beale Street. You are wearing your Sunday best, a suit, a tie, a hat. You are carrying a sign, 4 words. I am a man. It isn't a request. It is a declaration. The police are lining the street. They have batons, they have tear gas, they have mace. You see the tanks of the National Guard rolling in, tanks in an American city pointed at garbage men. You keep walking. The fear is there, tight in your stomach. You know what happened in Birmingham. You know what happened in Selma. You know that a baton to the head can kill you. But you also know that you can't go back to the way it was. You can't go back to earning 65 cents an hour. You can't go back to having no shower at the depot, having to walk home smelling of other people's filth. Dr. King is coming to town. He is going to march with you. That gives you hope. But then, the unthinkable happens. April 4th, a shot rings, out at the Lorraine Motel. The news spreads through the city like a shockwave. King is dead. The city explodes. Riots, fires, sirens. You stay in your home, lights off, listening to the sound of a dream dying. But the strike doesn't end. You go back to the line. You march past the soldiers with their bayonets. You march past the tanks. You march until the city breaks, until they recognize your union, until they raise your pay. You win. But the cost is etched into your soul. You survived the garbage truck. You survived the police. You survived the grief. You look at your hands. They are calloused, scarred. They are the hands of a man who cleans up the world. And now the world knows who you are. Let the picket signs fall. Let the chanting fade. We are going further back now, to a time before the strikes, before the planes, before the press. We are going to the sea, but not as whalers, as cargo. The year is 1780. You are in the hold of a ship. We have avoided this part of the story because it is too painful, but we cannot talk about survival without talking about the middle passage. Congratulations, you are alive. That is the only good news. You are lying in the dark. You cannot move. You're chained to the person next to you. The space is so cramped you cannot sit up. You're lying on bare wood. The smell is beyond description. It is the smell of hundreds of people trapped in a windowless room for weeks. It is the smell of sickness, of waste, of death. The air is thick, hot, suffocating. You gasp for breath, but every inhale burns. The ship pitches and rolls. You slide against the person next to you. You can feel their bones. You can feel their fear. You don't speak their language. They are from a different village, a different tribe. But you communicate in the language of survival. A squeeze of the hand, a shared glance in the dim light when the hatch opens. Food is a bucket of mush lowered down. You eat with your hands. You have to fight for it sometimes, but mostly you share. Because if the person next to you dies, you are chained to a corpse. Disease sweeps through the hold, dysentery, smallpox. You see people fading away. Their eyes go dull. They stop moving. The sailors come down, cover their noses with handkerchiefs, unlock the shackles, and drag the bodies up to the deck. You hear the splash as they are thrown overboard. The sharks follow the ships. You know this. You survive by going somewhere else in your mind. You remember the village, the sound of the drum, the taste of yams. You hold on to these memories like a lifeline. You refuse to let the darkness take your mind. Some people choose not to survive. They stop eating. They will themselves to die. It is an act of resistance, a way to deny the captors their profit. But you choose to live. You choose to endure the unendurable. You tell yourself that no matter where this ship takes you, you will still be you. You survive the voyage. You emerge into the blinding light of a new world. You are sold, you're renamed, you're put to work. But you're still here. You carry the ocean in your blood. You carry the memory of the ones who didn't make it, and you plant that memory in the soil of this strange land. As you drift off to sleep, safe in your bed, you feel the weight of that survival. It is heavy, but it is also strong. It is the foundation of everything that came after. The cowboy, the builder, the pilot, the journalist. They are all echoes of that first survival. Sleep now. The ocean is calm, the chains are broken, the smell of the ocean fades, replaced by the scent of burning pine and fresh earth. We are moving forward in time, but deeper into the wilderness. The year is 1866. You're in the American West, but you aren't a cowboy this time. You're something arguably tougher. Congratulations. You are an exoduster. You're standing on the bank of the Mississippi River, waiting for a steamboat. Behind you is the South, a land of broken promises and rising violence. Ahead of you is Kansas. They say Kansas is the promised land. They say a man can own land there, vote there, breathe there. You have your whole life packed into a single wagon. A few pots, a Bible, a bag of seeds, and your children. You look at their faces. They are thin, eyes wide with uncertainty. You're gambling everything on a rumour. The steamboat arrives. It is crowded, noisy, and expensive. You pay the fare with money you saved for years, hiding it under floorboards, stitching it into the hem of your coat. The journey upriver is slow. You sleep on the deck, exposed to the wind and rain. You watch the shore glide by, trees, towns, fields. It looks peaceful, but you know better. The river has swallowed many dreams. You arrive in St. Louis, then take a train to Kansas. The landscape changes. The trees disappear. The sky opens up until it feels like it might swallow you whole. This is the Great Plains. It is vast, empty, and terrifying. You get off the train in Nicodemus, Kansas. It is one of the few all-black towns in the West. You expect a bustling city. Instead, you see dugouts, holes carved into the side of a hill with a door on the front. There are no buildings, no lumber, just earth and grass. Your heart sinks. This is the promised land? A hole in the ground? But then a woman walks out of one of the dugouts. She smiles. She hands you a cup of water. "Welcome home," she says. "Survival here is about adaptation. You have to learn to live without wood. You burn buffalo chips, dried dung for fuel. You build your house out of sod, bricks made of grass and dirt. You cut them from the prairie with a special plough, stack them like masonry. The sod house is dark. It is damp. When it rains, the roof leaks mud. Snakes sometimes fall from the ceiling onto your bed. But it is warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and most importantly, it is yours. Farming the prairie is a war. The soil is tough, matted with roots that have grown for thousands of years. Your plough breaks. Your back breaks. You plant corn, wheat, potatoes. You pray for rain. Sometimes the rain doesn't come. The wind blows the topsoil away in great choking clouds. Dust pneumonia fills your lungs. Sometimes the locusts come, a cloud on the horizon that blocks out the sun. Millions of them. They eat everything. The crops, the clothes on the line, the handle of your hoe. They strip the land bare in hours. You watch your year's work vanish into the bellies of insects. But you don't leave. You replant. You dig deeper. You build a community, a church made of sod, a school made of sod. You elect a mayor. You start a baseball team. You hold dances on the packed earth floor. The white settlers in the neighbouring towns look at you with suspicion, sometimes hostility. But they also trade with you. They realise that out here colour matters less than character. If your wagon breaks down in a blizzard, you help each other. If a prairie fire sweeps through, you fight it side by side. You survive the winters that freeze cattle standing up. You survive the summers that bake the ground into concrete. You raise a generation of children who have never known shackles. They ride horses, they shoot rifles, they read books. Nicodemus grows. Wooden buildings replace the dugouts, a hotel, a general store, a newspaper. You walk down the street and for the first time in your life you feel like a citizen. Not a subject, not property, a citizen. Survival here was about patience. It was about believing in something you couldn't see yet. It was about turning dirt into a home. Let the wind of the Kansas prairie die down. We are moving again. To a place where the danger isn't nature but the law itself. The year is 1700. You're in New York City. Wait. New York? 1700? Yes. Congratulations. You're an enslaved person in a northern city. We often forget that slavery wasn't just a southern institution. It was everywhere. You work on the docks, or in a wealthy merchant's kitchen, or as a skilled carpenter building the very wall that gives Wall Street its name. You live in a city that is crowded, dirty, and diverse. Dutch, English, Indigenous, African. You speak 3 languages, a pidgin mix that allows you to navigate the streets, but the laws here are strict. Black codes govern your every move. You cannot gather in groups larger than 3. You cannot carry a walking stick, it might be a weapon. You cannot be out after dark without a lantern so they can see you. Survival here is about navigating the grey zones. You find moments of freedom in the chaos of the city. You go to the Pinkster Festival. Originally a Dutch holiday, Pentecost, it has been taken over by the black community. For a few days in spring the rules are relaxed. You gather on Pinkster Hill, now City Hall Park. You dance. You elect a king who rules over the festivities. You trade goods. You speak your own languages. You remember who you were before the ships came, but the danger is always there. The fear of a slave revolt haunts the white population. In 1712, that fear becomes reality. A group of enslaved men set fire to a building on Maiden Lane. When the white citizens run to put it out, the rebels attack. The retribution is swift and horrific. The city is locked down. Trials are held. Men are burned at the stake, broken on the wheel. It is a medieval display of violence meant to terrorize you into submission. You survive by keeping your head down. You survive by building secret networks. You know which taverns will serve you a drink in the back room. You know which white indentured servants are sympathetic to your cause. You create a fictive kinship, a family made not of blood but of shared circumstance. You find solace in the African burial ground. Located just outside the city wall, near modern-day Duane Street, it is the only place where you can bury your dead with dignity. You perform rites that connect you to your ancestors. You place shells and beads in the graves. You whisper names that the masters don't know. Survival in colonial New York was a tightrope walk. You were building the city that would become the capital of the world, but the city didn't want you. Yet, you stayed. Your labour is in the stones of Trinity Church. Your skill is in the ships in the harbour. Your DNA is in the bedrock of Manhattan. Let the cobblestones of New York fade. Let the church bells ring out. We are going to a place of silence, a place of secrets. The year is 1830. You're in the Great Dismal Swamp. This isn't the Underground Railroad. This is something else. This is Marinage. Congratulations. You are a Maroon. You ran away from a plantation in Virginia or North Carolina, but instead of heading north, you headed deep into the swamp. You went where the slave catchers were afraid to go. The Great Dismal Swamp is a vast, tangled wilderness of cypress trees, peat bogs, and black water. It is filled with bears, bobcats, and venomous snakes. The insects are a constant torment, but you are free. You live on an island in the middle of the swamp. You have built a cabin on high ground hidden by dense vegetation. You have a community here, hundreds, maybe thousands of people living in secret. You have your own economy. You cut cypress shingles and float them out to the edge of the swamp to trade with free black people or sympathetic whites for guns, powder and cloth. You grow corn and potatoes in small hidden patches. You hunt deer and wild hogs. Survival here is about adaptation to an environment that most people consider uninhabitable. You learn to walk on the sponge, the soft, unstable ground of the swamp. You learn to navigate the labyrinth of waterways. You learn which plants cure fevers and which ones are poison. You're constantly vigilant. The militia sometimes sends patrols into the swamp to hunt you, but you know the terrain better than they do. You set traps. You lead them into quicksand. You vanish like ghosts. Living in the swamp changes you. You're no longer a slave. You're a warrior. You carry a musket. You walk with a pride that would get you killed on the plantation. You raise children who have never seen a master. They learn to swim before they can walk. They learn the calls of the swamp birds. They are free-born. The Great Dismal Swamp Maroons created a society that lasted for generations. It was a resistance movement that didn't march or protest. It simply existed. It proved that black people could build a life outside of the system of slavery, right in the heart of the South. You lie down in your cabin. The air is humid, heavy with the scent of moss and decay. The frogs are a deafening chorus, but to you it is the sound of safety. You survive because you chose the hard path. The path of the mosquito and the snake over the path of the whip and the chain. Let the swamp water stillness return. We are going to a place of heat and rhythm. The year is 1900. You are in New Orleans, specifically Storyville. Congratulations, you are a musician in the red light district. You play the cornet. You play in a sporting house. A high-class brothel. The madame pays you well. The guests tip better. You're witnessing the birth of jazz. It isn't called jazz yet. It's hot music. It's ratty music. It's a gumbo of African rhythms, European harmonies, blues and ragtime. You play from 9 p.m. until dawn. The air in the parlour is thick with cigar smoke and perfume. You watch the wealthy white men come in, shedding their respectability at the door. You see the hypocrisy of the city up close. Survival here is about navigating the underworld. You have to know the pimps, the gamblers, the crooked cops. You have to know when to play loud and when to fade into the background. You play with a fervour that comes from desperation. Music is your ticket out. If you are good enough, you might get on a riverboat. You might get to Chicago. You might get recorded. You know a kid named Louis Armstrong. He runs errands for the prostitutes, hauling coal. He listens to the bands. He has a horn he bought with money loaned to him by a Jewish family he works for. You hear him play. He has a sound like sunlight hitting brass. You know he's going to change the world. But tonight, you just have to make it through the set. Your lip is bleeding. Your eyes are burning. But the rhythm takes over. Bap, bap, bee, bop, it lifts you up. Survival in Storyville meant creating beauty in the midst of vice. It meant turning the pain of your history into a sound so joyful, so complex, that the whole world would eventually have to stop and listen. You pack up your horn as the sun comes up. You walk home through the quiet streets of the French Quarter. You're exhausted, but you have a song in your head, and that song is freedom. As you drift off to sleep, safe in your bed, you realise that survival isn't just about enduring pain. It's about creating something new out of the ashes. It's the sod house on the prairie. It's the maroon community in the swamp. It's the jazz note in the brothel. It is the refusal to let the environment, whether natural or social, define who you are. Sleep now. The music is still playing. The swamp is still whispering. The prairie is still waiting. The brassy notes of New Orleans fade into the humid night, leaving only the chirp of crickets and the distant whistle of a train. We are moving again, leaving the city for the deep country. But this isn't the American South. We are crossing the ocean, back to the continent of origin, but forward in time. The year is 1879. You're in Isandlwana, South Africa. Congratulations. You're a Zulu warrior, and you're about to face the most powerful empire in the world. You wake before dawn. The air is cool on the high veld. You are part of an impi, a regiment of thousands of men. You wear the traditional attire of your unit, cowhide shields patterned black and white, ostrich feathers and monkey fur kilts. But your primary weapon is the Iklwa, a short stabbing spear designed for close combat. The British are here. They have invaded your land. They have Gatling guns, Martini Henry rifles that can kill from a mile away, and cannons. You have leather shields and iron spears. By all conventional logic, this should be a massacre, but you have something they don't understand: discipline, speed, and the horn of the buffalo. Your king, Tsetchwayo, has given the order. The strategy is ancient and lethal. The chest of the army engages the enemy head-on. The horns, two fast-moving flanks, race around the sides to encircle them. The loins, the reserves, wait behind, ready to exploit any weakness. You're in the left horn. You have to run. You run barefoot over rocky ground, moving faster than horses can navigate the terrain. You stay low, using the tall grass and the contours of the land to hide your numbers. The British have made a mistake. They are overconfident. They have split their forces. They haven't fortified their camp. They see you as a primitive mob. They don't see the machine. The battle begins. The British rifles open fire. The sound is deafening. Men around you fall, their bodies torn apart by heavy lead bullets. But you don't stop. You chant as you run, a deep rhythmic sound that terrifies the enemy. Usuthu, Usuthu. You close the distance. The British line begins to falter. Their guns jam from overheating. The smoke obscures their vision, and then you are on them. The combat is brutal, intimate. It is spear against bayonet. You fight for your home, your king, your cattle. You overwhelm them with sheer numbers and ferocity. The British line breaks. It becomes a rout. By afternoon, the field is silent. You have won. You have defeated a modern European army with Iron Age weapons. It is one of the greatest shocks in military history, but survival after the battle is complicated. You have captured rifles, but you don't have ammunition factories. You have won the day, but the Empire will return with more men, more guns, more vengeance. You sit on the hillside, cleaning your spear. You're exhausted, you're wounded, but you're proud. You showed the world that technology isn't everything, that a people united, disciplined, and brave can stand against giants. However, the war isn't over. The British burn your capital, Ulundi. They capture your king. The Zulu kingdom is dismantled. You return to your village, but life has changed. You are now a subject of the crown. Survival now means adapting to a new kind of rule. You have to pay hut taxes in British coin, which means you have to work for the British. You go from warrior to labourer. It is a bitter pill. But you keep the stories. You tell your children about the day the sun went dark at Isandlwana. There was a partial solar eclipse during the battle. You tell them about the horn of the buffalo. You plant the seed of resistance that will grow for generations, eventually blossoming into the struggle against apartheid. Let the veld fade. Let the chanting die down. We are moving to a place where the war is silent, but just as deadly. The year is 1910. You're in Macon, Georgia. Congratulations. You're a sharecropper. This is slavery by another name. Debt peonage. You live in a shack on land that belongs to a white planter. He provides the seed, the tools, the mule. You provide the labour. At the end of the year, you split the harvest. It sounds fair on paper, but the math is rigged. You buy your food and clothes from the planter's store on credit. The prices are inflated. The interest rates are usurious. When harvest time comes, the planter settles up. He looks at his ledger. Well, looks like you had a good crop, he says. But after you pay for the seed, the mule rental, the food, the medicine, you still owe me $50. You can't leave. Leaving while owing a debt is a crime. The sheriff will arrest you and you'll end up on a chain gang, remember the mine. So you sign a contract for another year, and another, and another. You wake up before the sun. You work until you can't see your hand in front of your face. Your whole family works. Your children miss school to pick cotton. Their hands are pricked and bleeding from the bowls. Survival here is about the garden, the truck patch, the small plot of land behind your shack where you grow vegetables for yourself. Collard greens, okra, sweet potatoes, black-eyed peas. This is the only food you don't have to buy on credit. It is your lifeline. You raise chickens. You go fishing in the creek on Sundays. You hunt possum and raccoon. You learn to make a meal out of nothing, making a way out of no way. You find joy in the church. Sunday morning is the only time you feel like a person. You put on your clean clothes. You sing. The preacher talks about Moses leading his people out of Egypt. You know he's talking about you, but you're also plotting. You hear whispers about jobs in the north, factories in Detroit, steel mills in Pittsburgh. They pay cash. They don't have ledgers. One night you make a decision. You pack your meagre belongings. You don't tell the planter. You don't tell the neighbours. You wait for a moonless night. You walk to the train station, but not the one in town. You walk 10 miles to the next depot where they don't know you. You buy a ticket with the few dollars you've hidden in a tin can under the floorboards. You get on the train. You sit in the segregated car. As the train pulls away, you watch the fields of cotton disappear. You're leaving behind the debt. You're leaving behind the Jim Crow laws. You're part of the Great Migration. You arrive in Chicago. It is cold. It is crowded. But you have a job. You get a paycheck every Friday. You can buy whatever you want. You're still poor, but you aren't owned. Survival here was about the long game. It was about enduring the exploitation until you could find the crack in the wall and slip through. Let the train whistle blow. Let the cotton fields recede. We are going to a place of intellect and innovation. The year is 1940. You're in Washington, D.C. Congratulations. You are a human computer. You're working for the precursor to NASA. You are a black woman with a degree in mathematics. You are brilliant. You can calculate trajectories for aircraft, analyze wind tunnel data, solve differential equations in your head. But you work in a segregated office. The West Area computers. You have a sign on your table, coloured computers. You have to walk half a mile to use the coloured bathroom. You can't eat in the cafeteria with the white engineers. The work is gruelling. You're doing the math that will help win World War II. You're calculating drag coefficients, lift ratios. Your eyes strain from reading tiny numbers on slide rules and spreadsheets. One mistake could mean a plane crash. One mistake could cost lives. You're constantly underestimated. The white male engineers treat you like a secretary. They hand you their rough work and expect you to clean it up. But you do more than that. You find their errors. You improve their designs. You ask questions they hadn't thought of. You have to be perfect. You have to be twice as good to get half as far. That is the mantra. Survival here is about excellence. It is about making yourself indispensable. It is about forcing them to respect your mind even if they don't respect your humanity. You navigate the politics of the office. You learn which white supervisors are fair and which ones are bigots. You build a network of support with the other black women. You share lunch, you carpool, you help each other with childcare. And then the space race begins. The stakes get higher. They need you. They need your brain to put a man in orbit. John Glenn says, get the girl to check the numbers. He means Katherine Johnson. He trusts her math more than the new electronic computers. You do the math. You calculate the trajectory. The rocket launches. It orbits the Earth. It comes back safely. You watch it on a black and white TV. You know that without you, it wouldn't have happened. You don't get the parade. You don't get the magazine cover. But you know. Survival here meant breaking the glass ceiling with a slide rule. It meant proving that intelligence has no colour. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the warrior, the sharecropper, the mathematician. They all fought wars, one with a spear, one with a plough, one with a pencil. They all faced systems designed to crush them. The British Empire, the sharecropping system, Jim Crow segregation, and they all found a way to win. Not always a total victory, not always a happy ending, but a survival, a continuation. The spear is broken, but the story remains. The debt is unpaid, but the family moved north. The name was left off the report, but the rocket flew. Sleep now. The numbers add up. The harvest is in. The battle is over. We are moving now, leaving the hum of the calculations and the roar of rockets behind. The air changes. It becomes thick with salt and humidity. The ground beneath us shifts from the solid floors of NASA to something much more unstable, the deck of a ship. But this isn't a whaling vessel or a slaver. This is a ship of war. The year is 1813. You are on Lake Erie. Congratulations. You're a sailor in the United States Navy during the War of 1812. And you are black. This might surprise you. History books often paint this war as a conflict between white men in powdered wigs. But look around the deck. Nearly 1 in 5 sailors here looks like you. The Navy is one of the few places in America where a black man can serve alongside white men, eat the same food, and receive equal pay, mostly. The sea is a pragmatic place. It doesn't care about race. It cares about keeping the ship afloat. You're on the USS Lawrence, the flagship of Commodore Oliver Hazard Perry. The British fleet is on the horizon, a line of white sails against the grey sky. The battle begins at noon. It is chaos. The British have long guns that can hit you from a mile away. Your ship has carronades, short, heavy guns that require you to get close. Too close. You're a powder monkey. Your job is to run gunpowder from the magazine deep in the ship up to the gun deck. It is terrifying. You're carrying explosive charges in a canvas bag while cannonballs smash through the hull around you. Splinters the size of spears fly through the air. Men are screaming. The deck is slick with blood. You run. You hand the powder to the gun crew. They ram it down the muzzle. Boom. The gun recoils, a massive iron beast jumping back on its carriage. The smoke is thick, choking, smelling of sulphur. The Lawrence is taking a beating. The British are pounding it to pieces. The rigging falls. The masts are shattered. Most of the crew is dead or wounded. Perry makes a desperate decision. He's going to transfer his flag to another ship, the Niagara, which is still fresh. You help row the small boat through the hail of gunfire. Perry stands in the stern holding his banner, "Don't give up the ship." It is a suicidal manoeuvre. Musket balls splash in the water around you, but you pull. Your muscles scream. You reach the Niagara. Perry takes command. He sails straight into the British line, unleashing a broadside that cripples their fleet. The British surrender. You survive the battle. But the war isn't the only threat. Life at sea is brutal. The food is hardtack, again, and salt beef that has been in a barrel for years. The water is stale. Scurvy makes your gums bleed. Discipline is harsh. The cat o' nine tails is used for minor infractions. But you have status. You are a veteran. When you walk the streets of Philadelphia or Baltimore after the war, you wear your uniform. People might look at you sideways, but they see the buttons. They know you fought. However, the freedom you fought for is elusive. As the decades pass, the Navy becomes more segregated. The opportunities shrink. By the Civil War, black sailors are often relegated to messmen and cooks. The equality of the gun deck is forgotten. But you were there. You helped save the Great Lakes. You helped forge a nation that hasn't quite decided if it wants you. Let the smoke of the naval battle clear. We are going to land again, but not to a farm or a city. We are going to the wilderness of the mind. The year is 1930. You're in a library in New York City, the 135th Street branch. Congratulations, you're an archivist. But not just any archivist. You are Arturo Schomburg. You are Puerto Rican of African descent. When you were a child, a teacher told you that black people had no history, no culture, no achievements. That lie sparked a fire in your belly that never went out. You have spent your life hunting for proof. You're a detective of history. You scour bookstores, attics, and private collections. You spend every penny you earn on books, pamphlets, and manuscripts. You find letters written by Toussaint Louverture, the leader of the Haitian Revolution. You find the poetry of Phyllis Wheatley, an enslaved girl who amazed George Washington. You find the astronomical almanacs of Benjamin Banneker, who helped survey Washington, D.C. You amass a collection of over 10,000 items. It is a treasure trove. It proves that black history didn't start with slavery. It proves that African people have been artists, scientists, and kings. But preservation is a struggle. Books are fragile. Paper turns to dust. You have to fight against moisture, insects, and indifference. You have to convince institutions that this material is worth saving. You donate your collection to the New York Public Library. It becomes the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. It is a beacon. Scholars come from all over the world. Artists like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston use your archives to fuel the Harlem Renaissance. Survival here meant fighting erasure. It meant proving your existence to a world that wanted to forget you. It meant building a fortress of paper and ink that could withstand the lies of history. You sit in the reading room. It is quiet. The smell of old paper is comforting. You pick up a book. It is rare, bound in leather. You open it. You're saving the past so the future can have a foundation. Let the library fade. The quiet turns into a low mechanical hum. We're going to a factory floor, but not just any factory. The year is 1942. You're in Detroit, Michigan. Congratulations. You are a Rosie the Riveter, but you're a black Rosie. The war is raging, the men are gone, the factories need workers, but when you apply, they turn you away. We aren't hiring coloured women, they say. You don't accept that. You organise. You protest. You write letters to the president. Finally, Executive Order 8802 is signed, banning discrimination in defence industries. The doors crack open. You get a job at the Ford Willow Run plant. You are building B-24 Liberator bombers. The factory is enormous. It is a city of steel and noise. The air smells of welding fumes and machine oil. It is hot. You wear a bandana to keep your hair out of the machinery. You wear coveralls. Your job is riveting. You hold a heavy pneumatic gun. It vibrates violently. You have to drive rivets into the aluminum skin of the plane. It requires strength and precision. If you mess up, the plane could fall apart in the sky. You work alongside white women. At first, it is tense. They look at you with suspicion. They refuse to share the bathroom. But the work brings you together. You rely on each other. You realize you're both tired, both worried about your husbands and brothers overseas. You're earning good money for the first time in your life. You can afford a decent apartment. You can buy war bonds. You feel a sense of purpose. You're building the arsenal of democracy. But the struggle continues. You face discrimination in housing. The Sojourner Truth Housing Project riot happens right in your city. White mobs attacking black families trying to move into new homes. You have to walk through a gauntlet of hate just to get to your front door. Survival here is about claiming your space. It is about proving that you can build the machines of war just as well as anyone else. It is about economic independence. The war ends. The men come back. You are fired. Thank you for your service. Now go back to the kitchen. But you don't go back to being the same person. You have tasted independence. You have skills. You have power. You join the NACP. You fight for civil rights. You become the backbone of the movement that will change America in the 1950s and 60s. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the sailor, the archivist, the riveter. They all faced walls. The wall of British cannon fire, the wall of historical erasure, the wall of segregation, and they all found a way through, over, or around. The sailor held the line. The archivist saved the truth. The riveter built the future. You're safe in your bed. The world is quiet, but you can hear them. The creak of the ship, the rustle of the page, the hum of the factory. They are the sounds of survival. They are the sounds of you. Sleep now. The archives are safe. The ship is in harbour. The plane is flying. The roar of the factory fades, replaced by a rhythmic, hypnotic clatter. Clack, 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 clack. It is a sound that lulls you. A heartbeat of steel on steel. The year is 1925. You are on the 20th Century Limited. A train racing through the night from Chicago to New York. Congratulations. You're a Pullman porter. You're wearing a pristine white jacket and a cap with a shiny black brim. Your shoes are polished to a mirror shine. To the passengers, you're invisible. Or worse, you're a caricature. They call you George. It doesn't matter that your name is Thomas or William or Marcus. To them, you're named after George Pullman, the man who built the sleeping cars. You're property of the company, but you know exactly who you are. You're the most sophisticated traveller in America. Your shift started 3 days ago. You haven't slept more than 2 hours at a stretch since then. You sleep on a cot in the smoking car, or upright on a stool in the hallway, listening for the bell. Ding! Room 4 needs a glass of water. Ding! Room 7 needs their shoes shined. You move through the swaying train with the grace of a dancer. You have to. The corridors are narrow and the train lurches violently around curves. If you spill a drink, it comes out of your pay. If you drop a tray, you could be fired. Your job is customer service, but it is also engineering. At night, you transform the coach cars into sleeping berths. It is a mechanical puzzle. You pull down the upper bunks, unlock the seats to slide them flat, snap the mattresses into place, hang the heavy velvet curtains. You do this for 20 beds in 30 minutes. It is a workout. Your back aches, your arms burn, but you don't sweat. You can't sweat. You have to look crisp. The air in the car smells of stale cigar smoke, wool upholstery, and the faint metallic scent of the rails. But there is a secret life here. You are part of a network, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. It is the first black labour union in America, led by A. Philip Randolph. Organising it is dangerous. If the company finds a union card in your pocket, you are blacklisted. You will never work on the rails again. So you whisper. You pass information in the linen closet. You signal to porters on other trains as they pass in the sidings. And you are a smuggler. Not of drugs or guns, but of news. You carry the Chicago Defender and the Pittsburgh Courier, black newspapers that tell the truth about lynchings in the South and job opportunities in the North. These papers are banned in many southern towns. White sheriffs will arrest anyone caught distributing them. So you hide them. You fold them inside the glossy magazines you leave for passengers. You drop bundles off at rural depots in Mississippi and Georgia in the dead of night. You are the internet of the black community before the internet existed. You are connecting the North and the South, spreading the word of the Great Migration. You step out onto the vestibule between cars to catch a breath of fresh air. The wind rushes past at 60 miles an hour. It is cold and smells of coal smoke from the locomotive. You look out at the passing darkness. Farmhouses flicker by like fireflies. You are tired. Your feet are swollen inside your polished shoes. Your smile is a mask that hurts your face. But you feel powerful. You are moving. You are connected. You are building a middle class for your people, one tip at a time. Survival here is about dignity. It is about maintaining your self-respect when the world tries to strip it away. It is about serving the passengers while secretly serving a higher cause. Let the train whistle blow, a lonely sound in the night. We are leaving the rails now. We're going back, way back, to a place where the ship is an animal and the ocean is made of sand. The year is 1324. You're in the Sahara Desert. Congratulations. You're part of the caravan of Mansa Musa, the Emperor of Mali. You're not the Emperor. You're a guard, or perhaps a camel driver. You're in the middle of the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. But this isn't just a religious journey. It is the largest movement of wealth in human history. You look around. The caravan stretches as far as the eye can see. 60,000 people. Soldiers, heralds, merchants, slaves, and camels. Thousands of camels. Each one is carrying hundreds of pounds of pure gold dust. The heat is a physical weight. It presses down on you from a white-hot sky. The sand reflects the sun, blinding you. You wrap your tegelmust, the indigo-dyed veil, around your face, leaving only a slit for your eyes. The cloth smells of indigo dye and sweat. It protects you from the sun and the wind-blown sand that can strip skin from bone during a storm. Water is more precious than the gold you're guarding. You drink from goatskin bags. The water is warm and tastes of leather, but but it keeps you alive. You ration it carefully. You know the distance to the next oasis down to the steppe. If you miss the well, everyone dies. Survival here is about logistics on a massive scale. How do you feed 60,000 people in a desert? You have scouts riding ahead, buying goats and grain from Bedouin tribes. You have a mobile city that sets up every night and breaks down every morning. You walk alongside the camels. They're grumpy, spitting creatures, but they are miracles of biology. They can go days without water. You learn to read their moods. If a camel refuses to stand, it might mean a storm is coming. The nights in the Sahara are freezing. The temperature drops 50 degrees as soon as the sun sets. You sleep on the sand, wrapped in wool blankets. The silence is absolute. There are no insects, no birds, just the wind hissing over the dunes. You look up at the stars. They are so bright they look like they're hanging just out of reach. You navigate by them. The same stars that guide sailors on the ocean guide you here. You reach Cairo. The arrival of Mansa Musa is like an atomic bomb of wealth. He gives away so much gold to the poor, to the mosques, to the officials, that he crashes the economy of Egypt. The value of gold plummets for a decade because of this one visit. You watch the people of Cairo stare at your caravan. They have never seen wealth like this. They thought the lands south of the Sahara were primitive. You show them the truth. You come from a civilization of universities, of libraries, of complex trade networks. But the journey back is harder. The gold is gone. Supplies run low. Disease strikes the caravan. You have to cross the desert again. You survive by grit. By knowing how to find water in a dry wadi. By knowing how to treat a camel's blistered foot. By knowing that the desert does not forgive mistakes. You return to Timbuktu. You see the great mosques made of mud, brick and timber rising from the earth. You walk into the University of Sankore, where scholars are studying astronomy and mathematics. You realize that you are part of the center of the world. Survival here meant mastering the most hostile environment on Earth to build a bridge between civilizations. Let the desert wind fade. We are moving to a place that is wet, dark and tangled. A place where the map says unexplored. The year is 1835. You're in the Florida Everglades. Congratulations. You're a black Seminole. You're a descendant of runaways who fled the plantations of Georgia and the Carolinas generations ago. You were welcomed by the Seminole Indians. You live in free settlements. You wear Seminole clothing, colourful patchwork shirts, turbans adorned with feathers. You speak a mix of Creek, English and Spanish. But the United States Army is coming. They want the land, and they want to return you to slavery. This is the Second Seminole War. It is the Vietnam War of the 19th century. You are a guerrilla warrior. You cannot fight the army in open battle. They have cannons and lines of infantry. So you use the swamp. You lure them in. You hide in the sawgrass, which is tall enough to cover a man and sharp enough to slice skin. You cover yourself in mud to hide your scent and your skin. You wait. The soldiers are terrified of the Everglades. They faint from the heat. They get lost in the mangrove mazes. They are eaten by alligators. They die of malaria. You strike fast. A volley of rifle fire from the tree line, and then you vanish. You retreat to hammocks. Islands of high ground deep in the swamp where you have hidden your families and your crops. You grow kunti, a root that can be ground into flour. You hunt turtles and garfish. You know every channel, every dry path. You fight alongside the Seminole leader Osceola. You are his interpreter, his advisor, his brother-in-arms. The US generals are confused. They report back to Washington that the Negroes are the finest fighters they have ever faced. They offer you deals. Surrender and we will send you west, but you will be free. It is a tempting offer. The war has dragged on for years. Your children are hungry, but can you trust them? Some of you fight to the death. Some of you accept the deal and are moved to Oklahoma, walking the Trail of Tears alongside the indigenous nations, but you survived. You forced the United States government to negotiate with you. You remained free. As you drift to sleep, you feel the humidity of the swamp, the dry heat of the desert, the vibration of the train, the porter, the caravan guard, the maroon warrior. They all lived in in-between places, between stations, between oases, between dry land and deep water. They mastered the spaces that others feared. They teach us that survival is about adaptation. It is about taking the tools you have, a towel, a camel, a rifle, a newspaper, and using them to carve out a space for yourself in a world that wants to push you out. Sleep now, the train is on time, the caravan has reached the well, the hammock is hidden, you are safe. The humid air of the Everglades lifts, replaced by the sterile chemical scent of a laboratory. We are moving forward to the mid-20th century, but the struggle remains the same: to be seen, to be valued, and to survive against the odds. The year is 1943. You are in a hospital ward in Baltimore. Congratulations. You are Vivian Thomas. You're not a doctor. You have no medical degree. You wanted to go to college, but the Great Depression wiped out your savings. So you took a job as a janitor at Vanderbilt University, and eventually you became a lab assistant to Dr. Alfred Blaylock. Now you are at Johns Hopkins. You are wearing a white lab coat, but you enter through the back door. When you walk down the halls, the white doctors mistake you for cleaning staff. But inside the lab, you are the master. You're working on a problem that has killed thousands of children: blue baby syndrome. It is a heart defect that prevents blood from getting enough oxygen. The babies turn blue and die. The medical world says it is inoperable. You think otherwise. You spend your days designing surgical instruments. The ones that exist are too big for a baby's heart, so you modify clamps, you grind down needles. You practice the surgery on dogs, hundreds of them. You learn the anatomy of the heart better than any surgeon alive. You stand over the operating table in the animal lab. Your hands are steady. You're stitching blood. Vessels the size of angel hair pasta. Dr. Blaylock watches you. He relies on you. He cannot do this without you. Then comes the day of the first human surgery. A baby girl named Eileen Saxon. She is dying. You're not allowed to operate. You are black. You cannot touch a white patient. So you stand on a stool behind Dr. Blaylock's shoulder. You guide him. Go left, doctor. Tighten that suture. Watch the artery. You are the brain. He is the hands. The tension in the operating room is palpable. The other doctors and nurses are watching history being made, but they don't see you. You are a shadow in the corner. The clamps come off. The baby turns pink. She lives. It is a medical miracle. Dr. Blaylock becomes famous. He travels the world giving speeches. You stay in the lab. You train the residents. You teach the next generation of heart surgeons how to cut, how to stitch, how to save lives. But you are paid a janitor's wage. Survival here is about swallowing your pride. It is about knowing your worth even when the world refuses to acknowledge it. It is about the quiet satisfaction of seeing a child walk out of the hospital because of a procedure you invented. Years later, decades later, they will hang your portrait in the lobby of Johns Hopkins next to Blaylock's. But for now, you take off your lab coat, put on your street clothes, and take the segregated bus home. Let the hospital fade. The antiseptic smell is replaced by the scent of ozone and burning rubber. We're going to the track. The year is 1936. You are in Berlin, Germany. Congratulations. You are Jesse Owens. You are standing in the Olympic Stadium. It is a colossal structure of stone draped in swastika banners. Adolf Hitler is in the stands. He has declared that these games will prove the superiority of the Aryan race. You are the counter-argument. You walk out onto the track. The crowd is massive. 100,000 people. You can feel their eyes on you. Some are hostile, some are curious. But the pressure isn't just from the Germans. It's from home. You are representing a country that treats you as a second-class citizen. You had to ride the freight elevator at the Waldorf Astoria in New York to attend a reception in your honour before you left. You dig your starting holes in the cinder track with a small trowel. You shake out your legs. You focus. The gun goes off. You explode from the blocks. For the next 10.3 seconds, nothing matters but speed. Not Hitler, not Jim Crow, not the history of slavery. Just the rhythm of your stride. You cross the line. Gold. You do it again in the 200 metres. Gold. In the long jump. Gold. In the relay. Gold. 4 gold medals. You have single-handedly dismantled the myth of Aryan supremacy on the world stage. But survival happens after the race. You go back to the Olympic Village. You are a hero. But when you return to America, there is no invitation to the White House. President Roosevelt doesn't send a telegram. He needs the Southern vote. And he won't risk alienating white supremacists by honouring a black athlete. You have to make a living. You race horses for money. You work as a gas station attendant. You're the fastest man alive, and you're struggling to pay rent. Survival here meant realising that glory is fleeting, but dignity is permanent. You never let them see you bitter. You carry yourself with the same grace on the gas pump island as you did on the podium. Let the roar of the Berlin crowd fade. We're going to a place of quiet intensity, a place of strategy and shadows. The year is 1791. You're in Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti. Congratulations, you are Toussaint Louverture. You were born a slave, but you're now a free man. You're a coachman, a veterinarian, a man of some standing. But the island is burning. The enslaved people of the sugar plantations have risen up. They are burning the cane fields. They are killing the masters. It is the beginning of the only successful slave revolution in history. You join the fight. But you're not just a rebel. You're a general. You read Caesar and Machiavelli. You understand geopolitics. You are fighting the French, then the Spanish, then the British, then the French again. You play the empires against each other like chess pieces. You turn a ragtag army of field hands into a disciplined military force. You use the terrain. You lure the Europeans into the mountains where their heavy wool uniforms and lack of immunity to yellow fever decimate them. You write a constitution. You declare yourself Governor-General for life. You abolish slavery forever on the island. But Napoleon Bonaparte wants his colony back. He sends a massive fleet. You're captured, tricked into a meeting under a flag of truce. They put you on a ship to France. You die in a cold prison cell in the Jura Mountains, far from the warmth of the Caribbean. You die of pneumonia and neglect. But you won. Your lieutenants continue the fight. They defeat Napoleon's army. In 1804, Haiti declares independence. It is the first black republic in the world. Survival here wasn't personal, it was national. You sacrificed your life to birth a country. You proved that the Enlightenment ideals of liberty, equality, fraternity belong to everyone, not just white Europeans. Let the mountains of Haiti fade. We're going to a place of dust and wind, but with a different kind of freedom. The year is 1910. You're in Allensworth, California. Congratulations. You're a pioneer in the first town in California founded, financed, and governed by African Americans. You're Colonel Allen Allensworth. You were born a slave in Kentucky. You learned to read in secret. You served in the Navy during the Civil War. You became a chaplain in the Army, rising to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, the highest-ranking black officer of your time. You retire, but you have one more mission. You want to build a sanctuary, a place where black people can live without the daily stress of racism. A place where black excellence is the norm. You find land in the San Joaquin Valley. It is dry, dusty, and cheap. You buy it. You advertise in black newspapers across the country. Come to Allensworth. Build a future. People come. Former soldiers, teachers, farmers. You build a town, a school, a library, a church, a hotel. You plant alfalfa, sugar beets, cotton. The water is the problem. The Pacific Farming Company, which sold you the land, promised abundant water, but the wells are drying up. The water table is dropping because white farmers upstream are diverting the flow. And then the railroad. The Santa Fe Railroad refuses to build a depot at Allensworth, forcing residents to carry their goods to a white town miles away. It is economic warfare, but you fight back. You dig deeper wells. You start a voting bloc. You turn Allensworth into a cultural hub. Survival here was about self-determination. It was about the dream of autonomy. The town eventually declines after your death. A tragic accident involving a motorcycle and the continued water crisis. But for a few glorious decades, it was a city on a hill. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the surgeon, the sprinter, the general, the town builder. They were all architects. Architects of bodies, of moments, of nations, of communities. They faced systems that said, you cannot exist here, and they said, watch me. The hospital's quiet, the stadium is empty, the island is free, the town is a memory, but the blueprints remain. They are in the way we think about medicine, sports, freedom, and community today. Sleep now. The surgery is a success. The race is won. The republic stands. The quiet of Allensworth fades into the sound of a gavel striking wood. The dust of the California Valley is replaced by the polished mahogany and leather scent of a courtroom. The year is 1857. You're in St. Louis, Missouri. Congratulations. You're Dred Scott. You're sitting in a federal courthouse. You're not a lawyer. You're the plaintiff. But in the eyes of the law, you are property. You're suing for your freedom. You have lived with your owner, an army surgeon in Illinois and the Wisconsin Territory, places where slavery is illegal. The law says that once a slave resides on free soil, they become free. Once free, always free. You have been fighting this battle for 11 years. 11 years of legal briefs, appeals, and waiting. You have watched your daughters grow up in the shadow of this case. You are doing this for them. So they won't be sold. The courtroom is packed. The air is thick with cigar smoke and tension. The judge reads the decision of the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roger Taney writes the words that will tear the country apart. He says that you're not a citizen, that no black person, enslaved or free, can ever be a citizen of the United States. He says that you have no rights which the white man is bound to respect. It is a devastating blow. It erases your humanity with a stroke of a pen. It declares that the Constitution does not apply to you. But you don't collapse. You sit straight. You look the judge in the eye. You have lost the case, but you have exposed the rot at the heart of the nation. Your name will become a rallying cry. It will push the country toward the civil war that will eventually end slavery. You are manumitted, freed, by the blowback of the case. The original owner's family buys you just to set you free because the publicity is too much. You work as a porter in a hotel for the last months of your life. You die a free man. Survival here was about using the master's tools, the law, against him. It was about forcing the country to look in the mirror. Let the courtroom fade. We're going to a place of sawdust and canvas, a place of spectacle. The year is 1912. You are travelling across America. Congratulations. You are the heavyweight boxing champion of the world. You are Jack Johnson. You are the Galveston Giant. You are huge, powerful, and unapologetically black. You knocked out the great white hope, Jim Jeffries, and sparked race riots across the country just by winning. You drive fast cars. You wear fur coats. You date white women. You refuse to be the humble Negro that society demands. You live loud. But there is a target on your back. The government wants to take you down. They can't beat you in the ring, so they try to beat you in the court. They use the Mann Act, a law designed to stop human trafficking, to arrest you for transporting your white girlfriend across state lines for immoral purposes. It is a sham trial. You are convicted. You flee the country. You live in exile in Europe, in Mexico. You fight in bull rings. You perform in vaudeville. You keep winning. But you are homesick. You eventually surrender to US authorities and serve a year in Leavenworth prison. Even in prison, you are a king. You act as the athletic director. You invent a new kind of wrench. You hold the patent. Survival here was about psychological warfare. It was about refusing to let them break your spirit. You forced America to deal with a black man who was stronger, richer, and more famous than his white counterparts. You paved the way for Ali, for Tyson, for every athlete who refused to shut up and dribble. Let the roar of the crowd fade. We're going to a place of quiet study, a place of stars. The year is 1750. You're in Maryland. Congratulations. You're Benjamin Banneker. You're a free black man living on a tobacco farm. But your mind is in the heavens. You're an astronomer, a mathematician, a surveyor. You have taught yourself everything. You borrowed books. You built a wooden clock that keeps perfect time for 50 years, having only seen a pocket watch once. You spend your nights lying in the fields, tracking the movement of the stars. You calculate eclipses. You predict the weather. You publish an almanac that farmers across the region rely on. You're hired to help survey the new capital city, Washington, D.C. But the head surveyor, Pierre L'Enfant, gets fired and takes the plans with him. The project is in chaos. You step forward. You have memorized the plans. You redraw the entire layout of the city from memory. The streets, the monuments, the Capitol building. Washington, D.C. exists because of your mind. You write a letter to Thomas Jefferson. You challenge him. You quote the Declaration of Independence back to him, all men are created equal, and point out the hypocrisy of his owning slaves. It is a bold, dangerous move. But Jefferson replies. He praises your intellect. Survival here was about intellectual defiance. It was about proving that a black man could master the sciences that Europeans claimed were their exclusive domain. It was about etching your genius into the map of the nation. Let the stars fade. We're going to a place of iron bars and cold concrete. The year is 1963. You are in Birmingham jail. Congratulations. You are Martin Luther King Jr. You are in solitary confinement. It is dark. It is lonely. You have no lawyer. You have no phone call. You read a newspaper that was smuggled in. 8 white clergymen have written an open letter calling your protests unwise and untimely. They tell you to wait. They tell you to let the courts handle it. You don't have any paper, so you start writing in the margins of the newspaper. Then on scraps of toilet paper, you write a letter back. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. You write about the stinging darts of segregation. You write about explaining to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't go to the amusement park advertised on TV. You write about the wait that almost always means never. Your words flow like a river. They are angry but controlled. They are philosophical but urgent. You're turning a jail cell into a pulpit. Survival here was about transforming isolation into connection. It was about using the very walls they built to confine you as a sounding board for your message. The letter from Birmingham jail becomes one of the most important documents in American history. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the plaintiff, the boxer, the astronomer, the preacher. They all used what they had. The law, the fist, the mind, the pen. They all refused to accept the limits placed on them. You are safe in your bed, but their legacy surrounds you. It is in the laws that protect you. It is in the city you live in. It is in the sports you watch. It is in the moral conscience of your nation. Sleep now. The verdict is in. The fight is won. The stars are aligned. The letter is sent. The ink dries on the letter in the Birmingham jail. The scraps of paper smuggled out like precious gems. We are moving again, leaving the cell behind for something far more ancient, yet surprisingly advanced. The year is 1100 AD. You're standing in the dry heat of the Sahel, in what is now Mauritania. Congratulations. You're an architect in the city of Walata. You're not building skyscrapers. You're building something more vital. Cooling systems in a place where the sun can kill. The city is a masterpiece of mud and stone. The walls are painted with intricate geometric patterns, red, white and earth tones, called tarkas. But the beauty is functional. You're designing a house for a wealthy merchant. The challenge is the heat. It reaches 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, but inside your buildings, it is cool. How? It is all about airflow. You build thick walls of adobe brick which absorb the heat during the day and release it at night. You design small, high windows that let hot air escape while drawing cooler air in from the shaded courtyards below. The stack effect. You incorporate wind catchers, towers that trap the breeze and funnel it down into the living spaces. You place jars of water in the path of the wind so that evaporation cools the air further. It is ancient air conditioning, powered by physics and ingenuity. You're also a master of water conservation. You design cisterns to catch every drop of the rare desert rain. You create qanats, underground canals that bring water from distant aquifers without evaporation. The city of Walata is a hub of trade and scholarship, part of the Ghana Empire. You rub shoulders with scholars from Cairo and merchants from Timbuktu. You discuss astronomy, theology and mathematics. But survival here is precarious. The desert is always encroaching. Sandstorms can bury a city in a day. You have to constantly maintain the walls, replastering the mud after every season. It is a battle against entropy. The decline of the trans-Saharan trade routes eventually silences Walata. The gold moves elsewhere. The caravans stop coming, but the city remains, a testament to the ability to build comfort in the cauldron of the sun. Let the desert wind cool. We are moving to a place of deep forests and hidden trails. The year is 1851. You're in Christiana, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. You're a freedom fighter, and you are armed. This is not a peaceful protest. This is the Christiana resistance. The Fugitive Slave Act has just passed. It allows slave catchers to pursue runaways into free states and compels local citizens to help them. It is a declaration of war on black freedom. You are William Parker. You escaped slavery in Maryland years ago. You run a mutual protection society in Christiana. You have a signal network. When slave catchers are spotted, horns blow, bells ring. The community rallies. It is September 11th. A Maryland slave owner, Edward Gorsuch, arrives with a federal marshal and a posse. They are coming for 4 men who are hiding in your house. They demand you surrender the men. You refuse. I will not surrender them, you say from your window, and if you try to take them, you will have to walk over my dead body. The horn sounds. Neighbours come running, black men with muskets, white Quakers with pitchforks. The posse is surrounded. Gunfire erupts. Gorsuch falls dead. His son is wounded. The marshal and the posse flee. It is a victory, but it is also terrifying. You have killed a white man. You have defied the federal government. The president sends the Marines. They arrest everyone they can find, white and black. 38 men are charged with treason. You escape. You're hidden by friends. moved along the Underground Railroad to Canada. You spend the winter in Buxton, Ontario. The trial becomes a national sensation, but the jury refuses to convict. The government's case collapses. The resistance at Christiana becomes the first battle of the Civil War, a decade before Sumter. Survival here was about drawing a line in the sand. It was about saying, no further. It was about community defence. Let the sound of the musket fire fade. We're going to a place of rhythm and steel. The year's 1941. You're in a recording studio in New York. Congratulations. You're Sister Rosetta Tharpe. You're holding an electric guitar, a Gibson SG. You're wearing a gospel robe, but you're playing rock and roll before rock and roll has a name. You're a queer black woman in a world that doesn't know what to do with you. The church thinks your music is too secular. The clubs think it's too religious. You live in the tension. You pluck the strings. Your fingers are calloused. You shred. You distort the sound. You make the guitar scream and wail like a preacher. You're touring the South on a bus. It is dangerous. You can't stop at hotels. You sleep on the bus. You eat sardines out of a can. But when you get on stage, you are electric. You influence everyone. Chuck Berry, Elvis, Little Richard. They all watch you. They all steal your licks. Survival here is about authenticity. It is about refusing to fit into a box. It is about playing your truth so loud that they can't ignore you. Let the guitar feedback fade. We are going to a place of quiet dignity. The year is 1955. You're in the Mississippi Delta. Congratulations. You're Mose Wright. You're a sharecropper and a preacher. You're 64 years old. You have lived your whole life keeping your head down, saying yes sir to white men to stay alive. But then your nephew comes to visit from Chicago, Emmett Till. You know the story, the whistle, the kidnapping in the night, the body in the river. But this is your part of the story, the trial. You're called to testify. In a Mississippi courtroom packed with white men, with the murderers sitting right there, armed. No black man has ever stood up in a court in Mississippi and accused a white man of murder and lived. The prosecutor asks you to identify the men who took your nephew. You stand up. You point a finger work-hardened by decades of picking cotton. Thari, you say. It is a moment of supreme courage. You know they might kill you for this. You have already sent your wife away for safety. You are alone. The jury acquits them, of course. But you broke the silence. You look the monster in the eye. You leave Mississippi. You move to Chicago. You never go back. But that moment, the pointing finger, is etched in history. It is the spark that lights the modern civil rights movement. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the architect, the fighter, the musician, the witness. They all use different tools, mud bricks, muskets, guitars. The truth. They all face the heat of the sun, the heat of battle, the heat of the spotlight, the heat of hatred, and they all stood tall. Sleep now, the walls are cool, the trial is over, the music plays on, you're safe. The echoes of the courtroom fade into the steady thrum-thrum of a sewing machine. We are moving to a place of quiet industry, where the battle for dignity is fought with a needle and thread. The year is 1860. You're in Washington, D.C. Congratulations. You're Elizabeth Keckley. You were born enslaved in Virginia. You bought your own freedom for $1,200. Money you earned by sewing dresses for the wives of the men who enslaved you. Now you are the most sought-after dressmaker in the capital. You are standing in the White House. You are fitting a dress on the First Lady, Mary Todd Lincoln. The room is opulent, filled with velvet drapes and gold leaf mirrors, but the atmosphere is heavy with the impending war. Mary is anxious, volatile. She relies on you not just for fashion, but for emotional stability. You are her confidant. You listen to her fears while you pin silk and lace. You have a unique vantage point. You hear the secrets of the Union. You see the toll the war takes on the president. You walk through the halls of power, a free black woman who holds the trust of the most powerful family in the nation. But your life is a paradox. You are wealthy and respected, yet you cannot vote. You organize relief efforts for the contrabands, formerly enslaved people flooding into DC seeking freedom. You use your connections to raise money, to find them shelter and food. Your son George joins the Union Army. He is killed in battle. You grieve in silence while sewing mourning clothes for the First Lady, who has also lost a son. It is a shared sorrow that transcends race, if only for a moment. After the war, after Lincoln's assassination, Mary falls into debt and scandal. You write a memoir behind the scenes, trying to defend her, trying to tell your truth, but the public turns on you. They call it a betrayal of confidence. Your business collapses. You die in poverty, in a home for destitute women that you helped found. Survival here was about navigation, navigating the complex social codes of elite white society while maintaining your connection to your own community. It was about using your talent to buy your freedom and then using your freedom to help others. Let the rustle of silk fade. We are going to a place of iron and steam. The year is 1870. You're in Birmingham, Alabama. Congratulations. You're an iron puddler. This is one of the most skilled and dangerous jobs in the industrial world. You stand before a furnace heated to 3,000 degrees. Inside is molten pig iron. Your job is to stir it with a long iron rod, burning out the impurities until it becomes wrought iron. It requires immense strength and an expert eye. You have to know exactly when the iron is coming to nature, when it turns into a pasty ball that can be removed. If you pull it too soon, it's useless. Too late, it burns. The heat is unbearable. You wear heavy wool clothes to protect your skin from sparks, but you're soaked in sweat instantly. You drink gallons of water mixed with oatmeal to keep from dehydrating. Your eyes are constantly irritated by the glare and the fumes. But you are the aristocrat of labour. You earn high wages. You control the pace of the work. The mill owners can't replace you easily. You use this power. You help form unions. You strike for better conditions. You build a black middle class in the heart of the industrial South. Survival here was about mastery. Mastery over fire and metal. It was about turning the most brutal conditions into a source of pride and power. Let the furnace roar die down. We're going to a place of wide open sky and roaring engines. The year is 1921. You're in an airfield in Chicago. Congratulations. You're Bessie Coleman. You wanted to fly, but American flight schools wouldn't take you because you were black and a woman. So you learned French. You saved every penny from working as a manicurist. You went to France. You earned your international pilot's license, the first black person to do so. Now you are back. You are Queen Bess. You are a barnstormer. You fly a Jenny biplane. It is made of wood and fabric. It has no cockpit cover. You're exposed to the wind and the noise. You perform loops, barrel rolls, figure eights. You walk on the wings while the plane is in the air. You draw massive crowds, but you refuse to perform at segregated venues. If black people can't walk through the front gate, you don't fly. You force fairgrounds to integrate for a day just to see you. You dream of opening a flight school for black aviators. You want to give others the wings you had to fight for, but the danger is real. Your plane is old, prone to mechanical failure. In 1926, during a test flight, a wrench gets stuck in the controls. The plane flips. You fall. You didn't have a parachute. You didn't believe in them. You died falling from the sky you conquered. But your dream didn't die. The Bessie Coleman Aero Clubs spring up across the country. They train the pilots who will become the Tuskegee Airmen. Survival here was about defiance of gravity and prejudice. It was about soaring above the limits placed on you. Let the engine sputter out. We're going to a place of quiet study and legal strategy. The year is 1935. You're in a law library at Howard University. Congratulations. You are Charles Hamilton Houston. You are the man who killed Jim Crow. You're the dean of Howard Law School. You're training a generation of legal assassins. Thurgood Marshall is your student. You're a soldier, a veteran of WWI. You saw how black soldiers were treated in France versus how they were treated at home. You vowed to fight for equality. Your strategy is brilliant. You don't attack segregation head-on, not yet. You attack the equal part of separate but equal. You sue states that don't have law schools for black students. You force them to either build expensive new schools or integrate the white ones. You make segregation too expensive to maintain. You travel the South with a movie camera. You film the disparity between white schools and black schools. You document the leaky roofs, the lack of books, the overcrowding. You use this evidence in court. You work yourself to death. The stress, the travel, the constant battles. You die of a heart attack at 54. But you laid the groundwork. 4 years after your death, the Supreme Court rules in Brown versus Board of Education. Segregation is unconstitutional. Survival here was about intellectual warfare. It was about seeing the long game. It was about training the army that would win the war after you were gone. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the dressmaker, the iron puddler, the pilot, the lawyer. They were all makers. They made clothes. They made iron. They made flight. They made law. They took the raw materials of their lives, oppression, talent, ambition, and forged them into something that changed the world. Sleep now. The dress is finished. The iron is pure. The plane has landed. The case is won. The quiet scratching of the legal pen fades, replaced by the click of a revolver cylinder spinning. We are moving away from the courtroom and back into the wild, but this time, you aren't driving cattle. You are hunting men. The year is 1884. You are in the Indian Territory, modern-day Oklahoma. Congratulations. You are Bass Reeves. You are a deputy U.S. Marshal. You are the first black deputy to serve west of the Mississippi. You are a legend in your own time, though history will try to erase you. You're sitting by a campfire, but you aren't wearing a badge. You are dressed as a tramp. Your boots are worn through, your hat is battered, and you smell of 3 days on the road. This is your survival strategy. Disguise. You're tracking 2 outlaws who are hiding in a cabin deep in the brush. If you ride in with a star on your chest, they will shoot you from 100 yards out. So you walk in. You pretend to be a fugitive yourself. You knock on their door. You ask for water. You tell them a story about being on the run from the law. You speak their language. You share their food. You sleep on their floor. You lie there, eyes closed, listening to their breathing. You have handcuffs in your pocket. You have a Colt .45 tucked into your waistband under your rags. You wait until the moment is perfect. Maybe it's when they are eating breakfast. Maybe it's when they go to saddle their horses. You move faster than they can think. You draw your weapon. Hands up, you say. The tramp voice is gone. The voice of the law is back. They surrender. They are shocked. They never saw it coming. You march them back to Fort Smith, Arkansas. It is a 3-day journey. You walk behind them, vigilant. You have arrested over 3,000 felons in your career. You have killed only 14 men in self-defense. You prefer to bring them in alive. It pays better, and it proves a point. Survival here is about wit. It is about being an actor as much as a gunman. It is about knowing the terrain of the human mind as well as the terrain of the Badlands. You are the real Lone Ranger, but your mask is your ability to blend in. Let the campfire die down. We are moving to a place where the water is black and the danger is explosive. The year is 1863. You're on the Combahee River in South Carolina. Congratulations, you're on a raid with General Harriet Tubman. You're a Union soldier, part of the 2nd South Carolina Volunteers. You're on a steam-powered gunboat, the John Adams. The river is narrow, winding through rice plantations. It is night. Fog clings to the water. You're nervous. The river is mined. The Confederates have placed torpedoes, explosive barrels under the surface. If the ship hits one, you all die. But you have a secret weapon, Harriet. She's standing at the bow next to the captain. She has scouts, men who used to be enslaved on these very banks. They have crept through the marshes at night and marked where the torpedoes are. She guides the ship through the minefield like she is walking down a city street. Then the whistle blows. It is the signal. Chaos erupts, but it is a joyful chaos. From the banks, hundreds of enslaved people come running. They have heard the whistle. They know it means freedom. They are carrying everything they own. Bundles of clothes, chickens, pigs, children. They are wading into the water. Some are swimming. They are grabbing the sides of the boat. You reach down. You pull them up. Your arms burn from the effort. You pull a woman holding a set of iron pots. You pull a man carrying a squealing pig. You pull until the deck is packed so tight you can't move. Over 700 people are freed in a single night. It is the largest liberation of enslaved people in American history until the end of the war. Behind you, the plantations are burning. The mansions, the rice mills, the storehouses. Tubman ordered them torched. It is a strategic strike against the Confederate economy. You look at Harriet. She is small, wrapped in a simple coat. She doesn't look like a general, but she commands the respect of every man on this boat. Survival here was about intel. It was about knowing the river better than the people who claimed to own it. It was about turning the landscape of slavery into a highway of freedom. Let the steam whistle fade. We are going to a place of speed and adrenaline. The year is 1875. You are in Louisville, Kentucky. Congratulations. You are a jockey. You are Oliver Lewis. You are sitting atop a horse named Aristides. You are at the starting line of the very first Kentucky Derby. You are black. In fact, 13 of the 15 jockeys in this race are black. Horse racing is the most popular sport in America, and black athletes dominate it. You grew up in the stables. You know horses better than you know people. The bell rings. The gate opens. You are a part of the wind. You are crouched high over the horse's neck, your knees absorbing the shock of the gallop. You're moving at 40 miles per hour on a 1,000-pound animal. It is violent. The other jockeys are shouting. Whips are cracking. Mud kicks up into your face, blinding you. You have to trust the horse. You have to feel the rhythm of his stride. You hold back. You let the other horse, Volcano, set the pace. You wait. You feel Aristides wanting to run, wanting to chase. You hold him. Patience. Then, the home stretch. You loosen the reins. Go, you whisper. The horse surges. You fly past Volcano. The crowd is roaring. You cross the finish line. You have won the first derby. But survival in this sport is brutal. You have to starve yourself to make weight. You eat an orange and a piece of dry toast for dinner. You wrap yourself in wool blankets and sit in a sauna to sweat out water weight. You're constantly dehydrated, dizzy, and the racism is coming. As the money in horse racing grows, white jockeys want in. They start to box you out. They whip your horse during races. They crowd you into the rails. Owners stop hiring you. Within 20 years, black jockeys will be banned from the sport they built. But for this moment, in the winner's circle, with the roses around your horse's neck, you are the king of the track. Survival here was about balance. Balancing on a moving animal. Balancing your weight. Balancing your ambition against a world that wanted to push you off. Let the cheers fade. We're going to a place of stone and altitude. The year is 1810. You are in Haiti. You are on a mountaintop called Bonnet à l'Évêque. Congratulations. You are building the Citadelle La Ferrière. You are free, but you are afraid. The French might come back. Napoleon might send another fleet. So King Henri Christophe has ordered a fortress to be built. The largest in the Western Hemisphere. You're hauling a cannon. A bronze cannon that weighs 4 tons. You're dragging it up a goat path 3,000 feet above sea level. There are no cranes. There are no trucks. There is only muscle and ropes. You and 50 other men are pulling. You sing to keep the rhythm. Pull, step. Pull, step. The heat is intense. The jungle steam rises around you. But you don't stop. This fortress is your insurance policy. The walls are 13 feet thick. The mortar is mixed with the blood of bulls and molasses to make it stronger. You are mixing it with your bare hands. You stack the cannonballs, 50,000 of them. You build cisterns to hold water for a year-long siege. You build a palace inside the walls for the king. The work is grueling. People die from exhaustion, but you keep building. Because down below, in the blue water of the Caribbean, you can see the horizon. And if a French sail appears, you want to be ready. The fortress is never attacked. Its mere existence is enough. It stands there, a stone giant in the clouds, saying to the world, "We will not be enslaved again." Survival here was about monumental effort. It was about moving mountains to protect your freedom. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the marshal, the scout, the jockey, the builder. They all navigated dangerous terrain. The outlaw's hideout, the mined river, the muddy track, the steep mountain. They use disguise, intelligence, speed, and strength. You are safe in your bed. The night is calm, but the fortress still stands on the mountain. The derby is still run. The river still flows. The history is alive. It is holding you up. Sleep now. The outlaws are caught. The river is crossed. The race is won. The walls are strong. The mountain air of Haiti thins out, replaced by the thick, oily scent of a garage. We are moving to the mid-20th century, to a place where speed isn't about horses, but about horsepower. The year is 1923. You're in Indianapolis, Indiana. Congratulations. You're an automotive engineer, but you're also a visionary. You are C.R. Patterson. You started as a blacksmith escaping slavery in Virginia to build carriages in Ohio. But you saw the future coming. You saw the horse fading away. So you pivoted. You retooled your factory. You started building cars. The Patterson Greenfield. You're standing on the factory floor. It is noisy. The clang of metal on metal. The hiss of welding torches. You're inspecting a chassis. It has to be perfect. You are competing with Henry Ford. You are competing with giants. And you are black. You can't get loans from the banks. Suppliers hesitate to sell to you. So you innovate. You build a car that is better, stronger, more reliable. You market it to doctors and travelling salesmen. People who need a vehicle that won't break down on a muddy road. Survival here is about adaptation. It is about seeing the curve in the road before anyone else. It is about building a legacy of steel and rubber that says we belong in the future too. But the Great Depression is coming. The big manufacturers can weather the storm. You cannot. You have to pivot again. You stop making cars and start making buses and trucks. You keep the factory open. You keep your workers paid. You die knowing that you built the only black-owned automobile company in history. Your cars are on the road, driving families to church, driving doctors to patients. They are rolling monuments to your refusal to be obsolete. Let the engine idle. We're going to a place of snow and silence. The year is 1900. You're in the Yukon Territory. Congratulations. You're a buffalo soldier again, but this time you aren't fighting Apaches. You aren't riding a bicycle. You're keeping the peace in the Klondike Gold Rush. You're stationed in Skagway, Alaska. It is a lawless boomtown. It is cold. So cold that your breath freezes on your mustache. You're part of Company L of the 24th Infantry. You're here because the white miners are rioting. They're fighting over claims, over gold, over whiskey. The local police are corrupt or overwhelmed. So the government sent you. You patrol the streets. You are wrapped in buffalo coats. You carry a Krag-Jurgensen rifle. The miners look at you with a mix of fear and respect. They have never seen black men in uniform up here. You don't just police the town, you build the infrastructure. You string telegraph lines through the frozen wilderness. You build roads over mountain passes where avalanches bury men alive. You're also a firefighter. When Skagway burns, and it burns often because the buildings are wood and the heaters are coal, you are the bucket brigade. You save the town that doesn't want you there. Survival here is about discipline in the face of chaos. It is about being the adult in the room when everyone else has gold fever. It is about enduring the long, dark winter nights when the sun doesn't rise for weeks. You leave Alaska when the gold rush fades, but you left a mark. You brought order to the edge of the world. Let the snow fall. We are going to a place of heat and rhythm, but not jazz. This is the rhythm of the drum. The year is 1739. You are near the Stono River in South Carolina. Congratulations. You are Jemmy. You are a leader. You are from the Kingdom of Congo. You are a soldier before you were stolen. You know how to fight. You know how to lead. It is Sunday. The white masters are at church. It is the perfect time. You gather a group of men. You raid a store. You take guns and powder. You start marching south. You are heading for Florida. The Spanish have promised freedom to any enslaved person who makes it to St. Augustine. You beat the drums. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. It is a signal. Other enslaved people hear it. They drop their hoes. They run to join you. Your army grows. 20 men. 50 men. 100. You're fighting a running battle. The militia is chasing you. You stop in a field to rest, to dance, to celebrate your freedom. It is a mistake. The militia catches up. They have horses. They have more guns. The battle is fierce. You fight with the desperation of men who know that capture means death. You fight with the skill of a Congo warrior. Many of you die. Some escape into the woods. You're likely killed. But the Stono Rebellion terrifies the South. It forces them to pass the Negro Act of 1740, restricting assembly, education, and movement. It proves that the system of slavery is fragile. It proves that you are not property. You are prisoners of war. Survival here wasn't about living to old age. It was about living free for one glorious afternoon. It was about striking a blow that would be remembered for centuries. Let the drumbeat fade. We are going to a place of quiet, focused work. The year is 1916. You're in Cleveland, Ohio. Congratulations. You're Garrett Morgan. You're an inventor. You're trapped in a tunnel. An explosion has rocked the Cleveland Waterworks tunnel under Lake Erie. Workers are trapped. The smoke is toxic. The rescuers who went in have died. You grab your invention, the safety hood. It looks like a canvas bag with tubes and a wet sponge. It filters out smoke and gas. You put it on. You grab your brother. You go into the tunnel. The smoke is thick. You can't see, but you can breathe. You find the survivors. You drag them out one by one. You save lives. The newspapers report the rescue, but they don't mention your name. They don't mention that a black man invented the gas mask that will save thousands of soldiers in WWI. They call you a coloured man. It hurts, but you don't stop. You invent the traffic light. You invent hair-straightening products. You become wealthy. You start a newspaper. Survival here was about ingenuity. It was about solving problems that others couldn't. It was about saving the people who wouldn't shake your hand. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the car maker, the soldier in the snow, the rebel leader, the inventor. They all face different landscapes, the factory, the tundra, the battlefield, the tunnel. They all use their skills to navigate a hostile world. You're safe in your bed. The night is calm, but the car is still running. The telegraph line is still humming. The drum is still beating. The light is still changing from red to green. The history is alive. It is holding you up. Sleep now. The road is paved. The gold is safe. The rebellion is recorded. The air is clear. The smoke from the Cleveland Tunnel clears, leaving only the faint scent of lake water and ozone. We are moving again, leaving the city for the open water, but not the ocean this time. We're on a river, wide and muddy, the artery of a continent. The year is 1838. You are on the Mississippi River. Congratulations. You're a steamboat pilot, but you are enslaved. This is a paradox that defined the antebellum South. The pilot is the most powerful man on the boat. He knows the river, the shifting sandbars, the hidden snags, the currents that can smash a hull in seconds. The captain gives the orders, but the pilot steers the ship. You are standing at the wheel of a massive paddle wheeler. The steam whistle screams. The engines throb beneath your feet, shaking the deck. You are responsible for the lives of hundreds of passengers and tons of cargo. You have memorized every bend of the river from St. Louis to New Orleans. You know how the water looks when it's deep and safe, blue, and when it's shallow and deadly, brown ripples. You know how to read the boils, the swirling eddies that indicate an obstruction underwater. You're enslaved, yet you earn a wage, sometimes split with your owner, sometimes kept in secret. You travel freely. You meet people from the north. You hear whispers of abolition, but the river is treacherous. Boilers explode frequently, scalding men to death in an instant. Collisions happen in the fog. Fires sweep through the wooden decks. One night you make a decision. You are docked in Cincinnati, a border city. The river is the line between slavery and freedom. You wait until the ship is quiet. The captain is asleep. The crew is in the galley. You slip over the side. The water is cold. You swim for the Ohio shore. You don't look back. You leave the wheel, the steam, the power. You trade the prestige of the pilot house for the uncertainty of freedom. You survive by becoming a conductor on the Underground Railroad. You use your knowledge of the river to help others cross. You're no longer steering a steamboat, you are steering souls. Survival here was about mastering the very thing that enslaved you, the economic engine of the South, and using that mastery to escape it. Let the paddle wheel churn fade. We are going to a place of wind and wire. The year is 1935. You're in Ethiopia. Congratulations, you're a pilot. But you aren't American. You're John Robinson, the Brown Condor. You are from Mississippi. You were inspired by Bessie Coleman. You wanted to fly, but flight schools in the US rejected you, so you built your own plane. You taught yourself. Then you went to the Tuskegee Institute to teach others, but now Italy is invading Ethiopia. Mussolini wants an empire. He has bombers, tanks, and poison gas. Ethiopia has spears and old rifles. You volunteer. The Emperor Haile Selassie makes you the commander of the Ethiopian Air Force. It sounds grand. But the Air Force is a handful of old biplanes. They are unarmed. They are falling apart. You fly reconnaissance missions. You fly through clouds of mustard gas that the Italians are spraying from the air. The gas blisters your skin. It blinds you. But you keep flying. You're unarmed, but you're dangerous. You spot the Italian columns. You drop messages to the Ethiopian troops on the ground. You ferry dignitaries. You're the eyes of the resistance. You're shot at constantly. Your plane is riddled with bullet holes. You patch them with fabric and dope. You witness the horrors of modern war. Villages burned, civilians gassed. You tell the world. You give interviews to the international press. You become a symbol of black resistance against fascism. When Ethiopia falls, you return to America. You return to the Tuskegee Institute. You train the pilots who will become the Tuskegee Airmen. You teach them what you learned in the skies over Africa. That a plane doesn't care about the colour of your skin, only the steadiness of your hand. Survival here was about global solidarity. It was about seeing a fight for freedom on the other side of the world and making it your own. Let the biplane engines sputter out. We're going to a place of ink and anger. The year is 1829. You are in Boston. Congratulations. You are David Walker. You own a used clothing store. It is a hub of activity. Sailors, dock workers, and travellers come in to buy coats and boots. But you are selling something more dangerous than clothes. You are sewing pamphlets into the linings of the coats. You have written appeal to the coloured citizens of the world. It is a fiery, radical document. It calls for enslaved people to rise up and fight for their freedom. It predicts divine judgment on America if it does not end slavery. It is terrifying to the white South. Governors put a price on your head. They demand your arrest. They try to ban the pamphlet, but you have a distribution network. The sailors. You give the coats to black sailors heading to Charleston, Savannah, New Orleans. They wear the coats. When they get to port, they rip open the lining. They pass the pamphlets to literate enslaved people, who read them to others in secret meetings deep in the woods. Your words are spreading like a virus. They are sparking hope and rebellion. You know they're coming for you. Friends tell you to flee to Canada. You refuse. I will stand my ground, you say. Somebody must die in this cause. I may be doomed to the stake and the fire, or to the scaffold tree, but it is not in me to falter if I can promote the work of emancipation. You die suddenly in 1830. Was it poison? Was it tuberculosis? No one knows, but your words live on. They influence Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison, Nat Turner. Survival here was about planting seeds you would never see grow. It was about weaponizing the written word. Let the rustle of the pamphlet fade. We are going to a place of rhythm and endurance. The year is 1960. You're in Nashville, Tennessee. Congratulations. You're a student. You're Diane Nash. You're young, beautiful, and terrified. You're sitting at a lunch counter. It is a simple act. You ordered a sandwich, but the white waitress refuses to serve you. The manager tells you to leave. You stay. Then the mob comes. White teenagers, angry men. They pour ketchup on your head. They put out cigarettes on your back. They pull you off the stool and beat you. You don't fight back. You have been trained in non-violence by James Lawson. You curl into a ball to protect your organs. You do not strike back. The police come. They arrest you, not the mob. You go to jail. You refuse bail. Jail? No bail. You fill the cells. The city can't function if thousands of students are in jail. You organize the freedom rides. When the buses are burned in Alabama and the riders are beaten, the government wants to stop. It's too dangerous, they say. You pick up the phone. You call the Department of Justice. We are coming, you say. We signed our wills last night. You get on the bus. You ride into the heart of the violence. You force the federal government to protect you. You desegregate interstate travel. Survival here was about disciplined courage. It was about using your body as a wrench to stop the gears of segregation. It was about looking death in the face and saying, we are not stopping. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the pilot, the writer, the student, the steamboat man. They all navigated currents. The current of the river, the current of war, the current of ideas, the current of history. They didn't just drift, they steered. You are safe in your bed, the river flows, the plane flies, the book is read, the counter is open, sleep now, the course is set, the message is delivered, the ride is over, the lunch is served. The lunch counter in Nashville empties, the echoes of the sit-ins fading into history. We are moving again, leaving the civil rights struggle for a battlefield much older and much colder. The year is 1776. You are on the banks of the Delaware River. Congratulations. You are a soldier in the Continental Army, and you are black. History books often forget you. They paint the Revolution as a war of white farmers. But look at the boat. Look at the famous painting of Washington crossing the Delaware. The man rowing at Washington's knee, that is Prince Whipple, an enslaved man fighting for a liberty he does not possess. You are shivering. It is Christmas night. A nor'easter is blowing snow and sleet into your face. You're wearing rags. Some men have no shoes. They wrap their feet in burlap sacks. You can see bloody footprints in the snow. You are rowing a Durham boat, a flat-bottomed cargo vessel used to haul iron ore. It is heavy, awkward. The river is choked with ice floes. Great jagged chunks of ice crash against the hull, threatening to crush the boat. You pull the oar. Your hands are numb, blistered. The water freezes on your coat. Washington stands in the prow, silent, wrapped in his cloak. He is gambling everything on this surprise attack. You're part of the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, the Black Regiment. You're a mix of free men and enslaved men who were promised freedom if they enlisted. You fight because you believe that the rhetoric of revolution, all men are created equal, might eventually include you. You land on the Jersey shore. You march 9 miles to Trenton. The sleet turns to rain, soaking your gunpowder. Use the bayonet, Washington orders. The town must be taken. You charge into Trenton. You catch the Hessians sleeping off their Christmas celebration. The battle is short, sharp, and chaotic. You fire your musket, then use the bayonet. You capture nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers. It is the victory that saves the revolution. But survival after the war is the real battle. You are promised freedom, but many of you are returned to slavery. The country you helped birth writes a constitution that counts you as 3/5 of a person. You survive by holding on to the truth. You know you fought. You know you bled. You know that the nation's freedom was bought with your labour, both in the fields and on the battlefield. Let the river ice melt. We're going to a place of iron rails and steam. The year is 1870. You're in West Virginia. Congratulations. You're a legend. You're John Henry. You're a steel-driving man. You work for the C&O Railroad, building the Big Bend Tunnel through the mountains. It is grueling work. You swing a 10-pound hammer all day, driving steel drills into solid rock so that explosives can be placed. You work in a rhythm, swing, clang, turn the drill, swing, clang. The tunnel is dark, choked with silica dust. Men die from rockfalls, from premature explosions, from exhaustion. Then comes the steam drill. The company brings in a machine that can do the work of 10 men. They say it will replace you. They say you are obsolete. You challenge the machine. It is a contest of man versus mechanism, flesh and blood versus steel and steam. You stand side by side with the drill. The contest begins. You swing your hammers, one in each hand. You find a rhythm that is faster than a heartbeat. You drive the steel. You don't stop for water. You don't stop to wipe the sweat from your eyes. The steam drill jams, it breaks down, but you keep going. You win. You drive 14 feet. The machine drives 9, but the effort kills you. Your heart bursts. You die with your hammer in your hand. The story becomes a folk song sung by workers across the country. It is a tragedy, but it is also a triumph. It asserts the dignity of human labour in the face of industrialization. It says that a man is more than a machine. Survival here wasn't about living forever. It was about proving your worth. It was about leaving a legacy that says, I was strong. I was here. Let the hammering fade. We're going to a place of high stakes and high fashion. The year is 1905. You're in Indianapolis. Congratulations. You are Madam C.J. Walker. You were born Sarah Breedlove, the first child in your family born free. But your life has been hard. You were orphaned at 7, married at 14, widowed at 20 with a child. You worked as a washerwoman, your hands raw from lye soap, your back aching from bending over tubs. But you have an idea. You suffered from hair loss due to scalp ailments, common among black women who worked in harsh conditions. You experimented with home remedies. You developed a formula, Madam Walker's Wonderful Hair Grower. You don't just sell a product, you sell a lifestyle. You travel the country giving demonstrations. You train Walker agents, thousands of black women who sell your products door to door. You give them economic independence. You teach them to be businesswomen. You become the first female self-made millionaire in America. You build a mansion, Villa Lawaro, in Irvington, New York, right next to the Rockefellers. You drive a luxury car, you wear furs, but you don't forget where you came from. You donate thousands to the NACP, to anti-lynching campaigns, to schools. You use your wealth to fight for justice. Survival here was about transformation. It was about taking your own pain, the loss of your hair, your poverty, and turning it into an empire. It was about lifting others as you climbed. Let the scent of hair pomade fade. We're going to a place of quiet courage. The year is 1960. You're in New Orleans? Congratulations. You're 6 years old. You're Ruby Bridges. You're walking to school. But it isn't a normal walk. You're surrounded by federal marshals. They're tall men in suits with guns. You're integrating William Frantz Elementary School. The street is filled with a screaming mob. White adults are yelling slurs at a 6-year-old girl. They are holding signs. One woman holds a black doll in a coffin. You're terrified, but you don't show it. Your mother told you to be brave. You walk looking straight ahead. You pray. Please God, forgive these people because they don't know what they're doing. You get into the school. The white parents have pulled their children out. You're the only student in your class. Your teacher, Mrs. Henry, is white, but she is kind. She teaches you as if the room were full. You eat lunch alone. You play at recess alone, inside, because it isn't safe outside. You endure this for a year. Every day the gauntlet. Every day the isolation. But you break the barrier. The next year, more black children come. The white children return. The school integrates. Survival here was about innocence as armour. It was about a child carrying the weight of a nation's sin on her small shoulders and refusing to buckle. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the rower, the steel driver, the entrepreneur, the schoolgirl. They all faced mountains. The ice of the Delaware, the rock of the tunnel, the poverty of the washboard, the hate of the mob, they all climbed. You're safe in your bed. The river flows, the train runs, the business thrives, the school bell rings. Sleep now. The crossing is made, the tunnel is dug, the empire is built, the lesson is learned. The schoolyard of New Orleans fades, the sound of the marshal's footsteps replaced by the steady, rhythmic thwack of an axe biting into wood. We are moving back into the wilderness, but this isn't a forest, you know. This is the frontier of the mind and the body. The year is 1866. You're in Texas. Congratulations. You are a buffalo soldier again, but this time you aren't patrolling. You are building. You are constructing Fort Davis. You are hacking civilization out of the scrubland. You are cutting limestone blocks from the quarries. You are hauling timber from the mountains. You are building the barracks you will sleep in, the stables for your horses, the hospital where you will be treated for dysentery and gunshot wounds. The sun is relentless. The dust chokes you. The water is scarce. But you take pride in the work. You lay the stones perfectly straight. You whitewash the walls until they gleam. This fort is a symbol. It says, "We are the United States Army, and we are here to stay." But the irony is sharp. You are building a fort to protect settlers who despise you. You are protecting stagecoaches that would force you to ride on the roof. You're fighting indigenous people who call you buffalo soldiers out of respect, while your own government calls you expendable. Survival here is about professionalism. It is about doing your duty so well that even your enemies have to salute you. It is about building a legacy of stone and honour in a land that wants to forget you. Let the sound of the pickaxe fade. We are going to a place of silence and code. The year is 1942. You are in the Pacific Ocean. Congratulations. You are a Navajo code talker. You are a Marine. You are on an island you had never heard of. Guadalcanal, Saipan, Iwo Jima. You're carrying a radio that weighs 30 pounds. You're running through the jungle under fire. Mortar shells are exploding around you. Snipers are in the trees. But your weapon isn't a rifle. It is your language. The Japanese have broken every code the Americans invented, but they can't break Navajo. It is a complex tonal language, never written down, spoken only by a few thousand people in the American Southwest. You speak into the radio. Tsela. Bird. That means air. Aka. Oil. That means fuel. Genie. Chicken hawk. That means dive bomber. You're transmitting orders for airstrikes, troop movements, artillery barrages. You're speaking the language your teachers tried to beat out of you in boarding school. Now, that language is saving the war. You're guarded by a white soldier whose job is to protect you, and to kill you if capture is imminent. The code cannot be captured. You survive the beaches. You survive the Banzai charges. You survive the malaria. When you come home, you're sworn to secrecy. You cannot tell your family what you did. You cannot tell your tribe. For decades, your heroism is a classified secret. Survival here was about reclaiming your culture. It was about taking the thing that was used to shame you, your language, and turning it into an unbreakable shield. Let the radio static fade. We are going to a place of cold wind and high altitude. The year is 1909. You're at the North Pole again. But we aren't with Matthew Henson this time. We are with the Inuit who guided him. Congratulations. You are Uta. You're driving the sled for Peary and Henson. You built the igloos. You hunted the seals. You navigated the pressure ridges. You look at these men from the south. They are obsessed with a spot on the ice where all the lines meet. To you, it is just ice. The same ice you have lived on for thousands of years. You don't care about planting a flag. You care about getting back alive. You care about the dogs. You care about the wind. You watch them celebrate. You watch them take photos. You smile, but you keep your mittens on. Survival here is about perspective. It is about knowing that the land owns you, not the other way around. It is about respecting the ice, not conquering it. Let the Arctic wind die down. We are going to a place of heat and glass. The year is 1950. You are in a laboratory in Chicago. Congratulations. You are Percy Julian. You are a chemist. You are a genius. But you couldn't get a job at a university because you are black. So you work for a paint company, Glidden. You're extracting magic from soybeans. You discover how to synthesize cortisone from soy oil. Cortisone treats rheumatoid arthritis. Before you, it was extracted from the bile of slaughtered oxen. It was incredibly expensive. Only the rich could afford it. You make it cheap. You make it available to everyone. You relieve the pain of millions. You You also figure out how to mass-produce synthetic progesterone. You lay the groundwork for the birth control pill. But your life is a battle. Your home in Oak Park, a white suburb, is firebombed. Twice. You have to guard your family with a shotgun. You're a world-famous scientist and you have to sit on your porch with a weapon to protect your children from your neighbours. Survival here was about alchemy. It was about turning a humble bean into medicine. It was about turning hatred into resolve. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the builder, the code talker, the guide, the chemist. They all possess secret knowledge. The knowledge of stone, the knowledge of language, the knowledge of ice, the knowledge of molecules. They use that knowledge to change the world. You're safe in your bed. The fort still stands. The code remains unbroken. The ice drifts. The medicine works. Sleep now. The structure is sound. The message is received. The path is clear. The pain is gone. The fumes of the chemistry lab dissipate, replaced by the clean, sharp scent of sawdust and varnish. We're moving from the microscopic world of molecules to the expansive world of the open ocean, but not as a passenger. The year is 1838. You're in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Congratulations. You are Lewis Temple. You're a blacksmith. You are free. You run a shop on the waterfront, crafting tools for the whaling fleet. You listen to the whalers complain. They talk about the one that got away. They talk about how the harpoons pull out of the whale's blubber, allowing the Leviathan to escape. You think about this. You understand metal. You understand leverage. You invent the Temple toggle iron. It looks like a standard harpoon, but the head is hinged. When it penetrates the whale and tension is applied to the rope, the head pivots sideways, creating a T shape inside the blubber. It locks in. It doesn't pull out. You never patent it. You just make it, and you sell it. Your invention changes the industry. It makes whaling brutally efficient. It makes captains rich. It makes New Bedford the city that lit the world. But you don't get rich. You make a decent living, but you trip on a plank one night, get an infection, and die. Your legacy is in the iron. Every ship that leaves the harbour carries your genius in its hull. Survival here was about solving a problem. It was about listening to the needs of your community and forging a solution with your own hands. Let the sound of the anvil fade. We are going to a place of quiet dignity and legal brilliance. The year is 1954. You're in the Supreme Court. Congratulations. You're Thurgood Marshall. You're arguing Brown versus Board of Education. You're attacking the doctrine of separate but equal. You aren't shouting. You're methodical. You use sociological data. You use the doll test, showing how black children prefer white dolls because segregation has taught them self-hatred. You force the 9 justices to look at the psychological damage of racism. You're exhausted. You've travelled thousands of miles, stayed in unsafe hotels, faced death threats in small southern towns. You have argued case after case, chipping away at the wall of Jim Crow. And today, the wall falls. Chief Justice Earl Warren reads the unanimous opinion. In the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. You have won the greatest legal victory of the century. But you know the work isn't done. The law has changed, but hearts haven't. You will spend the rest of your life fighting to enforce the ruling. Survival here was about patience and precision. It was about using the Constitution as a sword. It was about believing in the rule of law even when the law had failed you for centuries. Let the gavel strike. We are going to a place of dust and speed. The year is 1923. You are in Kansas City. Congratulations. You are Cool Papa Bell. You are a baseball player in the Negro Leagues. You are fast. So fast they say you can turn off the light switch and be in bed before the room gets dark. You play for the St. Louis Stars, the Pittsburgh Crawfords, the Homestead Grays. You travel on a bus that smells of diesel and sweat. You play 3 games a day. You eat peanut butter sandwiches because the diners won't serve you. You sleep on the bus because the hotels won't take you. But on the field, you are magic. You steal bases standing up. You score from first on a single. You play against white all-stars in exhibition games, and you beat them. You show them what they are missing by keeping the league segregated. You play for the love of the game. You play for the crowds in their Sunday best. You play for the pride of a community that has been shut out of the national pastime. You're eventually inducted into the Hall of Fame. But you never got to play in the majors. You were too old by the time Jackie Robinson broke the barrier. Survival here was about joy. It was about playing the game better than anyone else, even when the world wasn't watching. It was about knowing your own worth. Let the crack of the bat fade. We're going to a place of shadows and signals. The year is 1862. You are in Virginia. Congratulations. You are Robert Smalls. You are enslaved. You work on a Confederate transport ship, the Planter. You are the pilot. You have a plan. A crazy, impossible plan. You wait until the white officers go ashore for a party. You gather the enslaved crew. You bring your families on board in the dead of night. You put on the captain's straw hat. You stand in the pilot house. You guide the ship away from the dock. You have to pass 4 Confederate forts. You give the secret whistle signals. You wave to the sentries, mimicking the captain's posture in the dark. They let you pass. You reach the Union blockade. You lower the Confederate flag and raise a white bedsheet. You surrender the ship to the US Navy. You are a hero. You meet President Lincoln. You convince him to let black men fight. You become the captain of the ship you stole. After the war, you buy your former master's house. You get elected to Congress. Survival here was about audacity. It was about taking the biggest risk of your life and executing it with nerves of steel. It was about turning a ship of slavery into an ark of freedom. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the blacksmith, the lawyer, the ball player, the captain. They all seized the moment. The hinge of the harpoon, the argument in the court, the steal of the base, the theft of the ship. They saw an opening and they took it. You are safe in your bed. The night is still, but the iron holds. The law stands. The record remains. The ship sails. Sleep now. The catch is secured. The verdict is unanimous. The run is scored. The freedom is won. The steam of the Planter dissipates into the night air. We are moving again, this time to a place where the ground itself is a mystery, and survival depends on reading the earth like a book. The year is 1900. You are in the high deserts of New Mexico. Congratulations. You are George McJunkin. You are a cowboy, yes. You ride the range, roping cattle, sleeping under the stars. You were born enslaved in Texas, but you came west after the war. You taught yourself to read. You taught yourself to play the violin. You are a curiosity to the other cowboys because you're always looking down. You're looking at the ground. You're fascinated by bones. One day, after a heavy rainstorm near Folsom, you find something. A deep arroyo has washed out, revealing massive bones. They are too big for a cow, too big for a buffalo. You dig them out. You find something else. A stone spear point, fluted and elegant, lodged between the ribs of the giant animal. You know this is important. You try to tell people. You tell the local scientists. They ignore you. Just a dead cow, they say. Just an Indian arrowhead. But you persist. You keep the bones. You keep the point. You talk to anyone who will listen. It takes years. After you die, scientists finally come to investigate the site you found. They realize you were right. The bones are from an extinct species of bison that died out 10,000 years ago. The spear point proves that humans were in North America thousands of years earlier than anyone believed. It is the Folsom Point. It rewrites the history of the continent. Survival here was about curiosity. It was about trusting your own eyes when the experts told you you were wrong. It was about knowing the land so intimately that you could see its secrets. Let the dry desert wind fade. We are going to a place of smoke and fire, but not of destruction, of creation. The year is 1910. You're in the kitchen of the White House. Congratulations. You're a chef, but not just any chef. You are Hercules Posey, in spirit, or perhaps you are channeling the legacy of James Hemings. But right now, you are simply the best cook in America. You are creating American cuisine. You take the ingredients of the enslaved, cornmeal, pork, greens, yams, and you elevate them. You mix them with French techniques, Native American spices, and African flavors. You're inventing Southern food, which is really just American food. Fried chicken, gumbo, jambalaya, Hoppin' John. You work in a hot kitchen, hidden from the guests. You send out platters of food that make presidents swoon. They praise the meal, but they rarely ask to meet the chef. You are the ghost in the machine of American hospitality. You feed the nation that enslaves you or segregates you. But in the kitchen, you are the master. You control the fire. You control the knife. You pass down recipes orally, a culinary history that is never written down but never forgotten. Survival here was about nourishment. It was about turning scraps into a feast. It was about feeding the soul of a people through the food on their plate. Let the aroma of spices fade. We're going to a place of cold steel and high altitude. The year is 1944. You are in the Alps. Congratulations. You're a soldier in the 92nd Infantry Division, the Buffalo Soldiers of Wutui. You're fighting the Nazis in Italy. The terrain is brutal. Mountains, snow, narrow passes. The enemy holds the high ground. You're advancing up a hill under machine gun fire. You're cold, wet, and terrified. But you keep moving. You're led by Vernon Baker. He's a lieutenant. He takes out 3 machine gun nests, an observation post, and a dugout. He leads his men through a minefield. He is a hero. But the army doesn't give medals of honor to black soldiers, not in this war. He waits 50 years. In 1997, President Clinton finally hangs the medal around his neck. He is the only living recipient. Survival here was about delayed justice. It was about fighting for a country that wouldn't fight for you and then waiting half a century for a thank you. Let the mountain wind die down. We're going to a place of quiet determination. The year is 1955. You're in a library in Alabama. Congratulations. You are authoring Lucy. You have been accepted to the University of Alabama. You're the first black student. You walk onto campus. A mob of 3,000 people is waiting for you. They are throwing rocks, eggs, mud. They are chanting, "Keep Bama white." You're alone. You walk through the gauntlet. You go to class. The university expels you for your own safety. It takes decades for them to apologize. They eventually name a building after you. Survival here was about being the first. It was about walking into the fire so that others could walk through the ashes later. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the cowboy archaeologist, the chef, the soldier, the student. They all uncovered something. The history of the land, the flavor of a nation, the courage of a regiment, the hate of a mob. They refused to look away. You are safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the spear point is in the museum. The recipe is in the cookbook. The medal is on the wall. The building bears the name. Sleep now. The discovery is made. The meal is served. The hill is taken. The door is open. The roar of the mob outside the university fades, replaced by the soft scratching of a pen on parchment. We are moving back in time, to a place where words are the only currency that matters, and the survival of an entire culture hangs on the tip of a quill. The year is 1773. You're in Boston. Congratulations. You're Phyllis Wheatley. You were stolen from West Africa as a child, named after the slave ship that brought you, the Phyllis. You were frail, sickly, but you had a mind like a diamond. You learned English in 16 months, then Latin, then Greek. You started writing poetry. You are standing before a tribunal of 18 white men, governors, judges, ministers. They don't believe a black girl could write such beautiful verse. They think you're a fraud. You have to prove your intellect, you have to recite your poems, explain your allusions to Virgil and Homer, defend your genius. It is a trial for your life in a way. If you fail, you are just another piece of property. If you succeed, you are a prodigy. You are undeniable proof of black humanity. You pass the test. They sign a document attesting to your authorship. You become the first African American to publish a book of poetry. Survival here was about intellect as a weapon. It was about mastering the language of the oppressor better than they knew it themselves. It was about writing yourself into existence. Let the courtroom fade. We are going to a place of wind and canvas. The year is 1920. You're in the sky over Chicago. Congratulations. You are Bessie Coleman again, but this time we are in the cockpit with you. You are performing a loop the loop. The ground is rushing up at you. The sky is spinning. The engine is screaming. You are Queen Bess. You refused to perform at segregated air shows. You told the promoters, "If my people can't come through the front gate, I don't fly." You forced them to integrate. For one afternoon, the sky belonged to everyone. Survival here was about leverage. It was about knowing that you were the star and using that power to change the rules on the ground. Let the engine noise fade. We're going to a place of quiet earth and deep roots. The year is 1890. You're in Tuskegee, Alabama. Congratulations. You're George Washington Carver. You're a scientist, but you don't look like one. You wear a flower in your lapel. You talk to plants. You're walking through a field of cotton that has been destroyed by the boll weevil. The farmers are desperate. Their land is ruined. You tell them to plant peanuts. Peanuts? They asked. Who eats peanuts? You go into your lab. You invent 300 uses for the peanut. Milk, oil, paper, soap, ink. You create a market where none existed. You save the southern economy. You never patent your agricultural discoveries. God gave them to me, you say. How can I sell them to someone else? Survival here was about generosity. It was about healing the land that had been broken by slavery and cotton. It was about finding value in the humble things. Let the smell of soil fade. We're going to a place of cold steel and hot jazz. The year is 1917. You're in East St. Louis. Congratulations. You're a survivor of a pogrom. White mobs are attacking black neighborhoods. They are angry about labor competition. They are burning houses. You hide in a basement. You hear the footsteps above you. You smell the smoke. You survive. You move to Chicago. You bring the music with you. The blues of the Mississippi Delta, the ragtime of St. Louis. You help create the Chicago Blues, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf. You turn the trauma of the riot into a sound that shakes the world. Survival here was about alchemy, turning pain into art, turning a scream into a song. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the poet, the pilot, the scientist, the musician. They all took what they were given, a pen, a plane, a peanut, a guitar, and used it to change the world. You're safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the poem is read. The plane flies, the crop grows, the song plays. Sleep now, the test is passed, the gate is open, the land is healed, the music never stops. The blues notes of Chicago fade into the rhythmic clack-clack of a telegraph key. We are moving to the frontier of information, where survival depends on the speed of a message. The year is 1863. You're in the Union Army headquarters in Virginia. Congratulations. You're a spy. You are Mary Bowser. You were born enslaved, freed by the Van Loo family, and educated in the North. But you came back. You returned to Richmond, the heart of the Confederacy. You are working as a servant in the Confederate White House. You're serving Jefferson Davis his dinner. You play the part perfectly. You act dim-witted. You shuffle. You mumble. Davis discusses military strategy right in front of you. He leaves maps on his desk. You have a photographic memory. You memorize the troop movements. You memorize the supply lines. At night, you sneak out. You meet with Elizabeth Van Loo, your former owner who is now a Union spy master. You pass the information. You're living in the lion's den. One slip, one moment of breaking character, and you will be hanged. But you are the invisible woman. They don't see you. They see a servant. They don't know they are looking at the most dangerous weapon the Union has. Survival here was about underestimate. It was about using the racism of the enemy against them. It was about hiding your brilliance behind a mask of servitude. Let the telegraph click fade. We are going to a place of salt and canvas. The year is 1896. You are in the Atlantic Ocean. Congratulations. You are Joshua Slocum's cook. No, you are the captain. You are William Shorey, the Black Ahab. You are the captain of a whaling ship, the John and Winthrop. You are based in San Francisco. You command a multiracial crew. You sail to the Sea of Okhotsk, to the Bering Sea. You hunt the bowhead whale. You're a master navigator. You survive typhoons that sink other ships. You navigate through ice fields that would crush a lesser hull. When you return to port, you are a celebrity. You are wealthy. You live in a mansion in Oakland. But the industry is dying. Petroleum is replacing whale oil. The age of sail is ending. You retire with dignity. You die in your bed, not at sea. Survival here was about command. It was about proving that a black man could lead men into the most dangerous waters on earth and bring them home safely. Let the ocean swell calm. We are going to a place of chalk dust and discipline. The year is 1865. You're in Georgia. Congratulations. You're a teacher in a freedmen's school. The war is over. Slavery is dead. But ignorance is the new enemy. You're teaching formerly enslaved people to read. Men and women who are 60, 70 years old. They walk miles to your schoolhouse. They sit on rough benches. Their hands, scarred from picking cotton, struggle to hold a pencil. But they are hungry for the word. They know that literacy is freedom. You face threats. The Klan burns schoolhouses. They beat teachers. You keep a pistol in your desk drawer. You teach them to read the Bible, to read contracts so they won't be cheated, to read the ballot so they can vote. Survival here was about enlightenment. It was about lighting a candle in a dark room and refusing to let anyone blow it out. Let the school bell ring. We are going to a place of high speed and rubber. The year is 1920. You are in Indianapolis. Congratulations. You are Charlie Wiggins. You are a mechanic. You build race cars out of junkyard parts. You are the Negro Speed King. You want to race in the Indy 500? They won't let you. White drivers only. so you create your own league. The Coloured Speedway Association. You race on dirt tracks across the Midwest. You build a car called the Wiggins Special. It is faster than anything the white drivers have. You're so good that wealthy white owners hire you to tune their cars for the Indy 500. You pretend to be a janitor so you can get into the pits. You listen to the engines. You know exactly what is wrong just by the sound. You win the Golden Glory sweepstakes 4 times. You are a legend. But racing is dangerous. In 1936, you are involved in a crash. You lose your leg, you never race again. But you mentor young mechanics. You teach them the secrets of the engine. Survival here was about excellence in the shadows. It was about being the best, even when they wouldn't let you on the main stage. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the spy, the captain, the teacher, the racer. They all operated behind enemy lines in a way, behind the lines of the Confederacy, behind the lines of the ice pack, behind the lines of illiteracy, behind the lines of segregation. They infiltrated, they navigated, they illuminated, they accelerated. You are safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the secret is past. The ship is docked. The book is open. The engine is purring. Sleep now. The intel is good. The course is true. The lesson is learned. The race is run. The roar of the race car engine fades, replaced by the low, rhythmic chanting of a choir. We are moving from the speedway to the sanctuary, but the stakes remain life and death. The year is 1787. You're in Philadelphia. Congratulations. You're Richard Allen. You're a preacher. You were born enslaved, bought your freedom, and became a Methodist minister. You preach at St. George's Methodist Episcopal Church. The congregation is growing largely because of you, but one Sunday you are kneeling in prayer. A white usher taps you on the shoulder. He tells you to get up. You're in the white section. You cannot pray here. You refuse to move until the prayer is finished. Then, you and Absalom Jones lead the black members out of the church. You never go back. You start your own church, Mother Bethlehem. It is the first independent black denomination in the United States. But the challenge isn't just spiritual. In 1793, yellow fever strikes Philadelphia. The city is in panic. The rich flee. The government collapses. Doctors believe falsely that black people are immune. They ask you to help. You organise the black community. You become nurses, gravediggers, cart drivers. You go into the houses where whole families are dead or dying. You clean the vomit. You bury the bodies. You save the city that wouldn't let you pray. But when the fever breaks, they accuse you of stealing from the dead. They smear your name. You fight back with the pen. You publish a pamphlet refuting the lies. You document the heroism of your people. Survival here was about moral leadership. It was about building an institution, the Black Church, that would become the fortress of the community for centuries. Let the church bells ring. We are going to a place of vast horizons and thundering hooves. The year is 1876. You're in Deadwood, Dakota Territory. Congratulations. You are Nat Love. Deadwood Dick, you're a cowboy. Born enslaved in Tennessee. You headed west at 15. You can ride anything with hair. You can shoot a silver dollar out of the air. You arrive in Deadwood on the 4th of July. There is a rodeo, a contest. Roping, shooting, riding. You enter. You rope, tie, and throw a Mustang in 9 minutes. You win the shooting contest. You win the whole thing. The crowd goes wild. They give you the nickname Deadwood Dick. You write an autobiography. You tell stories about drinking with Billy the Kid, about being captured by Native Americans and escaping on a stolen pony. Some of it is true, some of it is tall tales, but that doesn't matter. You are writing yourself into the mythology of the West. You are refusing to be a footnote. Survival here was about swagger. It was about being the hero of your own story in a world that wanted you to be the villain or the victim. Let the rodeo dust settle. We are going to a place of high intellect and deep roots. The year is 1897. You're in Washington, D.C. Congratulations. You are Alexander Crummell. You're a scholar. You studied at Cambridge. You lived in Liberia for 20 years. Now you are back. You found the American Negro Academy. It is the first organization dedicated to African American arts and letters. You argue that black people must produce their own civilization. Not just labor, but philosophy, literature, art. You mentor W.E.B. Du Bois. You're old, dignified, unbending. You refuse to accept the idea of inferiority. You believe in the talented 10th, the idea that the educated elite must lift up the race. Survival here was about the life of the mind. It was about proving that black intellect was equal to any in the world. Let the lecture hall fade. We are going to a place of steel rails and steam. The year is 1890. You're in Tennessee. Congratulations. You're Casey Jones's fireman. You're Sim Webb. You're in the cab of the locomotive. Casey is the engineer. You are the muscle. You shovel the coal. You keep the pressure up. You're flying down the track. You're behind schedule. Casey pushes the engine to the limit. The whistle screams. You see it. A stalled train on the tracks ahead. "Jump, Sim!" Casey yells. "Jump for your life!" You hesitate. You don't want to leave him. "Jump!" You jump. You hit the gravel. You roll. You are battered, bruised, but alive. The train crashes. Casey dies with one hand on the brake and one hand on the whistle. You survive to tell the story. Without you, Casey Jones is just a wreck. With you, he is a legend. Survival here was about loyalty and the split-second decision. It was about being the witness to tragedy. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the preacher, the cowboy, the scholar, the fireman. They all faced the fire, the fever, the competition, the intellectual debate, the crash. They all stood their ground. You're safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the church stands. The book is written. The academy exists. The story is told. Sleep now. The fever is broken. The contest is won. The mind is sharp. The jump is made. The steam whistle of the wrecked locomotive echoes one last time, then dissipates into the quiet hum of the night. We are moving now, not by train, but by foot, into a place where the forest is thick and the danger is silent. The year is 1712. You're in the colony of New York. But you aren't in the city. You're in the Hudson Valley. Congratulations. You're an indentured servant, but your contract has no end date because you are enslaved. You work the land for the Dutch patroons. But you have a secret. You know the woods. You know the language of the Mohawks, the Iroquois. You run away. You don't go south or north. You go west, deeper into Iroquois territory. You are welcomed. Not as a servant, but as a person. You learn their ways. You marry into the tribe. You become a translator, a bridge between two worlds that are colliding. You are the Black Indian. You live in a longhouse. You hunt deer. You trade furs. When the British come, they are confused by you. You look like an African, but you dress like a Mohawk. You speak English, Dutch, and Mohawk. You are a diplomat. Survival here was about adaptation. It was about finding a new tribe when the old one was stolen from you. It was about becoming something the world didn't have a name for. Let the forest whisper. We're going to a place of salt spray and courage. The year is 1895. You are on the outer banks of North Carolina. Congratulations. You're a surfman in the United States Life-Saving Service, the precursor to the Coast Guard. You're stationed at the Pea Island Life-Saving Station. You're part of the only all-black crew in the service. Your keeper is Richard Etheridge. A hurricane is raging. The schooner E.S. Newman has run aground. The waves are terrifying. The white crews from other stations say a rescue is impossible. Etheridge says, "The book says we have to go out. It doesn't say we have to come back." You launch the surf boat. You fight the waves. You reach the wreck. You can't use the breeches buoy, a rescue line, because the sea is too rough. So you swim, you tie a line around your waist, you dive into the boiling ocean, you swim to the wreck. You carry the survivors back, one by one, on your shoulders. You save everyone. The captain, his wife, their 3-year-old child. You are heroes, but the service is segregated. You don't get medals. You don't get a parade. You just get dry clothes and a hot meal. It takes 100 years for the Coast Guard to award you the Gold Life-Saving Medal posthumously. Survival here was about duty. It was about being the best sailors on the coast, even when the coast didn't want you. Let the storm pass. We're going to a place of quiet dignity and hidden power. The year is 1950. You're in the White House. Congratulations. You are the butler. You are Alonzo Fields. You served Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower. You stood in the room while they made decisions that changed the world. You're invisible. You pour the coffee. You clear the plates. You hear everything. The secrets of the atom bomb. The strategy for D-Day. The plans for civil rights legislation. You keep a diary. You write down what you see. You see the humanity of the presidents. You see their fears. You're a witness to history from the inside. You serve with grace. You never betray a confidence, but you have your own opinions. You quietly advocate for your people. You leave a newspaper open to a story about lynching on the president's desk. You make sure he sees it. Survival here was about subtlety. It was about influencing the most powerful men in the world without saying a word. Let the clinking of china fade. We're going to a place of wide open road and horsepower. The year is 1930. You're on a motorcycle. Congratulations. You are Bessie Stringfield, the motorcycle queen of Miami. You are a black woman riding a Harley Davidson across the Jim Crow South. You are alone. You toss a penny onto a map. Wherever it lands, that's where you go. You ride through towns where they have never seen a black woman on a motorcycle. They stare. Sometimes they chase you. You outrun them. You sleep on your bike at gas stations because hotels won't take you. You perform stunts at carnivals to earn money. You ride the wall of death. During Sommerpassum, you become a civilian courier for the army. You carry documents between bases on your bike. You encounter racism, sexism, and bad roads. You overcome them all. You ride into your 80s. You own 27 Harleys in your lifetime. Survival here was about pure, unadulterated freedom. It was about the wind in your face and the engine between your legs. It was about refusing to be afraid. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the diplomat, the surfman, the butler, the rider. They all cross boundaries. The boundary of culture, the boundary of the storm, the boundary of power, the boundary of fear. They were explorers. You're safe in your bed. The night is calm, but the longhouse is warm. The lifeboat is launched. The diary is written. The motorcycle roars. Sleep now. The rescue is made. The secret is safe. The road is open. The roar of the Harley Davidson fades into the distance, replaced by the clink-clank of metal tools on a workbench. We are moving from the open road to the quiet precision of a workshop, where the future is being invented one gear at a time. The year is 1880. You're in Lynn, Massachusetts. Congratulations. You are Jan Matzeliger. You're an inventor. You were born in Suriname, the son of a Dutch engineer and an enslaved African woman. You came to America with nothing but your skills. You work in a shoe factory. You watch the lasters, the men who attach the sole of the shoe to the upper part. It is slow, painstaking work. A skilled laster can only make 50 pairs of shoes a day. You think there must be a better way. You start tinkering in your spare time. You use scraps of metal, old cigar boxes, whatever you can find. You work at night, by candlelight, after your shift is over. You're mocked. People say a machine can't replace the human hand for such delicate work, but you persist. You invent the lasting machine. It can make 700 pairs of shoes a day. It revolutionizes the footwear industry. It makes shoes affordable for everyone, not just the rich. But the work kills you. The long hours, the coal dust, the lack of sleep. You contract tuberculosis. You die at 37. Survival here was about leaving a mark. It was about solving a puzzle that stumped the world. It was about making sure that even if your life was short, your impact would last forever. Let the factory hum fade. We are going to a place of wide rivers and hidden trails. The year is 1804. You are in the American West. Congratulations. You are York. You are an enslaved man, but you are also an explorer. You are part of the Lewis and Clark expedition. You are the first black man to cross the continent north of Mexico. You carry a rifle. You hunt for the expedition. You paddle the canoes. You negotiate with Native American tribes. The tribes are fascinated by you. The Mandan, the Hidatsa, the Shoshone. They call you Big Medicine. They think you are powerful because of your skin color. They have never seen a black man before. You use this. You dance for them. You show off your strength. You help secure safe passage for the expedition. But when you return to St. Louis, you are still enslaved. Lewis and Clark get money and land. You get nothing. You ask Clark for your freedom. He refuses. He beats you. You eventually gain your freedom, but years later, you die in obscurity, possibly running a freight business in Tennessee, or living with the Crow Nation as a chief. The end of your story is a mystery. Survival here was about being essential but invisible. It was about carrying the weight of an expedition on your shoulders and getting no credit. Let the river flow on. We're going to a place of high finance and deep secrets. The year is 1910. You're in Richmond, Virginia. Congratulations. You're Maggie L. Walker. You're the first black woman to charter a bank in the United States, the St. Luke Penny Savings Bank. You started as a teacher, then worked for the Independent Order of St. Luke, a mutual aid society. You took it from the brink of bankruptcy to a thriving organization. You realize that black people need economic power. You open the bank. You encourage children to save their pennies. You give loans to black businesses that white banks ignore. You walk with a limp because of a knee injury, but you are a giant. You navigate the racism of the Jim Crow South with a steely grace. Survival here was about economic sovereignty. It was about proving that black money mattered. It was about building a fortress of wealth that could protect the community. Let the bank vault close. We are going to a place of melody and sorrow. The year is 1939. You're standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. Congratulations. You're Marian Anderson. You're the greatest contralto in the world. But the Daughters of the American Revolution refused to let you sing at Constitution Hall because you are black. Eleanor Roosevelt resigned from the DAR in protest. She arranged for you to sing here at the feet of Lincoln. There are 75,000 people watching. Millions more are listening on the radio. It is cold. You're wearing a fur coat. You are terrified, but you open your mouth. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. You change the words. Instead of thee I sing, you sing to thee we sing. A subtle shift, a claim of ownership. Your voice rings out. It is perfect. It is undeniable. Survival here was about grace under pressure. It was about answering bigotry with beauty. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the inventor, the explorer, the banker, the singer. They all created something new, a machine, a map, a bank, a moment. They refused to be defined by what they were denied. You are safe in your bed. The night is calm, but the shoes are worn. The map is drawn, the penny is saved, the song is sung. Sleep now, the machine works, the path is cleared, the vault is secure, the voice is heard. The echo of Marian Anderson's voice fades, lingering like a ghost in the marble of the Lincoln Memorial. We are moving again, leaving the crowds of Washington for the solitude of the high seas, but not on a whaling ship. We are on a warship, but you aren't a sailor. You are the captain. The year is 1944. You are in the Atlantic. Congratulations. You are Hugh Mulzac. You are the first black man to command a United States merchant marine ship, the SS Booker T. Washington. You earned your master's license decades ago, but no one would hire you as a captain. They offered you jobs as a cook, a steward. You refused. You ran a painting business. You waited. When the war started, they came to you. We need you, they said, but you have to command an all-black crew. You refused again. I will command a mixed crew, or I will not sail. They relented. You are now standing on the bridge of a Liberty ship. Your crew represents 18 nationalities. You sail through U-boat-infested waters. You deliver tanks, planes, and ammunition to the front lines in Europe. You dodge torpedoes. You navigate through storms. Your ship is a symbol. It proves that integration works. It proves that leadership is about competence, not colour. Survival here was about holding the line, not just against the Nazis, but against the prejudice of your own government. Let the sea spray settle. We are going to a place of ink and paper, but with a different kind of power. The year is 1847. You're in Rochester, New York. Congratulations. You're Frederick Douglass. You're starting your own newspaper, the North Star. You escaped slavery in Maryland. You became a famous orator. But white abolitionists wanted to control your voice. Just tell your story, they said. Leave the philosophy to us. You rejected that. You bought a printing press. You are writing editorials that shake the nation. You argue that the Constitution is an anti-slavery document. You demand immediate emancipation. Your house is a station on the Underground Railroad. You hide runaways in your basement while you write articles upstairs. You travel to England, to Ireland. You become the most photographed man of the 19th century. You understand the power of the image. You refuse to be depicted as a caricature. You stare into the camera with the fierce gaze of a lion. Survival here was about owning your own voice. It was about refusing to be anyone's prop. Let the printing press clatter. We are going to a place of snow and ice, but not the Arctic. We are going to the bottom of the world. The year is 1955. You're in Antarctica. Congratulations. You're George W. Gibbs, Jr. You're a sailor in the US Navy. You're part of Operation Deep Freeze. You're the first black person to set foot on the continent of Antarctica. The cold is unimaginable. -60 degrees. The wind screams across the ice shelf. You're helping to build Little America Wesen, a scientific research station. You're driving a tractor over crevasses that could swallow a building. You are breaking ice for the ships. You face isolation. You face the polar night, 6 months of darkness. But you also face wonder. The penguins, the southern lights, The sheer, terrifying beauty of a place where humans are not meant to be. Survival here was about endurance in the most extreme environment on Earth. It was about pushing the boundaries of human exploration. Let the ice crack. We are going to a place of heat and rhythm, but not jazz or blues. This is the rhythm of the spoken word. The year is 1973. You're in the Bronx, New York. Congratulations, you're DJ Kool Herc. You're in a rec room at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. You're throwing a party for your sister. You have 2 turntables. You realise that people only dance to the break, the percussion part of the song, so you extend the break. You play 2 copies of the same record. You switch back and forth. You create a continuous loop of drums. You grab a microphone. You start talking over the beat. You're toasting, a tradition from your native Jamaica. You're inventing hip-hop. It starts small, a block party, a park jam, but it grows. It becomes the voice of the inner city. It becomes a global culture. Survival here was about innovation. It was about taking the scraps of disco and funk and building a new musical language. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the captain, the orator, the explorer, the DJ. They all charted new courses, through the ocean, through the political landscape, through the ice, through the sound waves. They were all pioneers. You're safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the ship arrives. The newspaper is read. The ice is crossed. The beat drops. Sleep now. The cargo is delivered. The argument is made. The footprint is left. The party is started. The breakbeat of the Bronx fades. The pulse of the speakers settling into a quiet hum. We are moving again, leaving the birth of a global culture for the rebirth of a nation, far across the Atlantic. The year is 1957. You're in Accra, Ghana. Congratulations. You're witnessing the birth of modern Africa. You're watching Kwame Nkrumah. You're standing in the old polo grounds. Hundreds of thousands of people are gathered. The Union Jack is lowered. The flag of Ghana, red, gold, green with a black star, is raised. You hear Nkrumah speak. Ghana, your beloved country, is free forever. It is electric. It is the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence from colonial rule. It is a signal to the rest of the continent. You're not just a spectator. You are part of the movement. You helped organise the strikes. You distributed the pamphlets. You went to prison with Nkrumah. You see the hope in the eyes of the crowd. They are no longer subjects of the British Crown. They are citizens of Ghana. Survival here was about vision. It was about imagining a future that the colonial powers said was impossible. It was about taking back your own history. Let the cheers fade. We are going to a place of quiet, disciplined focus. The year is 1985. You are in a hospital in Baltimore. Congratulations. You are Ben Carson. You are a neurosurgeon. You are about to do something no one has ever done successfully. You are going to separate conjoined twins joined at the back of the head. The surgery takes 22 hours. You have a team of 70 people. You have to stop the hearts of the babies to prevent them from bleeding to death. You have 1 hour to work before brain damage sets in. It is a high-wire act. 1 slip, 1 mistake, and 2 lives are lost. You grew up in poverty in Detroit. Your mother couldn't read. You had a temper. You almost stabbed a friend once. But you turned it around. You read books. You focused. Now your hands are saving lives. The surgery is a success. The twins survive. You become a legend. Survival here was about redemption. It was about overcoming your own demons to achieve the impossible. Let the hospital monitors beep. We are going to a place of wind and water. The year is 2005. You're in New Orleans. Congratulations. You're a survivor of Hurricane Katrina. The levees have broken. The city is drowning. You're trapped on your roof. The water is rising. It smells of oil, sewage, and death. You have no food, no water. The sun beats down. You wave at helicopters, but they fly past. You help your neighbours. You pull people out of the water. You share what little you have. You're abandoned by your government. But you do not break. You wait. You pray. You endure. Eventually you are rescued. But you have lost everything. Your home, your photos, your community. You rebuild. You return to the lower Ninth Ward. You build a new house on stilts. You refuse to let the storm wash you away. Survival here was about resilience. It was about holding on to your home when the very earth turned against you. Let the floodwaters recede. We're going to a place of stars and dreams. The year is 1992. You are in space. Congratulations. You are Mae Jemison. You are the first black woman in space. You are aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour. You look out the window. You see the Earth. It is blue, fragile, beautiful. You don't see borders. You don't see race. You just see home. You're a doctor, an engineer, a dancer. You carry a photo of Bessie Coleman in your flight suit. You are the culmination of centuries of dreaming. You conduct experiments on bone cells. You float in microgravity. You feel weightless. Survival here was about breaking the ultimate barrier. It was about leaving the planet that tried to hold you down. As you drift off to sleep, you think about the revolutionary, the surgeon, the survivor, the astronaut. They all reached for something higher. Independence, life, home, the stars. They refused to settle. You are safe in your bed. The night is quiet, but the flag waves, the heart beats, the house stands, the shuttle orbits. Sleep now. The nation is born. The twins are separate. The city is dry. The universe is open. The view from the space shuttle fades. The blue marble of Earth shrinking into a peaceful memory. We are coming back down now, returning from the edge of space, from the depths of the mines, from the heat of the plains. We are returning to where we started, the quiet of your own room. But the room feels different now. It is filled with ghosts, but not the scary kind. These are the ghosts of the builders, the dreamers, the fighters, the survivors. You have walked in the boots of the Buffalo Soldiers, feeling the bite of the Montana winter. You have felt the heat of the great Zimbabwe sun on your back as you laid stone upon stone. You have heard the whispers of the Underground Railroad and the roar of the crowd in Berlin. These stories are not just history, they are proof. Proof of human resilience. Proof that no matter how dark the night, the morning always comes. As you lay in the dark, listen to the silence. It isn't empty. It is full of the echoes of those who came before. The cowboy on the trail singing to the cattle, the mother in the swamp hushing her child, the pilot in the cockpit checking his gauges, the poet at her desk lighting a candle against the dark. They are all here. They are standing guard over your sleep. You have survived the journey through time. You have witnessed the struggle and the triumph, and now you can rest. Your breathing slows, your muscles relax. The weight of the day lifts off your shoulders. You are safe. You are warm. You are free. The history is not a burden. It is a foundation. It is the solid ground beneath your feet. It is the reason you can dream. So close your eyes. Let the stories drift away like smoke from a dying fire. Let the voices fade into a gentle hum. Sleep now. The work is done. The legacy is secure. The future is waiting. Good night.